Hello there, Potterheads. Welcome back to our page. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are with Chapter 16, Interludes, Ron and Sirius.
Chapter 16, Interludes, Ron and Sirius. Chapter text, Ron Weasley. Ron stomped out of the bathroom, looking down at his blistered hands with disgust. That had not been a pleasant experience, and he hoped his mom would hurry up with the healing salve. He found Harry up in his room. Ron realized with a pang that Harry did not feel very comfortable with his family. Ron wasn't even sure if Harry had wanted to come to the burrow at all, and reckoned he did because of Ginny. One of his hands slammed against the wall on his way in the attic room that was his domain, and he stifled a yelp. Anger at Lockhart rose up inside him. Even Harry thought that Lockhart was pretty harmless, and Ron had to admit he'd had plenty of laughs about the magical moron in the last few months. But he'd slowly realized that Lockhart was going to be a threat. Sure, he wasn't a Death Eater, but neither was that bitch Umbridge. Not really. And just look at the damage she'd caused with that stupid article. And he knew that despite his oh-so-sweet words to that hag from Witch Weekly, Lockhart was not the type to forgive the way Ron and Harry had humiliated him. "Listen, Harry," Ron said, staring at his hands and grimacing. His mom was having a go at his dad, and he didn't think she'd be up anytime soon. "I reckon we should kill Lockhart." "Ron, not here," Harry said in just about the loudest whisper Ron had ever heard. Honestly, Harry was getting a little paranoid. "No one's listening," he rolled his eyes. "You worry too much. I think Lockhart's going to screw everything up. I know you don't like the fact that you're getting hate mail." Ron shook his head, like he really cared about the hate mail. He'd mostly had fun with it, entertaining other Gryffindors with the way he lit it on fire. Sure, having giant blisters all over his hands for hours wasn't exactly pleasant, but Ron liked to think he had a bit more sense than to kill someone over it. It's not about that. He's very popular, you know, and once things really start to happen, I reckon he'll make trouble for us. "You really think we should kill him?" Harry asked. Unless a better solution could be found, yes. Ron didn't like killing, but he wasn't going to let some greedy bastard ruin everything they were trying to achieve. Maybe they could do something else, though. Or at least put him in the permanent spell damage ward, Ron said, though he did not want to think about how they'd achieve that. "He's a threat to our plans, Harry. I know it. He almost effed everything up last year. Almost ruined everything we're trying to do, and I don't like the idea of letting him try again." Harry stared at him, and Ron started to feel a bit uncomfortable. Harry definitely had a way of making him feel like his head was being probed. He wondered if he'd learned that particular trick from Dumbledore. But he didn't back away from the scrutiny. This was too important. Ron knew he was right about Lockhart. Harry stood up abruptly. "I'm going to talk to Ginny," he announced. "I'll tell her to meet us up here tonight, after everyone's asleep. And then we'll ask Dumbledore if he can think of a way of doing this without, you know." Ron did know, and if anyone could figure out a way to take a man out of commission without doing something that would haunt them forever, it was Dumbledore. He felt a great sense of relief. Maybe they could even ask Hermione about it. Sometimes Ron thought that she was just as smart as Dumbledore, but a lot prettier. Ron did not like how pale and tired she looked all the time, though. She had taken on far too many classes, and despite those impressive brains of hers, she was having trouble keeping up. Sometimes, when he looked at her in the common room, glassy-eyed with exhaustion, he wanted to kick himself for being so insensitive last time around. He tried to make up for it now, though, and he felt like the richest man in the world when she beamed at him for bringing her a cup of tea or refilling her ink bottle before she'd noticed it had gotten low. He loved the fact that he was falling in love with her all over again. Angry footsteps interrupted his thoughts, though he was glad to hear them. Finally, he thought, "Damn blisters smell foul." His mother pushed open the door. He swung his legs over the side of the bed. "Thanks, Mom, "Where is Harry?" she asked in a dangerously quiet voice. Her lips were trembling with rage, and she did not look directly at him, but stared at a point on the wall directly over his shoulder. Ron said, "Something is seriously wrong here." Dread coiled in his stomach. "Tell us where Harry is, Ron," his dad said. "Why?" he asked belligerently, stalling for time while he tried to figure this out. I think you know why, Ronald Weasley. Tell us where he is now. Despite the fact that he was technically in his 30s, he couldn't bring himself to disobey his mom, not when she had that tone in her voice. I think you want to talk to Ginny. Stay in here, Ron, his father said. Do not leave this room. Ron wondered for a mad instant whether the burrow was under attack, and they were trying to get Harry out, get him to safety. But his parents were furious, not frightened, and before he could ask him just what the hell was going on, they'd left. What the bloody hell is going on? There was a loud crash from several floors below, and then he heard his mum yelling and Ginny screaming, but he couldn't make out the words. Ron got up from the bed upon which he'd been sitting. He'd felt a little too confused to move and try to leave his room. But one of them had put up a magical barrier, and he was effectively locked in. He stood there for a moment. Everything felt so surreal that he was rooted to the spot. Shaking his head to clear the cobwebs, he strode over to the window, not even sure what he could do. He looked out. Harry was dragging his trunk and making steady progress down the drive. His shoulders were bent from more than physical weight, and Ron felt a great sense of outrage. His own parents had kicked Harry out of the burrow? What the bloody hell is going on? Several tense moments passed before he once again heard footsteps stomping up the stairs. He whirled around. What the bloody hell have you done to Harry? He demanded. He took a good look at his mother and father and knew that he had never seen them this angry. Still, he was pretty damn angry himself. Did you just kick him out of the burrow? They both stared at him. Ron started to feel a bit nervous about the way they were staring at him. He wasn't like Harry or Dumbledore or Hermione, and this was one of those times when people completely, utterly baffled him. Look, if this is about the car. It's not about the car, his dad said. His voice was too quiet, and Ron figured he probably shouldn't have tried to make a joke. Sit down. Now. Ron sat. We have several things that we need to discuss with you, his dad said. First, did you know that the boy you've brought into our home numerous times have been taking advantage of your little sister? Shit. No, Ron said honestly. Thankfully, Harry and Ginny generally tried to keep the details of their physical relationship away from him. And judging by how much time Harry spent in the shower, they weren't doing too much. His mind raced. How had they found out? Unless did they do something stupid today? But Mum and Dad had already been furious before Harry'd been alone with Ginny. Shit. No, Ron said honestly. Thankfully, Harry and Ginny generally tried to keep the details of their physical relationship away from him. And judging by how much time Harry spent in the shower, they weren't doing too much. His mind raced. How had they found out? Unless did they do something stupid today? But Mum and Dad had already been furious before Harry'd been alone with Ginny. You'd better be telling the truth, young man, his mum said, her lips trembling with fury. If I find out that you knew and didn't do anything. Ron, she's your little sister. I know they fancy each other, Ron said. What we just saw was a lot more than fancying, she shouted. She was almost naked. My daughter, 12 years old. Molly, his dad said. We can talk about this in a moment. Ron fiddled with his wand, wondering when the world had gone to hell. This only made things worse. His mother wrestled the wand out of his hands and threw it across the room where it bounced off the wall. What were you doing with the wand, Ron? She asked shrilly. Maybe you want to kill US the same way you want to kill Lockhart. The floor dropped beneath his feet. I don't want to kill Lockhart, Ron said. It was only half a lie. Your mother heard you and Harry, his dad said. You threatening to kill a man. You should have listened to him when he told you to be quiet, his mum said. Although I'm glad I found out. Ron thought very quickly. Just how much had she heard? Obviously not the part about talking to Dumbledore, but he took a risk. Mum, look at my hands. He held them out for her, and was glad that they were blistered and bleeding. That is no excuse. I think it's a pretty damn good one. Ron shouted back, anger coming to his defense. That stupid git set all the witches in Britain on me. Do not speak to your mother like that, his dad said. And you'd better tell us the truth. What sort of plan is it that you're worried about him? Ron thought furiously. What the hell could he say? Damn. He'd never been that good about thinking of a good lie under pressure, and he couldn't tell them the truth. Damn it. Not yet. They waited in silence. But as the moments ticked by, whatever chance he had of making them believe his lie grew slimmer and slimmer. What would Harry say? He asked himself desperately. And, thinking of Harry, he grew even angrier. Then it came to him. The plan. You better tell us now, Ron. I'm sorry, Harry, he thought. No one. He hasn't got many people who trust him. We want to change that. We thought. He felt slightly ashamed at the fact that he was capitalizing on something that hurt Harry deeply. The back of his neck felt warm, and he hoped his parents didn't notice. You think that killing people is going to change his image, his mom shouted. She rounded on his dad, and she looked quite demented. This is exactly why we were worried, Arthur. Exactly. I already told you that I don't want to kill Lockhart. You think I don't know when you're lying, she shrieked. It frightened me out of my mind to hear my own son talking about. The truth is, Ron, his dad said, when his mother sputtered into silence. We've been worried about you ever since you met Harry Potter. You've changed, Ron. Or do you think we haven't noticed? Yeah, Ron asked. He couldn't help the sarcasm in his voice any more than he could stop himself from flushing when he was embarrassed. Well, so have you. The parents I used to have would never have kicked a 13-year-old orphan out of the house. Right before Christmas. He was touching Ginny. You were going to kick him out anyway. Ron shouted. Mom, Dad, he said pleadingly. I don't know what happened with Ginny, but he really loves her, and she loves him. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to say. His father's bald spot turned an ugly shade of red. You listen to me, he hissed. Ron took a step back. You are very young, so you obviously don't know what it's like to be a parent. But what Harry did to Ginny was unforgivable, and if you say one more thing to defend his actions, you will not be going back to Hogwarts. Ron opened his mouth to tell him to get Ginny up here, and asked her if she was upset that Harry touched her. It was likely that she was the one who started it in the first place. But the look in his father's eyes stopped him cold. Maybe he should obliviate them, make them forget that they'd seen and heard what had happened. But as soon as that idea came, he knew that he couldn't do that. Not after seeing Harry after Lockhart had done it to him. If you think that touching a 12-year-old girl is love, his mom said, then you don't know the first thing about it. Always and always. The words thundered through his entire body like something physical. Ron, who had never been at a loss for words, could not think of anything to say. And despite the fact that his heart had already broken long ago, he was surprised when he felt it crack anew. You're wrong about Harry, he said, but he didn't think they heard him. And then he lay down on his bed and turned away from them. He felt deeply relieved when they left. He loved his parents, he really did. Nothing would change that. It was always and always no matter what. At least he hoped so. The meanest part of him looked forward to the day that his parents would find out the truth. If that day came, he wasn't so sure now. They were really going to have to eat their words. His parents maintained a watchful silence until a few days after Christmas. Ron hadn't had a chance to talk to Ginny alone at all, but she looked miserable. He figured that she'd fought just as much as he had, because she'd whispered in his ear after breakfast that first morning that her wand had been taken away. Percy, Fred, George, his dad said after dinner 2 days after Christmas. Go to your rooms. Your mother, and I need to talk to your brother and sister. Ron followed Ginny into the sitting room. We have decided to send you back to Hogwarts, his mom said. Ron and Ginny exchanged glances. They'd really been considering not sending us. And you have Dumbledore and your brother Percy to thank, his dad said grimly. You are not to spend time alone with Harry Potter, either of you. Percy has agreed to ensure that this does not happen, and the teachers will as well. Ginny stifled a small sob. Now, his mom said, we want your word that you will follow this rule. If you don't, we will keep both of you home. Do you understand? Yes, Ginny said. I swear. Me too. Ron lied immediately. What other choice did they have? Sirius Black. Sirius was floundering. He had been ever since he'd been released from Azkaban, but now it was even worse. He'd been worried for a while that he had gone mad from being exposed to Dementors for so long. Even with his animagus ability that helped to deaden the pain, the nightmares he'd had every night since his release only increased it. But in the course of a day, ever since he had watched Harry visit his parents' graves, everything had shifted completely around. And as he stared around at Albus Dumbledore, who had basically just given a 13-year-old permission to sleep with a 12-year-old, Severus Snape, who did not seem to hate him, had, in fact, expected him to show up long before this. Remus Lupin, who could not even look at him, he obviously blamed Sirius for James and Lily's deaths and Harry Potter. He was not quite certain that Harry was sane. Not that it mattered a bit. Sirius felt mildly ashamed that he rather looked forward to having a godson as mad as he was. What mattered was the fact that Harry was in a large amount of pain. He'd seen it for himself last night when he had watched Harry scream at Voldemort. And he'd seen it today when Harry had told them what happened at the Burrow and when he had begged Sirius to forgive him. He looked at the memories swirling in the pensieve and felt slightly fearful of what he was about to see. He took a deep breath and, with Moony right beside him, plunged in. He cried out in shock, and Moony gripped his arm so tightly it hurt. It was a memory of a battlefield. They arrived just in time to see Voldemort fall, and someone who looked a hell of a lot like Harry Potter. But that was impossible because it was a man and not a teenager. He was covered in blood and standing in the center of a large pile of bodies. His boggart. Remus breathed. The scene shifted before they had adjusted to it. They were in the dining room of a house that seemed rather cold and barren. That same man who looked like Harry, who looked like James, sat drinking with two other people. They all looked broken and horrible. Something moved out of the corner of his eye, and he turned to see a house elf that looked a lot like Creature. Creature, Sirius said in disbelief, forgetting that he could only be heard by Moony. That's Ron and Ginny Weasley. Moony said, shocked. What the hell? What if we could travel through time? The dark-haired man said. Sirius could only watch, utterly shocked, when the scene shifted again and they found themselves in the familiar office of the headmaster. Except that Dumbledore wasn't there, only his portrait, and he was telling Harry things that were completely impossible. He glanced over at Moony and saw his own shock reflected back on him. He couldn't believe it, but he could not believe it either. This was a pensieve. There was no other explanation for seeing these memories except that they were the truth. No, a loud voice startled him. It was obviously a different memory, for things had shifted and the people in it now wore different clothes. Harry was standing in front of the portrait, looking very upset. I'm not leaving him in there a second longer than he has to be. We'll get Wormtail the day we get back. That would be most foolish, Harry, Dumbledore's portrait said. You could ruin everything if you did that. I know we can't kill Wormtail right away. Harry's mouth twisted into a pained grimace. I know we gotta let him carry out his plans. And how do you suggest he do that? I don't know, Harry said mutinously. I could use the Imperius curse or go to Azkaban myself and break him out of there. You have never been able to use the Imperius curse fully, Harry, Dumbledore's portrait pointed out. You're already going to have to use it when you reveal him, and I expect you'll find it difficult. Not only that, but even I could not hold an Imperius curse on someone who is in Azkaban. The curse won't hold against Dementors. The Confundus charm is the only way to do it. And after a year it starts to break down, Harry said sourly. I hate the idea of leaving him in there, Albus. I know. The scene whirled away again as Sirius continued to watch. They were now in the Shrieking Shack, and he watched as he and Moony attempted to persuade three teenagers that they were not the enemy Pettigrew was. Moony sputtered. I just bought those shoes for Christmas. Padfoot, do you think it's true? You're convinced because of a pair of shoes? Sirius raised his eyebrow. There's no possibly way that he could have seen them, Moony said. The last memory they saw was an image of their own graves, and Sirius began to understand. Prongs, he thought, your kid is pretty damn incredible.
Thank you for being with us, Harry Potter fans. This is Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. We've got your next chapter, Chapter 17, Invisible.
Chapter 17, Invisible. Chapter text. Harry was suddenly alone in the room with Dumbledore and Snape, and he found himself wishing that he could have joined the viewing of his past with Sirius and Remus. He scratched his head, jiggled his leg, and belatedly realized that his hangover had offered him a buffer, painful though it had been. Whatever it is that you think we're going to do to you, Dumbledore said. You are probably wrong. I screwed up, Harry said. Big time. And then I ran away and wallowed in misery and didn't tell you where I was or anything. Yes, Dumbledore said reasonably. You made a mistake. It was bound to happen sooner or later, and this mistake is a rather more personal one. I do not mean to belittle your suffering, Harry. I cannot imagine how painful this must be for you. I have a confession to make, however. While you were in the Chamber of Secrets last year, I saw a large amount of distrust. I hoped that it would not come to this, but I suspected it would. It happened sooner than I might have thought, and for reasons that I did not expect, but I kept expecting them to. I don't know, Harry said. Come around, if I did enough. And then I told myself that one day we can tell them the truth, and everything would change back to how it's supposed to be. But if they decide not to fight, they aren't going to know until it's all over. It's too late. He hadn't spoken those words out loud, but Dumbledore heard them all the same. Snape scowled. Why didn't you obliviate them when you had the chance? You could have made them forget your indiscretion and that article. Then you'd be their precious seventh son again. I'm not going to force anyone to love me, Harry said, and I refuse to obliviate anyone. Do you have any idea how being obliviated feels? If I did, Snape said, I'm sure I have forgotten. The Weasleys would never remember that you did it, you know? The only reason why you had negative consequences is because Lockhart did not know your special situation. And Weasley was right there to tell you that you were missing something important. All you would have to do is take care never to mention it in their presence. Harry shook his head. I refuse to do it. It's too much like putting them under the Imperius curse. You didn't seem to have any qualms whatsoever about doing it to Wormtail, Snape pointed out. I don't love Wormtail, Harry told him. Merlin, I wish I could apparate over to the burrow right this moment and force them to look into the pensieve. I really do. Another reasonable solution to this problem, Snape said. Severus, Dumbledore said. And you're one of the main reasons why I'm not, Professor Snape, Harry said. Dumbledore's portrait made it quite clear that we were to give people the opportunity to choose. And before you argue, the two of you made that choice long ago. I can't force people to love me and fight with me. It's dead wrong, and it's something that Voldemort would do. Dumbledore's portrait told me all of this several times. And I made a mistake that ended with everyone dying because I didn't trust him, both of you. So I'm not going to do that again. If it's any consolation, Dumbledore said. I agree with that wholeheartedly. We plan to tell them, you know, Harry said, right after Voldemort returns. We didn't count on the possibility that this would happen. While you have been otherwise occupied, Dumbledore began delicately. We have been attempting to discover solutions to the restrictions that Mr. and Mrs. Weasley have placed. Severus has suggested more detentions, but I fear that would be complicated. The other professors would be sure to notice that the three of you are given detentions together. Or, Harry said, two of us could have detention with Professor Snape, and one of us could have it with Remus. That could work, Dumbledore said. But again, it would be highly inadvisable to do that often. We also thought of... But he was interrupted by the sudden reappearance of Sirius and Remus. They were white-faced and both stared at Harry with an expression of complete and utter shock. Harry eyed them apprehensively. Sirius did not look angry, but he might still be in shock. I never thought I'd see the day that Sirius Black is speechless, Snape said sardonically after a long moment of silence. Truly, wonders never cease. Sirius did not even rise to the bait. He took a deep breath. Let me get this straight, he said in a shaky voice. You traveled back in time? Yes, Harry said cautiously. Because you lost everyone you loved besides? What were their names? Ron and Ginny Weasley, Remus murmured. Ginny Potter, Harry corrected. She's my wife. Right, Sirius nodded. The dazed look was slowly slipping off his face. So you came back to defeat Voldemort all over again? Yes, Harry said. You put yourself in mortal danger. Again, because you loved us? Where's he going with this? Absolutely, Harry said. You heard me, and Ron, and Ginny. The price was too high last time, and we're not going to pay it again. Harry, Sirius looked exasperated. Do you have any idea? Did you honestly think that I wouldn't forgive you? You stayed in Azkaban an extra year and a half because of me. Harry felt the need to remind him of this. I honestly tried to think of another way, any other way, but... Harry, Sirius said firmly. I saw in the pensive. Had I been you, I would have made the same choice, however difficult it may have been. Although I'm still not too clear on the details of why Wormtail can't just die. We saw that you stopped us from killing him. Do you still think that he deserves to live? Because we're going to have a serious discussion about that if you do. No, Harry said. Wormtail is going to die, but he has to resurrect Voldemort first. And then I'm going to kill him, Snape said smoothly. Sirius eyed him. Not if I get there first. Snape already called it, Harry said. Sirius looked mutinous, but he didn't say anything. I would consider it a favor, Harry added, if you would kill your cousin, Bellatrix Lestrange. Not right away, but I'll tell you when. Bellatrix? Sirius said. She's in Azkaban. She'll escape, Harry said. But do me a favor and take her seriously this time. And if you're anywhere near a veil, get the hell away. Do I even want to know? Sirius asked. That's how you died last time, Harry told him. Well, the veil didn't kill you, but she did, and you fell through it. Incidentally, Remus spoke up. What happened to Wormtail last time? I tracked him down. A friend of mine, Hermione, placed anti-apparition wards up so he couldn't escape. I forced him into a duel and killed him, Harry said dispassionately. He'd learned from Arthur Weasley's advice so long ago and regretted the necessity, but not the act. Sirius looked deeply impressed. What are you doing to stop this from happening again? Remus asked. Rather, what are we going to do to stop it? Harry jumped right in. Do either of you have any idea what a Horcrux is? No, they said in unison. It's about the darkest sort of magic there is, Harry told them. Voldemort split his soul and placed it in several different objects. And we know where all of them are, but some of them we can't get to yet. In order for Voldemort to die, they must be destroyed. He stayed alive, sort of when the curse he tried to kill me with rebounded onto him because of it. How many Horcruxes are there? Sirius asked. And what are they? Where are they? Remus added. He looked sickened and disgusted. Voldemort made 6 Horcruxes, Harry lied. Dumbledore looked at him sharply, but did not say anything. Snape did not react at all. Well, he actually hasn't made the 6th yet, I don't think. We've already destroyed 3 of them, and the next one will be rather easy to manage. But the last 2 will have to wait another couple of years to get. One is in the Lestrange's vault. One will be near Voldemort, I believe. And the last one is sitting at Grimmauld Place. What? Sirius said blankly. My parents' house? Your brother, Harry explained, found out about the Horcruxes. He died trying to destroy one. Regulus? Sirius said faintly. Yeah, Harry said. Which brings me to my next point. Sirius, please be kind, creature. He's had a rather hard time of it. Regulus found out about the Horcruxes partly because Voldemort used Creature to ensure that it was protected enough. And then, Regulus took Creature with him when he went to retrieve it, and ordered him to leave him behind. First Snape, now Creature? Sirius asked incredulously. Are you sure that Voldemort isn't secretly our ally, too? Harry grinned. Well, I was saving that shot for a later date, but now that you've already figured it out. Remus snorted. He's got quite a bit of James in him, Sirius. Sirius shook his head. Nah, even James wouldn't have had the nerve to play the largest prank in the history of mankind against Voldemort himself. Dumbledore laughed aloud, booming sound that Harry didn't think he'd ever heard before. Soon, Harry felt his own laughter bubble up inside him and break free. He momentarily forgot about the Weasleys, and the fist that clenched around his heart lightened by a degree. Remus snorted. Snape had a smile, and Sirius looked around at them all, beaming, and some of the wasted look that came from so many years in Azkaban with the Dementors seemed to slide off his face. You would put it that way, Padfoot, Remus said, smiling. Sirius' smile changed from proud to wistful. Have you forgiven me then, Moony? Remus looked shocked. Me forgive you? I'm the one. I should have known you'd never. I should have trusted you. Sirius' mouth opened and closed, and then he reached out and embraced Remus like a brother, and pounding him on the back. Harry saw that tears stood in Sirius' eyes as he pulled away, and in Remus. Harry rolled his own eyes. Is that why you've been avoiding any and all talk about Sirius this past year? You didn't think he'd forgive you? You're mad. Sirius and Remus turned to look at him, gaping. Is this from a man who apologized for coming back in time to save everyone? That's different. Is this touching display of forgiveness and friendship done yet? Snape asked sourly. As for who is mad, I suspect we all are. Although I can't decide who is more so, Potter or Black. Speaking of mad, Dumbledore interjected. We have several more things to discuss, not least of which is the fact that Harry is distrusted by a great many witches and wizards in the wizarding world. The article? Remus asked quietly. That's what began it, Dumbledore confirmed. But circumstances unforeseen by any of us have nursed it until it has grown. What began as a spark is now a glowing ember, and I fear that unless we take great pains to stop it, it will become something beyond our control. But we also can't do it directly, Snape said. We can't put an announcement in the Daily Prophet telling everyone that Potter is actually from the future, come to save us all from the Dark Lord. We'd all be thrown in St. Mungo's. And I've seen how this plays out, remember? Harry said, the instant Dumbledore starts backing me up, he'll be thrown out of the Wizengamot. No one believed that Voldemort was really back during my entire 5th year, and Dumbledore was painted with the same black brush that I was. We can't afford to let that happen, and I'm almost certain it would in this climate. Harry stretched and realized that he was becoming quite hungry. He thought longingly of the bags of chips and packets of beef jerky that he'd bought yesterday. When did they start believing you? Remus asked. Well, Harry said, Voldemort lured me to the Department of Mysteries. He made me think that Sirius was being tortured because he wanted me to retrieve the prophecy. Then he couldn't resist showing up, and a lot of people saw him, including Fudge. Anyone care to tell me what the hell everyone is talking about? Sirius was frustrated. Harry could tell. Dumbledore told him about the article. Do you know where all that information came from? Remus asked. We know it wasn't from either of us, Snape said. We swore the unbreakable vow to each other that we wouldn't tell unless Potter asked it. Something was very wrong with that statement. Harry thought furiously. He'd never actually seen the complex charm performed before, but he'd heard about it. Who was the third person? Sirius furrowed his brow. The Bonder. All hell pretty much broke loose after that. Dumbledore and Snape both paled and looked like figures made of wax for long moments. Then Snape stumbled and fell against the wall. Dumbledore bent over, breathing heavily, as though he had suddenly become quite ill with a stomach ailment. They've been obliterated, Harry said grimly. He knew the disorientation that came with having a memory charm challenged. Damn it. Harry finally found his bed in the empty Gryffindor Tower very late that night. He ignored the persistent hunger pangs. They had not gotten around to eating, but Harry had quite forgotten about his stomach. The discussion had gone on for hours upon hours. Sirius had performed the charm used to detect any tampering with memory, and it had been confirmed. They also could not break it, not without doing permanent damage to their minds. It was even more infuriating trying to isolate the memories that had been taken. Snape and Dumbledore had both taken it in turns to recount the night they had made the unbreakable vow. Snape had no idea how he had gotten to the headmaster's office the night after Harry's parents' death. Dumbledore did not remember Snape arriving, nor could either of them reconstruct the conversation that led to making the vow. Harry had found himself hating memory charms even more. Then they turned to debating who it could have been and whether they were friend or foe. Harry was less inclined to think that whoever had used the charm was a friend. Whoever had done this had taken too many pains to remain hidden. Snape agreed with him, but Remus had argued that if it truly was a foe, they could have done a lot more damage than that. But he'd never been obliterated before that they knew of. Sirius had not committed to either one, but had argued against both. Harry rolled over in his bed, utterly exhausted. Despite his tiredness, he lay awake for another hour, wishing that Ron and Ginny were there. Harry walked underneath his invisibility cloak, threading through the students in the Great Hall, careful not to bump into anyone. He had his eyes on two familiar redheads, and he did not like the slump in their shoulders, nor the way they did not look at anyone. The twins sat across from them, and a little to the left. They were unusually alert and scanned the crowd every few moments. Probably looking for me, Harry thought glumly. He leaned down and inhaled the flowery scent of her hair, and murmured in her ear, "Room of requirement. Tell Ron." She jumped. The twins looked over at her with narrowed eyes. "Sorry, Ginny," Ron said easily. "Got a little excited when I saw the lamb and kicked her," he explained. Harry was already walking away. Ron must hate him, but at least he was protecting Ginny. It appeared that the twins were watchdogs, either appointed by Mrs. Weasley, or this was something they had taken upon themselves to do. He thought grimly of the Marauders map. If the twins were keeping an eye on him, they would soon discover, if they had not already, that the map was the best tool to do so, which meant that they'd have to steal it from them soon. Tonight, if possible. A large black shape eased itself from the shadows and fell in a step beside Harry. "I don't get how you always know it's me," Harry told Sirius. The dog just looked and gave him a doggy grin. Harry just shook his head. He was alone in the corridor now, beside Sirius, but he kept the cloak on. The last time he'd felt safe enough to do so, he'd run into Professor McGonagall almost immediately. She lectured him for what felt like several hours. She danced around the subject, but it was clear to Harry that she knew exactly what happened and fully supported Mr. and Mrs. Weasley's decision. Then she'd told him that if he ran away again without leaving word to anyone, she would deduct 100 points from Gryffindor. Yes, her own house. Not wanting to feel that kind of mortification again, Harry kept his cloak on whenever he was not in the room of requirement, his tower room, or Dumbledore's office. Padfoot barked, startling Harry. Looking around, he realized that he had passed the blank section of wall that would lead to the room of requirement, and had Sirius not barked, he would have kept going. He smiled ruefully. After half an hour of pacing and growing increasingly worried, the door finally creaked open, and Ron and Ginny sidled into the room. Harry eyed them warily, and they eyed him right back, just as warily. He did not like the fact that Ginny appeared to have lost weight. She looked even younger than 12 years old, and her robes appeared far too large for her small frame. Neither of them appeared to notice Sirius. "Ginny," he said finally, "please don't." With a small sob, she threw herself at him. "I'm so sorry. Harry, I made things so much worse than it already was." Harry held her just as tightly as she was holding him. "If you think," he murmured in her ear, "that for a few wonderful minutes that wasn't the best Christmas gift I've gotten for several years, you're dead wrong. It wasn't your fault. We share the blame." He looked over her head at Ron. "Ron, I'm sorry." He shook his head. "Don't. It's pretty much all my fault." "How do you work that one out?" Harry asked blankly. "Mum heard us talking about Lockhart," Ron said. "If I'd listened to you, she wouldn't have, found the two of you." "She heard all of it?" Harry asked aghast. No wonder she'd been so angry before she'd even found him with Ginny. "No," Ron said. "She heard me talking about killing him and how it would F up the plan. Nothing about the permanent spell damage ward, thank Merlin. I tried to explain it away. I told them I was just angry, but they didn't buy it. Not really." "What did you tell them about the plan?" Ron took a deep breath and refused to meet Harry's eyes. "I told them," he said uncomfortably, "that we were working to, improve your image." Harry nodded, though it hurt a little. "They didn't believe it, though. Mum reckoned that killing people wouldn't make people trust you," Ron said. "I think they believed it just a little, though. They didn't interrogate me again, at least. We wanted to send you messages," Ginny told him. "But Mum took away our wands. We only just got them back as we got on the train." "Did you come back here then?" Ron asked. "We thought you might." "I didn't," Harry said. "I went to Godric's Hollow and camped out at my parents' old house." Ginny's bright brown eyes narrowed. "The one with the hole in it? Harry, what were you thinking?" Harry shrugged. It seemed like the best place to be completely miserable. "I wanted to wallow," he said defensively when they both glared at him. "I'm not cracking up, I swear. Besides," he grinned, and Ron and Ginny were startled. It ended up being a good thing. He could see them both wondering how it could possibly be a good thing. "I met an old friend," Harry told them. "Who?" Ron asked sarcastically. "Nagini." "You are so dense," Harry laughed. "You found Sirius." A large smile bloomed on Ginny's face. "The mutt finally showed up?" Ron said incredulously. "Finally. I happen to be purebred," Sirius said loftily, "and it's more like I found him." Ginny paused for a second, looking unsure, and then launched herself at Sirius. "I'm sorry. I know you don't know me, but you have no idea how wonderful it is to see you. Did Harry tell you about us?" I'm Ginny Weasley. Ginny Potter, Harry corrected her. He's quite emphatic about that point, Sirius said. He hugged Ginny back, stepped forward, and shook Ron's hand. And I feel like I already know you both. Harry's talked a lot about you. Ron beamed. Suddenly, Christmas doesn't seem like it went so badly after all. We can't stay for much longer, Ginny said once they had stood around grinning at each other for a while. We're being watched, and the feast is about to end, I'm sure. Harry shook his head. You've got to stay for just a bit longer. Listen, we've got something to tell you. Albus and Snape, Sirius said grimly, have both been obliviated. We don't know who did it, and whoever it was knows the full prophecy, we think. What? Ron bellowed. Harry caught Ginny when she stumbled against him. Harry told them the precious little they had managed to find out for certain. All joy left their expressions, and their faces tightened with anger and fear. The ripple effect had not turned out to be so much a ripple, but a whirlpool. I think, Harry said. I'm not sure, but I think that it was a Death Eater. Not one of the more insane ones like Bellatrix, but I was thinking it might be Rookwood. We never really heard that much about him last time, but he worked in the Department of Mysteries. He was an unspeakable. Or, if not him, then someone similar. I had my doubts at first, Sirius admitted, but I'm beginning to think that Harry may be correct. But didn't this happen after Harry got rid of Voldemort? Ron asked. Why would a Death Eater do this if they thought he was gone? Rookwood, or whoever, knew the full prophecy, Harry said grimly. He had to have known that it hadn't been fulfilled. And maybe he figured out about the Horcruxes like Regulus did, but he didn't find it disgusting. We don't know. Snape said that Rookwood pretty much kept to himself, Sirius said, though he wasn't the only Death Eater that did so. He claims that Rookwood was subtle enough to play a long game. Or it could be a Death Eater we don't even know about, Harry said. Think of Wormtail. Hardly anyone knew that he was giving Voldemort information. Snape didn't even know, and Voldemort trusted him as much as he did anyone. Either way, Sirius said, we can't let Rookwood tell Voldemort what he may or may not know. How are we going to stop him? Ginny asked. She wrapped her arm around Harry's waist, and he squeezed her shoulder, offering her what comfort he could. We haven't quite figured that out yet, Harry said. We have a few years, at least, though I expect we'll have to do it sooner rather than later. I don't want to be worrying about it after Voldemort returns. Ron furrowed his brow. Are you thinking what I think you're thinking? And what's that? Harry asked. We're going to storm Azkaban. Ron said. Pretty much, yeah, Harry said. But we don't even know if it's that Rookwood bastard. No, we don't, Harry admitted. But if it is, and he tells Voldemort, it isn't just about the prophecy, Ron. We need Snape to be completely trusted by Voldemort. And if someone has been subtle enough to sit on this secret for so long, Sirius added, we're going to have to assume that they're also subtle enough to manipulate events in their favor. The goal is probably to kill Snape and give Voldemort the fullness of the prophecy. And that can't happen. Ron and Ginny gaped at him and then gaped at Harry. I know, Harry said sympathetically. It's a bit weird at first, seeing them getting along relatively well. I think it's because they met again under different circumstances. Finally, Ron and Ginny could no longer put off leaving. Ron was just stepping through the door when Harry remembered something. Ron, Harry said, steal the map from the twins if you can. He blinked. What do you mean if I can? Harry laughed. He did not have a chance to laugh at much of anything at all over the next few weeks. He did not know how what had happened with Ginny came out, and he did not particularly care to know whether it was the twins or Percy who had told. But it seemed as if everyone knew. He wandered around under his invisibility cloak. It was not the harsh stares from some of the girls that drove him to hide, although those did not improve his mood. But some of the older boys looked at him appraisingly, as if they respected him, and sometimes they said things, if they saw him, that made Harry want to kill them. Neville and Luna had immediately disregarded the rumors. You'd never hurt Ginny, Neville said that first night he had returned. His face was bright red. Harry's was too. I know that. Thanks, Neville, Harry said. Luna had taken a rather different approach when she caught him in the hall. This was when he had not yet decided to hide himself. Poor Arthur and Guinevere, she said sadly. No one understands that you're soul mates, and have been for centuries. Thanks, Luna, Harry said. Later, he wondered if she'd really meant that no one understood that they were actually husband and wife and had come from the future. It was a possibility, but with Luna, he couldn't always tell. Hermione, however, gave him the cold shoulder for several days. She sat with Ron on the opposite side of the room from Harry during Ancient Runes and refused to speak to him unless he asked direct questions. That Friday, he pulled his invisibility cloak off and was shocked and gratified to see that Hermione sat right next to the seat he usually sat in. At first, she didn't say anything but took furious notes that Harry hoped she would allow him to copy later. But once Professor Octavius set them to translating a series of runes, she broke the silence. "Harry," she whispered. Her cheeks were pink. "I'm really sorry, I thought, but Ginny told me last night that, well, it wasn't, and that she'd started it." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Hermione," he said quietly. Then, because he felt extremely uncomfortable, he changed the subject. "Now what's this rune?" Harry, Ginny, and Ron found very little time together. They generally managed on Thursdays because they all had a free period when Percy, Fred, and George did not. The Weasley brothers were very good at keeping their eyes on Ginny and Ron. Too good. But at least Ron had managed to steal the map away, which Harry had found out the afternoon following the return of the rest of the students. "Potter," Fred said inscrutably. Harry didn't say anything. "Were you in our dormitories last night?" George asked. His eyes were very hard. "No," Harry said honestly. "Good job, Ron," he thought. They exchanged looks. Fred's mouth tightened. "You'd better not have been. If we find out that you were, you'll never have another peaceful day at Hogwarts again." "Mum told us we weren't allowed to hex you," George said. "And we don't want to piss her off even more than she already is," Fred said. "Because of you," George continued. "But if you talk to our sister," Fred said, "or even go near her," George added. "We will hurt you," Fred finished. Harry had watched them walk away, but that same hollow ache that had been in his stomach since Christmas grew a little, and he couldn't afford to do any more wallowing, so he forced himself to ignore it. He had far more important things to think about, and he could not allow the Weasleys to distract him. Well, except for one Weasley, but she was a pleasant distraction, and she was more a Potter than a Weasley, anyway. One night in early February, Ginny was doing a very fine job of distracting him from all his worries. They were alone, for once, in the room of requirement, and a free hour stretched before them. They had already worked out a plan for retrieving the locket from Grimmauld Place and destroying it, and though it could not be done until the next Hogsmeade weekend, Harry did not feel any great sense of urgency. So he could simply sit and enjoy the feeling of Ginny's hand stroking his hair. "Harry," she broke the silence. "You meant what you said, right? About it being the best Christmas gift you've had in several years." "Of course," Harry said immediately. "How could you even ask that?" Her hand stilled. "Maybe because you haven't asked for a repeat performance. I thought maybe you." "You think I don't want you?" he interrupted incredulously. "You are joking? You've always been very firm about there being boundaries, Harry," she pointed out. "I worried that when you saw me that horrible afternoon, you saw someone who was actually 12 years old, and you didn't think it was attractive." "Ginny, you felt how attracted I was," Harry said, "and I'm that attracted to you pretty much every hour of every day." "My body isn't exactly fully developed," Ginny pointed out. "I worry that you'd feel dirty." "No," Harry shook his head. "I don't feel dirty. This is you were talking about. I can't help desiring you, because that's a part of the love I feel for you. And I don't regret or feel ashamed of anything about that. And," he added ruefully, "I'm not quite through puberty yet, in case you haven't noticed." "Well," she said slyly, and she leaned forward to brush the side of his neck with her lips. "I didn't get enough time to make an accurate assessment. I still think we should wait to have sex," Harry told her once he could speak again. "I don't think your body is quite ready for that, no matter how much we are." She turned his head so she could look him straight in the eye. Her lips were twitching, though she looked faintly exasperated. "Harry, are you really that naive?" "What?" Harry said blankly. "I want you to think back," she murmured in his ear. "Remember when we first started dating? Your 6th year, my 5th. "Of course I remember," Harry said. "All those secluded areas of Hogwarts that we discovered together," she continued. He licked his lips. He remembered it vividly, because it had been one of the happiest times of his life. Those hours that felt like they had been part of someone else's life, and he could forget everything about Voldemort and the Horcruxes. We weren't having sex then, either, she told him. Let me know when you figure it out. Ginny was right. They hadn't had sex for the first time until one bright day at Grimmauld Place. But during his 6th year, they'd explored far more than the private areas of Hogwarts. He'd put his invisibility cloak to a use that he did not think Dumbledore suspected, because they'd been naked half the time. Oh, finally there, are you? Ginny laughed. Harry laughed with her, and then he pulled her down onto the soft carpet next to him and kissed her. You're looking especially happy, Harry, Sirius said. It was the first Saturday in March, and they were finally on their way to destroying another Horcrux. Wish I could be. I hate that place. I really do. Harry flushed and forced himself not to look at Ginny. They'd used the extra hour they had between the time when the twins and Percy were occupied, and they had to meet everyone here to spend time along. The twins were in a well-deserved detention with Remus, and Percy was being given the grand tour of the Ministry for Magic at Dumbledore's recommendation. Ron, behind him, gagged. Don't ask him why he's happy, Sirius. Just don't. Sirius looked bewildered. I assumed it was because we're about to destroy a Horcrux. That's exactly it, Harry said hastily. They were alone for the moment, but Snape and Dumbledore would probably show up at any time. I'm absolutely thrilled that we're finally going to get rid of the damn thing. And he was, but it wasn't the reason why he was happy. You're lying, Sirius said. What's going on? Did you figure out how we're going to get Rookwood out of Azkaban? No, Harry muttered. Ginny snorted. He's just as naive as you were, Harry. Like Godfather, like Godson. Harry isn't spending hours in the shower anymore, Ron told Sirius. Don't ask any more questions. Harry gaped at him. I can't believe you're monitoring how much time I spend in the shower. I'm not, Ron insisted. Seamus and Dean mentioned it a few times. And believe me, I wish I didn't know how to add 2 and 2 together. I wasn't certain that you did no basic maths. Weasley, Snape swept into the room, followed closely by Dumbledore. I'm relieved to find that I was mistaken. Don't listen to him, Ron, Sirius said. I know he cheated when he drew lots with Moony to see which one of them occupied the twins today. And you don't have to listen to cheaters. I did not. Yes, you did, Sirius said cheerfully. Moony put a charm on his to win, and the only way you could have beaten him is if you did too. Snape's mouth twitched. Then it wasn't really cheating, was it? I was merely evening out the playing field. I suggest we continue this discussion after we destroy the Horcrux, Dumbledore said, though his eyes were twinkling. He strode over to the glass case in which the Sword of Gryffindor was kept. Sirius, you've spoken to Creature and told him that we're coming today, correct? And he's taken down his enchantments. Sirius nodded. I think the elf has been looking forward to this for weeks, ever since I explained to him that I had to finish Regulus' job. Harry, Ron, and Ginny beamed. It'll be so nice to see him again, Ginny said. Yeah, Creature's great, Ron said. We wouldn't be here without him, Harry added. Sirius held up his hands. Whoa, there is absolutely no need for the heaping of praise anymore. I admit that I was reluctant, but I did realize that what you said was true. He was what he was because of my mother and father. Harry felt relieved. He was thankful for all that Creature had done in the future, but it got a bit wearing to constantly talk about him in front of Sirius. Good, Ron said. I was getting tired of it. Sirius stepped into the flue first and shouted Grimmauld Place. Within 2 minutes, all were blinking in the darkness of the basement kitchen. Harry grinned. Ginny had stood all over her. He patted her down. Ron pointedly looked the opposite direction. Master Sirius. Master Sirius. Creature's frog-like croak. He came running into the kitchen, and Harry noticed that the elf was being well treated. He looked as he had after Harry had given him the fake locket, clean and happy. Creature, Sirius said, I'd like to introduce you to some friends of mine. I've already told you about them, but here they are. Harry Potter, my godson, Ron and Ginny Weasley, Severus Snape, and Albus Dumbledore. I would really appreciate it if you treated them with respect. Of course, Master, of course. Creature said, Are they going to destroy the locket? Yes, Sirius said. And remember what I said about punishing yourself when you hear that word. Creature. Did you? Harry turned his attention to the table for the first time. and saw that Creature had prepared a veritable feast for them. His mouth watered, and Ron's stomach rumbled loudly enough that it sounded like a small lion. Creature thought Master's guests would be hungry. Creature croaked. "Let's get rid of the damn locket," Ron said. "I'm starving." Creature placed it in the room with the tapestry, Creature said. Then he paused. "Can Creature watch?" "Of course," Sirius said. Harry was happy to see that he looked at the elf with genuine fondness. Whatever resentment he had felt, and which had eventually led to his own death last time, was completely gone. And so, Harry noticed with great surprise, was the portrait of Mrs. Black. "Where'd your mother go?" "I told Creature that he could put her in his new den. I've given him a large closet. He wouldn't take an actual room," Sirius said. "That got her right off the wall, even with the permanent sticking charm." Creature had placed Slytherin's locket in a prominent position on a footstool. All the furniture had been cleared away from it, as though the elf had not known how much space would be needed. It was a little dramatic, but it felt right. Once this was destroyed, they would be that much closer to Voldemort's defeat. "Harry!" Dumbledore held out the sword to him. But Harry shook his head. He remembered how the Horcrux had used Ron's own insecurities against him, and he did not want to face what Voldemort would see in his heart. "No," he said. "I think someone else should destroy this." "Not me," Ron said firmly. "I will." Ginny stepped forward and took the sword from Dumbledore's grasp. "I've always wanted to destroy a Horcrux." Harry wanted to say something to talk her out of it. He exchanged uncertain glances with Ron, who obviously felt the same way. He did not want her hurt. The wounds that it had left on Ron were easily healed. Harry had been able to tell his friend that he only thought of Hermione as a sister, and she felt the same way about him. But Ginny, she would probably see the same thing that Harry would have, and there were no reassurances forthcoming from the Weasleys. But then he looked at the way her jaw was set, and he realized that he would create a whole new insecurity for her if he told her not to do this. "All right," Harry said. He moved to stand behind the Horcrux. "Try not to hit me, too." She grinned. "Open," he said in Parseltongue. It sprang open, revealing dark brown eyes. They were not red, but they were cold and hungry for power. Ginny stared at it, holding the sword up. Harry repressed the urge to tell her to do it. "I have seen your heart, Ginevra Weasley, and it is mine." "Do it, do it, do it," Harry chanted, but he didn't say it out loud. "No, it isn't," Ginny said quietly. "And I'm Ginny Potter, you arse." Then she swung with all her might, and cleaved the Horcrux and the footstool in two. Harry heard a distant scream, and kicked the broken wood and metal aside, and pulled her into his arms. The sword dropped with a clatter. "I am," Harry whispered for her, and her alone, "so in love with you."
Good day, Potterheads. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we've got Chapter 18, Dementors.
Chapter 18, Dementors. Chapter text. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's icy, annoyed voice cut straight through Harry's thoughts and brought him back to third-year Transfiguration. He started, all thoughts of Pettigrew and the fact that he had not yet escaped flying out of his mind, and stared up at her guiltily. Judging by the way her lips had thinned to the point that they looked as though they had been drawn on by an especially fine quill, this was not the first time she had attempted to get his attention. "Yes, Professor. Perhaps you would like to answer the question," she said. "If it isn't too much to ask that you focus your attention on my class." Harry gritted his teeth. He had no idea what the question was. He looked around the classroom, trying to find clues. He caught Neville's eye, but he seemed just as mystified, and Hermione was sitting with Ron today, so she could not help either. Each student sat with a rather ordinary-looking wooden box on the desk in front of him. Sorry, Professor. Could you repeat the question?" "Why is it that, when you have transfigured the wooden box into a loaf of bread, you will not be able to eat it and gain sustenance from it?" she asked icily. "Oh," Harry said, relieved. "That's because it defies Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Wizards and witches can't make food out of nothing." He'd learned that the hard way during their year on the run, living in a tent and having to eat mushrooms most of the time. And would you care to have guess as to why this is so? She pressed. Harry thought about it. It was something that he had not done at the time when Hermione had told them about Gamp's infernal law. He had accepted it as truth, as he did most things that Hermione said, and moved on. So why wasn't it? An image of Peter Pettigrew as Scabbers flitted across his thoughts. I reckon it's because, take an animagus, for example. They don't actually become the animal, they just look like it. That's why animagi can change back and forth. If they were too much like their animal, they'd never change back. So, when we transfigure something, we're still just changing what it looks like. We can use it, and it's relatively permanent. But the loaf of bread we make today will remember that it's still just a box. That was well reasoned, Mr. Potter, she said stiffly. 5 points to Gryffindor. Harry was a little surprised by this. Ever since the mostly disastrous Christmas holidays, she had been very cool toward Harry. All the teachers had been except Hagrid. Harry was not sure that Hagrid even knew what had happened. He had not said anything about it. And last week he had seen Harry and Ron speaking to each other behind his hut, and he had not attempted to force them apart. Harry and Ron had been discussing Pettigrew and his escape from Azkaban prison. The whole school, indeed the entire wizarding world, could speak of little else. No one had escaped the Dementors before. Everyone had thought that Azkaban was one of the safest places to keep prisoners, and the terror was palpable. Harry had been relieved when the news broke. It had happened in April, well over a year after Snape had confounded him. For a few weeks, Harry had been certain that the plan was working. Not flawlessly, of course. He firmly pushed away images of the Weasleys, but enough so that he felt reasonably confident that Wormtail would find his master. And then Wormtail was sighted in Aberholloway, a small town with a large population of wizards. It was only 150 kilometers away from Hogwarts. The Ministry was entirely useless, of course. Worse than useless. Harry thought that the fear caused by Wormtail's escape had addled their small brains. They had sent the Dementors after Pettigrew, and the Dementors had searched Aberholloway thoroughly. One man had been mistaken for Wormtail, and had been given the kiss before the Aurors could even blink. Not that the Ministry had reported that blunder. Sirius, who had been watching as Dumbledore had told him to, had witnessed it. Harry had hoped that it was an aberration, that Wormtail had been confused when he first escaped. But he had been seen again by a squib just the other day in another small village, one that was less than 70 kilometers away from Hogwarts. Harry feared that something had gone badly wrong. So did Dumbledore, who had dispatched both Sirius and Remus to attempt to find Pettigrew and bring him back to Hogwarts, where they could renew the Confundus charm and send him to Voldemort. Mr. Potter, what is it that is so much more important than transfiguration? May I remind you that the exams are swiftly approaching? Harry looked around again. Everyone had their wands out and were attempting, with various degrees of success, to transfigure their boxes into loaves of bread. Peter Pettigrew, he finally answered honestly. The entire class stilled. Neville gave him a swift look out of the corner of his eye and stopped muttering and tapping his wand against his half-box half-loaf. I understand that you must be quite upset, she said almost gently. But the Ministry is making every effort to capture him. You mustn't think that he will be free for much longer. He felt mildly disoriented by the fact that she, who had been tortured into insanity in the future, was bidding him not to be concerned by the fact that Wormtail, whom he hoped would not be recaptured by the Dementors, had escaped. He blinked away the confusion. Yeah, he said after a few moments. I suppose you're right. He gave all of his attention to transfiguring the box in front of him for the rest of the class. It was difficult, even though he had been putting greater effort into transfiguration this year, both in the classroom and in the room of requirement. He, Neville, Hermione, and Luna had spent just last night attempting to learn the extremely difficult human transfiguration. Future knowledge did not help as much when it was not defense spells, and he was trying his best right along with them. Ron and Ginny had reported similar difficulties when they met with the others instead of Harry. Harry walked out of class, 5 steps behind Ron. They both loitered around the door, waiting for Hermione to finish her other class. There was much jostling out in the corridor as everyone else slowly filed out. They were all whispering about Wormtail. All were quite relieved that Professor McGonagall had reassured them that the Ministry was doing everything it could. "She's right, you know," Lavender Brown whispered to Seamus Finnegan. "The Ministry isn't going to just let him go free. Me, ma'am, says it's only a matter of time before he's caught," Seamus said confidently. "No one escapes from the Dementors." Ron snorted loudly. "Sorry," he laughed. "But Pettigrew already did escape from Azkaban. He's probably running around as a rat, and they can't even tell." Harry tried to hide his smile, but couldn't quite manage it. "Weasley, Potter." Professor McGonagall swept out of the room, carrying a large stack of books. "What are you two doing?" Waiting for Hermione, they both said at once. "Weasley leave," she said. "Do I need to remind you of the conditions your mother gave us?" "It's my day for Hermione," Ron said indignantly. She looked weary. "Fine then. Potter, get to your next class." Harry obeyed with alacrity, though he wondered what Professor McGonagall made of the fact that he, Ron, and Ginny shared their friends. She had to have noticed that Hermione spent 3 days of the week sitting with Ron and 2 with Harry. Neville spent 3 days with Harry and 2 with Ron. But she hadn't said anything to either of them, and Harry hoped that Mrs. Weasley did not know about this. What if she told Ron to stop seeing Hermione and Neville as well? His thoughts carried him all the way to Professor Octavius' classroom. He grimaced. He'd spent the last several days working on the vicious homework assignment the professor had given them, but he still felt as though it would not receive the best marks. He'd been alternating receiving an acceptable and exceeds expectations, but as they were set to translate more difficult runes, he felt himself slipping. Harry put his things beside his seat, pulled out his long translation scroll, and hurriedly made a few corrections. Daphne Greengrass joined him after a moment. "What did you get for Sahav?" she asked quietly. Before Harry could tell her, Professor Octavius strode in and summoned their scrolls. "Congratulations," he said. "You have completed the course of study for your 3rd year. As the exams are coming up in a few weeks, I will expect you to learn more runes. However, as I fully believe that revision should be done on your own time, I have decided to give you a small preview of what you will be studying next year." Hermione looked excited. Her face gleamed. Harry could see it from all the way across the classroom. Everyone else, who did not have her seemingly effortless skill, looked as weary as Harry felt. He found himself thinking, not for the first time, that perhaps he should have taken divination again after all. Ancient runes was a challenge that he had not expected. "Ah," Professor Octavius said. "I see that you, excepting Miss Granger, are as challenged by this class as all the other 3rd years who came before you. It is as I expected, although I can promise, as you will see in a few moments, that it will get even more difficult before it gets easier." Anyone care to hazard a guess as to why? Hermione immediately raised her hand, nearly knocking Ron in the head as she did so. "Professor, is it because we haven't yet learned the higher runes?" He nodded and permitted a small smile. "Indeed, Miss Granger. You have been working simple concepts. The names of animals, for one. Various names for inanimate objects you might find in a house or around a school. The difficulty you have faced in learning these are not merely because it is always a challenge to learn a foreign language. As I told you the first day, your own magic is being challenged as much as your brains." Harry knew that was true. Whenever he finished his homework, he felt exhausted, and he had to really push himself to practice the charms and transfiguration required by Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall. He knew now that Hermione's exhaustion last time, and this time, was not just caused by the fact that she was traveling back in time to attend more classes than any other student. Today, Professor Octavius continued. "I'm going to show you the runes that match the higher concepts. Some of them you will study next year. Some of them will wait until 5th, 6th, or 7th years." "Then why does he want us to see them now?" Harry thought, confused. "Why are we seeing them now, then?" Ron asked. Professor Octavius paused. "As I've already said, Ancient Runes is a difficult class. I trust you'll not believe me now. Some find, in their 4th year or their 5th, that it is simply too much. I believe that it won't be too much for any of you, but if it is, I suggest you seek out your head of house and ask to be placed in a different class." There was a rather sober silence. Switching to a different class was not something that many students wished to do. Harry and Ron had stuck with divination because they could not bring themselves to leave and join another class when they'd be an entire year behind. He eyed the velvety case that had just appeared on Professor Octavius' desk. "Come and choose," Professor Octavius ordered. Quietly, "You're to study them for the next hour. I would also like you to draw what you see, if you feel like you can define it. And no, I'm not expecting it. Please give your reasons for doing so. Take your time. There will be no unsatisfactory marks given for this assignment." Harry lined up behind Hannah Abbott. He grabbed the first rune he touched and took it back to his seat. He took out a piece of parchment and stared at the small slab of silver, upon which was etched a very complex rune. How was he supposed to define it? Daphne Greengrass looked just as mystified and more than a little annoyed. He glanced over at Ron's and Hermione's side of the classroom. Hermione was already drawing feverishly. Ron just stared blankly. "What am I supposed to be seeing?" he asked himself. Then, thinking that he might have it upside down, he turned it around. It still didn't bring anything to mind, so he shrugged and began to draw it. As he drew, he began thinking of Wormtail again. Where is he? Why is he apparently on his way to Hogwarts? For the first time in a while, Harry fully appreciated the fact that he had played a part in releasing Wormtail to the world once more. The man who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort and set his destiny in motion. He felt a little burst of pain at the thought. His parents whom he had always loved, and yet had never known. And Wormtail was also responsible for Sirius' false imprisonment. Sirius, who had trusted Harry without question, and was still haunted by what the Dementors had done to him. He'd spent an extra year and a half being tormented because of Harry. Harry stared at the rune again once he realized that he'd stopped drawing. It seemed to shimmer a little, and Harry blinked. He still had no idea what it meant, but he could figure it out once he completed the assigned task. He glanced over at Ron again, his quill hovering over the parchment. He missed being able to speak with him openly, and though they found time in the room of requirement, they were missing out on the more relaxed times. The twins and Percy were always with him, and Ginny during meal times and in the common room. And Ginny. He paid little attention to what his quill was doing as she popped into his thoughts. These past few months had been painful. The small amount of time they were able to meet was just not enough. Never enough. Because of the Weasleys. His stomach clenched. He had Sirius and Remus, and that was a very bright thing. But he missed Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and the way it had been. Sometimes it felt like a physical ache. He understood their point of view. He really did. But that somehow made it hurt even more. He thought about Always and Always, and the fact that Harry had burned bridges so badly with the Weasleys that he might as well have used Fiendfire. Harry wiped the sweat off his brow. He looked down at his parchment and felt a jolt of shock. The rune he had drawn somewhat blindly. He did not recognize all of it, but he saw with perfect clarity a shape that was very familiar indeed. He saw in the mirror every day, and there it was plain as day, the exact size and shape of his lightning scar, drawn in his own hand. Suddenly, he knew exactly what this rune meant, and why he had been so distracted while he had drawn it, and what he had been distracted with. "This rune means pain," he wrote quickly. "Emotional and physical pain." He left it at that. "Can't you take that thing off?" Hermione said peevishly. "No one's around. It's weird to talk to you when you're just a disembodied voice." Harry reluctantly pulled off his invisibility cloak. She was right. She, Harry, and Neville sat beside the lake on a sunny, summer afternoon, quizzing each other on charms. Everyone else was inside the castle, it seemed, but still, Harry had gotten into the habit of wearing it pretty much wherever he was, and he felt slightly naked without it. "Happy now?" he asked sourly. "Yes," she replied primly. "It's a good thing he usually wears it," Neville said. He lay on his back and held up a thick stack of parchment, Hermione's notes for the entire year, to block the sun. "You saw what the Weasley twins did to him yesterday." "I didn't actually," Hermione said distractedly. "But I heard." "Harry, you really ought to have told the professor." "Why?" Harry asked, very uncomfortable with the turn the conversation had taken. He did not want to talk with Hermione and Neville about the Weasleys. They had, thus far, been able to avoid it since the other two had reinforced their friendship with him. It was just the Jellylegs jinx. And I don't care. Hermione opened her mouth to say something, but seemed to think better of it. Ron was furious, Neville said. And so was Ginny. I think they're going to try to get them back somehow. I wish we could meet all together in the room of requirement again, Hermione said quietly. It doesn't feel right. Either we're missing you, or we're missing them. Yeah, Harry agreed. It felt very cold all of a sudden, and not as pleasant. Harry, Neville said. Something in the tone of his voice made Harry look up. Neville looked very serious all of a sudden, and Harry had the feeling that something had been weighing on his mind for a while. Is the secret that you and Ginny are, in love? Damn it, Neville. Not in front of Hermione. Harry wanted to shout. Not that he did not want to tell her, but this wasn't the right time. They were too young still. And something told him that Hermione Granger would not be as patient and willing to wait as Neville Longbottom. What secret? Hermione asked immediately. Harry felt the weight of her stare. Harry and Ron and Ginny aren't telling us something, Neville told her. Harry resisted the urge to silence him. Hermione would find it extremely suspicious, and any hope he would have of getting out of this without telling them everything would be gone. Not that I know how I'm going to deflect this. What do you mean? Neville, Harry said quietly. Neville ignored him. I've thought it since last year. When Harry saved Ginny from that basilisk. I thought it might be about you-know-who for the longest time. I asked Harry about it, but he wouldn't tell me what it was. But after Christmas, I started to think maybe it wasn't. Harry, Hermione said sharply, but Harry could not gather his scattered thoughts, and it seemed as though he was watching himself from a great distance. Now was not the time for this, and this was not the place. Harry said that he would tell me what it was. Neville continued relentlessly, but that I wasn't old enough. And then when we heard about what happened with him and Ginny, I thought that might be it. Why would he tell you that you were too young? They were now speaking about him, as though he wasn't there. You're a day older than he is. I don't know, Neville said uncertainly. I think you're right, Neville, Hermione said. She had a vague, unfocused look on her face. I've thought a bit odd, all along, ever since Christmas, anyway. Ginny told me that it wasn't, as bad as the twins and Percy obviously think it is. But why is Ron being so understanding? Neville shrugged. He still likes Harry, and they still spend time all together. Neville looked at Harry furtively. I saw them all come out of the room of requirement together a few weeks ago. Hermione's eyebrows slammed together. But Ron was going on yesterday about how stupid it was that he couldn't see Harry. Harry definitely felt chilled now, though he knew it wasn't due to the weather. Listen, so is it because you and Ginny are together? Neville asked him, and Ron knows. Yes, Harry lied desperately. He's lying, Hermione said incredulously. That's not it, Neville. That isn't even a secret anymore. The whole school knows what happened over the Christmas holidays. The entire sky seemed to darken at her words, and Harry eyed her nervously, before realizing that Hermione, powerful though she was, could not cause the sun to dim. He looked up and saw a bank of black, angry clouds rolling slowly toward Hogwarts. The temperature dropped another few degrees. Harry, Hermione said in a low voice. What is going on? Harry stared at her helplessly. She looked quite confused and more than a little angry. If he did not tell her, if he lied to her, something would break between them. Harry did not know if she would be able to trust him any longer. He opened his mouth, resigned. Ron and Ginny. But he was interrupted by the arrival of Ron's Patronus. It landed practically in Harry's lap. Pettigrew at Hogwarts. Whomping Willow. Dementors, it yelled with Ron's voice, and faded away almost immediately. Was that Ron? Neville said. Harry looked up at the sky. He should have known that the darkness and the cold were not natural. How many times had he been in a Dementor-infested area? Get back to the school, he ordered them. He'd stood up, and now he looked down on them both. Get back to the school right now. He did not wait for their response, but spun around and, leaving his invisibility cloak, sprinted toward the Whomping Willow. Was Pettigrew a rat or a man? Neither option was very good. A rat would be difficult for him to spot, and a man was vulnerable to the kiss. Why did he come back to Hogwarts? Snape suspected that the Confundus charm had worn partially away. But if that was true, then why was he here? Was he going to try to kill Harry? Harry! Hermione shouted. He looked back, and with a plunging feeling in his stomach, he saw that both Hermione and Neville were racing after him. What are you doing? Get back to the castle, Harry bellowed, but neither showed any intention of doing so. Ron, said Neville panted. Harry could barely understand him. He said, Pettigrew and Dementors. Harry wished that he had the Marauders' map with him, although he knew that Ron's warning had come because he had been watching it. If Pettigrew was transformed, then it would be almost impossible to find him before it was too late. He's an escaped criminal, Harry shouted behind him. Unbelievably, they were catching up. But Harry's limbs felt tight and sluggish. The Dementors were getting close. We aren't going to leave you behind, Hermione yelled. If you want us back at the castle so bad, come with us. Harry shook his head. An icy breeze blasted his face. They were almost there. He stopped. Stay behind me, he said softly. Hermione, do you know the spell to reveal an animagus? She nodded. If you hear anything at all, Harry continued. A scuffle, anything. Say it. Neville, he said in a louder voice. You're going to have to do the Patronus charm. You too, Hermione. But I can't, Neville said in a fearful voice. You've seen me. I only make mist. Harry reached over and shook him. Hard. Damn it, Neville. Do you feel the cold? That's the Dementors who've been chasing Pettigrew. You're going to have to do it. But I... Shut up. Think of a happy memory. You can't afford not to be able to do it. They stood in a very small triangle. Harry could feel both of them trembling, and he fought the urge to tell them again to leave. It was almost too late anyway, he thought as he saw the puffs of his breath in the suddenly frigid air. There was a slight movement to their left. Hermione squeaked, Anna Maravilio, before Harry had to remind her. Nothing happened. Pettigrew did not suddenly appear. False alarm, Harry murmured. Probably just one of Hagrid's creatures. And suddenly it was not a false alarm. The grass rustled off to their right, and Harry could hear frightened squeaking. His arm trembled. Whether it was from nerves or cold, he did not know. Anna Maravilio, Hermione said again, and Pettigrew spun into his true form, less than 20 meters away from them. He was whimpering and trembling. He sat down on the ground and appeared to be unable to move anymore. The Dementors were right behind him. There were so many of them that Harry felt a ripple of true fear. Incarcerus! Harry yelled, and Pettigrew was bound. Expecto Patronum. His father's stag burst out of his wand and charged the Dementors. They fell back, but there were more and more coming. Harry's arm trembled with the effort. Do it, Neville, Hermione! He ran forward, trying to reach Pettigrew before he could be given the kiss. That would ruin everything. Everything. His stag kept charging, but it grew weaker and weaker as it met with more and more. Don't fail me, don't fail me. Ex expecto patronum, he heard Hermione shout, but she sounded too afraid. She'd never been very good at this particular charm. It was the only spell she truly struggled with. Hermione, he bellowed, hoping she would take strength from it. He was halfway to Pettigrew when 10, no, more than 20, broke off from the rest and headed toward Neville and Hermione. Neville and Hermione, who had not yet produced a corporeal Patronus. He looked at Pettigrew, huddled on the ground, screaming. It was an easy decision. Harry halted, spun around, and sprinted back to his friends. Always and always. He could not protect them all, and Neville and Hermione came first. Distant shouts, the professors or Ron, he did not know, came from the direction of the castle. His stag followed him, and with a burst of energy, attacked. Do it! Do it! Harry shouted at Neville and Hermione. He did not spare a glance back at Wormtail. He had no desire to watch the man kissed, despite the fact that he had wrought so much evil. Yet as he watched his stag charging Dementor after Dementor, he saw a flash of brilliant light, another Patronus, out of the corner of his eye. He did not turn around, but stood as close to his friends as he could. They kept trying to charm, but neither one of them had succeeded in making more than mist. Please be Dumbledore, he thought. Or Snape. Pettigrew screamed again. It was abruptly cut off. Harry spared a glance and saw him running away. Another Patronus. He could not tell what it was, only that it was not Dumbledore's phoenix, Ron's dog, Snape's and Ginny's does, held off the Dementors as he scrambled away, jerking forward and stumbling, back the way he had come. Harry was weakening quickly. Neville and Hermione were now huddled on the ground at his feet, and his stag seemed to move in slow motion. The Dementors kept coming and coming, but Harry grimly held his ground. Not Neville and Hermione. Not Neville and Hermione. Not Neville and Hermione. He could hear screaming and a chill that gripped his heart, and knew that he was failing. A flare of silver light erupted before his eyes. Dumbledore's phoenix spun and swirled in a brilliant dance. More patron uses joined Dumbledore's. At that same moment, Harry's stag faded away. Harry fell atop Hermione and Neville, too exhausted to move, too drained to call up his stag again. He closed his eyes. Voices woke him. Never seen anything like it. McGonagall's voice. It's fortunate that Dumbledore happened to see what was going on, Professor Flitwick squeaked. They could have been kissed. What's the Ministry's take on this? Remus asked. They're taking the Dementors elsewhere, McGonagall said. All that, and they couldn't even catch Pettigrew. Evil bastard, Sirius muttered. So he's completely gone, is he? No trace. Not yet, Flitwick said. There was a brief silence. Then, it's lucky Potter knew the Patronus charm. I wonder where he learned it. I taught him, Remus lied smoothly. And it wasn't really a lie, Harry thought. His boggart was a Dementor. A Dementor? McGonagall said. I would have expected it to be you-know-who. Doesn't matter, Sirius said. I don't even like to think about what might have happened if he hadn't known how to do it. He would have been kissed, and his two friends as well. So Hermione and Neville were all right. Harry felt a warm feeling of relief that helped dispel the chill that had lodged in his bones. He opened his mouth to say so, and a large slab of chocolate was shoved in. Harry chewed and felt warmth that spread from his toes to the tips of his fingers. You're going to eat this entire bar of chocolate before you even try to talk, Remus said firmly. Your friends are all right. You held off the Dementors very well. I'm quite proud that you managed a corporeal Patronus, Harry. Harry kept eating. He opened his eyes and saw that he was in the hospital wing, of course. Hermione and Neville lay on the beds beside him. Ron sat beside Hermione's bed, looking pale and scared out of his wits. Ginny, next to Neville, stared at Harry. He could hardly take his eyes off of her. Do you think the Weasleys should leave now that he's awake? Flitwick squeaked. Harry finally looked away from her. No, Remus said firmly. None of them are alone together, and Ron and Ginny ought to be allowed to be here when their friends wake up. What happened? Harry said when he'd finally finished his chocolate. We were hoping you could tell us that, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said firmly. We were studying outside, Harry said quickly, for our charms test. And we decided to come back. It was getting cold. Because of the Dementors, Sirius said. They do that. Hermione stirred. Harry looked over at her and saw that her eyes were wide. She knew that he was obviously not telling the truth. Ron bent over and whispered something in her ear. A few moments passed, and she nodded. Hermione's awake, Ron said loudly. She'll need some chocolate, too. Madame Pomfrey immediately bustled over to her side and set a huge plate piled with chocolate shavings on the stand next to her. You're to eat all of that, Madame Pomfrey told Hermione sternly. No buts. You were saying, Mr. Potter? McGonagall raised her eyebrow. Then we saw Pettigrew, Harry said, and the Dementors came right after him. After that, I couldn't really tell you. I used the Patronus charm, and after that it's a bit of a blur, to be honest. He stared at Sirius while he said this, hoping his godfather would know that this was not the entire story. He appeared to understand, for he gave a slight nod. Harry wondered what the other professors made of Sirius' appearance. This was the first time they had seen him since he came out of Azkaban, after all. May I have some time with my godson? Sirius asked, as though reading Harry's mind. I never intended on meeting him in a hospital wing for the first time since he was 1 year old. Harry almost snorted. Sirius had probably never intended on meeting Harry when Harry was dead drunk and shouting at Voldemort at the top of his lungs either. McGonagall looked at Ron and Ginny, who did not look back at her. I cannot, in good conscience, leave them alone. Molly Weasley. I'll stay, Remus said quietly. And Madame Pomfrey will be here. Hermione and Neville went through quite an ordeal today. I'm sure that they need the comfort of their friends. But even when Flitwick and McGonagall left, he could not speak plainly. Hermione was making good progress on her pile of chocolate, but she stared at Harry like a hawk, despite Ron's best efforts to distract her. And Madame Pomfrey refused to leave her charges, especially when Neville woke up about a half an hour later. Harry could only exchange significant glances, letting them know that he had a bit more to tell them. Not much, just that he suspected Pettigrew had a wand. Wormtail had to have been the one to cast that Patronus. Ron and Ginny finally left when Madame Pomfrey shooed them away to go eat their dinner in the Great Hall. Remus and Sirius left soon after, probably to meet with Dumbledore and Snape, who had been absent from the hospital wing all afternoon. Harry suspected that they were looking for Pettigrew, and then he was alone with Neville and Hermione, with only Madame Pomfrey as a reason not to pick up the conversation they had been having earlier. Harry avoided their gazes and forced himself to eat more chocolate. The lights grew dim, and Madame Pomfrey retired to her office. Harry felt like leaping from the bed and escaping, but his legs were still rather shaky, so he did not. "Harry," Hermione said. Harry started. "Yeah. Thank you," she said. Harry looked over at her. She looked very serious, despite the fact that she was wearing a nightgown and had chocolate all over her mouth. "I expect I'll be practicing the Patronus charm a bit more." "Me too," Neville said fervently. Harry lay awake for a long while into the early hours of the morning. Where's Pettigrew now? He thought. He hoped that he was now on his way to Voldemort, but he could not be sure. Dumbledore had poked his head in some time after Madame Pomfrey finally went to bed. When Harry stared at him, hoping for answers, he only shook his head. So he and Snape had not found Pettigrew. He only hoped that the Ministry hadn't either. He also wondered when Neville and Hermione would ask for answers again. He knew that they would. They may be grateful that he had saved their lives and their souls, but he knew Hermione well enough that she would corner him, and probably Ron and Ginny, soon enough. He left the hospital wing before they woke up the next morning. He felt a bit like a coward, but he couldn't tell them just yet. Not until he'd spoken to the other two. He was not watching where he was going, and thus almost knocked Ginny over. He caught her, and she threw herself in his arms. "I was so scared," she whispered fiercely. "Ron told me what was happening, but the twins were being their annoying selves, and we couldn't leave the common room." "It's all right," he murmured. "We're all right." "Pettigrew?" she asked after she finally let go of him. He shook his head. "No idea. I have no idea what." And Percy rounded the corner. He stopped dead when he saw Harry and Ginny together, and Harry was desperately glad that he had not seen them hugging as if they would never let go. There was a long moment of silence, and Harry wondered if he was about to be hexed. Then Percy walked toward them. Harry stepped back. "The twins are coming," Percy said to Ginny. "Better not let them see you with him." Then he walked on, not sparing either of them a glance. Harry gaped after him, unable to believe that Percy Weasley had just warned them and had not said anything to Harry at all. He racked his brain, trying to figure out what this meant. Ginny looked just as stunned as he felt. "We have to talk," she said in a low voice. "I'll get Ron. Meet us in the room of requirement tonight. Wait for us. We'll be there." Harry nodded. They had plenty to talk about. Pettigrew, Hermione, Neville, Percy, so many complications that they could not have foreseen. Harry found himself, a little while later, wandering back to where he had left his invisibility cloak. It had been quite stupid of him to run off without it, and he'd felt uneasy since yesterday. He did not feel right without it, even when he was not wearing it. His gaze swept the patch of grass where they had been sitting 4 times before it really registered that the shimmering cloak was not where he had left it. He spent the next hour searching frantically in wider and wider circles, despite the fact that he was certain where he, Neville, and Hermione had been sitting just a day ago. He finally had to give up. He sat down at the edge of the lake and pulled his legs up to his chest. The fact that someone had stolen his cloak disturbed him a great deal. But what filled his stomach with icy dread was the thought of Ron's and Ginny's reactions. He had not told Ron and Ginny that the Resurrection Stone had been destroyed 2 years ago. He had not wanted them to know, did not want them to know until but they could not fail to notice that his cloak was gone. And Harry wondered how on earth he was going to tell them that he was going to die.
Thanks for being with us, Potterheads. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are, Chapter 19, Malfoys and Blacks.
Chapter 19, Malfoys and Blacks. Chapter text. You're sure that the Gaunt Shack is rebuilt exactly the way it was? Harry asked Dumbledore. And the enchantments are there as well? Yes, Harry, Dumbledore said. When he goes to check it, he will have no idea that it is lost. I don't understand why this is so important, Sirius said. Why go to so much effort to ensure that Voldemort doesn't know you've been attacking his Horcruxes? Because, Harry said, when the time comes to destroy him, I don't want him fighting desperately. Last time he unleashed fiend fire and killed almost every student in the castle because he thought that it would break us, stop us from fighting, and that we would give up if we knew exactly what lengths he was going to take to maintain his control. Sirius paled. He unleashed fiend fire on students. It wasn't a question. Harry nodded. It haunted him. The room of requirement was packed with people, and even though it had adjusted itself to the crowd, there was barely standing room. Harry and a Ravenclaw 7th year, named Nicholas Boot, had just returned from looking for the tiara. Harry nearly fell down the stairs when he saw that the remaining members of the Order of the Phoenix waited for him. The other professors, who had been with Harry when Snape rather dramatically exited the school, followed him. What's going on? Fred Weasley asked. We're fighting, Harry said. Voldemort knows I'm here. He knows that he hasn't got much time left. You've got to hold them off. I've got to search the castle. What's the plan, Harry? Arthur Weasley asked. Professor Flitwick has cast protections around Hogwarts, Harry said. But it won't hold the Death Eaters for long. Patrol around the school. Don't take them in an open fight. Not yet. Disillusion yourselves. What about the younger students? Hannah Longbottom asked. My little sisters are here. Neville put his arm around his wife. We're going to ask those students who are of age if they want to fight, Professor Flitwick said. Those who are too young will make their way out of the secret entrance that leads to the Hog's Head Inn. Harry looked around the room. Oliver Wood, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinnet stood in a tight circle near the twins. They would do perfectly. Any Quidditch players? Harry said loudly. He'd been out of school for nearly 4 years and didn't know who played for what house. But the young faces that made up Dumbledore's army, which still flourished despite the fact that the original members had long since graduated, told him that there was a good chance more than a few of them were at home on a broomstick. 10 others, besides Harry's old Quidditch team, separated themselves from the crowd. Listen, Harry said. I want you on brooms. You're to attack them from above. Dodge their spells the way you dodge bludgers. Disillusion yourselves and your broomsticks so they can't see you. We'll do it, Harry, Oliver said. His face was very pale. It's just another ugly team we're playing against. Harry nodded. Suddenly, he knew what to say. This is it, everyone. The big one, Fred said. The one we've been waiting for, George continued. Oliver managed to laugh. Harry pulled Fred and George aside once he saw that Oliver was barking orders. The younger ones listened raptly. Listen, I don't want you on the brooms. You know every secret passageway in and out of this school. Take some other students, and Neville, Hannah, and any other original member of Dumbledore's army you can find. Keep the Death Eaters from getting in that way. Does that include me as well? Ginny asked. No, Harry said shortly. I want you with me, Ron, and Hermione. So you can protect me? She smiled, but it was a bit dangerous. He had to choose his words carefully if he ever wanted to find himself in her bed again. No, Harry said. He bent and whispered in her ear. We're going to find another Horcrux tonight. I thought you might like to destroy it. She grinned. Good answer, Potter. Where are Ron and Hermione, by the way? Harry stood on his tiptoes and searched the crowd for them. Haven't seen them. They said something about a bathroom, Ginny said. Think they're releasing some tension before the fighting starts? Harry opened his mouth to laugh, but his scar hurt so badly that he feared that it would cleave his head in two. He opened his eyes and saw that he was standing in front of the gates that led to Hogwarts, murder in his heart. Rage gripped him. Potter had done the unthinkable, had found his Horcruxes. He must not be allowed to continue. He must be broken and defeated. Use fiend fire, he ordered his Death Eaters. Aim for where the students sleep. Kill them all. Bellatrix Lestrange laughed delightedly and lifted her wand before any of the others. Lord Voldemort looked at her approvingly. Of all his servants, she was the best. She never cowered from a task. She understood better than any of them that some things just needed to be done. No, he watched as the beautiful, destructive flames made their way to Gryffindor Tower and Ravenclaw Tower. The fire is like me, Voldemort thought. It purifies us from the unworthy. The screams began. No, no, Harry shouted. He was on the floor. Ginny held him down, her eyes wide with fright. No, fiend fire. He struggled to his feet, pushing past his old Quidditch team and knocking over Fred and George Weasley. He's attacking the students in their beds. But he knew that it was already too late. Are you all right, Harry? Sirius asked, concerned. Harry pulled himself away from the memory with effort, and was somewhat surprised to find that he was at Sirius' home in Godric's Hollow, and the summer between his 3rd and 4th year was waning. He was not at Hogwarts, and Voldemort had not just slaughtered an entire generation. Where is he? Harry smashed his hand down on the table. Damn it, how could he vanish off the face of the earth? He could quite easily, Dumbledore pointed out fairly. He can turn into a rat. As to where he is, I have no idea. I must admit that I am hoping he is in Albania. I am too, Harry said. But that seems like an awful lot like luck, and we all know that if something can F up, it will. We don't even know if Wormtail is dead or alive, and I have no idea how we're going to pull of resurrecting Voldemort without him. Damn it. Harry got up and strode over to the window, looking out into the night. He ignored the fact that Dumbledore and Sirius were exchanging glances. He knew quite well that he had been in a beastly mood since the Dementor attack and Wormtail's strange escape. They did not, however, know the reason for this. He still had not told Ron and Ginny that he had lost his invisibility cloak. They had simply not had the time for it. 3rd year had ended with a host of things to talk about, and the other two were too distracted to notice. Harry knew that the longer he put off telling them, the angrier they would be. Listen, Harry said. I'm sorry. I'm exhausted. That spell, they had performed the Fidelius charm on Sirius' house here in Godric's Hollow and at Grimmauld Place. Took a lot out of me. It was true. Harry was secret keeper at Godric's Hollow, and he had felt the vastness of the trust Sirius was placing in him. It was an astonishingly good feeling, but it left Harry exhausted and vulnerable. Dumbledore, the secret keeper at Grimmauld Place again, did not show any sign of it. I'm going to bed. Harry made his way to the comfortable room that his godfather had prepared for him. Not for the first time, Harry wished that he had been able to forego the annual stay at the Dursleys. He'd spent 2 weeks with them, exactly 2 weeks, and then Sirius had come to take him away. Harry had had a great deal of fun seeing the expression on their faces when they saw the flying motorbike. He stumbled out of his robes and into his pajamas and fell into the bed that was just as warm and comfortable as the bed in Gryffindor Tower. He lay awake for a little while, but soon he drifted off to sleep. The secret burned gently inside his breast. He did not know if he dreamed before he saw inside Voldemort's mind. He only knew that one moment he was awake, and the next he was in an old, grand house. His heart beating fast, he remained a passive observer. As soon as the pain in his scar released him from his vision, Harry opened his eyes. He was tangled in his sheets, and when he tried to leap out of bed, he fell to the floor. He was both elated and confused at once, so he lay there like a turtle for a few moments, his mind racing. Pettigrew had been there with Voldemort. The old Muggle man, Harry felt a pang of sadness, had died. Voldemort was probably turning Nagini into a Horcrux at this moment. Once he'd gathered his thoughts, he leapt up and raced out of his room, bellowing Sirius at the top of his voice. He did not know if Sirius was still awake, did not know how long he had been asleep. By the quality of the night, it had not been very long. He came to a halt halfway down the stairs when he saw Sirius poke his head out of the kitchen, looking very guilty about something. "What is it, Harry?" he asked in a rather jovial voice. Dumbledore appeared behind him. Harry narrowed his eyes. Tell me you haven't been discussing that completely ludicrous and stupid idea again. The other two remained silent. We'll talk about that later, Harry warned. There was no way Sirius was going to break into Azkaban to get Rookwood. No way in hell. But they had more important things to discuss at the moment, and he was just as glad that Dumbledore was here. However, my scar hurt just now. Sirius and Dumbledore looked shocked. What? Sirius said blankly. Harry nodded. It was just the same as before. Wormtail found Voldemort, and now they're both back and plotting to kill me. Is it weird that I'm happy about that? You're saying, Dumbledore began, that despite our fears that everything had changed, Wormtail managed it after all? Don't ask me how it happened, Harry said. He looked over at Sirius. Have you still got those tickets to the World Cup? We're going to need them. The World Cup, Sirius said. He exchanged a weighty glance with Dumbledore. Haven't you, said that you didn't want to go? That was putting it mildly. When the tickets had arrived 2 weeks ago, the Ministry was still attempting to make amends with Sirius. Harry had rather vehemently expressed the fact that he absolutely did not want to be anywhere near the Weasleys, even if Ron and Ginny would be there. But matters had obviously changed. Bartemius Crouch Jr. would be there, would already be fighting the Imperius Curse, and would soon be meeting Lord Voldemort. I've changed my mind, Harry said shortly. The grounds on which over 100,000 wizards and witches from all over the world were gathered to watch the Quidditch World Cup was just as packed and loud as Harry had remembered. Peddlers selling omnioculars and other magical paraphernalia were doing a brisk trade as he and Sirius wandered over to their campsite. Harry felt a great sense of relief that they appeared to be going in a completely different direction from where he knew the Weasleys to be. Still, he was quite shocked when he realized who their neighbors were. Luna Lovegood and her father, Xenophilius, were merrily roasting what looked to be marshmallows, although Harry couldn't be sure, as they were about 10 times the size of any marshmallows he'd seen in the Muggle world, over a small fire. They appeared to be having a friendly argument, probably about whether or not Crumplehorn Snorkax could be found in Sweden as opposed to Norway. He grinned. Hey, Luna, he said loudly. Sirius, who had heard a great deal about his blonde friend, looked around with interest. Hi, Harry, she said brightly. Hi, Harry said to Xenophilius. You must be Luna's dad. I'm Harry Potter. The unkempt wizard stared at him, with the one eye that was not pointed inward at his nose, gaping. His eye flickered to Harry's scar, and Harry began to feel slightly uncomfortable under his close scrutiny. Ah, Xenophilius said. You look exactly how I thought you would. You got the look of the Potters. I'm Sirius Black. Sirius extended his hand. Harry's godfather. It'll be quite the match, eh? He took in a rather extensive decorating. Everything from the tent to the cauldron was green. Rooting for Ireland, then? Yes, Luna said happily. How long have you been here, Harry? Just got in, Harry said easily. You? Oh, we've been here for a week, Xenophilius answered. Couldn't get any better tickets than that. I heard it's been a problem, Sirius said. We wouldn't have been able to get anything nearly this good if the Ministry weren't still feeling horribly guilty about throwing me into Azkaban without a trial. Yes, we heard, Xenophilius said. Horrible what they did. But I've always suspected, he said stoutly, that the Ministry is infected with Raxperts. They're small beings that cause the brain to numb and, though invisible, are able to do quite a bit of damage. I've got some charms to protect against them, but the heads of the various departments have refused my warnings time and again. Harry snorted, and Sirius barked with laughter. Luna and her dad did not look offended in the slightest. They spent the next several hours, after setting up their tent and returning to the Lovegoods with butterbeer and snacks, roundly abusing the Ministry. Sirius was so enthralled with the Raxpert theory that he invented proof of their existence, citing details of when he had been caught. When Xenophilius began to take notes, Harry suspected that the Quibbler would have another article about it in the next edition. Harry could not help but wonder what Ron and Ginny were up to at the moment. Was Hermione with them? He could almost see Mr. Weasley trying to light a match, his face alight with glee, while Hermione looked on, fondly exasperated. An image of the rune he had drawn last year during class flashed before his eyes, and he forced himself to turn to Luna and ask, "Do Crumplehorn Snorkax fly?" All too soon, Harry, Sirius, and the Lovegoods had a part. The Lovegoods continued on to their seats in the middle of the stands, and Harry loitered a bit, pretending to watch a particularly loud peddler selling his wares. He was, in reality, bracing himself. He found it slightly ironic that he did not dread seeing the Malfoys at all. "The match is about to begin," Sirius pointed out finally. "Let's go." Harry nodded, and they made their way to the top box. Harry forced himself to go faster than he was wont to do. They were already there. Harry's eyes sought them out against his own volition, and the gang of redheads was arrayed in the bottom row. Ginny was seated next to Ron. Harry grinned, despite himself, when he saw Hermione next to him, sitting awfully close. The twins were laughing loudly with Bill and Charlie, while their mother and father spoke to Percy in quiet voices. Mrs. Weasley had obviously used the extra ticket provided by Harry's absence. Sirius Black, Cornelius Fudge, said jovially, "So glad you could make it. And you brought Harry Potter. How excellent, truly excellent." "Hello, Minister," Sirius said pleasantly. "Thank you for the tickets." "Anything at all." Fudge waved his arm expansively. Harry repressed the urge to roll his eyes. No reaction from the Weasleys yet. Fred and George were probably making too much noise for them to hear. Sirius looked around for empty seats. Harry nudged him and gestured toward two seats that were close to Winky the house elf and, under an invisibility cloak, Mr. Crouch's son. They also happened to be the only seats left and right next to Lucius Malfoy. "What are you doing here, Potter?" Draco Malfoy asked sullenly. "I've come to enjoy the game," Harry replied, very conscious of the fact that all the Weasleys had stiffened at the mention of his name. "Who'd you have to pay off to get here?" "Father was invited by the minister himself," Draco scowled. "Is that right?" Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. "So are we. Lucius," he added pleasantly. "Cousin Narcissa, you're looking well." Harry did not like the dangerous undercurrents, so he resolved to sit between Sirius and the Malfoys. Sirius knew who was sitting in the supposedly empty seat next to Winky as well as he did. "What are you talking about, cousin?" Draco asked. "My aunt and uncle," Sirius said very slowly, as though speaking to a rather stupid child. Harry suppressed the urge to cheer. "We're your grandmother and grandfather, which generally means that your mother and I are cousins." Speaking of family, Sirius added cheerfully to Narcissa, who appeared as though she were carved from a piece of wood. "Andromeda, remember her? Your sister? Is doing very well. Her husband is a pretty great guy. I'm afraid I can't say anything like that of Bella, though. Azkaban has made her even more insane. And to think we all used to be one big, happy black family." "To much inbreeding," Harry said sadly, unable to resist. With the drama playing out between the Malfoys and Sirius, he could almost ignore the fact that the Weasleys were staring at him. "We're lucky to have escaped the madness, Sissy," Sirius said. "Yes, quite," Narcissa said, eyes straight forward. "Sirius Black is actually our cousin," Draco said, aghast. Harry heard Ron snort. Deciding that he had let Sirius play long enough, Harry sat in the chair behind Hermione. "Hi, Harry," she said. She smiled, though she looked apprehensive. Harry understood completely. "Hi, Hermione," he said. "Sirius, this is my friend Hermione. From school. The two of you didn't actually get a chance to meet last time." "Nice to meet you, Mr. Black," Hermione said politely. "Call me Sirius," he told her. "Mr. Black was my father, and he was a right old bastard." Sirius," she was taken aback. Harry couldn't blame her. "Do you know the Malfoys as well?" Sirius asked. Harry groaned. Sirius had apparently taken it upon himself to distract Harry as much as possible. "My cousin Sissy, her husband Lucius, and their son Draco. We've met," Hermione said cautiously. "Well, I met Draco anyway." She didn't mention that she had met Lucius Malfoy 2 years prior, and he had been rude about her parents. "How has your summer been?" Harry asked her, before Sirius could say anything else. "I'm surprised to see you here," he lied. "I didn't know you were coming." "So am I," Draco said. "Did your Muggle parents pay them to take you here?" He was obviously not confident enough to call her a mudblood, but the insinuation was clear, as was his thinly veiled insult directed at the Weasleys and their ongoing struggle for money. "Boys, Arthur Weasley said when Fred and George stood up. They reluctantly sat back down. Actually, Draco, Harry said, I'm a bit surprised that you're here, too. After all the stories that Sirius has told me about your Aunt Bellatrix. He let his voice trail away, then added, I'm actually pretty proud of the fact that the Ministry doesn't blame all of her relatives for being a murderous bitch. Obviously, they've come a long way since they threw my godfather in Azkaban without a trial or evidence. He chanced a glance at Ron. His shoulders were shaking with silent laughter. Then he fixed his eyes back on Draco. Come to think of it, Sirius stretched lazily in his chair. I was glad to hear that the two of you, Sissy, Lucius, were able to escape going to Azkaban. You must have been so pleased that they believed that you were under the Imperius curse. Yes, Lucius said. Harry saw that his brow was beaded with sweat. You should be sweating, Harry thought, grimly satisfied. And not because of Sirius. Barty Crouch is sitting right there, listening to every word. We were lucky that the Ministry was wise enough to know that we were innocent of the crimes of which we were initially accused. Luckier than me, Sirius grinned. Oh well, the Ministry figured it out in the end, thanks to Harry and his friends. At least he hadn't mentioned Ron and Ginny by name. The tension in the top box was so heavy that it felt like a physical weight on Harry's chest. Harry was proud of Sirius' indirect accusations toward the Malfoys, and he could see himself having quite the laugh over it with Ron and Ginny once they returned to school. But he had the feeling that it was about to get ugly. Haven't you heard Cousin Sirius? Draco's blue eyes were alive with malice. Harry saw Ron straighten up rather abruptly. He didn't dare look at the other Weasleys, but the tension had grown even greater. He drew his wand, but kept it against his leg. Shut up, Malfoy, Harry said quietly. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath, mindful of the fact that they were all currently sitting in plain view of the highest officials in the Ministry of Magic. Hermione squeaked. Draco was apparently too stupid to realize this. Or perhaps he was betting on the fact that he was untouchable. He doesn't know. Potter, he said gleefully. They're not his friends any longer. We all thought that Potter and Ron Weasley were close, but it turns out that Potter and the Weasley girl were fooling us all. I heard that. His voice abruptly cut off. His ugly smirk faded off his face once he realized that he'd been silenced. He finally realized that he was surrounded by people with wands who had every interest in hexing him in the next week. And judging by the look on all the Weasleys' faces, they were a word away from not caring the slightest that the minister was around. Control your son, he told Lucius Malfoy coldly. You just did underage magic, Lucius pointed out, though he had paled considerably. Right in front of the Minister of Magic. How are you in any position to make threats? Actually, I'm the one that silenced Draco, Sirius said easily. And I don't need to make threats, Harry said. I'm disappointed in you, Sissy, Sirius continued. His tone was still pleasant. You've managed to raise a very stupid son. I only hope it doesn't get him into trouble one day. My son is not. Back off, Harry said. He and Lucius Malfoy stared at each other for a long, intense moment. Harry was surprised to find that he had remained seated. He had better control of himself than he thought. He counted it as a good thing that he did not have his wand pointed directly at Lucius Malfoy's head. Malfoy broke the contact first, and Harry felt a thrill. He'd seen a bit of fear in the Death Eater's eyes. Lucius had learned a little early this time that Harry did not like to be messed with. Still, he felt an immense sense of relief when Ludo Bagman announced the beginning of the game. Don't think this is over, Potter, Lucius growled softly several minutes later. One more word, Harry whispered, and I'll tell everyone in this box that you were the one to plant the diary on Ginny Weasley. You might wriggle out of it with the minister, but the Weasleys already hate you and your son almost as much as they hate me. I wouldn't push them. You're just lucky that the older Weasleys were able to control their sons. Well, wasn't that interesting? Sirius said. The game was over, and so was the Quidditch match. As they approached their tent, Harry's body began to relax. For the most part, I had quite a lot of fun, Sirius admitted. The match was pretty exciting, too. You were brilliant, Harry said, grinning. Did you see the looks on their faces? Narcissa was trembling. She was so afraid of what you would say next. Did you take the silencing charm off Draco? Sirius shrugged. How could I possibly remember such a small detail like that? Harry laughed. Sometimes I see a lot of your father in you, Sirius said. Not always. You're just as much like Lily. But I think James would have been very proud of you tonight. Not only did you make a Death Eater back off, but you did it right under the minister's nose. Do you really think he'd be proud of me? Harry asked. Despite everything, he felt like he actually was 14 years old for a moment. That's a silly question, Sirius told him. Your dad was a bit arrogant, and he'd be almost intolerable knowing that he had a son like you. Harry felt warmth spread from his toes to his fingers, as if he had just consumed large quantities of chocolate after meeting a Dementor or two. He'd started to wonder if his parents would worry about how hard he'd become after seeing nearly everyone he loved die. I'm going to see them, Harry said. He lowered his voice, even though he rather doubted that anyone could hear them over the din the Irish were making. What do you mean? Sirius asked, perplexed. How could you see them? Priori incanitum, Harry said. They're going to come out of his wand. It won't really be them. Just shades. But they'll be able to talk and everything. I'm not sure if I'm really looking forward to it, or if I'm dreading it. Understandable. Sirius threw his arm over Harry's shoulders. I would try not to worry about it too much, Harry. I know you're going to, but there are a lot of things that are going to happen between now and then. And I want you to promise me something. What? Harry asked. Try to let loose a little, Sirius said. Have fun with your friends. You've been given an amazing chance to build new memories with them. There's not much I wouldn't give to have another 7 years at Hogwarts with your father, mother, and Moony. He added hastily when he saw the look on Harry's face, that I'm going to do what you did. Too much would go wrong. I'm afraid that too much has already gone wrong here, Harry confessed after a moment. What if I've already screwed something up? Wormtail, it's a pretty wild fluke that he's where he's supposed to be. I get chills just thinking about how close we were to losing everything. And about my friends. He paused. Yes, Sirius said. Harry took a deep breath. I'm going to tell Neville and Hermione what's going on as soon as the Goblet of Fire is lit, the night before my name comes out of it. I don't think it's wrong to think that I might lose them. We have been deceiving them for 3 years. I don't think you understand it from our perspective, Sirius said quietly. What you and Ron and Ginny have done, I had never heard of that kind of bravery and that kind of love. I know what you three had to go through to get back here. When our only other choice was to stay and live out the rest of our lives alone, it was the easiest decision in the world, Harry said. 2 surprises awaited Harry that night. The first surprise happened when they finally made it to their tent and saw who had joined Luna and her father. Ron, Ginny, and Hermione sat around the campfire, flushed with laughter. Harry stood in the shadows for a moment, just watching them, drinking them in. Harry, Hermione said. She was shocked to see him once he'd stepped toward him. Hello again, he beamed. How'd you get away? Mum and Dad were a bit flustered, Ron said. Luna found us after the match and told them that her dad wanted to give them a bit of a break. Once they'd made him promise to keep us out of trouble, Ginny added, they agreed readily enough. It helped that the Malfoys are staying near us, Ron said. I think they wanted us as far away from them as possible. Zeno, Sirius greeted the older man with exuberance, even though he had just met the man today. Should we finish our interview? Give the kids a bit of privacy? I don't know. We'll be right over there, Sirius said. Nothing will happen to them. I'll make sure of that. Hermione looked extremely confused. Luna, did you know that Harry was staying right next to you? Yes, Luna said. That's why I didn't tell the Weasleys. And a good thing, too, Ron rolled his eyes. He stood up from a log that had been enchanted to be a most comfortable chair. Harry hugged him. He did this partly because he was happy to see his friend without Mr. and Mrs. Weasley or his brothers hovering over him, and partly because he had to tell him something. Scar hurt. Wormtail with Voldemort, Harry murmured. Ron jerked back. Harry shrugged. Hey, Ginny, he said. She had grown even more beautiful than the last he'd seen her, not counting the little glimpses he'd had of her during the World Cup. The firelight played in her hair. Hey, Harry, she said. Are you sure this is wise? Hermione asked. Not that I don't like. It's good to have you here, Harry. But if the Weasleys saw us... They won't, Ron said comfortably. He leaned down and whispered something. Harry thought he might know what. In Ginny's ear. His suspicions were confirmed when she sat up, instantly alert. Harry gave her a very small nod. Don't worry, Hermione, Luna said. No one can separate Arthur, Guinevere, and Lancelot. Thank you, Luna, Hermione said waspishly. But the Weasleys were very upset today. Ron laughed. I forgot we didn't tell you yet. It isn't funny, Ron, Hermione said. I thought people were going to start killing each other. Sirius Black took the Malfoys down several pegs, Ginny explained. And then Harry took them down all the way. All four quickly explained what had happened in the top box before the match began. You should have seen the look on Lucius Malfoy's face, Ron chortled. He was dead afraid of Harry and Sirius. He didn't say anything at all, and left even before we did. That doesn't change the fact that your family was just as angry with Harry as they were with the Malfoys, Hermione said. They think you told everyone about, you know. Stupid of them, Ginny said sourly. Let me guess, Harry said. The twins didn't automatically confess that they'd told everyone about it in their quest to make me a pariah? No, Ron said shortly. Anything else? Harry asked. Hermione shook her head. We came up on Luna and her dad right after that. Let's change the subject, Ginny said suddenly. She had obviously caught the drift of Harry's quickly turning mood. It's been so long since we've all had a conversation together. Let's not ruin it. Harry climbed into the tent he was sharing with Sirius much later that evening after they had walked Ron, Ginny, and Hermione back to the Weasleys' camp with Zeno and Luna. He and Sirius had let them go on the last little bit without them. He'd done his best to create one of those bright moments Sirius had spoken of earlier. He hadn't been able to truly relax, however, worried as he had been about the Death Eaters attacking the Muggles again. He kept alert, but he needn't have worried. Harry awoke the next morning to discover that all had been quiet throughout the night. No Death Eaters having a reunion. No dark mark in the sky, terrifying everyone out of their wits. The second surprise. His most pressing worry for the moment was whether or not. Harry guessed not, as she had only grown more suspicious in the last few months. What had happened in the top box had only fanned her desire to uncover their secret. Hermione would be willing to wait another 2 months for Harry's, Ron's, and Ginny's confession.
Hello there, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we've got Chapter 20, The Hardest Task.
Chapter 20, The Hardest Task. Chapter text. Harry stared at Barty Crouch, disguised as Alastor Moody, and tried to pretend that he did not, in fact, have any idea that he was a Death Eater whose main goal was to offer Harry up to Voldemort. Harry had gotten used to being at the top of the list of most likely people to be murdered, so this did not bother him as much as Ginny seemed to think it should. What shook his self-control was the fact that Neville Longbottom was seated next to him, and Barty Crouch had helped to torture Neville's mother and father into insanity. It did not help that he now had to sit back and allow the Death Eater to place his classmates under the Imperius curse. It made him feel slightly ill. Would have been funny the first time, without knowledge and maturity. Now was ominous. Not that Crouch betrayed anything. He did not show the slightest sign of glee or enjoyment. No, he had nailed the role of Mad-Eye Moody. Gruff, paranoid, and no nonsense. Still, Harry took a deep breath when Neville performed astounding acrobatics. Ron was equally silent. Harry could tell by the set of his jaw, even from across the classroom, that he had the same disturbing thoughts running through his mind. Harry wondered if Ron and Ginny had hated the sight of Scabbers and Harry in the same room. Did they have that same sick feeling that Harry had now, watching Crouch control Neville? He suspected that they had. Your turn, Potter, Crouch called. He took a swig from his flask. Just in case, Harry tightened his obfuscamancy shield. He had no idea whether or not Crouch was a legilimens. It didn't seem likely, but he was not about to take his chances. He had spent the last 2.5 years creating and perfecting the difficult bit of mind magic, and he was finally satisfied that the spiral was complete. Even better, Snape and Dumbledore were satisfied. Ron and Ginny still had a ways to go, but as they would not be meeting Voldemort face-to-face in a few months, they had more leeway than Harry. The delicious feeling of not having worries or cares engulfed Harry. The Imperius curse was not one that he had experienced regularly, thank Merlin. It seemed to engulf him in a warm blanket. But that warm blanket would smother Harry if he allowed it to. "Jump on the desk," said the small voice in his head. And Harry swatted Crouch's control away. He may not be good at casting that particular curse, but his mind was stronger than Crouch's. "Well done, Potter," Crouch said loudly. "Did you see that? He fought it off." Harry managed a guileless smile. "Didn't feel much like jumping on the desk," he said. "I didn't know how I did it." "But you did," Crouch said. He was a very good actor, Harry thought. 20 points to Gryffindor. Everyone, you watch Potter. You can watch him fight it. Just look at his eyes. Hermione left Ron's side, where she was spending more and more time, much to Ron's delight, immediately after class. Harry stifled a groan. He loved Hermione like a sister, but she was absolutely relentless. And despite the fact that she was also suspicious of Ron and Ginny, Harry had the full brunt of her rather rabid thirst for knowledge. "That was excellent, Harry," she said warmly. Harry eyed her warily. "Thanks," he said. He had not forgotten how she had cornered him after breakfast. He would not enjoy a repeat performance. Just a few more weeks, he thought with both relief and dread. As soon as Dumbledore confirmed that the Goblet of Fire had indeed been confunded, and that the ripple effect had not extended to changing Voldemort's plans, they would tell them. "I'm pretty impressed," she added. She had that look in her eyes again. She was about to ask a leading question. Harry tried to head it off. "It's not that big a deal, really," he said evasively. "You ended up throwing it off. So did Ron. And Neville did, too. Not as quickly as you," Hermione pointed out. "Harry," she said in a very low voice, "you haven't been practicing throwing it off, have you?" "No," Harry said quietly. "But, ever since Pettigrew did it on me, I've been a little afraid of it. Seems a little funny, that's all," she said. "Pettigrew had you fully under, and it didn't break until, what was it you said? You got distracted." "Yep," Harry said. "Maybe I'm just stronger now." "But how did you get stronger?" she pressed. Not for the first time, Harry thought that Hermione Granger was too smart for her own good. "Hermione, please," he said. "My head hurts and I'm starving. Can we talk about this later?" She looked as frustrated as he felt. They were standing in a very crowded corridor with students streaming past them. It was not until Dennis Creevey jostled her accidentally and knocked the books out of her hands that she gave it up. Harry's heart was hammering inside his chest as he waited, alone, in the room of requirement. This was it. This was the moment. He had only minutes left before Ron and Ginny, and then Hermione, Luna, and Neville would come in through that door. There was a roaring fire in the hearth, yet his fingers trembled. He'd almost put it off for too long. Hermione had grown increasingly ill-tempered with him. Just last night, she'd refused to help him with his ancient runes homework. She was also speaking in secret to Neville. Harry knew. He felt a sort of morbid curiosity about what they were speculating about. The door cracked open and Ginny and Ron shuffled in, looking as sick as Harry felt. He wrapped his arms around Ginny. "Do you have the book?" he asked. She nodded and withdrew the copy of Memories Unbound that they had bought for her for Christmas during their first year. It seemed almost unreal that they were already in their fourth and about to tell Hermione and Neville everything. "Is it just me?" Harry murmured. "Or is time going by much faster this time around?" Ron shook his head. "I can't believe we're here already. By this time next year, Voldemort will be wreaking havoc," Harry finished for him. Ginny rested her head against his chest, and he stroked her hair. One good thing that came from this year. He and Ginny, by some miracle of their schedules, had much more time alone together. "All right, Ron?" Harry asked. He had the most to lose of all of them if this went badly. "Stop thinking about that," he ordered himself. Ron shrugged. "I'm more worried about this than I am about you facing Voldemort in that graveyard." "Thanks," Harry said dryly, though he understood. "That's a done deal," Ron said. "He takes your blood." "Tortures me a bit," Harry interjected. "Then challenges you to a duel." Ron continued as if Harry had not spoken. "You do your Expelliarmus bit, and then you scamper." "You're right," Harry nodded, grinning. "That'll be much easier than this. If you two don't shut up about that right now," Ginny warned. "Although I do see your point," she added after a moment. Harry kissed the top of her head, knowing that she'd only said something because she'd felt like she'd had to. Her humor was just as black as theirs at times. So, Ron said, just to clarify, we're still going with full disclosure. Yes, Harry confirmed. Except for the fact that I'm a Horcrux too. What if Hermione figures it out? Ginny asked. She didn't last time. Harry shrugged. Would that she had. And if she does, fine. But I'm not going to tell them. And I'd rather you two didn't either. I didn't even tell Sirius and Remus, remember? All right, Ginny murmured. All right, Ginny murmured. Dumbledore's in his office, Harry told them. He's ensured that he'll be alone for the rest of the night, just in case we need him. And Snape has the twins occupied, Ron interrupted. We know. Harry let go of Ginny and paced the floor. The room of requirement produced a thick, old carpet just for this purpose. It had faded patches, and Harry suspected that he was not the first to pace on it, his feet showing his worry of their own accord. His stomach clenched whenever he made a turn. We're here, Luna said brightly, and Harry's stomach made a steep dive, and he felt like he had the times he had fallen off his broomstick. Neville, Luna, and Hermione had obviously come together. They filed in, one right after another. Luna already knows, Harry told himself. At least we don't have to worry about her. Hi, Harry, Ron, and Ginny chorused weakly. Hello, Neville said, looking around curiously at the room. Instead of a large, empty area that they made use of to practice dueling and other spells, a series of cozy armchairs sat next to the fire. What's all this? Hermione knit her brows together. I thought we were practicing tonight, and we're all together. Harry licked his lips and nervously flattened his hair. Well, let's sit down. Yes, Ron said enthusiastically. He grabbed Hermione's hand and pulled her to the nearest chair. Funnily enough, Harry thought, it was just large enough for the both of them. Great idea, Harry, Ginny said. Once they were all seated, Luna upon a Japanese-style mat, Harry stared around at them. His throat had closed up tightly, and he could not think of anything to say. What's this all about? Hermione asked, breaking the silence. Are you going to tell us your secret now? Neville's mouth was slightly open. Yes, Harry said, relieved. Ginny, beside him, nodded. Hermione immediately sat upright. You mean that after all these months of dodging us, you're finally going to tell us? Why now? Why not then? Didn't think you were ready, Ron said quietly. Hermione bristled at this and turned to glare at him, but something in his eyes must have changed her mind, for she seemed to change her mind. Is it really that big of a secret? She asked uncertainly. Huge, Harry said. The biggest, Ginny said. There was another long moment of silence. Neville broke it this time by saying, Would it help you if we ask questions? I have a list, Hermione said. She pulled a piece of parchment out of her bag. I'm glad I had this with me. I almost dropped the bag off in the common room. Harry eyed it warily. That looks a bit long, Ron said. He squinted at it. And tiny writing. Neville and I have been working on it for a while, Hermione said defensively. We started it in the hospital wing right after the Dementors attacked us. Which brings us to the first question. How did you, Ron, know that Pettigrew was on the grounds? That's easy, Ron said, relieved. I have this thing called the Marauder's Map. It shows everyone on Hogwarts grounds and where they are. I nicked it from Fred and George a while ago. Hermione nodded. That makes sense, although I wouldn't expect them to be able to use such a complex enchantment. Fred and George are smarter than people give them credit for, Ginny told her. And besides, Harry said, it wasn't them that enchanted it. The Marauders went to school in the 70s. One of them was my dad, in fact. The others were Sirius Black, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew. They went by Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. I have a question, Neville said. Are you a seer, Harry? A real one, not like Professor Trelawney. Definitely not, Harry answered. Although, you'll be interested to know, she was the one who made the prophecy about Voldemort and me. Do you know what the prophecy says? Hermione asked. All of it. Harry, Ron, and Ginny stared at each other. Hermione, Ginny said. Neville, Luna, this is pretty much your last chance to back out. From here on out, we're going to tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear about it? It's a big responsibility, Harry said. There's a reason why we haven't told you before. Hermione and Neville both took a deep breath and nodded. Luna fiddled with her hair. Harry took this to mean that she understood. Harry wondered if they knew that their lives were probably going to change drastically. Maybe not physically, but Harry had a feeling that Hermione's worldview was going to be rocked when they told her that they had done the almost impossible. He was glad that Hermione had softened toward Luna. The fact that Luna had an intuitive grasp of ancient runes helped. Luna would help her. "Do you miss having a crown?" Luna said suddenly. "What?" Harry said blankly. "You know," she said, "you aren't a king anymore. Do you miss it?" Ginny laughed first, then Ron and Harry. When Luna started to giggle as well, Harry realized that this was why she'd done it. She wanted them to laugh. Some of the knots that had formed in his belly uncoiled, and he felt a great affection for Luna. Neville and Hermione joined them, albeit uncertainly, and Harry thought that things just might turn out to be all right. "Next question," Ron said. "You didn't answer mine," Hermione pointed out. "I know the whole prophecy," Harry said, "and it's basically this. I got to defeat Voldemort, and I'm the only one who can do it." Hermione, Luna, and Neville stared at him, eyes wide. "Oh, Harry," Hermione whispered. "Are you scared?" "Not for the reason you think," Harry answered honestly. "I know how Voldemort can be defeated." "Don't," Harry ordered when Hermione, Neville, and Luna flinched at the name. "Be afraid of his name. Anyway, I know what we got to do. What I'm afraid of is how many people are going to die before he can be stopped." "That's why you've been training us," Neville said slowly. "I know you told me that last year, but feels more real now?" Ron asked. "I know the feeling, mate, believe me." "Why me, though?" Neville asked. "I'm getting better, but you just need more confidence," Ginny said. "And try to get a better wand. I know it was your dad's, but wands always work better when they've chosen you. And we'll work hard this year. You'll start learning more spells." Harry thought of the time when all 6 of them had gone on an ill-advised rescue mission to the Ministry of Magic. He remembered thinking that of all the members of Dumbledore's army, he wouldn't have chosen Ginny, Neville, and Luna to come with them. But Harry had a clearer vision of them now, and he knew exactly what he needed to say. "Listen," he said. He stared at Hermione, Neville, and Luna in turn. "Trust me when I say that of all the students at Hogwarts, I need your help the most. I can't do this alone. You have a choice, you know. I'm not going to force you to help. You have a choice too," Luna said unexpectedly. "You could, I don't know, move to Australia or Russia," Neville said. "But you won't," Hermione smiled. "And we won't either." "I hope you don't regret saying that," Harry said quietly. "I hope we have a few years yet," Hermione said. "We don't know when he'll return." "Yes, we do," Ron interrupted, "which is why we waited until now to tell you. We know for sure when he's coming back. Thank Merlin. He's coming back on June 24th, Ginny said. "My name," Harry said, "is going to come out of the goblet of fire tomorrow. I'll go through all the tasks, and when I win, the cup is going to turn out to be a portkey. It's going to take me to a graveyard, where Voldemort is going to be resurrected." "What?" Hermione said. "How do you, if that really is the case? Why aren't you going to stop it?" "Stop it?" Ron asked. "We're not going to stop it. We've actively worked to this point. And trust me, it hasn't been easy. I can't believe. Are you telling me that you want you-know-who to come back?" "He has to," Ginny said simply. "Otherwise, he'll never be defeated. He'll always be a threat." "Explain," Neville said, his jaw clenched. "Voldemort has Horcruxes," Ron said. "He didn't die when his curse rebounded off of Harry because of them. He stuck bits of his soul. Believe me, you don't want to know how he did this, into a bunch of different physical objects. They keep him immortal," Ginny said. "Before Voldemort can be destroyed completely," Harry added, "they've got to be destroyed too. Otherwise, he'll always be around, lurking in the dark corners of the world, waiting for someone to give him back a body. Pettigrew is that someone. We wanted Voldemort's return to be on our terms, or as much as it can be," Ron said. He fiddled with his wand and jiggled his legs. Any minute now, Hermione, or possibly Neville, was going to ask how they could know all of this. "Voldemort's a right nasty bastard. We're the last ones to say that this is going to be at all easy." Neville looked sick. "That reminds me of the stories my other gran, my mum's mum, used to tell me about Koshich the Deathless. He was a Russian wizard who hid his death inside a needle, which was inside a fish, which was inside a bird. You get the point. And it's sort of like that. He's got his death hidden. Yeah, I guess, Harry, who had not really understood the historical reference, said. Except that there's more than one. Harry, don't you think you should tell someone about this? Hermione said nervously. Dumbledore could. Dumbledore knows, Ginny assured her. So does Snape, Ron said. We told him the first day of classes. Remember how you didn't think we were under the Confuzzle draft? We needed to get to them without causing suspicion. But the two of you were 11 years old then. Hermione said, how could you possibly have known all of this? Harry was living with muggles. Harry's palms were sweating. He wiped them off on his robes. We knew because we've been here before. We've lived this before. What? Neville said blankly. It's true, Luna spoke up. Arthur, Lancelot, and Guinevere traveled from the future. Luna, Hermione said. That's completely impossible, and you know it. Ginny pulled out memories unbound from underneath her robes. With shaking fingers, she turned it to the correct page and handed it to Hermione. Hermione took it automatically and stared down at it, bewildered. No, she shook her head. No way is this possible. It is, Ron said gently. Trust us. What is it? Neville asked. The Tears of Merlin, Hermione said. They're claiming that they used the Tears of Merlin to send their memories back. It's a fairy tale they couldn't possibly have. We did, Harry said. Neville, didn't you wonder why we were so angry at Lockhart for obliviating me? Ron thought he'd erased all the memories I had of the future. Even if this is true, Hermione said icily. Her expression was frozen in a horrible grimace of disbelief. She'd crossed her arms and legs so tightly that Harry fully expected to hear her bones snap. You just spent the last half hour telling us that you know how to defeat you-know-who. If you really do know how to do it, why didn't you just, I don't know, do it in your own time? Apparently, she thought her logic infallible, for she now looked a little smug as well as angry. We did, Harry said. We defeated Voldemort. Harry defeated him. Ron interjected. Then why come back? Neville asked. He was not as rigid as Hermione was, but he was still skeptical. They didn't come back, Neville, Hermione said. I can't believe that you said you were finally going to tell us the truth, and now you're telling us a bunch of lies. We aren't lying, Ginny said. Even if the Tears of Merlin is true, I can't imagine why you'd be that desperate. Oh yeah, Ron said loudly. Maybe you should ask yourself why you aren't with us. Everyone in this room, practically every damn person in this castle, died fighting Voldemort. You, Neville, Luna, our entire family. I'm not going to give you the whole damn list of everyone who died. We don't have the time. Try to picture everyone you love dead. Hermione, Ginny said, except for 2 other people. And yes, you're absolutely right. We are desperate. The price we paid to defeat Voldemort for the first time was far too high, Harry said. We lived like ghosts for 3 years after we lost all of you. Until Harry had the idea to go back in time, Ron said. Which I actually got from you, Harry said to Hermione. She raised her eyebrows. She'd softened a bit, but she was far from believing their wild tale. But wasn't I supposed to be dead? You were, Harry said. But I was thinking of you, and I remembered your time turner, the one you used to get to all your classes last year. How did you know Dash? I told you, Harry said impatiently. I've lived this before. So, I had this wild idea that we could go back and change things. We didn't listen to him at first, Ginny put in. We knew a time turner wouldn't work, and we told him that, but Harry wouldn't let it go. And then I remembered what you had said about time traveling and how time turners are the most reliable way. Which they are, Hermione admitted grudgingly. But mostly because the other ways are supposed to be impossible. Are still most likely impossible. Hermione, Neville said suddenly. I think they're telling the truth. Look, it explains everything. How they knew about the basilisk, why they were so hacked off at Lockhart, why they're so insistent that we train. Just today you were certain that they were seers. Hermione said, you didn't think that it could be explained any other way. You've changed your mind awfully quickly. It made sense, Neville admitted. But now I know the truth, and it's kind of similar, I guess. They weren't just foreseeing, they've lived through all this before. It's true, Luna said. Hermione looked at her scathingly. You'll believe anything, but she interrupted herself, eyes widening. You could tell her, but you couldn't tell us?" "She guessed," Ron said, smiling a little. "She knew right away." Hermione paused for a moment. The minutes ticked by, and Harry watched her apprehensively. He could practically feel her thinking. Her eyes were vague, though she kept narrowing them. He knew that she was not trying to put the pieces together. She was trying to find some argument that would shatter what they were saying. Harry could not pretend that he had not expected this. Once, Neville opened his mouth to speak, but she held her hand up sharply. She looked at them triumphantly. "All right," she said slowly. "If this is true, if you really are from the future, don't you think that it was a bit stupid of you to alienate the Weasleys again? They've made it awfully difficult for you to carry out your plans. And before you say that you and Ginny didn't get caught, last time, Ron told me ages ago that your parents were suspicious of you even before that. Why didn't you, I don't know, work a little harder to gain their trust?" "First of all," Harry said, "Ginny and I wouldn't have been caught together, at least not until after my 6th year, because we didn't get together until then. This time it's different. We've been in love for years and years now. And second of all," Ginny said quietly, "my parents loved Harry very much. He was like another son to them. Sometimes I think they liked him more than they liked me." Ron smiled a little sadly. "That's ludicrous," Hermione said flatly. "There's no way that people would change that much." "But they haven't really changed," Harry said. "They're protective of their children, they're loving and kind, and they'll do anything to keep those they love from harm. It's just, I don't fall under that category anymore. And there are 2 reasons for that, I think," Ron said. "The first, do you remember that stupid article? 'Don't trust Harry Potter. He might be some kind of baby Dark Lord, blah, blah, blah.' There was nothing like it where we came from. Mom and Dad had no reason whatsoever to worry. And so they were able to get to know Harry without worrying that he was going to go dark. And the second reason," Ginny said, "is that they've seen the changes in us. Dad said that on more than one occasion, and so has Mom. They think it's Harry's influence, and they're afraid that if we continue to be around him, we'll change even more. They're afraid that if Harry goes dark, so will we." "Not that that would happen," Harry said. Hermione stared at each of them in turn. She'd relaxed somewhat, and she looked utterly confused. Neville seemed to have taken the idea of the time travel better, but still, his brows were knit together as he stared at a point somewhere over Harry's left shoulder. "I'm sorry," Hermione said finally, "but I'm going to have to ask that you prove it. I just can't believe it without proof, and I have no idea how you're going to do so." "How about with a pensieve?" Ron asked. "We'll show you some of the memories we have." "And pensieves can't be hoodwinked," Hermione muttered to herself. She trailed off, and Harry could see that she was analyzing everything she knew about pensieves and objective memories. "All right," she said. "If you can actually show these memories you have inside a pensieve, then I'll have to believe you, mustn't I?" "Dumbledore's got one," Harry said immediately. "I could just ask him to." But before he could stand up and send a message by Patronus to Albus Dumbledore asking for his assistance, a pensieve and a small table appeared before them. "This is a pretty incredible room," Harry said. He wondered if the room of requirement had provided a completely different pensieve, or if the one in Dumbledore's office had suddenly gone on walkabout. He tapped his chin thoughtfully with his wand, and ducked when red sparks shot out of the end. He ended up giving Neville, Hermione, and Luna more memories than he had given Sirius and Remus. He put in the original prophecy as he had heard it in his 5th year in Dumbledore's office. He gave them a few bits from the original Dumbledore's army, including when Neville had produced his corporeal Patronus, and he also put in a few battles that they had successfully had against Death Eaters. He then skipped a large portion of time and showed them a brief picture of the aftermath of the battle, though he was careful not to show them their bodies, and the time Harry, Ron, and Ginny had decided to come back. Ron and Ginny also walked over to add their own memories, though Harry had no idea what they might be. It felt very solemn, almost like a ceremony, and Hermione, Neville, and even Luna watched them with a soberness that belied their age and Luna's nature. "This may take a while," Harry said quietly. Hermione gave them a long, searching look. She didn't say anything, but took a deep breath and dove into the memories. Neville and Luna followed immediately after. "What memories did you give them?" Harry asked as soon as the other 3 had disappeared. Ron shuffled his feet. I wanted to show her that Mum and Dad loved you, he said. She seemed to find it pretty impossible to believe, so I showed them all some quiet, happy times that we had, Ginny said, without being threatened by the war and Voldemort. And I showed them what really happened to Pettigrew. They were going to ask anyway. Harry sat, and Ginny immediately plopped down into his lap. He put his arms around her middle, and she leaned up against him. Ron took Harry's place and began to pace the carpet, looking at the pensieve and the swirling, silver substance inside it every few seconds. The dread he'd felt for what seemed like months began to seep away. There was no turning back now. Harry could not take back the words he had said, the truths he had told, or the memories he had given. It was done. It seemed to take a very long time before Hermione, Neville, and Luna emerged from the pensieve. Even Luna, who had known for quite a long time, looked ashen-faced. Harry could not tell what they were thinking. He could not even begin to guess what was going through Hermione's mind. "It's real," Hermione finally whispered. She burst into tears. Ron was at her side in seconds, and he hugged her. She buried her face and kept sobbing. Harry had no idea why this was so upsetting to her. He thought she'd be screaming at them for lying to her for these past few years. "I still don't really understand," Neville said. "I kind of hope that I never have to." "Me too," Harry said fervently. "Hermione, are you all right?" "Of course I'm not all right." Hermione pulled back from Ron. "I thought you were lying." "I didn't." "Doesn't matter," Ron said. "You believe us now." Harry thought she might be a little afraid of the battles in her future. He did not blame her. "You don't have to fight, you know. Any of you. I know. Believe me, I know how dangerous it might get. And if you think you might want to step back," Ginny said, "we certainly won't blame you." "I think a Raxbird has gotten a hold of Guinevere and Arthur," Luna said dreamily. "Possibly several of them." Hermione mopped her eyes on her robes. "You know what, Luna? I think you're right about that." Harry gaped at her. "They're being pretty stupid," Neville agreed. Harry said. "Listen." "No, you listen," Hermione said. "Obviously, you need a few things explained to you. You came back for us." Harry had heard this before from Sirius, but he didn't know why everyone was so shocked and grateful. He was dragging them one by one into a war with the most evil wizard who had ever lived. He needed their help. All of them. They were putting themselves at risk. It was certain that they would be placing themselves in mortal peril. He was going to do everything he could to save them all, but that did not change the fact that they could die again. He told them this. "We realized that, Harry," Hermione said. "You just shown us, but you could have stayed in the future. Instead, you came back for us. We'd do it again in a heartbeat," Ron informed her. He was making absolutely no effort to disguise how much he loved her. "So don't feel like you owe us or something. That's not how love and friendship work," Hermione said softly. "I suppose it isn't," Ginny said. Harry still did not quite understand it, but he heaved a huge, heartfelt sigh of relief anyway. "Thank you," he said. "We thought you'd be angry," Ron said, still staring at Hermione. "Don't be thick, Ron," Hermione said waspishly. "Now, Harry, do you know what this terrible power is?" Harry shook his head. "Not really. At least I don't think I do." She nodded. "All right, I'll start doing research immediately. While she indicated herself, Neville, and Luna, are practicing, you will too. All three of you," she said sternly. Harry, Ron, and Ginny grinned at the bossy tone in her voice. "We can order more books from Flourish and Blots, or maybe we can get some out of the restricted section in the library. And you're going to keep learning spells until we've got the right one." Harry said. "You wanted my help," Hermione said impatiently. "And you just said that you don't know what the terrible power is. Maybe you've got to look for it." "She's probably right," Ginny said. Hermione's face was alight with excitement. "And Dumbledore will probably have some ideas." Despite himself, Harry could not help but feel a small, unfurling hope. Maybe there was something like the Hallows, a safe way to ensure his survival. He would never, ever make a Horcrux, but he was the last person to say that he knew everything about magic. He might not have to die. "I've got them counted, Hagrid," Charlie Weasley said warningly. Harry could not blame him. Hagrid was eyeing the dragon eggs with longing. He choked back a laugh. The disillusionment charm made him invisible and did not cause the others around him to go deaf. Hagrid groaned. He tore his eyes away from the large eggs, and instead turned to look at the Hungarian horntail. "She's a real beauty," he said softly. Charlie nodded. "We almost didn't bring her, you know. We didn't know there would be a fourth contestant. Say, Hagrid, are you still friends with Harry Potter?" Hagrid's chest swelled out. "Aye," he said importantly. "See, I'm at least once a week. He likes to come by for tea. Do you know why he put his name in the goblet of fire?" Charlie asked. Harry began to look for escape routes. It had been very stupid of him to think that his name would not come up. Was it just for attention, do you think? "He said he didn't do it," Hagrid said. Charlie eyed him skeptically. "You really believe that? I think you might be the only one. Everyone's been yammering about it since Rita Skeeter's article came out." Harry felt a swell of fury when he remembered that article. He'd refused to have any sort of interview with her, hoping that she would not have enough fodder for a story. Instead, she made up facts and managed to paint him as some mad, attention-hungry little boy. Not only that, but she'd taken the opportunity to bring that first article up, the fact that he was a Parseltongue, and the series of adventures he'd had during the last few years. Fortunately, she'd left out any mention of the Weasleys, though Harry feared that it was only a matter of time. If Hermione's plan didn't work. "Rita Skeeter's a real cow," Hagrid said. "Harry's a good boy, and if he says he didn't put his name in the goblet of fire, then he didn't." "I'm not so sure about him being a good boy, Hagrid," Charlie said. "You're a teacher. You must know what happened with him and my little sister." "Didn't say he was perfect," Hagrid said. "Maybe he lost his head and did something stupid, but I don't think he meant to hurt Ginny. And I have to say it's right sad to see Harry without Ron. They used to be as thick as thieves." "Mum and Dad have other concerns, and I think they might be valid," Charlie said. "Hagrid, aren't you at all worried about how Potter might turn out?" "Nah," Hagrid said immediately. Harry was poised on the verge of fleeing, and yet wanted to hear Hagrid defend him. He listened closely, suspecting that Hagrid had forgotten that Harry was there. "Harry Don have an evil bone in his body." "You sound like Percy," Charlie said. "But Mum and Dad reckon that they don't want Ron and Ginny anywhere near him if he exhibits his terrible power. I think your Mum and Dad need to remember who it was that went into the Chamber of Secrets and saved their daughter," Hagrid said stubbornly. "They remember that perfectly well," Charlie said. "But that doesn't mean that they have to allow Harry to do whatever he wants with Ginny." Harry did not feel the need to listen anymore. He walked quietly back through the forest and up to the castle. Once he caught himself dwelling on a conversation too much, he pushed it firmly away. He'd decided a while ago that he could not allow his feelings to cloud his judgment, and he had come far, far too close to jumping on Charlie and dragging him to the nearest pensive and showing him exactly why he was to be trusted. He focused instead upon the upcoming task. He was reasonably confident, at least he wasn't nearly paralyzed with fear as he had been last time, that he would manage to get past the dragon. He'd been practicing on his firebolt every day for the last several months, after all, and his flying skills were still with him. He'd been toying with using some of the new spells in his arsenal that Hermione had insisted he learn, but thought it best to go with what he knew would work. He finally climbed into his bed that night, utterly exhausted. It was past midnight, and not only had he gone with Hagrid to take a look at the dragons, but he'd spent the 3 hours prior in the Room of Requirement learning a particularly difficult charm that turned a section of the ground into quicksand, presumably to be done under a Death Eater's feet, but it had been Ron that he'd been practicing on. Harry was certain that it had nothing whatsoever to do with any terrible power that he might have, but it was a handy spell to know. The next few days sped by, much to Harry's relief. He'd managed to warn Cedric Diggory about the dragons without Crouch listening in. His habit of using the disillusionment charm outside of class, the heckling from the other students was just as bad this time around, had also served to allow him to avoid the Death Eater's help. "Are you nervous?" Hermione whispered at breakfast on the day of the task. Harry took the time to consider her question. "Muffliato," he said, once he decided to go with the truth. "About the dragon?" "A little. Not as much as I was last time. I thought I was going to lose my head and start hexing people before I even got to the task." She laughed. "But I'm a little nervous of things going sideways this year," Harry said. "We're really lucky that we're at this point. Remember Pettigrew?" "Hard to forget almost having my soul sucked out by Dementors," Hermione said dryly. and Sirius is still planning to break into Azkaban and retrieve Rookwood, Harry said darkly. He doesn't seem to understand that I won't let him. That plan has about a 1 in a million chance in succeeding. Hermione didn't reply. It was with no small amount of indignation that Harry realized that she'd turned on him too. She was supposed to be the sensible one. She'd always try to talk them out of their mad schemes before. It was enough that Ron, Ginny, and Sirius had told him that he was being unreasonable just 2 days before. Don't say a word, he warned her. I wasn't going to, she said calmly. Then, I found another few spells that you might find interesting. Iliota's causes a windstorm, and it looks remarkably difficult to break free of. Also, I found mention of a spell that will turn someone into smoke for a while. I don't know, said Harry, though he was intrigued by the smoke idea. Somehow I don't think that's terrible enough. She glared at him. It's been less than a month, and you're already arguing with me? You promised you'd do this. I will, Harry assured her quickly. I think the new hexes I've learned are going to be useful. Merlin knows that I need all the help I can get. If not with Voldemort, then with other Death Eaters. But how do you expect to find the terrible power if you don't look for it? Hermione said severely. We've got to try everything. Harry sighed. You're right. He cast around for a change of topic, but found that he did not need one, as Professor McGonagall hurried over to him. He quickly ended the charm he'd cast that had ensured his and Hermione's privacy. It's time, Potter, she said. She was rather pale. You're to meet the champions now. Harry followed her out. He glanced back once to see Ron giving him the thumbs-up sign, and Ginny mouthing, I love you. He winked at her. Thankfully, the twins were busy with their breakfasts and did not notice this. If Harry had wondered if he would draw the Hungarian horntail again, he soon found out that some things remained the same, and this was one of them. He glanced around at the slightly panicked look on Fleur's, Crumb's, and Cedric's faces. Their fear seemed to steady him. You're going to be fine, he wanted to tell them. Especially Cedric, though Harry had different reasons for this besides just the dragon. Air, you're staring at me. Potter, Cedric's voice broke into his thoughts. As Harry had just been remembering the body he had taken back with him from the graveyard, this startled him. Oh, Harry said, managing a weak grin. Sorry, just nervous. That's all right, he said, with a grimace that was obviously meant to be an answering smile. The minutes passed, and Harry found himself alone in the tent. Summon the firebolt, get the golden egg. Summon the firebolt, get the golden egg. Summon the firebolt, get the golden egg, he chanted to himself. He gripped his wand with slightly sweaty palms. He walked into the enclosure that held the Hungarian horntail feeling, despite his pounding heart and damp hands, a lot more confident than he had. He did not hesitate, but thought as hard as he could about the firebolt in his dormitory and shouted, Accio, firebolt. Do you even know how to fly, Potter? Malfoy shouted gleefully. The Slytherins all laughed appreciatively. Harry thought it might have been better when absolute fear had silenced the crowd. He kept his eyes fixed grimly at the point where his broom would appear. Moments later it had. He leapt onto it and pulled it up to a dizzying height, and then swooped back down toward the dragon. He flew around it in tight circles. Bursts of flame shot out at him, but he rolled and dived, drawing the horntail's attention from its eggs. The cheers were deafening, but Harry ignored them. Come on, he thought as he sent his broom in a tight spiral, away from the fire. The horntail spread its wings, and Harry pushed the firebolt to its top speed. The ground rose up to meet him, and there it was, the golden egg. He grabbed it and made a sharp turn. I didn't even get hurt this time, he thought, satisfied.
Hello there, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we've got Chapter 20, The Hardest Task.
Chapter 21, Interrogations. Chapter text. Harry's Ancient Runes homework was giving him a headache behind his right eye. It throbbed with increasing intensity. He did not know whether this was due to the effects of studying the ancient mode of writing or the fact that he'd gotten very little sleep the night before. But they weren't just studying it anymore. As Professor Octavius had warned the year before, the class had grown increasingly difficult. Now, they were expected to use the spells they were learning in their other classes. Harry took off his glasses for a moment and rubbed his eyes with his knuckles. Why didn't Hermione tell us about this last time? He asked himself. He wished he'd had some inkling that the class would kick his arse. Not that it hasn't helped, he admitted grudgingly. Professor Octavius had told them that their skills would increase, and they had. In his weaker moments, Harry just wasn't sure if it was worth it. He groaned and stared down at the rune, cut into a block of wood again. It meant to summon, although, as Harry had learned, runes could mean several different things, and he was to practice his summoning charm while he looked at it. He did not really understand what this was to accomplish. His efforts thus far did not appear to do anything. He'd summoned a few bottles of ink, a cushion from Armchair, and Crookshanks with ease, but that was nothing new. And now he had to write half a foot about the supposed changes. Accio bag, Harry said wearily, pointing his wand to Hermione's overflowing bag. It zoomed toward him. Still haven't figured it out? Hermione said smugly. She'd had an epiphany about an hour ago, and had already filled an entire scroll. No, Harry said grumpily. There's no difference. Professor Octavius hates us. I'm certain of it. So does Trelawney, Neville groaned. Stupid dream diary. I never even remember my dreams. How does she expect me to make predictions? Just make them up, Harry advised him. Predict your own death every day. She'll give you full marks for that. Hermione looked scandalized. Don't listen to him, Neville. Besides, you should have dropped divination like I did. Way useless class. I couldn't, Neville said sadly. I didn't have another class to keep my schedule full. My Gran would kill me if she thought I wasn't taking my education seriously. I wish I'd taken ancient runes. No, you don't, Harry told him. The pain isn't worth it, trust me. That reminded him of that stupid rune the professor had made him draw at the end of last term. It felt like it was haunting him. He saw it in his dreams. He couldn't remember the dreams, but he woke up feeling strangely sad. Sometimes he had to blink away the vision of the lightning bolt nestled among other strange patterns. Muggle studies, then Neville said. He lowered his voice. You could have warned me that divination would be terrible. We tried to get you to join us, Harry pointed out. You're the one who, never mind. I'll help you with the dream diary. I can't do anything about ancient runes, unless Hermione wants to tell me what it is she's figured out. He looked at her hopefully. She grinned and shook her head. I know it's awful of me, she said. She did not appear to care very much. Harry could not help but notice that her eyes sparkled with glee. But I'm rather enjoying the fact that there are some things you don't know. Thanks, Harry said sarcastically, though he smiled back at her. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. He understood that, while Hermione was jesting a little, there was also truth to what she said. It had been Ron that had pointed this out long ago. If she's not angry that we lied to her, Ron said, she'll probably feel insecure that we're better at magic than she is. Harry glanced at Ginny uncertainly. It was true. When they sent their memories back, they would have all the skills and knowledge that they had accumulated over the years. Harry had not quite thought of it this way. He was so used to just assuming that Hermione was better than them, except in certain cases, that it hadn't even crossed his mind that this might no longer be the case. She'll still be smarter than we are, Ginny said. Intelligence and skill are two different things. They had planned to reassure Hermione at every turn that they needed her bright mind, but Harry's and Ron's difficulties with ancient runes did that for them. It also helped that Hermione almost daily witnessed the fact that Harry had a struggle to be able to perform the advanced defensive and offensive magic that she had ordered him to learn. Harry, Neville said, do you think I should die from falling out a window on the first day of the month or the second? I'd work your way up to the bigger tragedies, Harry advised him. Start off a bit smaller, like maybe you'll have your leg cut off, or I don't know, get trapped in quicksand. We're practicing again tonight, Neville said, and Ron said he wants to learn that quicksand spell. See, Harry said, beaming. It might even be true. Neville laughed. They spent the next hour inventing increasingly unlikely tragedies. Harry could not fully enjoy it. Last time around, it had been him and Ron that had faked their way through an assignment. They weren't taking divination again, but still, it would be nice to have a laugh with his best mate, and brother-in-law in the common room. Harry, Hermione nudged him. She was watching him carefully, and Harry suspected that she knew that his mood was shifting. I want you to watch something, she said. Harry said. He was glad that she did not try to talk about Ron and Ginny and the situation with the Weasleys, but felt like it was an explosion waiting to happen. She had become increasingly upset in the last few weeks, ever since the dragon task, and Harry sometimes thought that she would hex the twins. He glanced over at where Fred and George were sitting, heads together, obviously trying to figure out how to collect their gold from Ludo Bagman. Was she going to jinx them right now? Don't worry, Hermione rolled her eyes. I'm not going to do anything rash. But if they say one more thing, at least they're only talking about me putting my name in the goblet of fire, Harry said quietly. They aren't even being mean. This was perfectly true. Fred and George, though annoyed that Harry had gotten past the age line when they had sprouted beards, seemed to have regained some respect for Harry. Harry thought the scene with the Malfoys in the top box had something to do with it. George had broken the months of silence the other day to ask, stiffly, if he'd thought about joining the Quidditch team next year. Hermione snapped her fingers right in front of her eyes. Watch that ink bottle over there, she ordered. She then placed her wand on the table. She held up her own rune and focused on it. Accio ink. The small bottle jumped toward her a little and toppled over. Harry gaped. Wandless magic? Hermione smiled. You know it's possible. Of course Harry knew it was possible, but they weren't to learn even the basics of it until their 7th-year Newt-level classes. Harry, who had left after his 6th year to hunt Horcruxes, had never learned it. So, he said, that's what knowing runes can do. You can learn to use magic without a wand. It's one of the reasons why runes are important to learn, Hermione said. But it's tremendously difficult, and the more difficult spells are almost impossible. From everything I've heard, wandless magic is useful, but only up to a point. You got to really be focusing on it. Frankly, using a wand is so much easier. But if you're ever without a wand... Harry let his voice trail away. He began practicing again with renewed vigor. The first few times he tried it, nothing happened. The headache built again, but he ignored it. The third time he whispered, Accio ink, he saw it move. Very good, Harry, Hermione said. But you've got to write the essay now. We're meeting tonight, remember? I really wish I'd taken ancient runes, Neville said mournfully. Hermione shrugged. Like I said, spells are a lot stronger when you've got your wand with you. But still, Neville said, I reckon it's useful. Harry ignored the argument for the most part, though he found himself listening to Hermione and using her words to flesh out his essay. He thought she might suspect what he was doing, because whenever he stared down at it in silence, thinking about what he would write next, she would then tell Neville something else. I'm done, he finally said, so loudly that several first years near him jumped out of their seats. And about time, Hermione said, glancing down at her watch. We were supposed to meet, Luna 5 minutes ago. They packed up their bags and hurried through the portrait hole. Harry, who was always aware of when Ginny was in the room, was glad that she and Ron were somewhere else. Preoccupied though the twins were with their financial problems with Ludo Bagman, they would not have failed to notice all 5 of them leaving within minutes of each other. Harry paused for a moment to place the disillusionment charm on himself. Why do you still do that? Hermione asked waspishly. Habit, Harry shrugged. Ron, Ginny, and Luna were waiting for them by the time they skidded to a halt, threw open the door, and entered the room. Harry immediately focused on Ginny, and his eyes narrowed with concern. She was very pale, and her eyes were huge with worry, though he had no idea why. He looked over at Ron and felt his stomach drop. Ron looked just as afraid as Ginny. What's wrong? He said sharply. He broke the enchantment, so he would become visible again. Nothing, Ginny said shakily. She was lying. Is it your parents? Harry asked. Have they found out that you and Ron are still hanging out with me? No, Ron said. The tips of his ears were bright red. It's nothing, Harry. You're lying, Harry said incredulously. You think I can't tell when you're lying? I've known you for 20 years. Hermione, Neville, and Luna all looked at each other nervously. Harry's brows slammed together. The looks on their faces told him that whatever was wrong with Ron and Ginny, they knew it too. Listen, Ron said when Harry glowered at him. It isn't anything you need to worry about. Harry continued to glare at him for a few more moments. He had a strong suspicion that this was about the Weasleys. He glanced at Ginny and decided that whatever it was, he didn't particularly want to know, despite the fact that he'd promised himself repeatedly to stop worrying about it. They kept cropping up in his thoughts. Like when he'd hex Malfoy in the corridors for tormenting a few first years, he'd wanted to have a laugh about it with the twins. And when he'd had a huge row with Sirius about breaking into Azkaban, he wanted to talk to Arthur and Molly. They would have helped him persuade Sirius that it was the wrong thing to do. It was too dangerous. "All right," Harry said finally. Ron looked uncertain, as if he could not believe that Harry would give a rest. "Good," he said. The silence swelled uncomfortably for a few moments, and Harry could see that Ron was casting around, trying to think of a way to break it. Good. Nice disillusionment charm. Why didn't you use your cloak, though? Just practicing?" "Shit. Harry said. He did not know how he could get away from this. He did not want to tell an outright lie to either Ron or Ginny. He felt bad enough for not telling them sooner. "Harry hasn't used his cloak all year," Neville said. Ron and Ginny had not been around him enough in the corridors to know this, which was why they had not noticed it missing. "He's been using that charm instead." "Why?" Ginny asked quietly. "If you have the cloak, why disillusion yourself?" Harry was cornered, and he knew it. He took a deep breath. "The cloak, it went missing at the end of last year. I left it on the shore of the lake when Pettigrew and the Dementors turned up, and when I went back for it, it wasn't there." "What?" Ron roared. "What are you talking about? It wasn't there?" Hermione, Neville, and Luna all jumped back. They did not understand why this was of such vast importance. Harry couldn't even look at Ginny. "It wasn't there," Harry repeated. "Look at me, Harry Potter," Ginny said. She was furious. "When, exactly, were you going to tell us this?" He obviously wasn't going to. Ginny. Ron's face was bright red with anger. "Yes, I was," Harry said loudly. They both glared at him. I promise," he said. "Right," Ron said. "Although, I bet you were just waiting for us to work it out by ourselves. And I think I know when... "No," Harry yelled. "You've got it wrong. Then explain why this is the first I've heard of it." Ginny screamed at him. "If you were actually planning on telling us, you would have done it already." "I was hoping to tell you after I'd found it again," Harry said fiercely. It wasn't even fully a lie. He planned on looking for it, hoping he'd find it again. "What are you doing to find it?" Ron asked. "How are you going to find an invisibility cloak?" Ginny bit off. "It won't work correctly for anyone who isn't a Potter," Harry said. "You know that. So what were you planning to do?" Ron said scathingly. "Walk around with your wand out, saying Accio, invisibility, cloak all the time?" "No," Harry glared at him. "I think whoever conjured the Patronus that allowed Pettigrew to escape took it. It only makes sense. When we catch Pettigrew again, I plan on getting him to tell us who helped him. When we figure that out, we'll figure out who has the cloak." Neville said. "Anyone care to explain what this is about?" Harry stared at Ron and Ginny warningly for a moment. The invisibility cloak was crucial to the defeat of Voldemort last time. He was grateful that Ron and Ginny did not refute his words. "And what if we don't find it?" Ginny looked at him. She was still angry, but she was also very afraid for him and his safety. "We will," Harry promised. The weight of another secret, the fact that the Resurrection Stone had been destroyed by Fiendfire, was extremely heavy. But he could not tell them. Not until Hermione found a way to help him survive the killing curse again. "You're damn right about that," Ron said. "I don't care if we have to overturn Britain to find it. But why is Harry's cloak so important?" Hermione asked. "Can't you just buy another invisibility cloak? I know they're expensive, but if we really need one, it's worth it." "The cloak is special," Harry said. "It doesn't just keep the wearer invisible. It keeps him hidden. It was passed down through my family. Only the rightful owner can really use it." "We're going to find it," Ginny said suddenly. Harry was both surprised and gratified that she came up and put her arm around his waist. He drew her closer. "I don't care what it takes," she murmured for his ears alone. Harry caught her and Ron exchanging a glance. "We've decided to forgive you," Ron said after a moment. "But you'd better tell us if something else like this happens in the future." Harry nodded, not feeling guilty because the Resurrection Stone had been destroyed several years ago. He cocked his head at Ron, wondering why he'd gotten over his anger so quickly. He was certainly grateful for it, but it wasn't like his best mate to forget something like this so quickly. Before he could mention this, Ron looked away. Listen, about the old ball, he eyed Hermione hopefully. You're still coming with me, right? She smiled. I said yes the first time you asked, didn't I? Harry snorted at the memory. Ron had rushed up to Hermione in the common room immediately after the Yule Ball had been announced, tripped over his own feet, sprawled on the ground, and had asked her to go to the ball with him. He tried not to laugh. He really had, but the fact that everyone else who had witnessed his rather bumbling efforts had been rolling on the floor had been too much. Hermione, who had looked both pleased and bemused, had immediately said yes. Harry wondered if Hermione knew that her future self and Ron had been married. By the softness in her eyes whenever she looked at Ron, even at his clumsiest, he suspected that she might have guessed. Ron shrugged, trying, without much success, to look casual. Thought you might have, or gotten a better offer. Harry grinned down at Ginny. She returned it a little weakly. Hermione raised her eyebrows. From whom? I don't know, Ron said. Victor Crumb, maybe? Victor Crumb? Hermione said, shocked. Really? I went with Victor Crumb to the Yule Ball last time. What? Ron didn't notice you were a girl until after you'd already accepted Crumb's invitation, Ginny informed her. Luna laughed. But Crumb hasn't even asked me, Hermione said. Not that I'd go with him. Crumb's probably heard all about how you and Ron are going together, Neville told her. Ron's been bragging about it for weeks. Is that why he doesn't come to the library anymore? She asked thoughtfully. Damn straight, Ron said darkly. Harry, Ginny said, we just seen Snape. He's agreed to give us the polyjuice potion so we could go together. I'll just be disguised as someone else. Harry grinned. Good. He brushed her lips with a kiss. If he hadn't, I wouldn't have gone at all. Who are you going as? Me, Luna said dreamily. I'll be Ginny and go with Neville. Is this a plan? Harry said. I mean, you'll have already thought of this. He hadn't heard a word of it. Instead, he debated as to whether or not he should just take Ginny, her family be damned, or whether he should just hide in the common room, and the other 3 champions could dance around with their dates without him. Of course we have, Ginny said. First I've heard of it, Ron said at the same time. Neville shook his head. Well, Hermione said, it's something us girls have thought about, at any rate. Now that we've all gotten into a fight, well, you 3 did, and decided on our dates for the Yule Ball, can we please get a practicing magic? HP. It was probably one of the strangest experiences in Harry's life. He whispered that in Ginny's ear before the champions and their dates were to enter the Great Hall. Except she didn't look like his wife. She looked like Luna. He felt slightly disoriented whenever he glanced at her. Let me get this straight, Ginny said. It was Luna's mouth talking, but Ginny's tone of voice and inflection that came out. Of all the strange things you've done, not least of which is traveling time, this is the strangest? Me looking like Luna. You want me to use polyjuice to turn myself into Ron? Harry retorted. Luna's like a sister to me. Seeing you in her is driving me barmy. Ginny looked slightly revolted. I see what you mean, she admitted. I take it we'll never play with polyjuice potion. Harry gaped at her. What do you mean, play with polyjuice potion? Do they actually do that? She laughed. Some couples, I think. Not us, Harry said fervently. Definitely not, Ginny said, equally serious. They had no more chance to continue the discussion as the doors opened to the Great Hall. Harry watched as Crumb and a very pretty but simpering girl entered first. He looked very surly, and Harry suspected that his date was far less satisfactory than Hermione. Fleur Delacour entered next with her date. It was odd, seeing her with another man besides Bill. He realized, with a jolt, that at this point in his life, at only 14, he already knew most of his future sisters-in-law. Cedric and Cho followed next, beaming and holding hands. Ready? Harry asked, offering his arm. Of course, Ginny said, taking it. They walked in together amidst wild cheering. The students at Hogwarts definitely enjoyed a spectacle. Harry's eyes found Ron and Hermione, and Neville and Luna. He only faltered a little bit at the oddness of seeing Luna and Ginny. He hoped no one else recognized it. although he rather thought that no one would. Ron let out a loud whistle, and Ginny laughed. They made their way through the throng of clapping students to the head table. Harry faltered again when he saw the judges. Madame Maxime, Igor Karkaroff, Ludo Bagman, and Albus Dumbledore sat together with Percy Weasley. He exchanged wide-eyed looks with Ginny. "I forgot," he said. How could he possibly have forgotten this? He watched with horror as the other champions and their dates filled the table, leaving only 2 places next to Percy. "You're going to have to sit next to him," Ginny said in a quiet voice. I just can't." Harry gritted his teeth, already bracing himself as he made his way to their seats. "Maybe it won't be bad. Remember, he didn't say anything when he saw us hugging, and he probably won't even see beyond Luna's face to Ginny." He took as long as he could. He pulled Ginny's chair out for her and exchanged pleasantries with Cedric. Finally, he could no longer avoid it, and he sat down. "Hello, Luna," Percy said. "Hello, Harry." "Hi, Percy," Ginny and Harry chorused. "I'm not going to hex you, Harry," Percy said. Harry replied. "Thanks. It is a ministry occasion. After all," he said pompously, "I've got to uphold appearances." Harry looked at him. That seemed a bit much, even for Percy. He was smiling, though, and it wasn't one of his fake smiles, either. It was a bit mischievous. It would have been more at home on Fred's or George's face. Percy was teasing him. Harry wondered vaguely when was it, exactly, that the world had turned upside down. Was it the day they'd come back? Later? Earlier? "Glad to hear it," Harry said. How's the ministry working out for you? Are you one of the judges now?" "The ministry is wonderful," Percy said. "And no, I'm not a judge. My boss is feeling ill, so he asked me to represent him here tonight. It's actually nice to be back at Hogwarts, although I'm quite pleased to be here as an adult, not a student." "That's great," Harry said. "You seem to have done really well for yourself if Mr. Crouch is letting you stand in for him." "I think I've proven myself capable of it." Percy puffed his chest out. "I'm not afraid to back down from hard work, and I expect Mr. Crouch knows that." "It would seem so," Harry agreed. And because he didn't want Percy to stop talking to him, it felt ridiculously good to talk to a Weasley apart from Ron and Ginny that did not seem to hate him. He added, "What is it you do at the ministry, precisely?" Percy embarked on a long-winded explanation of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Harry listened carefully and asked pointed questions. A plan began to form in his mind. Perhaps it would be Percy who chose to fight with Harry against Voldemort. If he were to join the Order of the Phoenix, he could be extremely useful. Not only could Percy make contacts, but he was sharp, and perhaps he could keep an eye out for traitors in the ministry itself. Ginny, beside him, joined in the conversation, and they were halfway through their meal before it dwindled. She pressed her hand on Harry's thigh. "You're being very friendly," she said. "I thought all the Weasleys hated Harry." It was an odd mixture of Ginny's tone and Luna's bluntness. Percy flushed bright red. "Well, he stammered. "I think, well, my sister." "Yes," Ginny said sweetly. He glanced at her sharply, and Harry held his breath. Had Percy recognized Ginny after all? "I don't approve of what happened." "Not at all." Percy sat up straighter. "But everyone else thinks that Harry, you took blatant advantage of her. And I was quite furious at first. Ginny was only 12, you see." Harry flushed and stared down at his half-eaten meal. He suddenly felt mortified. He glared at Ginny out of the corner of his eye. She pretended not to notice, but Harry knew that she was just as aware of him as he was of her. Perhaps it was payback for not telling her about the invisibility cloak. "I think they both were in error," Percy said finally. "I've tried to tell my family this, but they simply won't listen." "Harry, didn't you tell me that they think you're going to be another Voldemort?" Ginny asked. Percy squeaked and dropped his fork. "They think you might, yes," Percy said once he'd recovered himself. Harry was not really capable of speaking at the moment, which is completely ludicrous. Harry jerked his head around so quickly that his glasses nearly slid off. "You don't believe that, then?" "Only my parents and Bill and Charlie are afraid of that happening," Percy said. "Fred and George just think you messed around with my sister. And, Harry, it's not like they're dead certain of it. They just think it's a risk. But you don't." Percy eyed him. "You took a curse from me." That isn't exactly something a dark wizard would do. Harry would have liked to say more, possibly even confess everything to Percy, but his throat felt very tight. When he could breathe, normally again dessert had arrived, and the moment seemed to have passed. Ginny fidgeted around and elbowed him. He looked over at her. "What?" "Nothing," she whispered. "Didn't mean to, sorry." She withdrew the flask that contained polyjuice potion and took a long drink. "Not a fan of butterbeer, Luna?" Percy asked. "Not at official functions," Ginny replied. Her voice was so dreamy and like Luna's that Harry grinned. "Nargles like to, infest it. It'll make people act even crazier than normal." "Not a good plan, when this lot," Harry gestured at the vast crowd of students, "are all together." He made a show of setting his own butterbeer aside. "You're right, Luna," he added. Percy stared between Harry and Ginny for several uncomfortable moments. Harry started to sweat. Why can't the dancing start now? As if Dumbledore had heard his desperate thoughts, he stood. Harry immediately focused all of his attention on him with a feeling of great relief. He snorted when he remembered how terrified he'd been before when it was Parvati Patil he had taken to the Yule Ball and not Ginny. But that was then, and right now he wanted to escape from Percy. The first time he had danced with Ginny, at Ron's and Hermione's wedding. They had moved together like they had been born to it. This was long after they'd been as fully intimate as they could, and dancing was something that came almost as naturally as breathing. It had been wonderful, marred though it had been by the fact that Harry had wished that it was their own wedding. This was not like that. Once they were on the dance floor, Harry felt as awkward as he had dancing with Parvati. He suddenly had 2 left feet, and he had no idea where to put his hands. He knew where they would be if it was Ginny's real body, but he couldn't ignore the fact that it was Luna's he held so tentatively. "I'm really quite flattered," Ginny murmured. "Don't," Harry said. "I'm making a fool of myself." He glanced over and saw Ron laughing at him. Even Hermione was laughing at him. He glared at them. "At least I know you'll never stray," Ginny said. "You already knew that," he retorted. "Of course," she said. He groaned when he stepped on her foot. "I'm sorry, Harry," she said. Luna's blue eyes gazed back at him. "Close your eyes." "Somehow, I don't think that'll help," he said. But he obeyed her anyway. She didn't say anything as they muddled through another few steps. She was steering him around, though, since he couldn't see anymore. "Always and always," she finally said. "I promise to love you without reservation, even when I'm in Luna's body. I promise to love and cherish you. I will mourn with you and laugh with you." Harry started to relax when he realized that she was repeating the wedding vows they had made to each other so long ago on a hill covered in heather. "When you grieve, I will grieve. When you feel joy, I too will feel it. I'll grow with you," Harry whispered against her hair. With his eyes closed and hearing her say those words, he could pretend that Ginny looked the way she ought to. "With my mind, my spirit, and my magic. In all ways, I will walk beside you. Through the dark and the light, joy and sorrow," Ginny said. Her voice shook a little, and Harry pulled her closer. "I will comfort you, cherish you, and honor and respect you. Always and always," they said together. "Thank you," Harry said when the song ended. "I think I should have added, and I'll always save you from making a fool of yourself," Ginny added wryly. "I'll remember that," Harry said. He opened his eyes. She was still looking like Luna, thankfully, but the bright, blazing look was all hers. "Want to keep dancing?" he asked, already whirling her around, in time to the faster tune. Harry found that for the next little while he did not have to close his eyes at all. Ginny was still Ginny, and the body suddenly didn't matter. He enjoyed himself quite a bit more than he had expected. All he had to do was keep his eyes on her, and nothing else seemed to matter. "Harry," she finally said, panting a little, when a very fast song ended. "I've got to, have a drink." He grinned at her. "You do?" "Yes," she said, "unless you want me to suddenly turn back into myself." "And what if I said," he whispered in her ear, "that we should escape right now and head to the room of requirement?" "I'd say that's the best idea you've had all night," Ginny grinned up at him. "I'll go tell Luna." 10 minutes later, they were alone. No one had noticed them leave, and the night of revelry and exuberance ensured that their absence would not be noticed. Harry stared intently at Ginny, waiting for her features to change. "Kiss me, Harry," she smiled at him. He shook his head. "I have my limits, and kissing you when you look like Luna is way past them." It seemed to take forever, but gradually her hair went back to its normal deep red, and her eyes darkened to fire whiskey brown. Harry watched the changes intently, intrigued by them, wondering what it was about her that inflamed him so. Her hair, her eyes, her long, slim fingers, the length of her neck, the delicate ears. He finally came to the conclusion that it was all of it together. "Kiss me, Harry," she said again, and Harry readily obeyed. Afterward, they lay together in a tangle of limbs. Ginny rested her head on his chest, and he stroked her hair. "Is it just me," Ginny said huskily, "or does it get harder and harder to stop? Not that this isn't wonderful, but we still have 230 days until you turn 14, Harry told her. "Until then, we have to." She sat up, grinning at him. "You're counting the days?" "Of course," Harry said. "For how long?" "Several years," Harry said. "Good." She lay back down. "I'm glad I'm not the only one. I've been counting since the day we got back." And Harry couldn't help but kiss her again and again and again, until he'd had enough for the moment, and felt his eyes grow heavy with a very pleasant sort of exhaustion. He traced patterns on Ginny's back for the joy of it, and to keep himself awake. "We'd better go soon, Bright Eyes," he said finally. "We can't stay away from the common room much longer." "It's only 11, she said sleepily, after lazily checking her watch. "Let's stay until midnight." "I'm going to fall asleep," Harry told her. "I'll keep you awake," Ginny promised. "Not with that. I'm too tired. But I have a question for you." "All right," he said. "What happens if we don't find your cloak?" she asked. "I really think we will, Ginny," Harry said seriously. "And even if we don't, I've been thinking quite a lot about this in the last few days. I think I'm going to have to tell Hermione that I'm a Horcrux." "Why?" "Because if we're going to look for other ways for me to beat him," Harry said, "we're definitely going to need Hermione's help." "What about Dumbledore?" "His too," Harry said. "I want you to promise me something," Ginny said. "I want you to swear to me right now that you'll look for another way to survive if we don't find that cloak." "I will," Harry said. "I know," Ginny said. "I just wanted to hear you say it. You know, I'm certain that we'll find it, or Hermione will be brilliant, as usual, and find out a cure for the killing curse." "That's sure about it, are you?" "Yes," Ginny said, "because I would have come back for you." Harry pulled her tight against him, and she embraced him back just as fiercely. No words were needed. Harry was about to open his mouth to tell her how much he loved her, when a shining Patronus appeared in the room. "Rookwood is here. Come to my office," it said with Dumbledore's voice. "What the?" Harry said. He scrambled in emotion and back into his dress robes. Ginny did the same. He performed the disillusionment charm on both of them, and they sped out of the room and thundered down the corridor. Within moments, they stood before the gargoyle. "Pumpkin pasties," Harry said to it, and it sprung aside. Ron, Hermione, Neville, and Luna were already there, though it was apparent that they had just arrived. Luna still looked like Ginny, although she had wispy blonde streaks in her hair. They stood in his way, and Harry could not see around them. "How did Rookwood get here?" Harry asked, though he had a good guess. Ron looked at him. He appeared slightly uneasy, and he stepped aside so Harry could see who else was in the room. Dumbledore stood directly in front of a man who had apparently been stunned, with his wand pointed straight at him. Beside him was Sirius. He was wrapped in a black traveling cloak and looked entirely too pleased with himself. "I went and got him, of course," Sirius said. "I told you not to," Harry said, outraged. "Damn it, Sirius. Do you realize what could have happened to you?" Sirius raised his eyebrows. "I knew perfectly well. I just did it anyway." Harry whirled on his friends. "You knew about this. That's why you've been worried all week. I can't believe you didn't tell me." "Like you told us about the cloak?" Ron said. "Listen, remember how we forgave you right away? It's your turn, mate." Harry glared at him. They had gone behind his back to do this. They had obviously collaborated with Sirius, Dumbledore, and probably even Snape. They'd ignored the fact that Harry had wanted to think of another way, a way that would not involve putting his godfather at such terrible risk. Remus caused a slight diversion by exiting rather suddenly from the flue. Were you in on this too? Harry narrowed his eyes at him. Did you know that Sirius was going to break into Azkaban? No, Remus said coolly. Not until a few moments ago, anyway. Harry moved to stand beside him, glad that he had one ally. He folded his arms and glared at everyone. Everyone except Ginny. He couldn't quite bring himself to do that to her. What they had done and said in the last few hours was still too fresh for him to be angry with her. Unfortunately, Ron seemed to realize this, so he motioned her forward. You deal with him. Harry, Ginny said calmly. I want you to take a good look around this room. He did, and felt another stab of anger when he saw Sirius and Rookwood. Do you see Sirius? She asked. I'm beginning to think you can't. Of course I can see him, Harry said. Does he look dead? Or like he's been kissed? No, Harry said begrudgingly, knowing where she was going with this. That doesn't mean anything, though. He could have. But he didn't. Ginny interrupted him impatiently. He got in, he got out, and now he's brought Rookwood. You should be thanking him, she said firmly. And more, you should thank us, since you didn't have to brood about it for the last week. Fine, Harry sighed. Thank you, Sirius. But if you ever do something like this again, I'll... Stammer at me? Sirius asked. Harry, if you think I'm not going to do risky things to help you defeat Voldemort, you're dead wrong. You aren't in this alone. Harry clenched his jaw. Fine, he muttered again. But stay away from Veils. The door opened again, and Snape strode in. I've got the Veritasrum, he said, and I've also done the enchantments to make them look as though they are in their beds. Disappointed that I didn't die? Sirius asked cheerfully. No, Snape said absently. You've got Rookwood. I didn't want you to die before you did that. Sirius laughed. If it turns out that he didn't know of the prophecy, he pointed out, I just saved your arse. Harry felt grudgingly curious. How did you manage it? Flew on a broom to Azkaban, transformed, snuck into his cell, and used the portkey that Dumbledore made to get me back to Grimmauld Place, Sirius said easily, as if there had been nothing to it. Why not come straight here? Harry asked. Why go to Grimmauld Place? We couldn't be sure exactly when I'd do this, Sirius said. We thought it best if I took him there first, in case Dumbledore was meeting with someone. I'm actually a little early. I thought I'd have more trouble getting past the guards, the wizards, not the Dementors. Can we save this chat for later? Snape said irritably. By all means, Sirius gestured. Ready? Dumbledore asked. At Snape's nod, he said, Innervate. Rookwood's eyes flew open, and he immediately began to struggle. Harry was brought back to 2 years prior, when Wormtail had been in this exact same room and in this exact condition. Rookwood, however, was far weaker than Wormtail had been. The bonds around him were very tight, and his movements feeble. He stopped resisting after moments, and as soon as he had, Snape poured the clear liquid into his mouth. What is your name? Snape asked. Augustus Rookwood, he said, pureblood follower of the Dark Lord. We don't need to listen to that drivel, Sirius said. Do you know of the prophecy made about Harry Potter and the Dark Lord? Snape ignored Sirius. Yes, Rookwood said all of it. Harry's entire body relaxed. It was Rookwood. He'd been right. He just confessed to it under Veritasrum. He exchanged relieved glances with Ron, and resolved to apologize to Sirius for his reaction. The Dark Lord is going to reward me, he said. Beyond my wildest dreams, and he'll kill you, traitor, he said scathingly to Snape. Not, Snape said, if I kill you first. Did you tell anyone else of this? Dumbledore asked. No, Rookwood said, didn't want to share. Rookwood laughed. It was a harsh, whooping sound that sent chills up Harry's spine. This man had played a long, subtle game with the intent to ruin absolutely everything. Yet Harry found himself not wanting to kill him in cold blood. Reward me, he said again. He's going to reward me. I'll be his best servant, the most loyal. His eyes closed again, though this time he had not been stunned. I believe we have what we need to know, Dumbledore said. He didn't know of the prophecy, and he did not tell anyone. Harry stared down at Rookwood. He seemed very weak. The Dementors had taken almost everything from him, and had left him almost a hollow shell. Even Sirius had not been quite as afflicted as this, because he had been innocent in a way that Rookwood obviously had not been. Dispose of him how you see fit, Harry said finally, looking at Snape, Sirius, Remus, and then Dumbledore. Kill him if you judge it best, but make sure that he's silenced. If you leave him alive, make sure that what happened here tonight is buried so deep that Voldemort will never find it.
Hey there, Potterheads. Thanks so much for visiting the page. We are here with a new chapter for Backward with Purpose Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we have it, Chapter 22, Small Steps Forward.
Chapter 22, Small Steps Forward. Chapter text. Are you nervous? Daphne Greengrass asked. She sounded impatient and irritated, as though this was not the first time she had asked. With an effort, Harry pulled himself away from his rather circular thoughts. About what? Harry said blankly. There was no way that she could possibly know that. While disaster had been averted with Rookwood, further questioning had revealed that he had not been the one to be the bonder in the unbreakable vow, nor had he obliviated Dumbledore and Snape, which meant that whoever had done it was still out there. But Harry was beginning to think that perhaps it was an ally. But why would an ally perform memory charms? Oh, I don't know. Harvey, she said as though speaking to a small child. The second task is tomorrow, right? And you still are a champion? Didn't realize Slytherin House even knew there was another champion, Harry said. Except when you're taunting me in the corridors. She threw him a disgusted look. I didn't realize I'd ever taunted you, she said coldly. Do I look like one of Pansy Parkinson's little sycophants? Sorry, Harry said. I'm just distracted. Not thinking straight. Don't let it happen again, she ordered him. I won't, Harry said. Of the many unlikely things that had happened over the course of the last few years, the fact that he had struck up a friendship with Daphne Greengrass was possibly one of the oddest that didn't involve being a time traveler from the future. She mystified him quite as much as Luna Lovegood once had, though they were completely opposite in nature, except for the fact that both of them were painfully honest. Harry was a little wary of her, not because she was in Slytherin, but because she had no idea what she was going to say next. So do you know what you're doing for the task? She asked. Her brow was furrowed as she made notes on a piece of parchment, preparing for the spell she was about to set up. Harry, who had already completed the assignment with an ease that had surprised him a great deal, fiddled with his quill. I got a good idea, he said. This was a lie. He pretty much knew exactly what he was going to do. Use gillyweed, get Ginny, and get the hell out of the water. I'm still hammering out the details. Also a lie. Hermione had left off searching for the terrible power and had helped him figure out the fastest way to complete the task. Harry had been the one to find the spell that would give the task an unforgettable finish. He was quite proud of this. Don't you think you ought to know exactly what you're going to do? She asked, taking her attention off her work and raising her eyebrows. It is tomorrow, after all. Harry was about to reply, when Professor Octavius swept toward them. Quite enough chat, he said. He looked over Daphne's notes. You're almost there, Miss Greengrass. And are you done, Mr. Potter? Harry nodded quickly. Yes, sir. The professor raised his eyebrow. Care to demonstrate? All right, Harry said. He felt reasonably confident that he knew what he was doing. He'd already done it 3 times, with the same successful result. He had apparently had something of a breakthrough when Hermione had shown him what the ancient runes could be used to do. While the translation exercises still challenged him a great deal, he had enough of a theoretical knowledge that each exercise in the class became easier and easier. He supposed it was because of his knowledge of the future and the maturity that brought. And which rune have you chosen? Professor Octavius asked. Usgef, Harry said promptly. Invisibility in disguise? The professor grinned. Quite a challenge. I take it you are familiar with the disillusionment charm? Yes, Harry said, although he had stopped disillusioning himself in the corridors. I suppose the fame gets to be a little much, he said. A little, Harry answered honestly. Very well. Show me that you have done this. Take me through the steps. I like to ensure that you have a firm grasp on this. All right, Harry said. He pulled out 2 new pieces of parchment, scribbled "My name is Harry Potter" on both. He drew the rune for invisibility on the second. I did that to create a focus for the charm, he explained. Professor Octavius picked up the paper. It's a bit crude, I'm not much of an artist, Harry said dryly. The other man nodded. And it's really about intent. Continue. Harry drew his wand and tapped the parchment in front of him and muttered the disillusionment charm. He kept his thoughts focused sharply on both the spell and the rune. He had his eyes closed so that he could do this. He had memorized the rune, and Uisgef floated through his mind. Well done, Mr. Potter, Professor Octavius said, handing Harry back the now blank parchment that he had held. Do you understand the theory of this? Well, Harry knew it, but he did not know if he could explain it properly. It's about intent, like you said, isn't it? Even though I only pointed at the first parchment, I intended that the writing on the other one turn blank as well. And the rune helped me focus on it. It was like a brand or something. Impressive that you were able to distinguish the writing from the paper, Professor Octavius said. Harry looked down at his desk. There are a few invisible pieces of parchment lying around. 10 points to Gryffindor, Professor Octavius said. I actually had a question, Harry said, when he made to walk away. Can this be done on people? Like, let's say I wanted to disillusion myself and Daphne at the same time. Would it work? It would, Professor Octavius confirmed. But with a charm like that, it would be far simpler to just cast it twice. Now, if it was a plan, and you're disillusioning many different people at once, then it would probably be more efficient. Harry furrowed his brows. It seems like it could be dead useful to me, he said. I'm surprised that ancient runes isn't required to become an Auror. Professor Octavius shrugged. It's rather more subtle than the spells Aurors generally use, he said. Even I love studying ancient runes. I always have. Won't pretend that using a wand is far more convenient. I suppose, Harry said. It gave him something to think about, at least besides Rookwood. He glanced over at Daphne and was reminded once more of the second task. He was a bit more nervous than he let on, though not for the reason she might think. It wasn't an accident that Ron, Hermione, Cho, and Gabrielle Delacour had been chosen as the things each champion would miss most. The judges didn't even choose it, an unbiased, magical object, quite like the Goblet of Fire did, which meant that there was no way that it would not be Ginny whom he sought tomorrow in the lake. They'd already discussed using Polyjuice Potion as they had at the Yule Ball, but it was too risky. Luna would not have been able to hold Ginny's disguise for more than a few hours, and they wouldn't have been able to switch them. And just how are the Weasleys going to react to that? Later, much later that night, when the rest of their dorm mates were sleeping, Harry, Neville, and Ron crept out of the Gryffindor Tower and toward Dumbledore's office. Hermione and Luna detached themselves from the shadows in the corridor and joined them. Harry noted with some annoyance that they had not turned themselves invisible. Someone could see you, he hissed to the girls. No one did, Luna pointed out. Besides, Ron has that map. Anyone coming? Harry asked. There was a long pause. Sorry, Ron muttered. Forgot you couldn't see me shake my head. It's late enough. I reckon even Filch is asleep. You know why he wants to talk to us? Neville asked. Probably about my sister, Ron said. Though we've just about talked that subject to death. They'll react however they want to. We can't do anything about it. Harry remained silent, and he was glad that he was invisible because he knew that Hermione was aiming sad looks in his direction. He, however, did not think that Dumbledore had asked them to meet him in his office because of Ginny. He suspected that it might have something to do with Rookwood and all the questions he had brought up. He almost didn't notice that they had finally reached the circular stair. It took Ron jabbing him in the back to get him on it. Harry was completely exhausted, not just physically, but ever since Christmas his mind had felt bent in new directions. It made his head hurt like mad. I'm not smart enough for this, he thought. Still, he was glad he was there anyway, despite the fact that he yearned for his four-poster bed. Ah, Dumbledore said. Just in time. He was not alone. Snape, Sirius, and Remus stood with him, all looking rather grim. Hi, Harry said. I'm assuming you two didn't come just to wish me luck on the task. No, Sirius shook his head. Though we will be there tomorrow, Remus said. And it's not like you need luck. That's what you think, Harry muttered. What's this about? Ron asked. Manners, Ron, Hermione murmured. Ron grinned at her as she flushed bright pink. It's about Rookwood, Snape said. Something very interesting happened tonight. What about Rookwood? Harry asked. I thought he was out of the picture. True, Harry had not wanted to know, but he had thought that the Death Eater had been forcibly removed from the game they were playing with the future. I wasn't satisfied with his answers, Snape said simply. All that the Dark Lord will reward me drivel was, I thought, a way for him to evade questioning. But we used Veritaserum, Neville said, confused. He's supposed to tell the truth. And he did, Longbottom, Snape said smoothly. But only a very foolish wizard would become a Death Eater without knowing the effects of the truth potion and the ways to minimize the damage. We thought it best to continue questioning him, Sirius said. We've had him at Grimmauld Place. We found out that no other Death Eater knows of it, by the way. Not the fullness of it, which is a good thing. It was one of the few things that he could tell us that we want to know. Every night we've used the same method of questioning, but last night we tried something a little different. Would that we had thought of it before, Remus said. He was very pale, though it was nowhere near the full moon. Sirius borrowed Albus Pensive, and I used the Imperius curse on him to force him to show us how he found out about the prophecy and who told him if he didn't have another Death Eater friend he was scheming with, Sirius said. But he couldn't. Let me guess, Harry said grimly. Another memory charm? No, Remus said. He was fighting Sirius' curse until his nose started bleeding, and the moment he relented and Sirius proved stronger, he died. What? Ron bellowed. Harry clenched his fists to prevent himself from destroying Dumbledore's office again. Waves of fury broke over him. Damn, the ripple effect. They weren't supposed to have to deal with mysteries encased in mysteries anymore. Harry was supposed to be able to defeat Voldemort without the heavy price. He should have been able to. He knew about the prophecy. He knew all about the Horcruxes and where they were. He damn well knew that he was a Horcrux. What the fuck is going on? Harry asked through gritted teeth. He looked at Dumbledore, desperately hoping that he had all the answers like he used to. But Dumbledore looked almost as troubled as Harry felt. I think it might be time to consider the fact that it might have been an ally, Remus said. An ally? Harry shouted at him. How could it possibly have been an ally? Well, Remus said calmly, the Death Eater is dead. His secrets, including his full knowledge of the prophecy, have gone to the grave with him. There is no danger of Voldemort finding out about it from him. We're quite certain that it was the breaking of an unbreakable vow that killed him, Sirius pointed out. Nothing else could have done it like that. You didn't even get the memory, though, Hermione said. Isn't an unbreakable vow only broken if the vow is actually broken? That doesn't even make sense, Ron said to her. We don't know the nature of the vow, Snape said. It could easily have been a matter of intent. Or it could have been that he would never allow even the Imperius curse to force him to tell. We will never know, unless we find out who did this. Who knows about the prophecy? Hermione asked. And who knew about it? Everyone in this room, Dumbledore said. Ginny Potter, James and Lily Potter, Frank and Alice Longbottom. My parents. Neville said incredulously. Why in Merlin's name would my parents have known? Because the prophecy could have meant you, Harry said. He'd forgotten that his parents had known about it, known the fullness of it. He ignored Neville's shocked sputtering, his mind racing. Was it possible that Harry's mom and dad were mixed up in this? It seemed deeply unlikely, but if Remus was right, and the person who had forced the Death Eater to swear an unbreakable vow had been an ally, it might have been. But no. He firmly believed that whoever had done this to Rookwood had also sworn the unbreakable vow with Dumbledore and Snape. Neville, Harry said gently. When did Bellatrix hurt them? In November 1981, Neville stammered. Dumbledore, Harry said, do you think that whoever obliviated you and Snape and was the bonder in the unbreakable vow you made also did this to Rookwood? Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I think that it is likelier than two separate people doing it. There had to be two people, Snape pointed out. The unbreakable vow requires 3 people. You know my thoughts on this, Dumbledore said. I still do not believe that the person who obliviated us was a foe. What? Harry said. Explain it to me again. Because I would have had to be under the Imperius curse to make that vow, had I not trusted the bonder, Dumbledore said. And I do not believe that there is a wizard strong enough, not even Tom Riddle, that is capable of it. Not to mention that Severus would have had to be placed under it as well. Do you think it might have been my parents? Neville asked suddenly. Maybe it was Merlin. Luna said brightly. Harry jumped. He had not thought that she was actually paying attention to the conversation, and the sound of her voice startled him. Honestly, Luna, Hermione rolled her eyes. Why do you think it was your parents, Neville? Well, everyone says that it was such a big secret, Neville shrugged. And if my parents, Harry's parents, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, and Rookwood were the only ones to know about it, and if whoever did it really were allies, then they're the most likely guess. They were the Aurors that had the most success rounding up Death Eaters after Voldemort fell, Remus said slowly. For less than a month, but didn't they catch Rookwood? But why would Neville's mum and dad tell Rookwood the prophecy? Harry asked. He had a rather large headache brewing behind his right eye. It's possible that something else in that memory would have forced him to break the vow, Snape said. And yes, Lupin, it was the Longbottoms that caught Rookwood, 2 weeks after the Dark Lord went into exile. This is impossible, Harry muttered. Dumbledore, if you really thought it wasn't Rookwood, why would you let Sirius go to Azkaban to retrieve him? You seem to be laboring under the misconception that I'm infallible, Dumbledore said. I assure you that I make mistakes. I did not stop him from going to Azkaban because I did not want this to be another one. And I am glad that he did so. Rookwood would have told Voldemort the prophecy the moment he was broken out of Azkaban had he been given the chance. What about Neville's parents? Harry said, and I know you aren't infallible. You're just not as fallible as the rest of us. I think it is a reasonable guess, Dumbledore said. Far more believable than Rookwood being the mastermind. Harry waited until the gillyweed took effect before he dove under the icy water. For a few moments, he reveled in the fact that swimming, when he could breathe underwater, felt a lot like flying. His body felt entirely weightless, and he sluiced toward the bottom of the lake almost as quickly as he flew on his firebolt. I could get used to this, he admitted, as he saw Crumb, with his shark's head, out of the corner of his eye. Further and further, he went in the murky green depths. It had an odd sort of beauty. He distantly remembered seeing photographs of the tropics in his Muggle primary class. This lake was nothing like it. There were no brightly colored fish, no sandy bottom. It reminded him a little of a wetter version of the Forbidden Forest. He continued onward, using the mild propulsion spell that Hermione had taught him. Crumb disappeared. A flash of silver caught his eye. He turned, expecting to see the flash of a mermaid's fin. But it was Fleur, and she was being attacked by Grindylows. He changed course without thinking. He'd have plenty of time, and this was his future sister-in-law, after all. She was panicking. Her mouth was open wide. He could see it through the bubblehead charm she had used. Tiny, brittle fingers grasped her, pulling her down into the tall weeds that covered the bottom of the lake. Fleur was thrashing around, trying to get away. She had obviously not had as proficient a teacher as Remus Lupin. Stupefy, Harry shouted. Bubbles emerged from his mouth, but a red light arced from his wand. Stupefy, 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 stupefy. One by one, the small creatures fell away. Harry tugged on Fleur's arm to pull her out of the weeds. The moment she was completely free of them, he sped away without giving her another look. He suspected that perhaps 20 minutes had passed since he had entered the lake, and he felt a wave of relief and satisfaction when he saw the Merfolk village. As he drew closer, Ginny's hair seemed to guide him to her, the one colorful thing at the bottom of the lake. He ignored the staring Merfolk and aimed a cutting hex at the ropes that bound Ginny to the pole. He was very glad that he did not feel compelled to save the rest of them. Gabrielle, Delacour, Cho Chang, and a dark-haired older man, Harry assumed that this was Crumb's father, could wait to be rescued. Grinning, Harry did a compass charm that would point him to the edge of the lake where the judges waited. Once he was facing the correct direction, and certain that he gripped Ginny tightly, he said, Ascendio Maxima. The water roared past his ears. He was moving even faster than he ever had on his firebolt, and he felt like laughing. He and Ginny cleared the lake within 30 seconds. They shot out of it like a bullet. No sooner had Harry spoken the incantation to get rid of his gills and return his lungs to normal than she woke up, clutched him, and began to scream. Harry laughed. Ginny stopped screaming and joined him. They hit the zenith high above the lake and began falling toward the shore. Leviosa, he said, and then instead of falling, they were soaring. He could hear shouting from the ground. As soon as he knew roughly where they were about to land, he softened the earth with a cushioning charm. The impact sent pebbles and rocks spraying all around, though Harry barely felt it. "You're a madman, Harry," Ginny said, though she was grinning as widely as he was. "Don't tell me you didn't enjoy it," Harry told her. She was sopping wet and looked bedraggled, but she was still the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He desperately wanted to kiss her. Instead, he used a drying charm to protect her from the chill he was now beginning to feel. "Our youngest champion, the first back," Ludo Bagman shouted. The crowd of adults descended on them. Madame Pomfrey forced pepper-up potion down both their throats, and someone dried Harry off and wrapped him in a blanket. Harry spared a glance at the judges and saw that even Karkaroff looked impressed, though that could possibly have been gas. Ludo Bagman shook his hand energetically. Percy Weasley followed, as well as two redheads who had broken away from the crowd of students. "Very impressive, Harry," Percy said, also shaking his hand. "Quite the show." "Thanks," Harry said distractedly. He was looking for Sirius and Remus, who had both said they would be there. He found them a little ways away from the judges' stand, but not as far away as the students. There was a woman with them, a woman with bright pink hair. Harry gaped, and was so pleased with the sight of Dora Lupin. Though she was still Tonks, he supposed, that he did not notice that the Weasley twins had come right up to him. "You're not supposed to be past the line," Percy said. "Going to tell Mom on us, Perce?" Fred said flippantly. "Hey, Fred, George," Harry said distractedly. "Why was our sister with you?" George asked. He sounded more puzzled than angry. "George," Percy said, "I can't allow you to harass a Triwizard champion." "We're not harassing him," Fred said indignantly. "George just asked a question, and I'd like to know the answer. She's the thing I'd miss most," Harry said honestly. "Listen, can we save this for later? My godfather's here." Without waiting for a reply, he hurried away, skirting past Ludo Bagman, Professor McGonagall, and Madame Pomfrey. It took him several moments to realize that Fred, George, and Percy were following him. But before he could stop and try to shake them more thoroughly, he was nearly tackled to the ground by Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna. "Excellent, mate," Ron shouted, clearly not noticing his brothers. Ron pounded him on the back. "Not so hard," Harry gasped, staggering. "That was brilliant," Neville said gleefully. "Almost got hit by a rock." "I knew you could do it," Hermione said. It looked very frightening, though. It was Ginny, who had escaped from Madame Pomfrey, said. "Don't lie," Harry grinned at her. "You only screamed for a few seconds. It was a hell of a lot more fun than the dragon." "What's going on here?" Fred asked. Ginny eyed him coolly. "We're congratulating our friend on a job well done, Fred. Don't be a prat." "You're not even supposed to be around him," George accused. "If Mum knew." "But Mum won't find out, will she? Or I'll tell her about Katie and Angelina and what you were up to after the ball." Ginny interrupted him. "I've had just about enough of Mum and Dad's ridiculous restrictions." "So have I," Ron said. They had intentionally moved to stand beside Harry. He suddenly felt several inches taller. The twins looked quite dumbfounded. Percy showed no visible reaction, though Harry thought he might have seen a small smile on his face. He couldn't be sure. "Don't make me reacquaint you with my bat bogey hex," Ginny threatened, when the twins set their faces in mutinous lines. "Honestly, Fred, George, you're being a bit immature, don't you think? How many times do I have to tell you that it was my fault, not Harry's?" "Oh, are we dueling?" Sirius asked pleasantly. Harry turned and saw that he, Remus, and Tonks had joined them. "Is this part of the task?" Ron was about to shout, but Ginny kicked him swiftly in the shins before Harry could. Tonks was not a fool, though, and she looked rather taken aback. "Watcher," Ginger Tonks said. "Do I know you?" Oh, Ron said after a moment. "I thought I might have, though. I thought you were a friend of Neville's Grant's. Tilly, I think her name was." "You do kind of look like her," Neville put in. "Except she doesn't have pink hair." "Harry, this is my cousin Nymphadora Tonks," Sirius said. "Don't call me Nymphadora." "Sirius," Tonks said irritably. You let Remus. Sirius said. Harry, Ron, and Ginny exchanged sly grins. Nice to meet you, Tonks. Harry shook her hand, beaming. Any relative of Sirius, besides the Death Eaters, is a friend of mine. I think I've heard him talk about you. Your mum's Andromeda, right? No Death Eaters in our small twig on the Black family tree, Tonks said. Mum married a Muggle-born. All the more reason for her to be my favorite cousin, Sirius said. You seem to have a lot of cousins, George muttered. Not as many as you have brothers, Sirius said cheerfully. No one wants to answer my question? Are we dueling or what? Harry watched the twins closely. Their cheeks were a little red, and they shuffled their feet. Every few seconds, they looked at either him, Ron, or Ginny. They seemed to notice that everyone else was willing to fight them, with magic, if need be, if they said anything disparaging. But Harry rather thought that they might not want to. They'd slowly been getting over whatever anger they might have this entire term. Harry hoped that he was witnessing the death of it. Definitely not, Percy said. I am a judge, and I can't allow that to happen. Don't you tell Mum, either, Ginny warned. I don't make it a habit of telling Mother official ministry business, Percy replied. Harry had no idea why this conversation was being classified as official ministry business, but he was grateful for it nonetheless. So, Harry, Fred said, are you going to join the Quidditch team next year? I've thought about it. Harry grinned, recognizing an olive branch when he saw one. I think I'll go for Seeker. And since Wood's gone next year, Ron put in, I think I'll try for Keeper. If they have open tryouts for a chaser position, I'm going for it, Ginny said. Do you even know how to play? George asked. We've never let you. I've been stealing your brooms and practicing since I was 6 years old, Ginny replied calmly. Isn't it amazing how Quidditch just brings people together? Tonks asked. Hermione giggled. Harry felt a great sense of happiness that did not abate for several weeks. It had nothing to do with the fact that he had received a nearly perfect score. It had almost been the way it used to be. Fred and George had gradually relaxed and had gotten into a long, involved discussion about beater techniques with Sirius. Percy and Remus had discussed various regulations on magical creatures. Remus had also stolen glances at Tonks. He had been able to lay aside the worries over prophecy and the unknown person who was either friend or foe. Instead of brooding, he had reveled in the fact that he had been surrounded by most of the people he loved most in the world for almost an hour. You're still grinning like a madman. Ginny swung her legs over the bench across from him one night at dinner. The second task had occurred several weeks prior, and Harry still felt quite content, especially since the twins had apparently given up on ensuring that Harry, Ron, and Ginny were kept apart at all times. Can't help it, Harry told her. Not only have the twins relaxed, but I think the teachers have too. Ginny shrugged. Mum and Dad said we weren't to be alone together. She made a show of looking at the other Gryffindors. We're not exactly alone, are we? And that's not the only reason why I'm happy, Harry told her. Muffliato, he whispered, waving his wand under the table. Dumbledore didn't give Crouch time to kill his father. As soon as he escaped the house, Dumbledore got him. What if Crouch does something, though? Ginny looked worried. I think it'll turn up in the Daily Prophet tomorrow, Harry said, that Mr. Crouch has been put in St. Mungo's. Dumbledore confounded him, and everyone thinks he's completely insane. Dumbledore said it wasn't even a problem convincing the healers that he'd lost his mind. Dumbledore went himself? Won't Crouch find that suspicious? He went under Polyjuice Potion. Harry shook his head. As far as Crouch knows, Dumbledore never left Hogwarts last night. And what of Rookwood? Ginny asked. Did you find out anything else? Not yet. Harry shook his head. But I'm inclined to believe Dumbledore. You know that. He made some compelling points. Maybe it wasn't a Death Eater after all. I wish we could find out for sure if it was the Longbottoms, Ginny murmured. Dumbledore's working on it, Harry said. But we're still going ahead with this. We're just going to have to take that risk. You mean Snape is going to have to take that risk, Ginny pointed out. I suppose that's how it's going to have to be, though. I wish it wasn't, Harry said. But we've had worse odds.
Hey there, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to the page. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. We've got Chapter 23 laid out for you, The Best Laid Plans.
Chapter 23. The Best Laid Plans. Chapter text. On the 23rd of June, Harry found himself walking with Neville toward the greenhouses. There was an air of subtle excitement around the school, and the topic on everyone's lips was the final task. After his rather stunning performance in the lake, Harry was in the lead. He was pleased by this, of course, not because of the accolades, but because he would have a head start in the maze. Still, Harry found himself almost wishing that he did not know what was going to happen. The knowledge of Voldemort's return was a heavy burden, and it grew heavier with each passing day. So when Neville had asked if he wanted to join him at the greenhouses, Harry had seized the opportunity to escape his own thoughts. "Hi, Professor Sprout," Neville said when the door to the greenhouse opened. "Need some help with the plants?" Professor Sprout smiled. "Of course, Neville. And Harry's here too? I have some flaming roses that need pruning. You can show Harry how to do that." "Thanks, Professor," Harry and Neville chorused. Harry had never seen the flaming roses. Each year had introduced them to new plants, but they were generally of the more useful but deadly variety. Neville led him to the smaller greenhouse behind Greenhouse 3. Harry suspected that this was where Professor Sprout did her own researches in magical flora. The students never found themselves here. "What's that vine thing?" Harry asked, pointing at a climbing vine that had blossoms in a dizzying array of colors. The way the colors were arranged, it sort of reminded him of the sky at sunset. "Sky vine," Neville said enthusiastically. "They're at sunset right now, but the colors of the blossoms will change to midnight blue. Some will even develop white spots that look like stars, and then it'll be sunrise and daytime. It takes about 2 hours for the process. You might even be able to watch it. It's looking really healthy, too. You really like plants, don't you?" Harry asked, amused. "Yeah," Neville said. "Come on, the flaming roses are this way." The greenhouse was much larger on the inside than on the outside. So much so that Harry was positive that it was under an enchantment. He could not put a name to any of the plants, though the aroma was wonderful. He could not help but stare around in wonder. "Here they are," Neville said, "right around the night-blooming gardenias." When Harry caught sight of the roses, his first thought was of Ginny. They were huge, far larger than any Muggle roses that he had ever seen. They were a bright, rich red that seemed almost too vivid to be real. But that was not the most unique thing about them. Little tongues of flame darted among the petals. They looked like fairies or fireflies. It made him think of Ginny's hair. "So how do we do this?" Harry asked when Neville handed him a pair of pruning shears. He eyed the bushes somewhat warily. "Beautiful they may be, but they might also be dangerous." "Just watch me at first," Neville said. "See the blossoms that look a bit fierier than the others? Those are the ones you want to get. Watch." He cut one of the blossoms nearest to him, and Harry jumped when all the other roses lit up. The head of the rose fell, and Neville swiftly caught it in a glass bucket. "Professor Sprout likes to save them," Neville explained, "and wooden buckets wouldn't hold it. See how it's still burning? They'll burn like that for a month." Harry watched as Neville cut decisively. When he was satisfied that he could tell which roses needed to be pruned, he joined in. It was satisfying work, and Harry was able to lose himself in it. Ginny would like these, he thought. I'll have to purchase some for her. Maybe Professor Sprout would be willing to sell them. "Harry," Neville said tentatively, Was it really almost me?" Harry knew exactly what the other boy was asking. "Yes," Harry said. "The prophecy stated that the boy was to be born at the end of July. That could have been you or me. I don't know really why he chose me." Neville looked over at him with wide and fearful eyes. I don't think I could have done it. I'm not really. I think I'd be too afraid." "Is this where you start being insecure again?" Harry asked. "You're helping me. You're preparing to fight with me. When are you going to realize that you were placed in Gryffindor for a damn good reason?" "Why, stop being so scared," Neville said after a moment. Another rose landed in the glass bucket. "You honestly don't think I'm scared?" Harry said incredulously. "Neville, I'm terrified that I'm going to lose everyone. Yeah, I may not worry too much about Voldemort will do to me, but I'm dead afraid of what he'll do to you and everyone else I love. You saw my boggart. But you're doing it anyway, Neville said. Again, because I have to, Harry said. But you and Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Luna, you're the brave ones. You didn't run away screaming when we told you the truth. This is my destiny, to defeat Voldemort. It isn't yours. You could walk away right now. Neville stared at him. You said you needed me. I do, Harry said promptly. I need all the help I can get, but I'm not going to force you into it. You're not forcing me into anything, Neville said indignantly. I want to help you. I'm going to. Did you just hear yourself? Harry asked. You know the dangers, right? Yes, Neville said. And you think it's worth fighting anyway? Harry pressed. Of course, Neville said. But I'm still afraid. Sometimes I have nightmares. I have nightmares practically every night, Harry informed him. But you haven't given in to them, have you? You're still preparing for a war you don't have to fight in, right? You're afraid, but you aren't going to let that stop you. Neville, if that isn't the definition of courage, I don't know what is. Having this conversation with Neville had obviously been just what the other boy had needed. Neville had been mostly silent for the rest of the time in the greenhouse, but Harry could tell that it was a thoughtful silence. He watched as Neville took a good look inside himself and realized that what Harry had told him was true. There was a new light on his face and a new purpose to his step when they finally left, receiving much gratitude from Professor Sprout as they did so. But Harry also realized later that Neville had not been the only one to come away from the greenhouse with something. Neville had needed to hear the words, but Harry had needed to say them. The knot in his belly that had grown steadily over the last month had eased a little, and he was not quite so fearful of what may come about due to his actions on the morrow. Ginny and Hermione noticed this straight away. You boys have fun? Hermione asked, amused, when Harry and Neville clambered into the common room. Neville was covered in dirt, and his robes were singed. Harry doubted that he looked much better. We did, Harry said, but I think we both need a wash. 10 minutes later, and feeling much cleaner, Harry rejoined the girls. Where's Ron? He asked. He's still recovering from the history of magic exam we had this morning, Hermione said. Comfort eating, Ginny added. How are you doing? Better, Harry told her. He threw himself in the empty armchair across from her. And not just because I had a shower. I think I'm ready for the task tomorrow. He took a deep breath. I'm as ready as I can be, at least. Muffliato, Hermione said. There, we can talk freely. This really is a useful spell, Harry. I wish you didn't have to do it alone, Ginny whispered. I don't like it. Neither do I, Hermione said. This year has flown by, hasn't it? It seems like it was just yesterday that I was badgering you to tell me everything. And the Yule Ball was last night, and the second task was this morning. Feels that way to me, too, Harry admitted. I thought it would last forever. It's hard to believe that almost 4 years have gone by since we've been back. The twins caused a slight diversion by entering the common room in high spirits and speeding off to their dormitory after throwing a wave in their direction. Harry waved back. He had a very good idea why they were so happy, and he suspected that the owl from Gringotts carrying a money bag full of galleons, supposedly from Ludo Bagman, making good on his debt, was the reason. They're certainly happy, Ginny said, amused. They finally got their money from Bagman, Harry said easily. I'm sure they're upstairs making plans for a joke shop. From Bagman? Hermione said dryly. Are you going to tell them it was you? Not now, Harry said evasively. But yes, eventually. Ron joined the three of them minutes later, skillfully and purposefully, set about distracting Harry from what was coming tomorrow. Neville joined in, and Harry, who was willing to not think about it for the remainder of the evening, allowed himself to think of Quidditch, house elves, and Zonkos with a great sense of relief. Luna wandered in behind a few first years. The other Gryffindors, so used to having this particular Ravenclaw in their midst, ignored her. When 10 o'clock came and went, Hermione pulled something from her bag. I got this for you, Harry, she said. I thought you might need it. It's a sleep potion. Harry, whose nerves still felt frayed around the edges, accepted it gratefully. Thanks, he said. He immediately drank it. Harry, no, Hermione cried. You weren't supposed to. You were supposed to wait until you were in bed. Harry started to ask her why, but at that moment he felt a wonderful, floating sensation. "Ah," he said. His eyes suddenly felt quite heavy, and he narrowed them, blinking often. "This is nice." Someone laughed. "I think he might need some help getting to bed," Ginny said. Harry wondered if she was offering, but with a mild sinking feeling, he realized that he was simply too tired to give her what she wanted. Too tired for that. Ron snorted, but it sounded very far away. Harry's ears had obviously been stuffed with cotton. The lights in the common room danced and swirled. He watched them for a while, but there was a sparkling darkness behind his eyes that made it difficult to do. He found himself lifted bodily off the armchair. He suspected that Ron and Neville were the ones who were half carrying, half dragging him to Harry's bed. Harry did not even have the energy to argue with them, to tell them that he could do it himself. "Good night, Harry," Ginny said. "Bright eyes," he murmured before he fell asleep between one blink and the next. Harry was the first into the maze, by virtue of the fact that he was in the clear lead. Twilight was falling, and it seemed a long time ago that he had walked the grounds with Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. It had only been a few hours since then, but it was the difference between staring at the road he now must tread and actually being on it. Time was dwindling away. Heart hammering inside his chest, he did the 4-point spell and chose the path that led to the right. He wondered if Crouch would still be patrolling the outside of the maze, ensuring that he did not meet with anything too difficult, but he might have been impressed by the ease with which Harry had passed the first 2 tasks. He wished he could blast his way through the hedges and head straight for the cup, but that was impossible. They were enchanted to be more solid than stone walls. His scar gave a vicious twinge at almost the exact moment a giant acromantula jumped in front of his path. Distracted for a moment by the pain, it was almost upon Harry before he moved. He jerked his wand upward, thinking Levi Corpus as hard as he could. The spider flew up, clearing the hedges. Harry aimed his wand at the soft underbelly and yelled Reducto. The spider exploded, spraying smelly bits all over him. Harry kept his wand out, certain now that Crouch had not underestimated him. He came to the next divergence in the path. He poked his head around the corner and saw one of Hagrid's blast-ended scrits. Deciding to use one of the new spells in his arsenal, he did not want to get too close to the stinger. He shouted, Zimlata, and the magical beast was sucked down into the earth. He waited until the ground stopped churning and shuddering and continued onward. He destroyed 2 other acromantulas, but took several wrong turnings and found himself back where he had destroyed the script. Shaking his head with irritation, he did the 4-point spell again and went straight ahead. He could hear other shouts and bangs and knew that he had almost lost his lead. He was running now. Something reached out and gripped him around the ankle, pulling him toward the hedge. He fell hard, barely managing to keep hold of his wand, and slammed his chin on the ground. Eyes watering from the pain, he twisted around to see what had got hold of him. It was a plant, Devil's Snare. He sent fire at it, stood up, and brushed himself off. Cedric Diggory came thundering past him, and without a thought, Harry tore off after him. But Cedric's legs were longer than his, and when he rounded the corner and found another divergence, Harry could not tell which way he had gone. Fleur screamed somewhere off to the right, and Harry stood rooted on the spot. If Crumb was using the Cruciatus Curse on her, shaking his head, he forced himself to ignore it. Cedric could not be allowed to take the cup. Hoping that Cedric would be waylaid, Harry ran to the left. Another blast-ended scrut was swallowed into the earth, and Harry felt the world turn upside down when he sprinted straight through the golden mist. Spider, he shouted at the Sphinx before she could even open her mouth. She stepped aside. A large scuttling thing with 100 legs and nasty-looking fangs. One of Hagrid's creatures, Harry thought, met him around the next corner. Harry hit it with a Sectum Sempra, but missed its head. Harry rolled, but one of the fangs pierced his left arm. Hope it isn't poisonous, Harry thought grimly, before he blew the creature up. He staggered a little when he rose, and his shoulder bled freely. I really need to learn some healing spells, Harry thought. He used the 4-point spell again. He started to take the left path again, but heard Cedric shouting with pain from the right. Harry checked himself and tore off, following the cries. Stupefied, Harry shouted. Crumb immediately fell over. Cedric scrambled to his feet. He was using the Cruciatus curse on me. He was imperious, Harry said shortly. How do you know? Cedric asked. I saw his eyes, Harry lied. Cedric did not believe him. I can't believe you're defending him, Potter. His face was twisted in an ugly grimace. Who would have imperiused him? Fleur's already out of the maze. I saw the red sparks. Cedric, Harry began, but Cedric took off away from him at full speed. Harry chased him, grimly determined that Cedric would not get away from him again. Panic made him move faster than he ever had before in this short, 14-year-old body. Damn it, Cedric, he shouted. Stay away from me. Cedric called over his shoulder. Harry was still far behind him, but gaining when he turned a corner. Harry swerved around it and saw. The cup was just ahead, and there was no way that Harry could overtake Cedric in time. Stupefied, Harry bellowed. There was a flash of red light, and Cedric crumpled to the ground. Harry had no time to feel relieved when another giant spider crashed down almost directly on top of him and sent him sprawling, his wand flying a few feet away. Harry felt a flash of pain on his leg, and, ignoring it, Harry dove for his wand. Reducto! He screamed, and not pausing to watch the spider explode, he hurtled to his feet and ran. Cedric was also on his feet. He was not sprinting as fast as Harry was, but he was closer to the cup. No! Harry shouted. He seemed to be flying. He watched with horror as Cedric reached out, and Harry's hand grasped the cup at the same instant as Cedric's, and they both hurtled away toward the graveyard, to where Cedric might die unless Harry was very quick. He slammed to the ground beside Cedric, and nearly fainted from the pain in his leg and shoulder. Gasping, he staggered his feet. Touch the cup, Cedric, Harry said. He pointed his wand at the other boy. What the hell is going on? Cedric asked. Get out of here. Harry roared. Touch the effing cup. Cedric looked both confused and furious. Did you know this was going to happen? Yes. Now, get out of here. Or do you want to die? You're going to kill. Imperio, Harry said. Cedric's eyes glazed over, though Harry immediately knew that Cedric's mind was not nearly as weak as Pettigrew's. Harry broke out into a sweat. Pettigrew was going to join them at any moment. Cedric had to be gone before he even saw that he was there. Cedric made jerky movements to the cup. Take the cup, take the cup, take the cup. Harry thought as hard as he could. They had seconds left. Cedric's hand grasped the handle, and he disappeared. Harry had no time to be relieved. No sooner had Cedric returned to Hogwarts than he heard the faint sound of Pettigrew making his way toward him. The lunch he had eaten hours before churned in his stomach. Pettigrew's footsteps grew closer. He could see him. He was now only 5 feet away. Harry forced himself to remain passive, even though every instinct he had screamed at him to kill this man. He desperately wanted to do it, but the part of his brain that was cold and logical remained in firm control. This has to happen. This must happen. This has to happen. The refrain echoed through his brain when Pettigrew took his wand, when he heard Voldemort's high, cold voice, and when he was tied to the stone. This has to happen. This must happen. This has to happen. They were saying things, but Harry ignored them. Their voices grated sharply on his nerves, and he clenched his fists until the palms of his hands stung. Harry forced himself to watch as Pettigrew completed the spell, including cutting off his own hand, and Voldemort returned again. Hatred welled up inside him, but Voldemort was now calling his Death Eaters to him, and Harry must pay close attention. He must make sure that none of them spoke of the prophecy. And if they did, Harry must be prepared. The Death Eaters apparat into the graveyard where the bones of Voldemort's father were laid to rest. They were like menacing, black shadows, so subservient to Voldemort that they might as well have been a part of him. Lucius Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, Avery, Amicus, and Electo Caro, not McNair, one by one, they knelt and kissed the hem of Voldemort's robes. Harry watched, wishing he could kill them all right here, right now. But he could not do anything. So he watched as Voldemort described to his followers how he had survived, how he had waited for them to come to him. Harry listened closely. Voldemort said the exact same thing he had before. The ripple effect hadn't changed that much. The Death Eaters were held spellbound, listening as closely as Harry, though they were awestruck, not disgusted. "And you, Severus," Voldemort said softly. "I confess myself surprised to see you here at all. I thought you long lost to that champion of filth, Albus Dumbledore." "Never, my lord," Snape said harshly. "Crucio," he yelled. Snape cried out in pain and writhed on the ground. Harry forced himself to watch. Snape was doing this for Harry's mother. He was enduring this because he had loved Lily Evans so much, and for so long that he was willing to sacrifice everything to keep Harry safe, and to help Harry defeat Voldemort. The least he could do was watch. "I have spied on Dumbledore," Snape said, "for these long years. For you, my lord." Voldemort raised his wand again, and Harry did the only thing he could do. He tried to push the black rag that Wormtail had shoved in his mouth. His scar burned fiercely, and Voldemort felt a cold rage towards Snape that generally preceded murder. He had no idea what he could say, but he could not allow Snape to die. He spat and worked at it. Little by little, it wriggled loose. He used his tongue to push it. "You have thwarted me at every turn, Severus." Voldemort's mild tone belied his black rage. Harry's heart pounded. "It was you who kept a close eye on Quirrell. Do not think my memory so short that I have forgotten." "Crucio." Voldemort watched in silence as Snape screamed. The rag was almost out his mouth. Harry felt himself panicking. Voldemort was going to kill him. Harry knew it. He felt it through his scar. He was only playing with him now. And then a thought struck him so suddenly that it was almost as if someone had shouted it in his ear. The article. Umbridge had written it. Harry knew it. The Death Eaters surely had no idea. Umbridge was not a Death Eater. And Snape was the best of liars. The rag fell to the ground atop Tom Riddle's disturbed grave. "Snape, you filthy traitor!" he shouted. "I knew it. I've known it since I found out you wrote that article. Would that Dumbledore, would that he hadn't trusted you. I told him." The Death Eaters that stood beside the graves and the yew trees stirred and murmured. Snape kept his head bowed. "Follow my lead. Follow my lead," Harry urged him silently. "Do it, do it, do it." "What's this?" Voldemort hissed. There was a long pause while Snape panted. I knew that you would return, my lord. I wrote an article long ago that would serve to turn the wizarding world against Harry Potter. And they have, just like I planned. Even Dumbledore does not fully trust Potter." Harry had the pleasure of seeing Voldemort surprised. "You bastard!" Harry yelled. "My lord." Lucius Malfoy stepped forward. "I too have had that aim. Harry Potter is considered a menace. The Ministry does not trust him. My son Draco has told me that even the parents of his little friends hate him." "I did not know you had Quirrell under your control," Snape said. If I had, you would have returned to power 3 years ago. I swear, my lord. I am your servant. I hate Dumbledore, but I have kept myself close to him, as I thought you would wish me to. Forgive me. Forgive me for being wrong." "Stand up, Severus," Voldemort said coldly. Harry held his breath. "He is telling the truth," he said to the watching Death Eaters. "It was good of you to have done this. Unfortunately, it was for naught. Harry Potter will end tonight. His death will be a gift I give myself and my own rebirthing party. Think again, Tom Riddle." "No," Harry shouted, mostly because he felt like he had to say something. Voldemort laughed a high, cold laugh. He gave his full attention now to Harry. He stroked his wand with long, spidery fingers. "No," he said softly. "Your mother is dead. Your father is dead. There is no one here tonight that would extend himself or herself to give you the time of day, let alone die for you." He flicked his wand, and Harry crashed to the ground. "Give him his wand, Wormtail." His wand was jammed into his hand, and he was roughly pulled to his feet by the man who had betrayed his parents. He gathered his thoughts, grimly satisfied that his obfuscamancy shields were tightly in place, as they had been for over a year. Even if Voldemort did something unexpected, Harry's mind would not betray him. Harry went through the motions of the mock duel. He endured the white-hot pain of the Cruciatus curse. He stumbled again to his feet. "Ah," Voldemort said. "The niceties must be observed." This time, Harry bowed mockingly. The moment was nearly upon him. "Watch," Voldemort ordered his Death Eaters. "Watch as I prove that no little boy could match my power." Avada Kedavra, Expelliarmus. The spells collided in the middle. Harry focused all his attention upon it. The beads of light appeared, and they immediately began to move toward Voldemort's wand. Voldemort was shouting at his Death Eaters to do nothing. Harry's wand jerked and vibrated at the same moment that the first bead of light connected with Voldemort's wand. Screams of pain, Snape's screams, came out of the wand first. But Harry didn't listen to it. Instead, he listened to the Phoenix song. Even now, it filled him with courage and the strength to keep holding his wand. The old muggle, Frank Bryce, squeezed out of the other wand and dropped to the ground. You show him, boy. Killed me, he did. But you'll show him. The shadowy figure of a woman toppled out next. Harry thought it was Bertha Jorkins. He watched as she pushed her long hair out of her face, and Harry recognized his mother. She came toward him and said in a low, echoing voice, "We're so proud of you. Harry, you know what to do. Wait for your father. He wants to see you." James Potter was already getting to his feet. As soon as he was close enough to speak without Voldemort hearing, he said, "As soon as you break the connection, apparate to Godric's Hollow. Wait for Sirius there." Harry nodded fiercely, accepting this without question. "Now," he cried. He broke the connection, and the shades of Frank Bryce and his parents flew to Voldemort. Harry spun on the spot, and, thinking with all his might of Sirius Kitchen, he disapparated. Once the feeling of being pulled through a tube vanished, and he had checked to make sure that he was in Sirius' home at Godric's Hollow, he sank to the floor. His entire body felt weak, and he was shaking uncontrollably. His leg and arm still bled, though it was slowing, and only a few scarlet drops fell to the floor. "Accio towel," Harry said wearily. It zoomed toward him, and he dabbed his leg and arm with it. He was almost too tired to think straight. He wanted to go back to Hogwarts, to let Dumbledore know that Voldemort had indeed returned. He must have sat for 10 minutes, or maybe even half an hour, debating whether or not he should return. But his father had said, "Crack. Good, you're here," Snape said. He was very pale and shaking. He looked how Harry felt. Harry thought it might have been due to the Cruciatus Curse. He knelt down, pulled the towel from Harry's limp grasp, and used his wand to heal Harry's wounds. It would have looked very suspicious if you had apparat near Hogwarts. "Thanks," Harry said quietly. "Don't thank me," Snape said. "It's not even remotely difficult to heal minor cuts." Harry raised his brows. "I didn't mean the healing." "You saved my life," Snape said, "although I do not know if that mad plan of yours will hold." "You are certain that it was Umbridge that wrote the article?" "Yes," Harry said. "He was going to kill you. I had to do something. I'm just glad you went along with it." "You would have lost a spy," Snape said. "The Dark Lord, after your disappearance, dispatched me to return to Hogwarts with all haste. I believe he is not as displeased with me as he was. He believes that he can use the wide distrust against you to his advantage." "I know," Harry said. His scar and the Horcrux inside him had sensed the cunning beneath the rage, and he suddenly felt very uncomfortable. "I didn't do it because I was afraid of losing a spy, Snape. I know why you turned against him, you know. You, love her more than you hated him. That means something to me." Snape did not answer, though Harry was grateful that he did not fly into a rage as he had when Harry had once viewed his worst memories without permission. "I have to leave," Snape said finally. "I judge it best that you remain here for the time being, until we figure out a way to get you back without it seeming like you did magic beyond your years. I will tell Dumbledore where you are." Harry nodded, though he had planned to listen to his father and wait for Sirius to come to him. Without another word, Snape disapparated with a loud pop, and Harry was alone once more. Harry wandered out of the kitchen and into the sitting room. The house that Sirius had bought with the Ministry's blood money was far larger than his parents' house, yet it was still a home. Harry felt safer here than he did even at Hogwarts. No one could come here unless he trusted them. He threw himself down on the couch, yawning, though he resolved to stay awake. But the minutes ticked by. Snape surely had had enough time to tell Dumbledore where he was. Why was it taking them so long to figure it out? As time passed, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, their silence became more and more ominous. It was long after midnight, and Harry was restlessly pacing the floor. The weight was almost unbearable. His feet itched to turn on the spot and take him to Hogwarts, where he could swiftly find the answers he sought. But his father's warning echoed in his ears, and he forced himself to stay put. Harry cried out when Dumbledore's Patronus resolved itself into a phoenix. "Do not come to Hogwarts. You will be arrested. Ministry watching."
Thank you so much for being with us, Harry Potter fans. We are back with another chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. Here we are, Chapter 24, Interlude, Albus Dumbledore 2.
Chapter 24, Interlude, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter text, Albus Dumbledore. Meanwhile, back at the castle, Albus Dumbledore knew something was dreadfully wrong the moment Cedric Diggory appeared at the entrance to the maze clutching the cup. He felt remarkably as he had when Harry Potter had been gone for hours, as he was attempting to rescue his wife from the fangs of the basilisk and, more dangerous, the clutches of Tom Riddle's diary. It was identical, except for the fact that it happened in an instant. It was not process that took hours. Cedric appeared, and Albus knew that what was about to happen would change everything. He stood up. The Hogwarts students were cheering wildly for the Hufflepuff champion. Even some of the Beauxbatons students bestirred themselves to applaud. 5 students, however, had noticed exactly what he had. Ginny Potter, Ron Weasley, Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Luna Lovegood, a formidable group, immediately began to confer with one another. When Ginny looked over at him, he shook his head. "No, I do not know what is happening. No, I do not know what is about to happen." Cornelius Fudge shoved past him. Albus did not think the minister had been deliberately rude. He was only showing his exuberance. Cedric stood, swaying a little, and as Albus drew near him, he saw that his eyes were vacant and glazed. He could easily imagine what had happened. The effects of the Imperius curse were not difficult to see for one who had Albus' skill. "Mr. Diggory, congratulations on winning the Triwizard Tournament," Cornelius said jovially. He extended his hand in Cedric's direction, but Cedric did not take it. Mr. Diggory." Amos Diggory, his wife, and Cho Chang were the first wave of well-wishers to reach Cedric after the minister and Albus himself. Albus thought of obliviating Cedric, but had to discard the idea. There were too many people around, and it would look far too suspicious. "I'm sorry, Harry. He imperiused me," Cedric whispered. Then, louder, "Potter imperiused me." "What? How what?" Amos stammered. "Harry Potter used the Imperius curse against you, son." "He did," Cedric said insistently. Albus noted with dread that the crowd had gone silent. Cornelius stood there, gaping. "Are you certain of this?" "I know what being put under the Imperius curse feels like," Cedric said sharply. "This cup," he said, "was a portkey. I was about to grab it when Potter grabbed it too." Albus closed his eyes, thinking rather quickly. "We will wait to hear your full story later, Mr. Diggory. For now, see Madame Pomfrey." "Alastair," he said to Barty Crouch, who stood a little ways behind him. "Search the maze. Try to find Potter. If he is there, he may be under his invisibility cloak." Crouch immediately obeyed. One obstacle out of the way, Amos and his wife pulled Cedric away to where Poppy was already working on Fleur Delacour, who was suffering the effects of the Cruciatus curse. Albus turned to the stands and sought Sirius. He was already on the grass. Remus and Nymphadora Tonks were with him. "Sirius Black," he said, "if Harry Potter is indeed not on the grounds of Hogwarts, do you have any idea where he might be?" He had full faith in Sirius Black. He was sharp-witted, and he knew well enough that he was expected to play along. He would not like it, but he would do it. The only worry was Nymphadora. He glanced at Remus, and the other man drew her to the side and out of earshot. It was not a permanent solution. She would need to be told the truth. "I might know a few places," Sirius said. "Go look for him," Albus said for the benefit of those in the stands who listened. He was thankful that the minister had gone after Cedric rather than forcing Albus to take drastic measures. "Once everyone has seen you leave, Albus said. Double back. Sirius, you must kill Barty Crouch. Make it look like an accident. Use fire. Sirius paled considerably, but he nodded. He spun on his heel and walked away toward the gates, looking for all the world as though he were about to apparate away, find his godson, and bring him back for questioning. Victor Crumb chose that moment to come stumbling out of the maze. Albus strode over to him. Did you come across Harry Potter in the maze? He asked. Do you know where he is? Where did you see him last? I don't know, he said. I was stunned, I think. There was a large cut over his right eye that bled freely. He wiped it absently with his robes. BOT has happened. Come with me to Madame Pomfrey, Albus murmured. The hospital tent was as mad as Albus had expected. Cornelius was wringing his hands. Amos was shouting, though Albus could not make out what exactly he was saying. Cedric said over and over again that Harry Potter had imperioused him. Cedric stiffened immediately when he saw Crumb. And he put the Cruciatus curse on me. Potter said he was imperioused, though Potter probably imperioused him too. You used the torture curse on my boy. Amos Diggory shouted. His wife gave a loud sob. He drew his wand and pointed it at Crumb, face livid. Hold, Amos, Albus said. We must get to the bottom of this. Mr. Diggory, would you be willing to give us your memories of what happened this night? Forgive me, Harry. I know that you have suffered an ordeal, but we must know what happened. Cedric nodded jerkily. Albus pitied him. He was a good boy, brave and kind. He had no idea that Harry had saved him from certain death this night. Albus raised the elder wand. Accio pensive, he said. Excellent thinking, Dumbledore, Cornelius said. Albus did not think that merited a reply. He waited patiently for his pensive to appear. He was just as anxious to find out what had happened as the rest of the witches and wizards in the tent were, though for very different reasons. He knew exactly where this was going. Harry would be accused of placing the Imperius curse upon Cedric. Albus had little doubt that he had, in fact, done so, but might be possible to minimize the damage. Once Voldemort was revealed, and the real Alastor Moody came back from the supposed dead, the memories of this night would be an instrument of truth. The pensive zoomed into the room and landed gracefully on a small table. Ah, Albus said. Cedric, you need to keep the memory of these events fixed firmly in your mind. Place your wand at your temple and pull it out. Cedric did so, and the memory swirled in the silver basin like wind made liquid. I'd like to see this for myself, Amos said, drawing himself up to his full height. His cheeks were ruddier than normal. He was flushed with anger. That is your right, Cornelius said. Albus led the way into the memory. Cornelius, Amos, and Mrs. Diggory followed. Mrs. Diggory screamed as they came upon the scene of Crumb torturing her son. Albus watched carefully. He saw Harry round the corner and sent a stunning spell at Crumb, knocking him to the ground. He couldn't possibly have seen Crumb's eyes, Cornelius said. He wasn't at the correct angle. Mr. Crumb was indeed under the Imperius curse, Albus murmured. Potter probably did it himself, Amos said. That's how he knew. The scene carried them through. Albus watched as Harry stunned Cedric and was immediately attacked by one of Hagrid's acromantulas. He could not help but feel a fierce pride when he saw how quick Harry was to recover and how quickly he moved to intercept Cedric. Albus had often been told that he had looked much the same, fierce and determined, when he had dueled, when he had been trying to prevent death. The scene shifted abruptly to the graveyard. It was no uglier than he had expected, for which Albus was grateful. He ignored the murmurs and shouts of the others who had accompanied him to view Cedric's memory. He kept one eye on Harry and Cedric, and one eye ensuring that Pettigrew had not seen Harry use the Imperius curse to save Cedric's life. What Voldemort would use with that knowledge, Albus did not know. He only knew that he felt a great sense of relief when it became obvious that the confrontation between the two champions was private. He took a moment to compose his thoughts as the others left the memory. It's obvious, isn't it? Amos said. Potter has turned into a dark wizard. I can't say I'm surprised. Whoever wrote that article about him, and the prophecy was damn smart, if you ask me. Gave us a warning, it did. We're lucky he didn't kill Cedric. He threatened to. I heard him. Mrs. Diggory sobbed. Indeed, Albus said. What do you think he means to do in that graveyard, Albus? Cornelius asked. As to that, I have no idea, Albus said. Though I will make every effort to find out, I assure you. I think we must assume, however, that Potter is intelligent enough to know that he will be arrested the moment he returns to Hogwarts. His actions lead me to believe that he did not intend to. I'll alert the Aurors that they are to stop looking for Rookwood and Pettigrew, Cornelius said, exactly as Albus had expected him to. They're to look for Potter around the clock. Scrimgeour and Shacklebolt are very capable, Amos. We will not let the boy who used an unforgivable curse on your son to go free. Cornelius, if I may, I think it would be wise to set a guard, day and night, on the door to the Department of Mysteries, Albus said. I believe Potter will attempt to get hold of it. Done, Cornelius said. I will also alert my senior undersecretary to begin the proceedings for a trial. I want everyone there who has ever attempted to warn us about Potter. Gilderoy Lockhart, Lucius Malfoy, everyone. If we haven't caught him within the month, and I have no doubt that we will, Amos, do not worry. Then he will be tried in absentia. A wise course, Albus murmured. He could not prevent this from happening any more than he could move the sun from its course across the sky. Cornelius stalked out of the tent, muttering imprecations. Albus followed, certain that the minister would now attempt to settle the nerves of the restless, dumbfounded crowd in the stands. He stood to the left and slightly behind the minister. Sonorous, Cornelius said. Harry Potter is guilty of using the Imperius curse on Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb. The minister's voice was loud, and it echoed strangely. There were gasps and cries from the stands. Albus heard a shuffling from behind him and a whisper saying, Muffliato. It's done, Sirius said. Albus heard him clearly over the empty promises Cornelius Fudge was now making. What do I do now? Take Remus Lupin and Nymphadora Tonks to the defense against the dark arts classroom, Albus said. You will find the real Alastor Moody in the trunk, Sirius said. Yeah, I know. Liberate him and take him to the room of requirement. As soon as Severus returns, I will send him to you. He can heal him, Albus said. Why take Dora, though? Because you're going to tell her everything. And if Alastor is awake and alert enough, you're going to tell him as well, Albus told him firmly. They need to know tonight. You must also know that we, especially you, must appear to fully believe the minister. No, do not argue. Harry will be going into hiding. He will need as many people as possibly to be able to move freely. I don't like it, Sirius said. I hate it, Albus said. Sirius, I'm certain that this is what he would wish us to do. It is necessary. Horrible, but necessary. I hope you're right, Sirius said. He walked away. The students filed away back to their common rooms, as they had been bidden to do. Albus stared at Harry's wife and friends, willing them to be smart. If they weren't, Albus would need to send them into hiding along with Harry. It was a possibility that it would happen anyway. In fact, it was almost certain that Ron and Ginny would join Harry. But it would not be wise to do this too soon. He would need to speak to them as soon as possible. He would like to break away now, but he knew that Cornelius would expect him to help. Cornelius, he said, alert the Aurors. Get Scrimgeour and Shacklebolt here. Do you have ways of instant communication? I could apparate to the ministry, Cornelius said. Albus shook his head. They need to be here immediately. I have devised a way of using a Patronus to send a message. If you would like me to, do as you see best, Dumbledore, Cornelius said. The look on his face told Albus quite plainly that Cornelius trusted him fully and was ready to give over control of the situation to him. Excellent. He sent his Patronus. They waited in silence for 20 minutes before Kingsley Shacklebolt and Rufus Scrimgeour came thundering toward them, not even out of breath despite the run from the gates. Albus looked over at the maze, knowing that he appeared to be deep in thought. Alastor has been in there for a long time, he said quietly. Too long, I think. Cornelius did not need another hint. Go find Alastor Moody, he ordered sharply. I'll explain everything once you've returned with him. Albus, you don't think anything's happened to him, do you? I wouldn't think so, Albus lied. Still, he should have come out by now. Sirius must have caught up with Barty Crouch rather quickly, for Shacklebolt and Scrimgeour returned, levitating his badly burned body within 5 minutes. Cornelius gaped at it. "What do you don't think? Is Potter still in the maze?" Cornelius asked. "It was an accident, Minister," Shacklebolt said in his slow, deep voice. He was obviously deeply saddened. Rufus Scrimgeour, on the other hand, appeared entirely indifferent. "We found a stunned beast near his body." "What did you mean about Potter?" Scrimgeour asked roughly. This opened a conversation that lasted well into the night. Albus contributed as often as he could, though he mainly watched Kingsley Shacklebolt. Harry trusted him fully, and Albus began to understand that the trust was not given lightly. While Cornelius and Scrimgeour were quick to fire off suggestions and theories, each more unlikely than the last, Shacklebolt was more thoughtful. Severus interrupted the discussion shortly after they arrived at Albus's office. Albus glanced at him sharply. He was pale, shaken, but looked otherwise unharmed. "Are the rumors true?" he asked. "Is Potter guilty of using the Imperius curse?" "Absolutely," Cornelius said. "And he used it on Victor Crumb as well, and forced him to use the Cruciatus curse on Mr. Diggory and Miss Delacour." Severus' face twisted with hatred. "I knew something like this would happen. I tried to warn you, Dumbledore. Potter's been crossing lines since the moment he got to Hogwarts. It was only a matter of time before this happened." "I prefer to believe that a man is innocent until proven guilty," Albus murmured. He heard the message behind the words. Severus confirmed that Voldemort had returned. He suspected that Harry had escaped, but he wished to know. "Do you have any thoughts to offer, Severus? You have been his professor for 4 years." "I suggest you let Black look for him," Severus said. "Potter will trust Black, and Black might have a better idea than any of us as to where he's gone." "Already done," Albus said. So Harry was either at Sirius' home in Godric's Hollow or at Grimmauld Place. Albus suspected the former. "Very well, Severus. That is all that is required of you. Take the hint, Severus. Go to the room of requirement." Severus met his eyes and nodded swiftly. "Now, gentlemen," Cornelius said, once Severus had departed. "Where were we?" It was not until after midnight that Albus finally said good night to his guests. He was weary, and though he had accomplished much, he still had quite a bit left to do. He allowed himself a brief moment to pause before he sent his Patronus to find Harry. "Tell Harry Potter do not come to Hogwarts. You will be arrested. Ministry watching." When he arrived at the room of requirement, he found himself in the middle of a row. "You can't possibly go, Mad-Eye," Tonks said. "Look at you. You haven't even recovered yet. You can barely stand." "That's none of your concern," Alastor growled. Albus was pleased to note that he was standing up, though swaying a bit, and leaning heavily against a heavy oak cane. "The Ministry will swarm all over the place before tomorrow morning. Professor Dumbledore, reason with him." Tonks turned to Albus with a pleading look. "I must confess that I do not know what the debate is about," Albus said. "And it is high time that you call me Albus, Nymphadora." "I'll call you Albus when you call me Tonks," she muttered. "Mad-Eye wants to leave a will. If I'm to play dead," Alastor scowled, "then I don't want to leave everything to that nephew of mine. By the time I come back, he'll have gone through everything I have. I'm going to leave everything to Tonks. The Order will need funding, and my account at Gringotts is healthy." "Excellent thinking, Alastor," Albus said. "I'm going to go to my place," he said stubbornly. "Leave my will out. No one will think twice of it. It isn't a secret that Tonks here was my favorite at the Ministry. Even you-know-who's spies at the Ministry won't think anything of it." "Albus," Tonks whispered. She clutched Remus' hand. "Is it really true? Did Harry, Ron, and Ginny really come back in time to save us all?" "He did," Sirius confirmed. "They did. The Ministry should be licking the hem of his robes," Alastor said. "Fools, the lot of them. Oh well, I take it they were easy to manipulate." "I, for one," Severus said before Albus could reply, "am very much looking forward to the day that the Ministry licks his robes, even if he is a Potter." "Indeed," Albus said, "they have agreed to set up a watch on the prophecy. They took me at my word that Harry would go after it. It will make it that much harder for Voldemort to get his hands on it. And the Order of the Phoenix simply does not have enough people. We could not have done it ourselves." "Alastor," Could you not write out the will and allow one of the others to take it? I think even you would find it difficult to get past my wards, Albus, Alastor said. You'd get through M, but you'd be in a world of pain. You can't be seen, Remus said. If you're seen. I've been at this before you were born, boy, Alastor barked. I don't need a lecture from you about constant vigilance. Albus hid his smile. How about if I go with you? Would that be a fair compromise, Alastor? I believe that we have a great many things to discuss. That ended the argument, though Alastor still appeared mutinous. Albus knew that he was feeling a bit humiliated that he had been under the power of a Death Eater for so long. But Albus could not reassure him that it was through no fault and no lack of ability of his own. That would only serve to hurt the other man's pride even more than it already had. Stay here, Albus said. I know you wish to go to Harry, but it would be better if we all went together. This would not take us long. The room of requirement opened a door to a passageway that led to Albus Brothers' pub. Though Aberforth did not know the secret, he had already been warned that there may be strange comings and goings in the Hogshead Inn. This last blood relation of his would not betray them, nor would he comment on it. Albus stared at Ariana's portrait for a moment. He could hear loud voices. Aberforth was doing a brisk trade tonight. He tapped the elder wand on Mad Eye's head and then his own. They quietly walked down the stairs. The pub was full of a wide assortment of visitors, including, Albus saw, 2 Death Eaters. He ignored them and strode out the door. You are, I trust, capable of disapparating without splinching yourself. Yes, Alastor growled. Albus turned on the spot, thinking of the quiet street and Alastor's home. Albus kept the Elder Wand out. He did not believe that the Death Eaters would come here. Crouch's death was not yet known to the public. They would come later, if at all. Still, it never hurt to be cautious. Alastor stumped toward his house, his wooden leg making a clanking sound that seemed oddly loud. Damn thing. At least that Sirius Black had the presence of mind to get my eye from that scum and replace it with a fake. And he even got my wand. Yes, Sirius does indeed know what he is doing, Albus agreed. Once they were through the wards and inside the house, Albus took the disillusionment charm off himself. I must admit that you are far calmer than I was when Harry and Ron Weasley came to me with their tale. Alastor riffled through the desk in his study and pulled out a piece of parchment. Not even bothering to sit, he scribbled out his will. I think we're damn lucky, is all, he finally said. We've got a powerful advantage. It'll be tough, but I think we can do it. I admit that after 10 months of captivity in my own trunk, I'd like nothing better to see you-know-who defeated. I'm truly sorry, Alastor, that we could not find a way to free you, Albus said quietly. You will find that Harry deeply regrets your confinement as well. It was needful, Alastor shrugged. From where I'm standing, you made the right choice. He put the parchment upon which he had written his will in a small drawer. He then put a slight, compelling charm, one so subtle that the ministry officials who visited would not notice it, on it to ensure that it was found. How do you think Potter will react? I do not know, Albus said. Let's find out, shall we? At 2:10 in the morning, the adult members of the Order of the Phoenix filed silently into the Albus office, safely disillusioned. The headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Albus told Tonks and Alastor, is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Potter isn't at the noble house of Black, Phineas Nigellus Black's portrait said. I've already checked. Thank you, Phineas, Albus murmured. He raised his wand, ready to send another Patronus message. Tell Harry Potter come to Grimmauld Place. Wait 5 minutes. He looked around. Very well, let's go. What of Ginny and the others? Sirius asked. Shouldn't they come too? They should, yes, Albus said. But I am afraid that taking them from their beds would be unwise. We will speak to them as soon as possible, I assure you. But for now, I am certain that Harry would like to have some answers. Albus went first. One by one, they entered the dark basement kitchen at Grimmauld Place. He raised his wand and lit the torches, giving it a homier feel. Creature, Sirius called. The house elf immediately appeared. He bowed low. Yes, Master Sirius? Would you mind getting us some food and drinks? And after that, a room needs to be prepared for Alastor Moody. Creature bowed low again. Of course, Master. They all sat at the table. Creature had promptly brought out enough bottles of butterbeer for a small army and a lone bottle of fire whiskey. Albus opened a butterbeer and took a long sip, and his stomach reminded him that he had not eaten since lunch. He was glad that Sirius had the foresight to ask the elf to prepare a meal. The flames in the hearth made a whooshing sound, and Harry appeared. Albus eyed him. He looked weary and slightly apprehensive, but he was relatively in one piece, though he had not bothered to change out of his bloody robes. It was the Imperius curse, wasn't it? Harry said immediately. It was stupid, but I couldn't just let him die, could I? I suppose I'm... Harry gaped when he saw Laster and Tonks, sitting around the table, looking quite unsurprised to see him. Albus was pleased to see that he was not so affected by the events of the night that he was unable to smile. I take it you told them? Harry asked. I judged it best, Albus said. They did choose Harry, Remus said. I must admit that we were going to tell them anyway, but Tonks immediately began asking questions. She did not believe that you would do such a thing without a good reason. And once Mad-Eye woke up, he suspected Voldemort's hand in his captivity. Good, Harry nodded. And thank you both. It was actually part of the plan that the two of you be told, if not tonight, then soon after. You and the W. Anyway, I'm glad that you know. Moody, I'm so sorry that. I already told Dumbledore that it was for the best, Alastair said. Still, Harry said. So what's happened? Albus told him. In truth, Harry did not seem especially surprised, but he also had several hours to think of what had occurred. He had obviously not spent the time in idleness. Albus was pleasantly surprised by this. Harry was a very strong person, but the fact that he was now on the run from the Ministry had to be a heavy weight. He bore it well. What happened to Barty Crouch? He's dead, Sirius said. Won't that just dig the hole I'm in with the Ministry deeper? The Ministry believes that it was an accident, Sirius said. His body was found burned, and there was one of those mad creatures that Hagrid bred at the scene. He was still under the polyjuice potion then? Harry asked. So everyone will think that Moody's dead? Is this a good thing? A dead man can do things that a living man can't, Alastair replied. I'm not planning on hiding out, if that's what you think. I'm not either, Harry said. Not entirely. We will have to be careful, though. I will maintain a large supply of polyjuice potion for your use, Severus said. I have to admit, Harry, that I'm a little surprised to see that you haven't drowned yourself in fire whiskey again. Sirius reached over and ruffled Harry's hair. After the way we met, I figured we'd find you screaming at Voldemort again. I think I would have done. Harry snorted. I considered it. While I heard about the Ministry, your liquor cabinet started to look a little tempting. I'm not cracking up, though, not like I was after I was kicked out of the burrow. A part of me thinks that this isn't even such a bad thing. I'll certainly have more freedom than I would have at school next year. I think you may be right, Albus said. Besides, Harry added, and Albus noted that his eyes shone a little. My mom told me that she was proud of me, and I'll be damned if I don't continue to make her proud. Always and always.
Welcome back to the page, Potterheads. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we have it, Chapter 25, Undesirable Number 1.
Chapter 25, Undesirable Number 1. Chapter text. Harry knew about the outcome of his trial before anyone could tell him, because his scar pulsed, and he felt a quivering flash of happiness. As he was dueling Mad-Eye Moody at the time, and losing badly, he rightfully attributed this to Voldemort. He held up his hand to end the duel. No time to rest, Potter, Mad-Eye said. I told you we'd be practicing as much as we can while we're hiding from the Ministry. Give me a moment, Harry said. I just got sentenced to Azkaban. Moody's mouth sagged open. He looked around the room, obviously searching for a Patronus of some kind, and then stared at Harry. Just this moment. Yeah, Harry said. Voldemort told me. When he tried to kill me, he transferred some of his powers to me, Harry said carefully. Didn't they tell you this? It's why I can speak Parseltongue, and why I can sometimes feel what he's feeling, if it's a particularly strong emotion. You can read you-know-whose mind? Not really, Harry shrugged. Just his emotions. Sometimes I'll have visions, though, of what he's doing. And that's not very comfortable, let me tell you. If you ever doubt that Voldemort is the most evil bastard who ever walked the earth, just come find me. I'll set you straight. Let's ask Creature for a spot of tea, shall we? Moody said after a long silence. Harry followed him out of Sirius' mother's bedroom, which Dumbledore had turned into a dueling room, with Sirius' wholehearted approval, down 2 flights of stairs and into the kitchen. Creature was humming, though it sounded more like he was croaking, a tune and preparing dinner. Harry automatically reached for cups and a kettle, but had his hand swatted away by magic. If Master Harry needs anything, he must ask Creature, the house elf said reproachfully. Creature is here to help. Master Harry has other things to worry about. You're right about that, Moody growled. He stumped over to the table, sat down, and propped his wooden leg up on an empty chair. We'd like some tea, if you wouldn't mind, Creature. Creature is happy to serve, Creature said. I have to say that you've taken to confinement very well, Moody said. I'm wondering if you're not an explosion waiting to happen. Harry examined his feelings, as he had for nearly every day for the last month. He had not expected himself to be pleased with his situation, yet he was. Frankly, the Ministry could sod off, for all he cared. Being sentenced to Azkaban was something he had expected since he got Dumbledore's Patronus. He'd only needed a moment to adjust. He took a sip of tea. I'm not, he said. I can deal with a manhunt. Actually, at the height of the anti-Harry Potter sentiment, the Ministry was offering 1 million galleons for my capture. I've already dealt with this before. Dumbledore tells me you used to have friends that you don't have now, Moody said. That bothering you? Harry felt a flash of bitterness when he thought of the Weasleys. He closed his eyes against it, and the rune that had haunted him since the end of his 3rd year was apparently painted on the backs of his eyelids. He opened them again. It does, Harry answered honestly, but I refuse to let it affect what we're trying to do. Actually, the Weasleys that worry me the most are Ginny and Ron. I can't imagine why they haven't shown up by now. You sure they haven't turned on you? Harry snorted. Trust me, that is one thing that they would never, ever do. You'll find out when you meet them. I've been amazingly lucky with my friends, both this time and last time, and you'll find out why. I'll believe you for now, Potter, Moody said. But don't bottle it in. If you're feeling down, let me know and we'll go find some Death Eaters to take down. Harry laughed. The idea was a good one. He did want to rustle up a few of Voldemort's supporters. But he didn't want to make any moves like that until Ron and Ginny had joined him. Where are they? That'll have to wait, he told Moody. Besides, taking out Lockhart will be just as fun as taking out Death Eaters. I'm thinking of taking pictures and exposing his gross incompetence. Thought I'd send it to Witch Weekly. I might even give them a quote. And we're still waiting for the others to do that. Just another week, Harry said. We can't afford to wait any longer than that. If Lockhart is going to cause trouble, he's going to do it once the news hits the Prophet tomorrow. Harry thought of the plan they had made, and felt such bliss about it that he could not stop the broad smile from spreading across his face. It was perfect in all ways but one. They should have done this much sooner. Ron had been right, but in the aftermath of his exile from the burrow and finding Sirius, all of them had forgotten. He thought of how it was the perfect revenge for being obliviated, and his grin grew even wider. Care to share what's so funny? Moody asked. Lots of things, actually, Harry said. Imagining Lockhart's comeuppance, the fact that the Ministry of Magic is compiled of so many morons that they have no idea that they're working with us. I've always said they were a bunch of boobies, Moody said. Startled by the slang, Harry threw back his head and laughed. It felt good, laughing did. This was one of the reasons why he had not begun feeling resentful and angry with the rest of the wizarding world. The fact that Dumbledore could so skillfully manipulate the Ministry to further their aims, the fact that he now had Tonks and Moody on his side, even the fact that he did not have to go back to school and face Umbridge, but could instead take an active role in the war. He felt like he had a talisman in his chest, guarding against feelings of ill use. Moody then did something that surprised Harry a great deal. He opened his mouth, and a chuckle escaped. The chuckle turned into a belly laugh. Harry did not think he had ever seen Moody let loose before, and it only made Harry laugh harder. Bloody boobies, Harry gasped. I can't wait to see their faces, Moody said. Every last one of them. Especially Fudge's, that fool. Do you think they've gone mad? Tonks asked. She sounded greatly amused. If that's madness, I want some, Sirius said. Hey, everyone, Harry said. He threw a casual glance toward the door. Everyone except Snape, who was currently dancing attendance on Voldemort, crowded around the threshold as though afraid of entering. Honestly, he didn't know why they continued to think that he was going to fly off the handle. Did they really think that he hadn't expected this to happen? We're just talking about the mass stupidity of the Ministry. Voldemort's back, and they're immediately trying to F everything up. I'll be surprised if no one figures it out, Sirius said. Voldemort is on the move, and those at the Ministry who have anything between their ears. Precious few of them, you mean? Moody said. We'll notice that something isn't quite right, Sirius said. Harry asked. He chortled again. I don't think we have to worry about the boobies at the Ministry figuring out that Voldemort's back. Not until we're good and ready to let them know. That is, aren't you at all curious about the trial? Remus asked. You do remember that it was today, yes? Potter already knows, Moody said. Said you know who told him. He was very happy about something, Harry explained. I thought it must be because of the trial. So is it life in Azkaban? Or am I to be kissed straight away? Life in Azkaban, Sirius said. Mostly because you're still underage, we think. Well, Harry said, tell me everything. Harry listened carefully as Dumbledore told him of how Cedric Diggory and Victor Crumb had testified. Fleur Delacour had as well, though her statements were not as damning as Cedric's and Crumb's. He wondered about that. Was it possible that she remembered that he had helped her escape the Grindylows during the second task? And Augusta Longbottom and Xenophilius Lovegood defended you, Sirius said. I was ready to stand up and applaud, honestly. I didn't, though. Mustn't let them think I don't hate you. They did, Harry said blankly. He remembered vaguely that Neville's Gran had believed Harry and Dumbledore last time when they had tried to tell the world that Voldemort had returned. And Luna and her father had believed as well. But this was quite unexpected. He wondered if Neville and Luna had told him anything. But no, they wouldn't. Why were they witnesses, though? They weren't, Remus said. They interrupted the proceedings. Zeno did it first, and then Augusta did. I believe they're being questioned. Don't look like that. Harry, the Ministry won't torture them. How'd you know? Harry asked. Because they're still playing by the rules, Dumbledore said. I made sure of that before I departed. I reminded them that a difference in opinion does not make someone a public enemy or a threat. Harry nodded. He may not trust the methods that the Ministry employed, but he did trust Dumbledore. He would have to find some way to warn Neville, Luna, and Hermione that they could not be openly supportive of him, and neither could their parents. He wasn't worried about Mr. and Mrs. Granger. They were muggles, after all. But the Ministry could very well decide, once they reached advanced states of paranoia, that Mrs. Longbottom and Mr. Lovegood were in collusion with Harry. Dumbledore, with the help of the others, told him every last detail. Except for one. I spoke to the Weasleys, Sirius said. They said, no. Harry held up his hand. I don't want to know what they said. I can guess well enough. I don't want to hear it. Everyone besides Dumbledore exchanged uncomfortable glances. Dumbledore certainly was aware of the situation. The look in his eye was so full of compassion that Harry had to look away. Harry did not want to have to think about the fact that sometimes he woke up wishing that he had the closest thing he'd ever had to a family again. It didn't help that at those times the image of the rune was so bright that he could almost see it with his eyes open. You will be interested to know, Dumbledore said after a long, awkward pause, that Gilderoy Lockhart has petitioned to have a hearing before the Wisingamot. Is that normal? Harry said blankly. What? He's going to turn himself in. No, Dumbledore said. I believe he is going to attempt to take advantage of your unpopularity and attempt to be rewarded or compensated for what happened in the Chamber of Secrets. The function of the Wisingamot is not only to judge but also to reward, you know. You know him, Sirius put in. He only wants recognition. He's a very greedy boy. And did the Wisingamot agree? We did, Dumbledore said. His hearing will be in 3 days. Ron and Ginny had better get here soon, Harry murmured. Otherwise, we'll have to do it without them. This changes things, though, he grinned, and makes our lives a hell of a lot easier. Harry expected that the Daily Prophet would give Harry's trial front page status. He was rather notorious, after all. He simply did not expect it to be in the Evening Prophet. And when the delivery owl flew in an open window, and Harry saw his own face blinking up from a photo taken by Rita Skeeter last year, "They must have really hustled this one through," he said, raising his eyebrows. Harry did the honors of reading it out loud. Harry Potter Sentenced to Azkaban by Aggie Lafferty. Today, on July the 21 SD, Harry Potter was convicted of using the Imperius Curse against Triwizard champion Cedric Diggory and international Quidditch player Victor Crumb. He is also guilty of using the Cruciatus Curse through Mr. Crumb on Fleur Delacour and Cedric Diggory. Courtroom 10 was filled to the brim with witches and wizards from all over the country. The evidence was undeniable, and the Wisengamot came back with the verdict after only minutes of deliberation. That is not to say that the wizarding world is able to breathe freely. Harry Potter, Dark Wizard, is still at large, despite the best efforts of the Aurors. Even private citizens are doing their best to find Potter, though the Ministry warns that Potter is extremely dangerous and at best left to the Aurors. Sirius Black, who was wrongfully convicted of crimes and sentenced to Azkaban, however, has stated that he is doing his best to keep a lookout for Potter. "I never thought I would see the day that my godson went against everything his parents stood for. James and Lily are surely turning over in their graves." "Nice touch, Sirius," Harry said. "I'm actually really impressed. I'll bet you just won over loads of people who might still be suspicious of you." "Remus told me what to say," Sirius shrugged. Harry laughed. "Well, not entirely. He told me to say the turning over in the grave bit. You don't think it was too much?" "Nah," Harry said. "It'll charm all the witches." Poor Sirius Black, so abused, yet so noble. Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot and Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, is also deeply involved in the ongoing search for Potter. "I have increased the amount of protection Hogwarts has to offer to the fullest extent of my capabilities," he assures parents. "If Potter returns, I will know it." "Yeah, you'll know it," Harry said. "And you won't tell anyone about it either." "Yes," Dumbledore agreed. "But I thought it wise not to mention that. Incidentally, the wards are extremely strong. If you do need to come to Hogwarts, make sure that you go through Aberforth's pub. Aurors are already being stationed there, and I can't trust that they won't find out about the other secret passages." "You told Aberforth?" Harry furrowed his brow. "Not the details," Dumbledore said. "But he knows that Voldemort has returned and that I am working to help you defeat him. He will not say a thing. Sturgis Podmore, Daedalus Diggle, and Hestia Jones likewise know. Do not worry, Harry, I do not intend to tell them your secret. But we need as many allies as we can get. Do you not agree?" "What about Kingsley Shacklebolt, then?" Harry asked. "Kingsley is another matter entirely," Dumbledore said. "I've recalled the original, living members of the Order of the Phoenix. Kingsley was not a part of that. It is my hope that we can get him on our side, but it would be exceedingly dangerous to approach him with this at the moment. I cannot even begin to guess what he might do. He might listen, but there's a chance that he could go to Scrimgeour and fudge." Harry sighed and continued to read. "Potter has been named undesirable number 1, bumping Peter Pettigrew and Augustus Rookwood, escapees from Azkaban, down the list. The Daily Prophet wonders, however, if these two escapes are related to Potter. It is well known that Potter was indeed the one to catch Pettigrew. Though there is no conclusive proof, it is not unlikely." When asked about this, Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the Auror Department, told us, "It is something that we are revisiting. There is no denying that Potter has a connection with both. He caught Pettigrew, and Augustus Rookwood worked for the Department of Mysteries, and his work involved prophecies." "I'm undesirable number 1 again," Harry said. "Ron's going to shit himself when he sees this. At least there is no way to connect me to Pettigrew and Rookwood. They never did work out how either of them made it out of Azkaban. The Ministry has deduced that Potter will perhaps make an attempt to retrieve the prophecy. He is the only one alive who can do so without going insane. Therefore, the door to the Department of Mysteries is heavily guarded. Let him come for it," Minister Cornelius Fudge said. "Then we'll catch him and throw him in Azkaban." Remarkable though this may sound, Potter is not friendless. Augusta Longbottom and Xenophilius Lovegood stubbornly denied the fact that Potter used the Imperius curse against Cedric Diggory and Victor Crome. They drew on the fact that Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood are great friends with Potter. After what happened to his parents, my grandson would never ally himself with a dark wizard. I believe there has been some mistake, she stated after the proceedings. Xenophilius Lovegood was heard saying similar things, though he was not available for comment. While it may be true that their loyalty to their progeny is what inspired this, they are at this moment being questioned about Potter's whereabouts. Lucius Malfoy, head of the prominent Malfoy family, has a darker thought. Strong witches and wizards have been led astray before, he said. I wouldn't doubt that Potter has enchanted them to believe he is innocent. He has a compelling point, which I am sure the Ministry will explore. Can you believe how stupid they are? Sirius asked. Lucius Malfoy is one of the most senior Death Eaters. Surely other people have realized that he bought his way out of Azkaban? Galleons erase everything, Remus said. You know that, Sirius. Merlin knows the Blacks knew that lesson better than anyone. Sirius grimaced. Don't remind me. The Ministry will also be issuing pamphlets. They will be guides to helping you and your family protect themselves. Albus Dumbledore will be writing it himself, so the Daily Prophet urges you to take it very seriously. Harry raised his eyebrows. That's a damn good idea. Last time the pamphlets didn't go out until after Voldemort was unmasked, and they were rubbish. With you writing them, they might actually be useful. I hope so, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. I will attempt to live up to your exacting standards. Harry tapped his chin, pretending to be thoughtful. I think I have a way that you could. What did you say? Live up to my exacting standards. Oh, fire whiskey, Harry said. Not. I don't want to get drunk. But I think we all need a bit of warmth, and liquor is the way to manufacture it. And when I drink alone, I apparently start screaming at Voldemort. Probably not the best idea. Creature, Sirius called. Creature, who had made himself scarce upon the entry of the other members of the Order of the Phoenix, immediately appeared in the kitchen. Would you mind going over to Godric's Hollow and getting a few bottles of fire whiskey? I think no more than 3. Harry stared at him. 3? I didn't really plan on drinking that much. You may not, Sirius said, shrugging. But I do. You have no idea how difficult it is to act like I've turned my back on you, Harry. It's a horrible feeling, Remus added. Tonks nodded her head. Her hair had shifted in color from a bright, shocking pink to a blue that was almost black. Apparently, this was supposed to convey somberness. Besides, Sirius said, your father would like the idea of his best mates getting drunk with his son. My mom probably wouldn't, though, Harry pointed out. We'll just hope that she isn't watching, Sirius said. The last time Harry had tasted fire whiskey had been one of the most gut-wrenching experiences of his life. Not as bad as the aftermath of the final battle, of course, but it was awful in a different way. This time it was different. It was more relaxed, and he was not alone. I think we ought to make a toast. Tonks piped up unexpectedly. I know we've already started, but her voice trailed away. A fine idea. Remus smiled at her. Harry hid his own smile. He caught Sirius' eyes and mouth. I give them 4 months before they're together. Sirius shook his head and replied, still silent. Remus has that furry little problem. It'll take him at least 6 months to get over it. Harry held up 10 fingers for 10 galleons and quirked his brow. Sirius made the thumbs-up sign. I'll do it, Dumbledore said. He raised his glass and looked at Harry. To the boy who lived. Harry rolled his eyes and drank it down anyway. He lazily flicked his wand, and the other's glasses filled to the brim once more. Sirius grinned wickedly. To undesirable number 1. May Ginny always and always disagree. Harry choked on his fire whiskey and gasped, his eyes streaming. Remus snorted and Tonks laughed. Even Dumbledore and Moody chuckled a little. He looked around the table and wished they were there. After the toasts, they settled into the type of comfort, even Moody and Tonks, that generally bespoke of long-time friends. Harry sipped his fire whiskey slowly and looked around at them all. Dumbledore, brave and cunning. Moody, wary and vigilant. Sirius' easy grin hit a keen mind. Remus' quiet air did the same. Tonks was loyal and had a heart as big as Britain. He could easily name the names of those who were not here, but he did not need to. These were the best of his allies, of the adults. Sirius, Remus, and Tonks became steadily fuzzier as the night wore on. Dumbledore had gone back to Hogwarts, and Moody had drifted off, saying that he'd allow the young set to have fun. Harry wasn't entirely sober, but he was also not transfiguring himself, as Tonks had done, into a tall, buxom lady who had obviously been some kind of sensation in the wizarding world. Everyone else at the table seemed to recognize her, nor was he dancing a wizard two-step that involved levitating the other person 2 feet after every turn and spinning her around like a top, as Remus was doing. Nor was he singing along with Sirius, who could not carry a tune. He was, however, laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. "Your father was the one who forced us into learning how to dance," Remus said. His face was red from the drink, and he was beaming. "Remember Sirius?" "How could I forget?" Sirius grinned. "I lost my virginity to the instructor." Remus gaped at him. "You're kidding?" "So did I." Harry roared with laughter. Sirius and Remus gaped at each other, and then at Harry, who was now wiping his eyes with the sleeve of his robes. Tonks lost control of shape and sat down on her chair. "Hard. I can't believe you 2 nutters lost it to the same witch." "What did my dad say?" Harry asked. He tipped his chair back so that it balanced on 2 legs. "He was trying to do damage control," Sirius replied. "He had 2 left feet. He was great on the Quidditch pitch, but on a dance floor? We were all rather glad that we'd learned Episki, because James would have been in even worse trouble if he'd." Crack! Ginny appeared. Before Harry could say or do anything, there was another crack and Ron too arrived. Harry was so surprised by the apparition of Ron and Ginny that he toppled over backward and landed on the clean floor. It knocked the wind out of him, and as he lay there he noticed several things. The first of which, the most important, was that both of them looked extremely angry and annoyed. He hoped this had nothing to do with him. If Ginny was mad at him, it would take coaxing for him to be able to kiss her. The second was that neither one of them had brought anything but the robes on their backs. Harry narrowed his eyes. They weren't planning to stay. "Are you drinking?" Ron said, and his tone was one of disbelief. "Ron, my good man," Sirius said. Ron and Ginny exchanged glances. Harry could not read what might be the purpose of this silent communication. They looked almost unsure of their welcome. So Ginny said, "We've left the burrow. We're not going back, and that's final." "What took you so long?" Harry asked. "It's been a month." Ron gaped at him. Ginny narrowed her eyes. Again, they exchanged looks. "You mean," Ron said in a strangled voice, "that you've been waiting for us to join you?" "Harry, what the hell's going on? Why aren't you brooding or angry that we couldn't take it anymore and joined you in hiding? Aren't you supposed to be doing the hero thing and pushing everyone else away because you decided to go it alone?" Harry considered that. He probably should get up off the floor, but he found to his own surprise that he was a bit fuzzier than he initially thought. "No," he said finally. A small warm hand grasped his and pulled him up. "No," Ginny said. "Don't tell me you've finally learned that lesson." "Actually," Harry said, "I figure that just because the Ministry's a bunch of boobies doesn't mean that I should just let Voldemort roam free." Ron laughed, though he still looked tense and shaken. "Boobies? Mad-Eye taught him that word, we think," Tonks said. "He's been saying it all night." Harry furrowed his brow and looked directly into Ginny's bright brown eyes. He did not like how they were drawn a bit at the corners, nor the unusual brightness. "Did you really think I didn't want you here? Really? And anyway, we're not really in hiding. I mean, we are, but we aren't going to stay cooped up here. Now that you two have joined us, we're going after Lockhart." Ron smiled. Finally, Harry sat down in his chair and pulled Ginny onto his lap. He kissed the side of her head and murmured, "I've missed you. Why didn't you come sooner?" "We didn't know if that would mess things up," Ron explained. "We thought you might want us, I don't know, at Hogwarts next year or something with Hermione, Neville, and Luna. Since we had no way of communicating with any of you, we thought it best to wait out the summer." "Then what brings you here now?" Sirius asked. Ron and Ginny stiffened and exchanged another weighted look. Harry was pretty certain that they'd had at least 2 reasons for leaving the burrow, their mother and their father. Fuzzy though he might be, Both of them looked frayed and ragged around the edges. Harry gritted his teeth, and a little bubble of anger popped in his belly. They had a row with their parents. Harry told Sirius, Remus, and Tonks. I'm guessing it was about me. He turned to look at Ron and Ginny again. I don't want to know the details. I really don't. Ginny looked relieved. We didn't want to tell you. Can we have some of that fire whiskey? Ron asked. HP. Lockhart lived in a rather large and lavish townhouse on a fashionable street in London. Tonks had told them that a number of younger witches and wizards lived in this area. Generally, they were the hard-partying type with little to offer the rest of the world. Harry was completely unsurprised that Lockhart had found himself here, though he had to wonder how many people had to have been obliviated before he could afford a place like this. Mad-Eye Moody, disguised as a distinguished older gentleman with a smooth, unscarred face, operated right behind Ron, Harry, and Ginny. He immediately strode back and forth around the wrought iron fence. He appeared to find what he'd been looking for. He knelt down, drew his wand, and tapped a stone. I've got the wards, he growled. If you three aren't out in a half an hour. Don't worry, Mad-Eye, Ron said comfortably. Lockhart hasn't got a chance. He's about as useless as they come. If we're in longer than half an hour, it's because we're laughing too hard to move. Harry, Ron, and Ginny were not disguised with Polyjuice Potion or by the complex art of human transfiguration. This was part of the plan. Harry patted the pocket in his robes, checking to make absolute certain that the 2 bottles of potion Snape had made for them were still there. He could not help but grin. As soon as they were on the front stoop, Harry erected a shield that kept the door hidden from both muggles and wizards. It was rudimentary and hastily done, but it would have to do. Ginny pointed her wand and blasted the door of its hinges. Harry and Ron exchanged grins. This had been a long time in coming. While Lockhart could not do much worse damage than Harry had already done for now, he could still be a threat when the truth of Voldemort's return was revealed. It was a slim chance. Mostly they were doing this for personal revenge. And Harry had to admit to himself that it felt pretty good. They did not even bother to hide themselves. This mission actually had more to do with Harry making a public appearance than humiliating Lockhart. According to Snape, Voldemort was beginning to think that Harry was dead. Squeals and panicked movements came from upstairs. Harry climbed the stairs, followed by Ron and Ginny. Lockhart was trying to apparate, but he could not. Moody was holding him with an anti-apparition jinx. Ron snorted, and Harry sent him a sideways grin. Professor Lockhart, Ron called. Come out. We want to talk to you. Go away. Lockhart screamed. His voice sounded muffled, even through the door. Think he's hiding under the bed? Harry asked. Let's find out, Ginny said. She did not blow the door up, but opened it with a simple Aloha Mora. Lockhart was, indeed, hiding under the bed. He was trying to be quiet, but whimpers kept escaping from him. Ron raised his wand and caused the heavy, 4-poster bed with lavender bedclothes to slam against the opposite wall. Lockhart lay face down with his hands over his head. He only wore a nightshirt, and Harry saw quite a different side to the fraud than he had ever wanted to see. Pull your shirt down, Ron said with disgust. You can't do magic, Lockhart whispered. The trace. The Aurors will come. For you? Doubt it, Ron said. And there's no need to be hostile. We just gonna have a little chat. PP, please. Lockhart whimpered. You obliviated me, Harry said coldly. How many times have you used your wand to take credit for someone else's achievements? And never. I never obliviated you. Harry sent a stinging hex directed at his foot. Don't lie, Lockhart. Harry was trying to save me, and you obliviated him, Ginny said. She turned to Harry. What do you think we should do to him? I say we kill him, Ron said loudly. Harry knew that he was only half joking. Lockhart screamed. Just what the cowardly little squit deserves. That might be a good idea, Harry said, pretending to think it over. It would solve a lot of problems. I heard about the little hearing you have set up with the Wisengamot. I've got to admit that I don't really want you to take the credit for what I did, especially when you could have ruined everything. I suggest you keep your mouth shut, Ginny said, until we tell you to open it. Here's the thing, Lockhart, Harry said. He crouched down. You aren't worth killing, he whispered. He tilted the other man's head back, and poured the first potion down the man's throat. You know what this is? It's going to force you to tell the truth. That means that when you go before the Wisengamot tomorrow, Ron interjected gleefully, you're going to tell them all about how you obliviated Harry. I wouldn't expect that to be the only memory charm you admit to. W.Y. Lockhart wailed. Because you're also going to give the Wisengamot a message, Harry said pleasantly. And after that, you're going to leave the country. I expect you'll want to. I'm afraid you're going to look rather bad after tomorrow. Only 7 Best Smile Awards. You'll never receive another again. You're finished in Britain. Lockhart stuttered and stammered. He was unable to tell a lie, so he could not complete what he wanted to say. You can't force me. Lockhart knew perfectly well, the entire wizarding world of Britain did, that Harry was capable of the Imperius curse. Yes, he can, said Ron, who also had caught the gist of what Lockhart was trying to say. He nudged Lockhart with his trainer. Everyone knows that Harry used the Imperius curse. I'll tell them, Lockhart said. I'll tell them you were here. Yeah, that's sort of the point, you arse, Ginny said. You're going to tell the Wisengamot exactly what happened tonight. And give them a message from us, Ron said. Harry handed him the bottle containing the compelling draft, which would force Lockhart to go before the witches and wizards of the Wisengamot. And make sure you've got a true censor there, so they'll believe you. Tell them, be wary, Harry said. This was to the wizarding population as a whole. Then, to those who supported Voldemort and would understand the true meaning of this message, beware. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Gilderoy Lockhart, Fraud, by Maggie Clapham. In perhaps the most unique hearing the Wisengamot has ever held, Gilderoy Lockhart admitted to no less than 40 counts of illegal memory charms. He stood before our judicial branch of the Ministry of Magic and told everyone there that his heroic deeds were in fact not done by him. True censors were in place, as per the request of Lockhart, and it was revealed by Percy Ignatius Weasley, court scribe, that what he said was completely true. In an even more bizarre twist of events, it is also true that Harry Potter, Ronald Weasley, and Ginevra Weasley, for a full article on the missing Weasley children, see page 4, visited Lockhart. Apparently, the purpose of this visit was to prevent Lockhart from claiming that he was the one to defeat the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets almost 3 years ago. Lucius Malfoy suggested that Potter was hoping that his use of the Imperius curse and the Cruciatus curse would be forgiven upon the reminder that he had once been viewed as a hero. Potter also delivered what can only be construed as a threat. Potter deliberately sent Lockhart here, Albus Dumbledore said. Lockhart repeated the message no less than 5 times. Be wary. Beware. I think it would be wise to heed his warning. HPHPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Warning. Warning. Sexy bits ahead. Avast, ye underage readers. Harry stared at Ginny. Ginny stared at Harry. They only took their eyes off each other to stare at the grandfather clock in the sitting room. It was almost 11 o'clock, but the hands moved so slowly that Harry wondered if it just might be broken. He looked back at Ginny. Her eyes were half shut and she was eyeing his lips. He thought she might be purposefully tormenting him. Either of you want to play a game of chess? Ron asked. He was smirking, so Harry knew that he was not serious. Harry made a rude hand gesture at him. Today was the 10th of August, and Ginny would officially be 14 years old in little more than an hour. Harry felt almost sick with desire. Ginny waved her wand and whispered muffliato. Do you remember our first time? She asked. Harry gaped at her. That's like asking me if I remember my own name. Of course I remember our first time. He had only thought about it every 7 seconds throughout the entire day and most of the last week. Ever since they had humiliated Lockhart and had taken him down several notches in front of the entire wizarding community, he had thought of little else except that Ginny would be 14, and their self-imposed abstinence would be at an end at long last. He only hoped that this first time would be as amazing as the last first time. And then he remembered how badly it all had begun. Harry was slowly being driven out of his mind. He and Ginny were under the same roof for the first time in over a year. Harry had apologized profusely to her just the other day. He never should have let his fear over what Voldemort might do to her force him away. The destruction of the burrow had already proved that she wasn't safe. She had forgiven him. That wasn't the problem. The problem was that Grimmauld Place was far smaller than Hogwarts. The only secluded places were only private for approximately 10 minutes before someone wandered by. He lay on the bed, actively fantasizing about her. Everything about her filled him with desire. Her hair, her hands, her eyes, and the way her lips felt when she kissed him. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He wanted to hold her. What he was doing was a poor substitute. Crack! For one horrible moment, Harry froze, completely unable to move. Ginny, who had just turned 17, had apparat into his room. He stared at her. He could not help but notice that she only wore a nightgown. The light illuminated her body from behind, and for a second Harry couldn't breathe. And she stared at him, though not at his face. There could be no denying what he was doing. Harry did the only thing he could think of. He dived underneath the bedclothes that had tangled around his legs and prayed fervently that she hadn't really been there at all. He'd only imagined her. He was blushing so fiercely that he thought he might pass out from the abrupt shift in where the majority of the blood in his body was located. He thought he might vomit. She hadn't left. Why didn't she leave? "Are you going to let me obliviate you?" Harry finally asked. She answered by crawling under the bedclothes with him. He jerked horribly and almost fell off the bed. "What are you hiding from?" she asked. Her voice was low and a little husky, and Harry's heart took a gigantic leap. She was close enough that her hair tickled his nose. He wanted to reach out and hold her, but still had that sick, embarrassed feeling in the pit of his stomach. "From a most humiliating experience of my life," Harry answered honestly. "I thought," she said, "it was pretty arousing." He turned to look at her, forgetting that the covers were pulled over both their heads, and he couldn't see her unless he was brave enough to come out. Not likely. She scooted closer, and they were almost touching. "I do it too," Ginny said quietly. And then Harry was kissing her with all the pent-up longing that he had felt since the day of his 17th birthday. He had one hand in her long hair and one hand on her naked back. He pulled away. "You're naked. So are you," Ginny pointed out. "Well, almost." He took a deep, shuddering breath. It did not help. The blankets were rather suffocating. He poked his head out, and Ginny did the same. He stared at her for what felt like several minutes, or perhaps several days. Her eyes were heavy-lidded, and her lips were slightly parted. He knew that look well. He spent the last few weeks of his 6th year trying to put that look on her face every chance he got. "I don't want to be obliviated," she whispered. She picked up the wand she had laid on the nightstand and pointed it at the door, saying the charm that would lock them in. She added the silencing charm, and Harry's heart skipped several beats. She pulled him flush up against her and kissed him deeply. Harry returned the kiss urgently. His hands traveled down her back into her bum, and he pulled her tighter against him. He propped her leg up on his, reached between their bodies, and began to play. "I've heard of something," he whispered in her ear. "I could kiss you." She didn't seem quite able to reply, but he took that as a yes. He threw the bedclothes, the same ones he had so recently been hiding underneath, off the bed, ripped off his boxers, and slid down her body. He could not help but stare, as he had never actually seen her like this before. They'd been too worried about getting caught. After a few moments, he bent his head, and she screamed. Harry had no idea how long he kept at it, though he knew that with every passing second, his desire grew. Small hands tugged at his shoulders. He followed them. He had never seen her look quite as beautiful as she did just then. She was flushed and sweaty, and her breath caught on a whimper. Her bright eyes were open, though, and that blazing look was once more on her face. "Harry," she moaned, "I want you." "That's good," Harry said, "because I want you too." He fitted himself against her, resting his weight on his elbows. With one hand, he brushed her hair out of her eyes. With the other, he adjusted himself. "I think you should know, though, before we do this, I'm in love with you." She pushed up against him with her hips. "That's good," Ginny said, "because I'm in love with you too." He kissed her on the lips. He kept kissing her until they were fully joined. He did not stop kissing her, even though towards the end they both had trouble with anything more than moaning into each other's mouths, until they finished. Harry came out of reverie to realize that it was nearly time, and Ron had long since departed. 10 minutes until midnight. If they walked slowly, they would be in their bedroom at just the right moment. He stood up and held out his hand to her. "Just so you know," Harry said, "before we do this, I'm in love with you." She grinned widely. "Good, because I'm in love with you too." "Always and always, Ginny," Harry said.
Thanks for coming back, Harry Potter fans. We've got another chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we have it, Chapter 26, Without Warning.
Chapter 26, Without Warning. Chapter text. Snape's face was pale, and his black eyes glittered in the light of the lamps that lit the sitting room of Sirius' home in Godric's Hollow. The corners of his mouth dipped in a near-perpetual frown. He was in a horrible mood, Harry knew, but still. Snape was alive. A glass of fire whiskey floated out from the kitchen, and Harry fought the urge to roll his eyes. Sirius apparently thought that if he remained hidden, Snape would not know who had given him the drink. "He is planning something," Snape said, after taking a long sip from the glass. "He would not tell me what it is." "You don't think he's found out you didn't write that article, do you?" Ron asked. "No," Harry and Snape said at the same time. "I'm still alive," Snape continued. "The Dark Lord would not allow me to live if he found out that I lied to him. No, it has nothing to do with the prophecy, though he has grown impatient of being thwarted at every turn." Harry, whose connection with Voldemort allowed him to feel this quite plainly, grimaced. On the one hand, Voldemort was pleased by the fact that the wizarding world had turned its back on Harry. On the other, the prophecy was guarded by Ministry of Magic employees. Voldemort alternated between fury and glee these days. It was not exactly comfortable. "Any thoughts, Harry?" Ginny asked. "No," Harry said. "Just little twinges, nothing that could tell us what he's planning. Damn it. Why doesn't he tell you? Do you think it's because he doesn't really trust you?" Snape shook his head. "No. The Dark Lord is as pleased with me as he is with Lucius Malfoy. I believe he trusts me as much as he trusts anyone. He is keeping his plans to himself. I have a feeling we'll find out whatever it is soon enough," Sirius said grimly. "Potter," Snape said, "do you happen to know how many Death Eaters there were in your future?" "We never knew the exact number," Ginny said. "More than 100. "What? Every time I'm summoned to his side," Snape said evenly. "There are more and more servants. I am concerned that the ill will toward Potter is making it easier for the Dark Lord to sway witches and wizards." "Dumbledore said that might happen," Harry said. "Just keep trying to get their names." "Any ministry workers?" "Several," Snape said. "2 in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. They aren't senior members at all. Thank Merlin, it has not yet come to that. 1 in the Transportation Office. There are more, I am sure. Are they imperieused?" Ginny asked quietly. "No," Snape said. He withdrew 3 flasks containing several hairs. "On a different, though related note, I have procured the hair you required from Yaxley, Electo Caro, and Amicus Caro." "Excellent," Harry said. Their next order of business required a public kidnapping. It was just as well that they would be disguised as real Death Eaters. Ron beamed. It had been his plan, and it was quite a good one. Hermione, Harry thought, will be proud. "Now, if you will excuse me," Snape said, "I must also speak with Dumbledore this night." Snape never stayed longer than he had to. Harry wondered if he thought he would not be a welcome guest. It was true that Snape was sour, sarcastic, and more than a little mean. His company was not exactly pleasant, but it was not quite the chore that Harry had expected it to be. He furrowed his brow and poked at his feelings. What he found there surprised him. He respected Snape, he recognized the other man's bravery, and he actually enjoyed Snape's company. Harry was so distracted by this utterly strange turn of events that he barely even noticed Snape depart. How could he possibly enjoy Snape's company? They were allies, not friends. Sure, he generally enjoyed the biting comments, if he didn't take it seriously, and he hadn't once since he had returned to his 11-year-old body. They were amusing, and he did get the impression that Snape did not do it to torture him. But what the hell? "Scar painting you, Potter?" Moody asked gruffly. "No," Harry said distractedly. "Just thinking about what we're going to do tomorrow now that we've got the necessary ingredients. You do know where to find them, yes?" "Of course," Moody said. Harry pulled Ginny up to bed soon after that, despite the fact that it was only 8. Not that they actually made it to a bed for long minutes. After they had finished and had collapsed exhausted onto the bed, Ginny traced little, soothing patterns on his chest with her fingernails. "What had you looking so odd when Snape left?" Ginny asked. "I know you aren't really worried about tomorrow," Harry told her. "I just never expected it, Ginny," he finished. "But I suppose it's because he's very different now. And I trust him. But I actually see him as one of us, not just a member of the Order of the Phoenix, but one of us. People I like spending time with, and not only because of Voldemort, and not only to make plans." Ginny snorted. "You sound so aghast, Harry. I've been seeing this coming for a while." "You could have warned me," Harry said sourly. He felt her shrug. "Didn't think you needed it." "It's weird," Harry said again. "I know," she said softly. "Everything has changed so much. Snape, my family." Her voice trailed away. Tears fell on his chest, and he pulled her closer, offering wordless comfort. He did not know what had been said before she and Ron had left the burrow. He had not even read the articles in the Daily Prophet about the Weasleys and their 2 missing children, suspected to be on the run with Harry Potter. He kept away from it, but he knew that whatever had been said had infuriated Ginny and Ron. But, more than that, it had broken their hearts. Harry clenched his teeth. Ginny drew in a shuddering breath. He turned over onto his side and pulled her closer to him. He stroked her hair and her back while she cried in earnest. Harry knew quite well what she was going through. When he had been exiled from the burrow, he had felt like his heart had been ripped out of his chest. He had understood. He knew that no mother and father could condone what he and Ginny had done. He'd even understood that they had legitimate concerns about his influence on their children. But holding Ginny while she cried nearly every night and seeing the contained grief in Ron's eyes, Harry was not so understanding anymore. He suspected that Ginny and Ron had another reason for keeping the details of what had happened to themselves, besides just sparing Harry's feelings. When all was said and done, when the world knew the truth about Voldemort and Harry's role in his defeat, Ginny and Ron wanted Harry to forgive. He wondered if that was even possible anymore. He did not want Ginny to cry herself to sleep again. He tilted her head up and gave her a long, slow kiss. They had perfected this form of making love long ago. He knew exactly what she needed to draw comfort from it. He used every skill at his disposal, and she fell asleep with a smile. So did Harry. The next morning was spent in busy preparations, mostly on the part of Moody. Harry's, Ron's, and Ginny's role did not require all that much finesse, though Harry was looking forward to it nonetheless. He felt confident. They were taking a risk, but it was worth it. His skills at dueling, and Ginny's and Ron's, were increasing dramatically at the insistence of Moody. He could only beat Moody 1 time out of 3, but he was improving bit by bit. Moody left the house a little after noon. As Harry knew that it might be a long wait, he forced himself to practice human transfiguration on Ginny and Ron. He didn't think he would ever be particularly good at it like Hermione was. As disguise was essential to all of their plans, however, it was possible that Polyjuice Potion might fail them one day. He doggedly kept on. Sirius heckled him for a while. "Harry, what are you meaning to tell Ginny when you give her bigger breasts? Are you giving Ron a little extra, too?" He left several hours later to attend a meeting at the Ministry between Scrimgeour, Shacklebolt, the Weasleys, and a few others. It was, Harry thought, fortuitous that Sirius would have an ironclad alibi. At a little past 4, Moody's Bear Patronus jumped through the wall and faced Harry. "I've got them. Do your thing." Ginny immediately strode over to the cauldron of Polyjuice Potion that was kept in the small room off the sitting room. She dipped a cup and added the hair that Snape had procured from Electo Caro. It steamed and turned a sickening shade of red. Harry fought the urge to knock it out of her hands. Harry took up his own cup, as did Ron. They stood together in a triangle and toasted each other. "This really was a brilliant plan, Ron," Harry told him. Ron grinned, not all modest. Several days after they had taken care of Lockhart, Ron had suggested they discredit and hopefully send to Azkaban some of the new Death Eaters that had joined Voldemort and help protect Ollivander at the same time. Initially, Harry had thought that it would be wise to expose some of the more senior members, such as Lucius Malfoy or not, or any of the others that had been present at the graveyard. But Ron had pointed out the major flaw in that. Not only were they tricking the Ministry into suspecting the Carrows and Yaxley were in league with Harry, but they were tricking Voldemort into thinking his 3 new Death Eaters had done this on their own initiative. In order to do that, it could not be traced back to Harry, so the older, more dangerous wizards had to be left alone for now. Harry could not help but grin. "To rampant stupidity," he said, and tossed the potion back. He grimaced. It tasted the way unwashed body and pond scum smell, but he didn't retch. "Yaxley's a nasty blighter," Ron muttered, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. As soon as they completed their change, Harry grasped their hands, turned on the spot, and took them to Diagon Alley. Despite the fact that he was disguised as a Death Eater, it felt good to be out and about in the sunshine. It was quite crowded. Parents and Hogwarts students were bustling from shop to shop, picking up last-minute items they needed for the coming term. Harry kept a close watch for Neville, Hermione, and Luna. He did not truly expect to see them, but he looked anyway. Ron was so busy looking for Hermione that he barely paid attention to anything else, not even when he nearly trampled a pair of rambunctious wizard children. "Sorry," he muttered in Yaxley's voice. Harry caught sight of Dean Thomas, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil, and Seamus Finnegan standing a little ways away from Florian Fortescue's ice cream shop. They were staring at a poster on the wall and speaking in low, anxious voices. Harry could not quite make out what they were saying. He wanted to know, as it was Harry's own face that looked down at the 4 of them. Ginny tugged at his arm. They took their time, making sure that enough people saw them. They had to be clearly identified, so they waited until each of them had been greeted by name before making their way to Ollivander's wand shop. Ginny entered first, while Harry and Ron loitered outside the door. She stuck her head back out a few moments later. "All clear," she said in a low voice. Ron raised his wand, and the curse that came out of it blew up a section of the alley and an empty table outside the Fortescues. The screams were loud and immediate. Ron waved his wand again, and smoke obscured them. "What the hell? Alert the Aurors. Get the kids out of here marrying now." Harry and Ron ducked inside the shop to find Mr. Ollivander already tied up and sitting on the chair. His eyes were wide and terrified. Harry only gave him a cursory look before turning back to the door and using the impenetrable charm. "Did you shield the wands?" Harry asked Ginny. "Yes," she said. "They'll be protected." "Well, most of them." Harry grimaced. He did not especially like the idea of destroying the man's livelihood, even if it would be several years until Ollivander came back to it. The shelves were stacked with small black boxes that contained wands Ollivander had created with his own 2 hands. He was protecting the wand maker as best he could. He only hoped that the old man would be able to see it that way eventually. He tapped his throat with his wand, muttering the charm that would make his voice louder for the benefit of those outside listening. Pointing his wand at nothing, he shouted, "You tell me, old man." "Crucio." The curse destroyed a section of the shelves, sending boxes tumbling down. "Crucio," Ginny shouted, and more wands rained down to the floor. Ron raised his voice and said in a trembling voice that sounded remarkably like Ollivander's, "No, no, I don't know. Lies." Harry roared, "Our master knows you know the truth." "Crucio," Ron shouted in his own voice. Harry found himself wishing that the twins were in on this plan. They would have invented several different useful items for them to use to make it look like they were laying waste to the entire shop without actually doing so. Ginny, once she had used her obligatory unforgivable, immediately began banishing all the wands she could back to Godric's Hollow. The screams from outside were growing louder. Harry knew that they did not have much more time. "Tell us, old man," he screamed. "Tell us. Maybe if we destroy his precious wands." Ron said in an ugly voice. "Do it," Harry said. Ron again used his skills at impersonation. "No, please don't." Harry and Ron waited until the last wand was banished, and then, together, they shouted Reducto and blew up all the shelves. Fine ash rained down on them. Harry used a smashing jinx to destroy 5 of the wands, grimacing with regret as he did so. "Sorry," he said to Ollivander, taking the charm off his voice. "It's got to look real." Ollivander gaped at him, opening and closing his mouth like a fish. Ginny had silenced him, but Harry did not think he was capable of saying anything. He looked extremely confused. "I live at 7 Skyview Lane, Godric's Hollow," Harry added in a whisper. "Keep that in mind." They waited a few minutes longer, generally wreaking havoc and destroying as much of the store as they could. Harry renewed the charm on his voice. "Tell US or we kill you. Crucio." The ancient till exploded. "Crucio. Tell US or I'll drive you insane." It was not until determined aurors cursed the door repeatedly that Harry knew that it was time to go. "You didn't have to die," Harry said. The efforts to get past Harry's impenetrable charm redoubled, and Harry knew that the aurors had heard him. He nodded at Ron, who started cursing everything within reach, loud bangs issuing from his wand that masked the sound of Ginny's disapparation and her reappearance moments later. "Use the reductor curse," Ginny said in a cruel voice. "Let's watch him disappear in a bunch of bitsy pieces." "Good thinking, Electo," Harry said, mimicking her tone. "We've wasted a bunch of unforgivables today, haven't we?" Ron let out a ghastly scream, and then all three shouted "Reducto" at the desk. Ginny used her wand to sweep the ash into a more human-looking pile. In the next moment, the aurors blasted through the impenetrable charm. Harry caught sight of the look on Kingsley's face, turned on the spot, and disapparated with a loud crack. As soon as Ron and Ginny appeared beside him, he let out a loud whoop and grabbed Ginny up into a hug and pounded Ron's back. "That went even better than expected," he crowed. "I didn't even intend for them to see us. We just barely escaped," Ginny pointed out, but she was grinning at his enthusiasm. "It's a good thing they can't do anti-apparition jinxes in Diagon Alley," Ron said. There was a muffled, furtive sound from behind Harry. He'd almost forgotten about Mr. Ollivander, who had been placed on the sofa, surrounded by piles and piles of his own wands. "Keep abound," Harry told Ginny, "just for a few minutes longer." However, Harry used his own wand to end the silencing charm. "Look," Harry said, "I'm really sorry about what just happened. I know you must be really confused." "I'm more than a little confused, Harry Potter," Mr. Ollivander said. Harry's eyes widened. How had he known who he was? "I recognize your wand. It is not a Micus Caro." "You're lucky it's Harry and not Caro," Ron informed him. "Caro really would have killed you. He's a Death Eater." "Can we get you anything to drink, Mr. Ollivander?" Ginny asked. "We've got a bit of a story to tell you." "Will you give me a butterbeer, Ginny?" Harry asked. "I've still got a bad taste in my mouth." A Micus tasted awful. Harry idly began using magic to stack the boxes. They would find a place for them at Grimmauld Place once Dumbledore showed up and gave Ollivander the secret. "What is going on?" Ollivander found his voice. Harry took a sip of the butterbeer Ginny had placed in his hand. "I'm protecting you. You're probably not going to believe me, but Voldemort is back. He returned the night I was accused of using the Imperius curse to suit my own aims as the next Dark Wizard." "You did use the Imperius curse," Ginny murmured. "Yeah," Harry said. "I did. We were taken by a portkey into a graveyard. I noticed that the headstone said Tom Riddle. He who must not be named's real name," Ollivander whispered. "Yeah," Harry said. "So I Imperius Cedric to get him away from there. I did it to protect him, the same reason why I abducted you. When Voldemort returned, he tried to duel me. Our wands didn't work against each other. I assume this is because of what you told me when I first bought the Hollyann Phoenix wand. Because they're brothers?" There was an arrested look on Ollivander's face. "Priori incanidum." "Exactly," Harry nodded. "I imagine Voldemort is curious about it, and I assumed that he would go after you. I can guess what methods he'd use to get out of you." In fact, Harry did not even have to guess. He'd seen the man tortured through a scar. Repeatedly. He'd also seen the state of Ollivander's body when he, Ron, and Hermione had been locked in the cellar of Malfoy Manor. "And how did you know?" "I told him." Dumbledore interrupted Ollivander. He had arrived without Harry noticing it. "You, Dumbledore," Ollivander stammered. "Is it true? What Potter is saying? But aren't you trying to search for him?" "I what?" "Harry contacted me immediately after Voldemort returned," Dumbledore said. "I decided to meet him in a safe location. I was going to bring him to the Ministry, but Harry did not threaten to attack. In fact, he had just been attacked. I followed a hunch and used my pensieve to view his memories of that night. Harry is not lying. Voldemort has returned. But the Ministry would never believe me, Harry informed him. So we're working quietly. Dumbledore is using the Ministry to help us and hinder Voldemort. He's the one who told us that you might be in danger, Harry lied. Moody chose that moment to apparate into the sitting room. You're dead, Ollivander yelled. Not quite, Moody said grimly. It's been taken care of, Potter. The Aurors are already swarming, and the Death Eaters fully believe that they were the ones to attack Ollivander. Moody nodded at Ron. Well done, boy, Ron beamed. And you? Moody growled at Ollivander. You're just as dead as I am. Only way we could get you-know-whose attention off you. He might find out anyway, Ollivander said. There are books and articles about wand lore, you know. Yeah, Moody said. But this way he doesn't have to torture you to do it. Ollivander's eyes rolled to the back of his head, and he toppled over, knocking over the stacks of boxes Harry had made. It was exceedingly dangerous for Harry, Ron, and Ginny to cross the barrier that led to platform 9 3/4 and get onto the train, but they did it anyway. The disillusionment charm and the revulsion charm held up very well, however, and they were able to slip under the noses of the grim-eyed Aurors, who were supposed to be on the watch for just this sort of thing. It felt very odd for Harry to see the students. They were yelling, chatting, hugging their parents, and generally acting as though nothing was wrong. He even saw Cedric. He was snogging Cho Chang goodbye. He searched the crowd until he realized that he was looking for the familiar, bright red hair of the Weasleys. They would be here. The twins still had one more year left, after all. He fixed his eyes straight ahead. All three leapt up onto the train and quickly found a quiet spot that was not generally used until about halfway through the journey to Hogwarts, the loo. Muffliato, Harry said. Ron, you have the Marauder's map, right? Of course, Ron said, pulling it out of his pocket. I almost switched it with a new one, though. That could have been bad. Good thing you caught it, Ginny murmured. You know, your dad was a very talented wizard, Harry. Sirius told me that he's the one who figured out all the enchantments. Like father, like son, Harry quipped, and she laughed. I wish we could bring Hermione back with us, Ron said morosely. Doubt she'd go for it, though, even if I asked. Ronald Weasley, he said with an uncanny imitation of his future wife's voice. You know how important education is. Just because you're off in hiding doesn't mean I should be. She'll loosen up, Harry pointed out. Not this year, Ron said darkly. Not with the precious OWLs to get through, damn. I'm glad we don't have to live through that again. The train lurched forward and slowly began to pull away from King's Cross. The sound of stampeding feet faded away, and Harry knew that the students had placed all their belongings away and had settled into their compartments. Let's go find them, Ron said, after the train had left London. They could see rolling hills and pastureland outside the window. As silently as possible, they made their way down the train, peering into each compartment, looking for Hermione, Neville, and Luna. They found them in the second-to-last compartment, and Harry breathed a huge sigh of relief when he realized they were alone. From the anxious, fearful looks on their faces, he guessed that they were speaking about him. Clear, Ginny murmured. Harry opened the door. It's us, he hissed. The reaction was immediate. Hermione screamed and clapped her hand over her mouth. Neville fell off the chair, and Luna dropped her copy of the Quibbler. Ron, Hermione whispered. She cringed toward the window. Harry, Ginny, don't you know how dangerous it is for you to be here? Harry lifted the revulsion charm, and all three of them stopped trying to get as far away from Harry, Ginny, and Ron as possible. Yeah, we know, Harry said, but it was worth it. Merlin, we've missed the three of you. Muffliato, Ginny said firmly. It doesn't hurt to be careful, Harry. It's been madness, Neville said fervently. I've been worried all summer. I'm glad you didn't write, though. The Ministry's been watching us, me and Gran, ever since your trial. I heard that she defended me, Harry said, smiling. And your dad, too, Luna. I didn't tell her anything, Neville assured him. But I told her that I knew you wouldn't have done it if you didn't have good reason, and that I thought you didn't do it to Crumb and Fleur, either. She believed me. Ginny and Ron exchanged pained looks. Harry knew exactly what they were thinking about, the fact that their parents had done and said whatever it was that had driven them out of the burrow, so he ignored them. "We've been busy," Harry said. He told them about Lockhart and got a standing ovation. Hermione beamed at Ron when he told her the scheme he'd thought up to discredit Death Eaters and take Mr. Ollivander away to safety. "That was brilliant, Ron." Hermione breathed, her face alight. "Thank you," Ron said. "Listen, we can't stay much longer, probably only another half an hour." "Neville," he said, pulling out the Marauders map and giving it to Neville. "Will you give this to Fred and George? And here's yours. Don't mix them up. Look, I've put a little red X on the old one." "Right," Neville nodded. "Air, what do you want me to do with it?" "Just keep safe," Ron shrugged. "We have another one. We'll be spying on Umbridge and the children of known Death Eaters. If you see anything weird, anything at all, contact us." Neville exchanged looks with Luna. "How are we to do that? My Patronus is barely corporeal. I don't think I can make it talk yet." "Hermione can do it, but—" "Don't worry, Neville," Harry said. He withdrew 3 mirrors from the pockets of his robes. "These are two-way mirrors. Just say our names. Neville, you're connected to mine. Luna, you're with Ginny. Hermione, you're with Ron. And we'll be able to talk. And watch." He tapped it with his wand and said, "Bitch," and it turned into a galleon. "In case Umbridge comes along, you do that and she won't catch you." Technically, the word bitch is now a spell. Specifically for this purpose, Ginny grinned. Sirius thought of it, and it can be used non-verbally, Harry continued. "Just make sure you keep your wand and the mirror in the same pocket." "Harry," Neville said seriously, once they had all finished laughing, "you know I'd rather come with you than stay in school. I'm sorry that I can't. I thought for a moment that you were going to abduct us. But my Gran, she would really worry. And I'm not like you guys. I haven't gone through school yet. If I'm going to help, I need to keep learning." "My dad told me that I was not to run off with you yet," Luna said. "You know we want the 3 of you with us," Ron said. "But we wouldn't have forced you to. Besides, it would just make things more complicated. Especially for the 2 of you. Hermione's a Muggle-born. Dumbledore could have told the Ministry that her parents were too worried to let her stay in. But that wouldn't have worked for either of you." Harry glanced out the window. Tall trees flashed by. Between them, he could see the hint of a lake. He sighed with regret. They were going to have to leave, and Harry had no idea when he would be able to see them again. Being in hiding felt very lonely without them all of a sudden. "Listen," Harry cleared his throat. "We think we'll be able to meet you in the Room of Requirements sometimes. Not all the time, but we will see you." "You're leaving already?" Luna asked. "We have to," Harry said. "We can't risk getting off the train in Hogsmeade. Every other person on the street will be an Auror. Moody would have our heads if we took that kind of risk." It was different on the platform. "Ron," Hermione spoke for the first time in 10 minutes. She had been deep in thought, but she gazed at Ron with a quiet certainty. "Ron, I want to come with you." Ron looked as though he'd been hit in the back of the head with a bludger. "What?" he said blankly. Ginny rolled her eyes, and Harry fought a smile. He could not say that he was completely surprised. He'd known for a while that it had been a long time since Hermione had placed her schoolwork above Ron. "I'm coming with you," Hermione said firmly. "But what about your OWLs?" Ron asked. Instead of replying, Hermione leaned over and kissed him full on the mouth. "Taking down Vivi Voldemort is more important. And so are you." "I'll get her trunk," Harry volunteered. "We gotta act fast. Disillusion her, Ron." He threw himself out of the compartment and toward the luggage rack. He walked purposefully, but had to shrink back against the wall when the door to the last compartment opened and the twins walked out. "We'll just ask them if they know where they are," Fred said. "Didn't the Ministry tell us that there had apparently been no contact between any of them this summer?" George asked. Ron and Ginny knew where he was, Fred pointed out. 2 days after they left the burrow, they were seen with him. Longbottom, Granger, and Lovegood might know too. Before they could say another word, Harry pointed his wand at them and froze their bodies. Unlike Petrificus Totalis, however, the twins did not topple over, and they would not know that anyone had used a mild hex against them. Still, he had maybe a minute. He used magic to summon her trunk. He then shrunk it and put it in his pocket. "We've got to go," he said urgently, once he had returned. "Now." He opened the window and felt Ginny's warm hand in his. She was standing on top of the long, padded bench, and she pulled him up with her. The train was going over the bridge now, and the water of the lake far below them glinted in the afternoon sunlight. Ginny shifted, and he knew that she was preparing to jump. "What are we doing?" Hermione asked anxiously. "Why is the window open?" "Can't apparate from the train," Ron said. "We gotta jump. Shit, Harry. Tell her where we're going." Harry's heart fell to his stomach. Hermione could have been very badly injured if Ron had attempted to apparate with her to Sirius House. 7, Skyview Lane, Godric's Hollow, he said in a shaky voice. "Think about that." "I'll do that when I'm falling to my death," Hermione said. Her voice trembled. "I hate heights." "Do you trust me?" Ron asked. Harry did not stay behind for the answer. Ginny had tugged him out the window with her. There was a mad moment of free falling. He felt her twist in midair, and a second later they were in the sitting room, side by side on the couch. "How'd it go?" Remus asked. There was a loud crack, and Ron and Hermione appeared. "Brought Hermione with us," Ginny finished. The next few days were very bright for Harry and for the rest of the inhabitants at either the house in Godric's Hollow or Grimmauld Place. Even Mr. Ollivander had apparently accepted the fact that he was not going to be allowed to go back to his shop until Voldemort had been defeated. He had accepted their reasons without too much fuss, especially after he had had a long, private discussion with Dumbledore. Ron was especially ecstatic. It helped that he knew now that Hermione viewed him as more than a friend. Harry and Ginny had had a laugh about it that first night in bed. No matter how old, how skilled, or how brave Ron was, he could always be reduced to a quivering mass of fear without Hermione there to tell him she loved him. The stretch of bright days ended without warning. Harry slept, and while he slept, he dreamed of a home shaped like a rook. He held the arm of a screaming woman. It was an unfortunate necessity that she could not have simply been killed in her home. But in order for Potter to be blamed unequivocally for these murders, and it would take little effort, he had to play his hand very carefully indeed. These two purebloods had been the only voices that had defended Harry Potter. And more than that, they were the answer to the laughable warning Potter had given by way of that fool, Gilderoy Lockhart. "I will kill your friends," Voldemort thought, "and make them think it was you." He laughed, and the old woman screamed and kicked again. Potter had no idea who he was up against. Voldemort was the most powerful wizard alive, and Potter was quickly becoming the most reviled. Snape had seen to that. Tonight, Voldemort would ensure that no one would ever bring themselves to trust Harry Potter again. He blasted the door open. An odd old man. Voldemort laughed again. Potter surrounds himself with absurdities and old women. He's hardly a threat, gaped at him. Voldemort pushed the old woman away from him. There were 2 flashes of green light, and the old man and the older woman fell lifeless to the ground. Voldemort pulled out the letter he had forced Augusta Longbottom to write using the Imperius Curse. It was sufficiently damning that even when Voldemort chose to reveal his return to the world would always remember that Harry Potter murdered Augusta Longbottom and Xenophilius Lovegood simply because they had attempted to end their support of him. Harry, wake up!" Ginny shouted in his ear. No, no, Harry bellowed. He was tangled in the bedclothes, and his entire body was covered with sweat. The muscles in his face hurt, and his jaw was clenched so tight that it ached. He rolled away from Ginny and vomited over the side of the bed. "They're dead," he said in disbelief. Harry had been forced to watch like a passive spectator. It was not at all like when he had seen Arthur Weasley attacked by a giant snake. He'd had a chance, but there was no doubt that Mrs. Longbottom and Mr. Lovegood were dead. "They're dead. I can't believe it. Ginny, we've got to. Who is dead?" Ginny asked. Her eyes were wide and full of fear. Harry knew that she thought of her parents, her family, but the Weasleys were safe, shielded by their hatred of Harry. They were in more danger of being recruited by Voldemort than being murdered by him. The thought made him retch again. He touched his fist to his scar, as though if he pressed it hard enough, he could change what had just happened, what he had just seen. "Neville's gran," Harry said. It hurt his chest to speak. "Neville, Luna, and Luna's dad."
Welcome back to the page, Harry Potter fans. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are at Chapter 27, Potter's Army.
Chapter 27, Potter's Army. Chapter text. It's my fault, Neville whispered. He had not spoken a word for nearly an hour. The headmaster's office had been silent since Harry had explained falteringly, and with tears streaming down his face, what had happened. Harry, who had been thinking precisely the same thing except in terms of himself and not Neville, jerked his head around. How did Neville work that one out? It isn't your fault. It is, Neville insisted. His face was twisted in a grimace of pain. He was shaking and looked as ill as Harry felt. Luna had not stopped wailing. It was a low, keening sound full of pain that tore Harry's insides. ITT told her that she should say something. She was only Mr. Lovegood, too. I don't think he would have said anything about it if it weren't for her. If it weren't for me. You got all wrong, Harry wanted to say. But he knew the signs of self-blame. Merlin knew that he had been there often enough. And it would take Neville a long time before he would be able to place the blame entirely where it belonged, on Voldemort. Nothing Harry could say would change this, so he did the only thing he could. He grabbed Neville's shoulders and hugged him. It isn't your fault, Harry said. It's Voldemort's fault. Hermione and Ginny wept with Luna and stroked her long, dirty blonde hair. Ron had one hand on Hermione's shoulder and the other on Ginny's. His blue eyes were wet. So were Harry's. In fact, Harry felt as though he were spinning out of control. This wasn't supposed to happen. Why did this happen? How could I let this happen? He should have known. He should have made sure that they were protected. He knew how dangerous it was to befriend Harry Potter. It was never more evident than at this moment. Harry's voice broke. I should have made sure they were protected. Neville, Luna, if we'd had any idea. Neville tried to pull himself together. It took visible effort. It isn't your fault either, Neville said hoarsely. Each word appeared to be torn out of him. If I can't blame myself, you can't. Harry grimaced. He knew that he had not used his wand and murdered the only family his two friends had left. No, he told himself firmly. Not the only family. We're their family. All right. Neville looked as haggard and weary as a man 100 years older than Dumbledore. He blindly reached for a chair, sat down, and put his head in his hands. He took a deep, shuddering breath. Harry gripped Neville's shoulder and felt his own lips tremble. The lamps in the room shone oddly through his tears. I just can't believe she's gone, Neville said. Just like that. Luna spoke up then. Harry had not noticed that she had stopped wailing. They aren't really gone, Neville. She was gasping a little, as though every word caused her mortal pain. They aren't. They're watching us. They still love us. Goodbye is never really forever. I agree, Hermione said, heartfelt. As do I, Dumbledore said firmly. Neville and Luna seemed to need silence. The hours passed. Dumbledore, Harry, Ginny, Ron, Hermione, and Sirius, Moody had gone to destroy the letter Voldemort had left, all stood a sort of vigil over their grief. There were murmurs. Harry even murmured some, but he did not know exactly what he said. Words came to him as though from a deep well inside his mind, one that he did not have ready access to. The rune that meant pain swam in front of his vision. Harry saw it in line of Neville's clenched jaw and the curve of Luna's back. There was one last hug, and Neville and Luna left. Professor Dumbledore, Hermione said softly. What about my parents? I did not believe they were harmed this night. Harry would have. No, she interrupted. They need to be safe. They told me what I did, a memory charm. I want that to happen again. They wouldn't understand if we told them. So, can one of you? I'll do it, Sirius said gently. Just tell me where they live. She did so, and he left immediately. Harry did not fully like the idea of toying with Mr. and Mrs. Granger's memories. But Hermione knew them a lot better than Harry did, and it wasn't as if they were stealing memories. Sirius would only give them different ones. And as soon as this was over, Mr. and Mrs. Granger would be restored. As soon as the fire in the hearth flared green, she sank into a chair and let out a low moan, as if what she had done had caused her physical pain. Ron knelt beside her and wrapped his arms around her. What about? Ginny said. Her lips were white. What about our parents? What if they? Harry did not think it was likely. Voldemort had not thought of the Weasleys at all. Though Harry had avoided any mention of them, he had not buried his head in the sand completely. He'd caught glimpses of headlines after Ron and Ginny had left the burrow. He knew that it was no great secret how Molly and Arthur felt about him. But he could not bear to tell Ginny this. It was a pain, perhaps just as strong as Hermione's, though in a different way, in Harry's heart that the Weasleys needed no protection from Voldemort. Harry knew that Dumbledore was thinking along these same lines. Harry guessed that even Ron and Ginny were thinking this. Hermione certainly was. But it would not be mentioned because that would be admitting to something no one wanted to say out loud. There are wards that we can put up, Dumbledore said in a subdued voice. We can put them up around the burrow. If you will allow me to think on it for a day, I will decide which ones will be most suited for our purposes. Subtle ones, Ron said. We don't want them figuring it out. They'd go to the effing prophet, and then Voldemort would figure out that we want to protect them. It'd be open season. Blood wards, Dumbledore murmured to himself. But which? He dug through an old trunk full of books. Let's go back home, Ron said. Hermione, you look like you're about to fall over. Let's get you to bed. I don't care how sad I am, Hermione whispered. I'm still not sleeping in your room. Not yet, Ron said with a hint of a smile. Harry, Ginny whispered. I want to make sure that they're okay. I'm going to go to the burrow. I know you probably don't want to go. Try and stop me, Harry said, though she was right. He absolutely did not want to go to the peaceful burrow. He felt like seeing it might feel quite like a knife to the gut. But Ginny would not be able to rest easily unless she did this. And Harry would not let her stand watch over her parents' house alone. They used the Floo to go back to Sirius' home in Godric's Hollow, and from there they operated to the small lane. Harry disillusioned himself and Ginny, wishing, with a pang, that he still had his invisibility cloak, and they crept up to the slanted building. Hominum Revelio, Ginny whispered. There are 3 people in there, she told Harry. I'm assuming it's Mum, Dad, and Percy. Harry nodded. They found a comfortable patch of grass beneath a tree that afforded them a good view of the burrow. Harry rested his back against the tree, and Ginny sat between his legs and leaned up against his chest. They both had their wands out and ready, but neither truly thought there would be an attack. The sun rose and painted the burrow in golden, early morning light. Shadows moved across the windows. The inhabitants were stirring, preparing for the day, unaware of being watched. For the first time in a long time, Harry felt himself remembering the Weasleys the way they had been. The burrow had been a refuge for Harry, much more so than even Hogwarts. Mrs. Weasley, mothering and loving. Mr. Weasley, who always made time for his children, and Harry. The Weasley brothers who treated Harry like he was one of theirs, they had all played such a huge part in making Harry who he was. Harry laughed, and Ginny turned her head to the sound. What is it? I'm just remembering your mom, Harry said. Remember when the twins used Polyjuice Potion to fool her? And she thought they were 2 random muggle boys from the village who came looking for a glass of water. Ginny snorted. Mum was so confused, she had no idea why the muggle repelling charm had failed. And Fred and George kept asking questions. What was that brown thing that just ran by? It looked like a little person. Or how did that clock know that your son was coming home from work? The look on her face when they started turning back into themselves. Harry chortled. What about the time when Dad first saw Ron and Hermione snogging? Ginny said, the poor man, he was so confused. I think he was the only Weasley surprised by Ron falling in love with Hermione. Though maybe he was more surprised by Hermione falling in love with Ron. Come to think of it. Did you know that he gave Ron the sex talk right after that? Did we ever tell you? Harry asked. I was up in Ron's room, and your dad came in and immediately started talking. I couldn't even escape. I don't think he noticed me, though, which was good because I think it was only 3 days after you and I slept together. Poor Harry, Ginny said, though it explains how you suddenly learned the contraception charm. Remember when you and your entire family thought that when Charlie talked about Norberta, he was talking about a girl and not a dragon? Harry grinned. For over a year, Ginny snickered. Mum lamented over the fact that she wouldn't be able to come for Christmas because of the war for weeks and weeks. Harry had no idea how much time passed while they reminisced about the family. The sun climbed higher and higher into the sky, reached its zenith, and started working its way down again. The backs of Harry's eyes felt scratchy from lack of sleep, but he did not feel tired. They kept their unseen vigil. Gradually, their voices tapered off. Harry could think of any number of stories, both silly and sweet, of the Weasley family, but now he preferred to sit in silence. Arthur, Molly, and Percy were still in the house. It was Saturday, and no one had to work. He wondered what they were saying, what they were talking about. He suspected that a widely discussed topic was the absence of their youngest son and daughter and what Harry might be doing to them. Remember how he never even considered that things might be different? Harry said in a low voice. I remember that conversation with Dumbledore's portrait. If there was one thing I was certain of, it was your parents' affection. He was so adamant that we weren't to tell Mum and Dad and the others until Voldemort returned, Ginny said in a low voice. Ron and I, while we were at the Burrow earlier in the summer, before the huge argument, we started wondering if maybe he knew. Harry smiled. It was so easy to think of Dumbledore as having powers beyond any other wizard. But Dumbledore was, after all, just a man. I don't think, and we don't either, Ginny said. Not really. He couldn't possibly have known. But I just can't help thinking, I know it's awful, but if my parents had been supportive of you, they could very well have been killed by Voldemort last night. Harry had already thought of this. A small voice in the back of his head had repeated the refrain. Thank Merlin, it wasn't the Weasleys. Thank Merlin, it wasn't the Weasleys. He felt horrible for even thinking it. It was awful that Augusta Longbottom and Zeno Lovegood had been murdered. But he had to admit to himself that he might well have given everything up had the Weasleys been lost last night. Irrational anger directed toward the Weasleys surged up inside him. He hated it that he felt at all relieved about the situation. He hated it that his heart seemed to be torn to shreds because of them. Ginny seemed to sense his tension. Remember how we came back in time to save them? Always and always, Harry. That was the promise. No matter what. She was right. But Harry knew that something had broken inside him. The chain that had bound him to the Weasleys had broken. He loved them, yes, but he loved the memories of them, not who they actually were. And he loved them because Ginny still loved them, despite the fact that Molly and Arthur must have said some terrible things. But the Molly and Arthur of this time and this place, Harry thought he might loathe them. It was unfair to them. But the rational, reasonable part of him was growing fainter and fainter. Harry eventually dozed in the late afternoon sun. He slid into sleep and into a nightmare. He was in the Forbidden Forest, and people were calling out his name. He hurried toward their voices, but it was difficult to manage because the trees were upside down. He ran and ran until he came to a sharp cliff. He looked across and saw all the Weasleys wearing golden crowns standing on the other side. He looked down and saw that the cliff had no bottom, but something bright and shining was coming up to him. A giant copy of the Pain Rune approached, providing a bridge to the other side. But no, he did not want to step on it. He was afraid of the pain it would cause, and he could hear Voldemort's high, cold laugh. Harry, Ginny shook him awake. We fell asleep. Sorry, Harry groaned. Are they okay? I'm sure they are, Ginny said softly. It was early evening, and the first stars were beginning to come out. Ginny performed the spell that would reveal human presences again. 3 people still, Ginny said. She yawned. Merlin, I'm exhausted. That nap was not nearly long enough. Not for me, either, Harry said. Still, they both remained vigilant until it was full night. Several pops disturbed the silence of the orchard in which Harry and Ginny sat. They rose to their feet with one fluid motion and pointed their wands in the direction of whoever had just apparat. What do you think they are? Hermione hissed. Right here, Harry said. He lowered his wand. You could have warned us you were coming here, Ron said grumpily. We had no idea where you'd run off to until Dumbledore came to tell us he'd found the wards. Hush, Ron. We were almost certain they were here, Hermione said. Which wards did you choose? Ginny asked, interested. 7, Dumbledore said. They're subtle, as Ron said they should be, but I think they will be even more powerful because of it. Any outright. Blatant wards of protection would tell Voldemort what we do not wish him to know, should he chance by the burrow, or any of the Death Eaters. He's come up with a brilliant plan, Hermione said, and awe colored her voice. The wards will be laid out every few feet. Whoever is trying to enter the burrow will have to make it through all of them, and each ward will communicate with one another. It's all very complex. It sounded complex, and Harry was not quite sure if he truly understood what either Hermione or Dumbledore were saying. Wards communicating with each other? And what did it matter if they weren't all in the same location? Dumbledore seemed to read Harry's mind. Complex wards, the kind we will be constructing tonight, are almost sentient, like wands. Once someone has passed through the first, certain information will be given to the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh wards. Same with all the rest. The first, second, third, and fourth are wards of intent. If anyone has ill will toward any of the Weasleys, the first will pick up on it. Then, the second will judge if the ill will is directed toward Ron and Ginny, or if it is directed to the other Weasleys, or both. I believe that this will be the one to determine whether or not the person is a Death Eater. The third will then judge the strength of the ill will. For instance, if a ministry worker who does not particularly care for Arthur approaches, he will not be in immediate danger. But will that stop Death Eaters? Harry asked. Death Eaters will be pretty hacked off at us too. Which is why I am here, Snape said smoothly. Harry started. He'd had no idea that Snape was with them. What you may not know is that the protean charm that is burned on our skin has created a bond, very similar to the blood bond, between all of the Death Eaters. Dumbledore will be able to create a ward that will stop all those who are the Dark Mark. But if you can do that, why are you bothering with the other wards? Harry asked. Not all of the Dark Lord's followers have the mark, Snape said. Fenrir Greyback, for one. I assume you do not wish him to be allowed access to your family home. Definitely not, Ginny said. That will be the fourth ward, Dumbledore said, and the only one that you will not assist me with in the creation. The fifth ward will both compel the Death Eater or other follower of Voldemort to turn back, and it will alert Ron and Ginny to the fact that Voldemort had reason to send someone to seek out your parents and brothers. Not even Lord Voldemort will be able to push through this ward. What about the sixth and the seventh, though? Harry asked. He felt slightly confused. It seemed as though they wouldn't need the last two, if what Dumbledore had said was true. The sixth, which will actually be physically located after the first ward, will know if the Death Eater has come calling again, Dumbledore said, and the seventh will kill. Harry found himself in complete and total agreement with Hermione. Dumbledore's plan was so brilliant and so cunning that Harry was awed by it. He could tell that Ginny was as well. Even though Harry had strong doubts that any Death Eater would call on the Weasleys, Voldemort may well decide to kill them for the sole purpose of revenge on Ron and Ginny. Harry did not think this would happen anytime soon, if at all, but it did not hurt to be cautious. And Dumbledore's plan was a masterpiece. Later, Harry would realize that the hours they spent creating the wards or watching Dumbledore do it, with brief assistance from Snape, Ron, and Ginny, felt like a ceremony. No one laughed, no one joked. Ron managed to stop the funny, but inappropriate comments from coming out of his mouth, and no one said any more than they had to. Harry stood beside Hermione and watched the runes go up, flaring and sparkling like the moon and stars, before they faded. He could not help but notice that he felt as though he was not only protecting the Weasleys, but he was also saying goodbye to his last shred of hope that they would join him. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Longbottom, Lovegood Found Dead. By Aggie Lafferty. Late last night, the Ministry received an anonymous tip that 2 bodies had been found at the Lovegood residence. The Aurors immediately went to investigate, and found that this was the truth. The Ministry refuses to comment further, though Bertha Jorkins, new member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, confirmed last night that the murders had been perpetrated with the killing curse. The Aurors refused to mention Harry Potter as yet, though the Daily Prophet would like to mention that we believe that this, too, is the work of Potter. It may even be that he killed them himself, instead of having followers do it, for the article concerning the trial of David Yaxley, and Amicus and Electo Caro, and the murder of Mr. Ollivander. Wandmaker, see page 4. It is no coincidence that the two killed had, in the past, supported Harry Potter. Lucius Malfoy graciously offered another interview, and has this to say: "It is no secret that Potter expects loyalty from his friends. I would not be surprised if Mrs. Longbottom and Mr. Lovegood had refused to continue in their support. My son Draco claims that Potter's little school friends were extremely terrified of him." Lucius Malfoy offers words of wisdom, as always. As we have previously stated, see other issues for articles regarding Ronald and Ginevra Weasley. It may be that they have been coerced into joining Potter against their free will. Their parents have testified to that end. The Daily Prophet would like to add this warning to all witches and wizards: do not attempt to reason with Potter. If you see him, alert the ministry at once. He has already proven himself skilled with the Imperius curse. Do not give him time to enchant or bewitch. Harry was idly wondering if they ought to retaliate against Voldemort by killing all of his Death Eaters, or if they ought to humiliate them in some way. Their plan with the Carrows and Yaxley had worked rather splendidly. They were now in Azkaban. Even though Harry knew they would be liberated when the other Death Eaters were, it still felt rather nice to have them out of the way. For now, the thing holding him back from killing, however, was the truth that Voldemort would attempt to counter his move. But what would he do? Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione had spent endless hours of discussion on just this topic. It was now the middle of October. Mr. Lovegood and Mrs. Longbottom had been murdered in the beginning of September, and they still had not done anything to retaliate. Pettigrew could die, Harry thought. Voldemort would not even be surprised. But fear for the lives of those he loved stayed his hand. He desperately wanted revenge, but he also wanted to protect. Just the night before, after a long day of tutoring Hermione, although mostly she tutored them, Harry had thrown his hands up in despair and told Ron that if he could come up with a plan to take out Death Eaters without murdering them, and making them heroes in the eyes of the Ministry, then Ron should let Harry know, and they would do it. "Harry!" Neville's voice came from a mirror that sat on the table. "Harry, are you there?" Harry leapt up from the couch so fast that he nearly fell over. Neville had only contacted him 4 times in the last month and a half. "Neville, what is it? Is it that stupid bitch again? Do you need more essence of Murtlap?" Neville had contacted him about Umbridge each time, with increasingly nasty news. Umbridge had suspended him and Luna from all Hogsmeade visits. She had forced them into detention and attempted to force them into telling her where Harry was. Each bit of news had been said in a flat, dead sort of voice that made Harry want to strangle Voldemort and Umbridge with his bare hands. "No," Neville said. He sounded different, almost excited, and yet afraid of Harry's reaction. "It isn't about Umbridge. I sort of made a mistake." "Well, tell me what it is, and I can fix it." Harry immediately promised. He did not want Neville to think that Harry would be angry at him for anything, barring joining Lord Voldemort. "No," Neville said. Harry peered at him closely. The mirror showed him a grief-stricken young man, but he saw a spark of hope in Neville's eyes that pleased Harry very much. He did not believe that Neville could fully recover from the death of his grandmother, but he was healing. "No, I made a mistake, but Harry, you won't believe what happened." Then Neville told him what had been happening at Hogwarts in the last few weeks. Neville had been right. He'd had to repeat himself several times before Harry actually believed it. Harry rocked back on his heels, holding the mirror very close to his face. He stared at Neville without really seeing him, an internal war taking place in his head. It'll just put them in danger. They already are in danger, but not like this. We saw what he did to Neville's gran and Luna's dad. Are we back to the cycle of self-blame and pushing people away? Aren't we too old for that now? Yes, no. I don't know. Just shut up. We already know we have to do this. We should be happy about this. All right, Harry blew out a breath. We'll come tonight. We'll be there. Neville smiled, the first real smile since his grandmother had been murdered. Harry stared at him intently, noticing, as he did so, that Neville actually reminded him a lot of himself after Cedric had died the first time. Harry knew that Neville was angry and resentful toward pretty much everyone. Luna had mentioned this to Ginny several times. But Neville had also been trying to rise above that, obviously. Harry felt absurdly proud of him. "I'm about to tell the others," Harry said. "Be there at 7:30, Neville told him. I'll need some time to explain a few things. Ginny, Ron, and Hermione had none of the misgivings that Harry had. All three were doing a victory dance before the words had fully left his mouth. After a few moments, Sirius had abandoned all dignity and joined in, laughing. Harry just stood there, watching them, until Ginny dragged him out and spun him around the floor. It was like having a breath of fresh air after spending what felt like months in a cave. Despite his worries, Harry's stomach quivered with excitement and gratitude. He had more friends at Hogwarts than he actually thought. 15 minutes before they were told to arrive, Harry and everyone who lived at either Grimmauld Place or the house in Godric's Hollow, except Ollivander, apparated into the private room in the Hog's Head Inn. Hermione was busily checking over her notes. Ron was bouncing from foot to foot. Ginny was beaming. Moody was still invisible, and Sirius' eyes glinted. He's always been up for getting students to break the rules, Harry thought ruefully. There were quick, sharp footsteps on the stairs, and Albus and Aberforth Dumbledore both appeared. I have finished explaining to him the reasons why we need to use this room in the pub far more often, Dumbledore said. I've agreed, Aberforth said gruffly. We'll have to put a privacy charm, a strong one, on the door. It isn't that unusual for a few of my patrons to want a quiet place to talk. That's over now, though. Thank you, Mr. Dumbledore, Harry said politely. And, Professor, I didn't expect to see you here. No, Dumbledore said, surprised. I thought you might wish to have an extra symbol of authority. And I will also be able to ensure that they will not tell this secret. If Umbridge were to hear, it would have ghastly consequences. I know, Harry said. Thank you. Let us not keep them waiting. Dumbledore gestured to Ariana's portrait. It would be extremely impolite to be late. One by one, they clambered through the portrait hole and followed the twisting corridor up to Hogwarts and to the Room of Requirement, where Neville had gathered, against all odds, students who had seen what adult wizards had not. Flaws in the story presented by the Ministry. Harry's first impression of the Room of Requirement was that of a wax museum filled with his stunned, frozen classmates. Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, Parvati and Padma Patil, Hannah Abbott, Colin and Dennis Creevy, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Ernie Macmillan, and to Harry's great surprise, Daphne Greengrass stood gaping at him. Neville and Luna stood in front of them, looking rather smug. Blimey, Dean Thomas said as Ron and Ginny followed Harry. Hermione, Lavender said, we thought your parents had kept you home this year? That's what? I'm so confused. Comfortable chairs began appearing as Sirius and Dumbledore, and the invisible Moody climbed in as well. Daphne squeaked and clapped her hand over her mouth. Harry eyed her, wondering how Neville had thought of approaching a Slytherin. Not that it was a bad thing, but Neville, as a rule, was quite afraid of the snake's set. So, Harry said, thanks for thinking that I'm not some mad dark wizard. We're not sure about that, Parvati Patil said, her arms crossed. Neville and Luna's story sounds completely ridiculous. And yet you're here, Parvati, Hermione said calmly. And so are the rest of you. They all exchanged uncertain glances. Things just don't make sense, Dean said. All these articles, most of them don't sound like you. I can see you using the Imperius. Which I did, Harry said solidly. Several of them shrank back. Hannah and Ernie looked fearfully at his wand, as though he were about to start Imperiusing all of them. But we didn't think ye'd use the Cruciatus, Seamus said. Remember when ye pulled Draco Malfoy out of the way of that hippogriff? And ye got yourself hurt, and ye hate Malfoy. And when we heard that Neville's grandmother and Luna's dad were killed, Padma Patil said, we knew that you'd never do it. We asked Neville about it. Dean indicated himself and Seamus. Whether or not he really thought you'd done it, and he sort of screamed at us that it wasn't you. It was you-know-who. We thought he was completely mad, Seamus said. But we thought about it. I knew you weren't evil, Harry. Colin Creevy said excitedly. I knew it. The conversation disintegrated after that. Everyone was trying to speak over each other, and Harry could hardly hear what anyone was saying. He caught snatches of it. Apparently Hannah Abbott still did not quite believe that Voldemort had actually returned. Neither did Justin Finch-Fletchley. The only thing that they could all agree upon was that something weird was going on involving Harry and his friends, and they did not believe everything that was printed in the Daily Prophet. Only Daphne Greengrass remained silent and watchful. She stood a bit apart from the rest, as if she was not sure that she was supposed to be here. Harry took a deep breath, preparing to shout at everyone to just shut up, and he'd give them an explanation when Daphne stopped him. "You know who is back," she said. "I thought you said none of the Slytherins were talking about it," Hannah said rather nastily. Daphne raised her brow. "They aren't, but several of them are strutting even more than usual. You know, Draco and his two loser friends, Crabbe and Goyle. Not Flint. They're all acting like they've got a great big secret. And it could just be that their Happy Potter's been smeared Slytherin. It doesn't have to be because you know who is back," Hannah persisted. "You're forgetting, you Hufflepuff moron, that Professor Dumbledore is here," Daphne said coldly. "Which means that he probably believes that you know who is back, and that Harvey here is telling the truth. I'm sorry if that pretty much convinces me." "Thank you, Miss Greengrass," Dumbledore murmured. His eyes were twinkling. "I do indeed believe that Harry is telling the truth," he added. Everyone listened silently as he spun the same lie that he had told Mr. Ollivander. Harry had contacted him, and Dumbledore had listened to him and believed. By the time Dumbledore finished, the audience was gaping at Harry. He thought they might be more impressed by the fact that he had used the Imperius Curse to save Cedric's life than anything else. "Blimey," Dean said. Seamus whistled. "Why aren't you telling the Ministry, though?" Ernie Macmillan asked. "Don't you think that everyone ought to know that you know who is back?" "The Ministry," Sirius said, "has entered a state of advanced paranoia." Harry could tell all the truth he wanted until he was blue in the face, but no one would listen. "But when we all tell them," Parvati began. "I am afraid that you will have to keep this conversation a secret," Dumbledore interrupted. "In fact, I'm afraid that I will have to take measures to ensure your silence." "What?" Dean said blankly. "You can't tell anyone that you saw me," Harry said. "You have to pretend like this conversation never happened." "But you're innocent," Justin Finch Fletchley said indignantly. "The whole school should know." "They wouldn't believe it," Ron said implacably. "And you just get hauled into Umbridge's office." When everyone exchanged dark looks, Harry suspected that Umbridge's use of a blood quill had not remained a secret. Luna and Neville both raised their right fists, upon which were the words, "I must not tell lies." "And this is just because she thinks we're lying about not knowing where Harry is," Neville said grimly. "If she knew that you were meeting here tonight, if she even suspected that you had met Harry and believed him, the consequences would be dire," Dumbledore said. "The Ministry is interfering here at Hogwarts, and I can assure you that the Aurors would strenuously question you, despite the fact that you are still children. But if I said anything, I would have to follow Harry into hiding," Dumbledore said. "I would not be allowed to remain here, offering what help I can to the students. And he would lose any power he had in the Wisengamot," Harry said. "We need him there more than I need him to defend me. The same goes for you." Hermione pulled out a blank parchment from her bag. "You will all need to sign this," she said firmly. "It will bind you to your promise that this does not leave the room. Neville and Luna won't sign. They've known for a while now that they have to keep this a secret, and if there are more people who begin to suspect something is funny, they'll be able to talk about it." "But," Ernie said uncertainly, "what will happen if we do say something?" "You won't be able to," Hermione said. "There's a jinx on this paper that will prevent you from speaking about it. It's a strong silencing charm. That's the only jinx, I promise." Daphne Greengrass was the first to sign. Harry suspected that she knew that she had the most to lose. Of all of them, she would be in the most physical danger if word got out that she was on his side. Colin and Dennis signed, beaming. Ernie and Hannah were the most reluctant, but they added their signatures anyway in the end. "I have a question for you," Harry said. "Do you want to learn a fight? Do you want to be able to defend yourselves against Voldemort?" "Of course," Ernie answered promptly. "But Umbridge is completely useless. I don't see how we're going to pass our OWLs with her teaching us." "That bitch is too afraid of what you'll do with it," Sirius said. "We know that the Ministry is trying to stop you lot from learning spells that can be used in a duel or a fight. They're dead afraid that Harry here will decide to enchant his old school friends, There's nothing they can do about the adults who have already learned these kinds of spells, but they want you lot handicapped as much as possible. And you won't have to fumble around with what Umbridge isn't teaching you, Harry added, grinning at the gleeful looks when Sirius called Umbridge a bitch. We'll teach you ourselves. We'll meet here as often as possible. Colin Creevey and his brother looked almost painfully eager. Harry felt a little pang of sadness at how willing they were to learn how to fight. He suspected that one day they would be put to use, and Harry wondered how long their innocence would survive in this war. Harry fervently hoped that it would be a long time before they saw Thestrals. Betrayal came swiftly and suddenly from a source unexpected. Neville. If we're going to learn to fight, we've got to have a proper name, don't we? And I've got the perfect one, since the Ministry's so afraid of it happening. Potter's Army. Harry gaped at him before he could stop it and vehemently refused to allow them to use his name. It should be Dumbledore's Army, for the love of Merlin. Everyone enthusiastically agreed. Harry glared at Ron and Ginny when they hooped and applauded. No, Neville, I don't think. It's perfect, Neville said stubbornly. It fits. Harry eventually had to stop arguing, though only because Ginny threatened to use her bat bogey hex on him. He still felt rather mutinous and annoyed. However, up until Hannah asked what their first lesson would be. Your first lesson, Harry began, already planning to teach them how to stun each other. But before he could finish, Moody released his charm. Constant vigilance, he shouted. Needless to say, it took several more minutes of explanations as to how their professor had come back from the dead before the others were ready to begin. Potter's Army, indeed.
Thank you so much for being with us, Harry Potter fans. We've got another chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are at Chapter 28, Be Wary.
Chapter 28, Be Wary. Chapter text. It was not at all difficult for Moody to arrange events so that when Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Hermione ambushed Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Goyle, the two Death Eaters were together. Harry waited, disillusioned, in the shadows just outside of the light from the nearest street lamp. They were in a very quiet suburb of London. The houses were few and far between. The four of them formed a loose square around the two men. Harry watched and waited until he saw the Imperius curse that Moody had placed them under lift. Their feet stopped shuffling, and the glassy look left their eyes. Before they could process their change in location, Harry sent 2 quick spells to block their access to their dark marks. Good evening, Mr. Crabbe, Harry said pleasantly. He stepped toward them. Good evening, Mr. Goyle. Potter, Crabbe said dumbly. It's Potter. The Dark Lord will like this, Goyle grinned. Harry ducked the stunning spells that came his way. Now, there's no need to be rude. Can't tell us what to do, Potter, Crabbe said. Now, why don't you come along quietly? You don't stand a chance against us. While Crabbe spoke, Goyle surreptitiously slipped forward. Harry could not help but feel mildly impressed. He had thought that these two were complete idiots. He had even felt slightly disappointed that all the interesting Death Eaters were still in Azkaban. But the two had a sort of primitive, not intelligence. He would never think that about these fools. Instinct. They moved like animals on the hunt. I'm not afraid of you two morons, Harry said coldly. He raised his wand. Can't do magic outside of school, Crabbe said. Ministry will find you. Harry grinned at him. I'm not afraid of the trace, either. See, you two, stupid though you are adults. I could do all the magic I want around adults, and the Ministry won't have any idea. Isn't that wicked? Harry threw up a magical shield so fast that the red light had barely left Goyle's wand. He took a moment to notice that these long months of training with Moody, Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and Dumbledore had improved his skills. He heard a slight sound and knew that the others had closed in. 2 quick swirls of his wand, and Crabbe and Goyle were disarmed. Harry chuckled at the dumbfounded looks on their faces. Merlin knew that their sons came by it honestly. When Ginny and Ron revealed themselves, Harry watched with great pleasure as the mean looks slid off the faces of Crabbe and Goyle and were replaced with confusion and fear. They were outnumbered and they knew it. Harry felt an immediate shift in the air pressure and knew that Hermione had successfully performed the anti-apparition jinx. Voldemort, Harry said in a hard voice. Crabbe and Goyle flinched. Voldemort has successfully turned the entire wizarding world against me. I have 2 friends. Their family hates me. He killed 2 people and successfully turned my 3 other friends against me. Unfortunately, I have been given the task of defeating Voldemort. Do not think that just because I'm hated and reviled that I'll give up. I don't care how much the stupid ministry is willing to pay for me to be caught. I will defeat Voldemort. Harry allowed himself a small smile when the truth of his message sunk into their thick skulls. He had done what he could to protect Neville and Luna. It would have to be enough for now. You can't defeat the Dark Lord, Potter, Goyle said. His face was twisted into an ugly grimace. He looked on the verge of attack, but he was apparently cognizant of the fact that 3 wands that he knew of were pointed at them. Harry shook his head. You keep telling me what I can and can't do. I can't fight you, but look, you're disarmed. I can't do underage magic. He exaggeratedly looked around for Owl from the ministry. But I don't see any consequences of it now, do I? Crabbe and Goyle appear to have no answer to this. I may be almost alone, Harry said. But he's got us, Ron said. And if we die, Ginny added, we'll be sure to take Voldemort down with us. Maybe Mom and Dad will figure it out, that we're not evil, Ron said bitterly. Harry knew that it was only partially an act, and it made it all the more believable. I don't care about Mom and Dad, Ginny said sharply. They're fools who believe anything the effing ministry tells them. I'm not sure that I'll even forgive them, Harry said honestly. He turned back to Crabbe and Goyle, glad that the scripted performance was over. He narrowed his eyes, considering them. He was grimly satisfied to see that Crabbe was trembling. He suspected it was from fear rather than rage. I've a message for you to take to Voldemort, Harry said conversationally. Tell him that you're the last Death Eaters I meet up with who aren't going to die. And, believe me, I'm only letting you live so you can be my messengers. Harry, Ron said, there are 2 of them. Only one of them needs to carry the message, Ginny pointed out. You could kill one of them right now. Harry pretended to think about it. Don't be scared, Mr. Goyle, he said softly. I couldn't imagine killing the fathers of boys I went to school with. Although, I never did like your sons much. They are arseholes, Ron said agreeably. Can't say I'm surprised, Ginny said. Look at who they have for fathers. Death Eaters don't exactly set the best examples for their children. That's not fair, Ginny, Ron said. We're about as different from Mom and Dad as possible. Quiet, Harry said, while I decide what to do with them. He already knew exactly what he was going to do to them, but he did enjoy the sweat that shined on their faces. Goyle's beady little eyes were darting back and forth from side to side, obviously trying to see a way out. Crabbe kept clenching and unclenching his fist. Harry knew that he was trying to touch his dark mark, to summon Voldemort, but that would not happen until Harry was good and ready for it. First, he snapped their wands. It's too bad you Death Eaters decided to kill Mr. Ollivander, isn't it? Harry said. Good luck finding another wand maker. YYUCCC. I can't, Harry said. I'm pretty sure that I just did. Maybe, he said gently, you should think before you kill. Although you won't be killing ever again. Harry gripped his wand tightly. He searched his own feelings again, wondering if this was the right thing to do. But then he thought about Mr. Lovegood and Mrs. Longbottom, and how they were gone forever. And he thought of how Crabbe and Goyle had laid waste to muggles and magical folk alike during the height of Voldemort's powers. He did not feel even a prick of conscience, just regret at the necessity. Ready? He asked Ron, Ginny, and Hermione. He flicked his wand at Goyle, and he was bound so tightly that he could not move. He then turned his attention to Crabbe, and said Legilimens at the same time as Ron, Ginny, and Hermione. It was remarkably easy to almost break them, though Harry felt wretched and ill after seeing the foul, evil memories. Goyle had killed a mother and 2 adolescents, and he had laughed while he had done it. Crabbe had used the Imperius curse to rape Muggle women. Goyle had once killed an old man using the bludgeoning hex. It had taken minutes for the man to die. He saw death, torture, and rape, and when the 4 of them brought the Death Eaters to the point of insanity by battering their mental walls with legilimency, Harry did not feel the slightest bit guilty. All 4 of them were breathing rather quickly. Harry trembled with rage. He longed to kill them, for what they had done. Ron, no, Ginny said loudly. She was holding Ron back. Harry could tell that Hermione had joined in the efforts. Ron's face was blank with rage as he fought the hold. We can't kill them. Ron tried to shove her off. His face was blank with anger. A large part of Harry wanted nothing more than to help Ron kill them. But something about Ron's lack of control seemed to steady Harry, and he was able to take a step back from his swirling emotions. Muffliato, Harry said, not wanting Voldemort to view this conversation through his own legitimacy. We can't kill them, Ron. Ginny's right. They have a message to deliver. Besides, Voldemort will probably kill them once he's done extracting their memories. Ron looked as though he were about to argue, but he forced himself to calm down. I hope he does, Ron said savagely. They won't be much use to him, Ginny pointed out. Besides, one more use of legitimacy, and they'll be completely insane. I can't imagine any of the other Death Eaters caring for them, or sending them to St. Mungo's. After what we've just seen, their wives almost certainly won't lift a finger to help. Ron's nostrils flared, and he paced, still breathing quite heavily. They make me sick, he growled. You're not alone, Harry said quietly. He stared down at the two Death Eaters. Their eyes were open and staring. They were not dead, but they were on the brink of insanity. Neither of them had ever learned anything more than rudimentary occlumency. Even Harry, who was not nearly as skilled at legilimency as Moody, Snape, or Dumbledore, had been able to batter through them on his second try. It had, however, taken all four of them to destroy the minds of Crabbe and Goyle. Certainly effective, Harry thought, but I'm not sure if I want to repeat the experience. Take the wards down, Harry said to Hermione, and grab Ron. We need to be ready to get out of here the moment those dark marks are touched. Actually, you could just leave now. We'll leave when you do, Harry, Ginny said firmly. Fine, Harry muttered. He pointed his wand at the Death Eaters. Imperio. He only waited a moment after forcing Crabbe to touch his dark mark before turning on the spot and operating away from the quiet street to Grimmauld Place. Ginny, Ron, and Hermione had arrived the instant before he had. It was, Harry noted, glancing at the grandfather clock, already past 2 in the morning, and he was dead tired. But Sirius was waiting for them in the kitchen, and Dumbledore was probably there as well. He sighed, thinking longingly of a bed, and turned to walk down to the basement. He knew the instant that Voldemort had used legilimency on Crabbe and Goyle, because he fell heavily against the wall. His scar burned like fire, and he in his veins pounded a rage that was not his own. He squeezed his eyes shut, willing the moment to pass. Ginny threw his arm over her shoulders and helped him to stand upright. Thanks, Harry murmured. Always, said Ginny. Crabbe and Goyle have been broken, Harry announced, walking into the kitchen. Sirius, Remus, Moody, Tonks, and Dumbledore looked up. Snape did not react. Harry knew that Snape, who had devised this plan, had expected no less. And Voldemort's found them already. I think it's safe to say that he got the message. We made it quite obvious that we're alone in this, Ginny said. So what do we do now? Ron asked. I mean, after we sleep for a while. Do we wait for him to make another move? Who do you think he'll go after? I am not sure that he will go after anyone just yet, said Dumbledore. I think that he will now redouble his efforts to obtain the prophecy. Yeah, said Harry. That's what I thought, too. HP. Harry should have expected it. He should have realized that some things were probably just fated to happen, no matter what else had changed. All was quiet for nearly a month, though the tension at Grimmauld Place ran high. Harry felt as though his nerves had stretched almost to the breaking point, and he knew that the others felt the same way. He thanked Merlin for Dumbledore's army. He refused to think of it as Potter's army, and the outlet for release it offered. The students were coming along at almost a breakneck pace. Harry supposed that it had something to do with the way Moody prowled around, yelling at them. The members of Potter's army did not resent this. In fact, they embraced it. They read the Daily Prophet, and they knew that people were disappearing. They knew the truth. They knew that Voldemort was prowling the shadows and murdering those who would oppose him. He was blackmailing and jinxing people into following him. At least once a week, Harry found evidence of Voldemort in the pages of the Daily Prophet, and the students were just as aware. Sometimes, particularly after a long day of training with Moody, Harry startled awake in the middle of the night, certain that he had heard someone shout "constant vigilance" in his ear. Still, he found that he could not complain. With Hermione constantly forcing him to learn more and more new hexes and curses, and Moody relentlessly teaching him how to move quickly and decisively, Harry could not help but feel slightly astonished at the rate he improved. He wasn't the only one. All the underage members of the army were, and that included Ginny, Ron, and Hermione. After their thrice-weekly sessions, Harry generally glowed with pride and awe. "Great job, Neville," Ron said enthusiastically during the second-to-last meeting before Christmas. Neville had successfully mastered the spell that caused quicksand to appear beneath the victim's feet. Harry beamed at him. It was a tough spell. "I'll bet Luna could do it too," Harry said. "Where is Luna, anyway?" He craned his neck, thinking she might have arrived after they started practicing, and Harry simply hadn't noticed her. "She's not feeling well," Neville said. "Told me earlier that she wouldn't be here tonight." "I hope she's all right," Hermione said worriedly. "Tell her that if she doesn't feel better soon, she needs to go see Madame Pomfrey. I know she doesn't always think about stuff like that." "I don't think she's physically ill," Neville said stiffly. Harry knew why. Neville had barely even mentioned the murder of his grandmother since it had happened, and if Luna was grieving for her dad, entirely understandable, as Christmas was swiftly approaching, Neville was probably uncomfortable with stating that plainly. He obviously did not want any of them to mention Augusta Longbottom's death. "Ah," Harry said, glancing away from Neville, and feeling more than a little uncomfortable himself. "Well, I'll probably see her next time. We've got a gift for her. And you." But Luna was not there at the next meeting either, and they could not deliver the Book of Odd Creatures, written as a collaborative effort between Newt Scamander and his grandson, Rolf. Hermione had found for her while browsing through a catalog. Harry grimaced. He did not want Luna to feel like she was alone in her grief. He wanted to be there for her. Harry pulled his copy of the Marauder's map out of the pocket of his robes and opened it up. He stared at it, searching for Luna's dot. "Hey, Ginny, could you look for Luna on here?" he said in a low voice. "I think she's grieving for her dad." Ginny scanned it, though she was somewhat distracted by the fact that the other students were flying up into the air as if dangled by invisible hooks around her. "Good job, Dean," she said loudly. "I'm looking, Harry, but I don't." "Harry, it's almost 9, Hermione warned. Harry blew the whistle that ended the session. "Well done, everyone," he said. "You've come so far in such a small amount of time. Frankly, I'm amazed. We'll pick right back up after the holidays." "Merry Christmas, Harry," Seamus said loudly. There were loud choruses of Merry Christmas. The students filed out of the room in 2s and 3s, and Dumbledore, Sirius, and Moody left to meet Remus and Tonks for a drink in the private room at the Hogshead Inn. "Why were you looking for Luna, Harry?" Ginny asked. "Oh, Neville said on Monday that she was having a hard time about her dad," Harry said. "I was going to try to talk to her, or maybe deploy Hermione and you to do it for me. I don't like the idea of her crying all by herself. Everyone deals with grief differently." "Harry," Hermione said gently, "I think it's possible that Luna just needs privacy." "I suppose," Harry said. Harry did not think that any of them, except, perhaps, Sirius, were looking forward to this Christmas. Ginny grew paler and more thoughtful the closer they came to the holiday. Ron grew more irritable, and he and Hermione took to snapping at each other to relieve their tension. Privately, Harry thought that they could do a lot more good for each other if they just made love, but he had never pretended to understand their relationship. For days before Christmas, Harry yawned widely and shoved away the Evening Prophet. The news had had nothing to say about what had happened to Crabbe and Goyle. Harry suspected that whatever had been done to them had been done quietly. Good, Harry thought. One less complication with the Ministry. He shoved his chair back from the table, said goodnight to Moody and Remus, and fled back over to the house in Godric's Hollow. Ginny was toweling her hair dry when Harry entered their room. "I just talked to Luna," she said sleepily. "She says she's doing all right. I told her that we're here for her if we need her." Harry pulled off his robes and, wearing only boxers, slipped underneath the bedclothes. A naked Ginny joined him, and he wrapped his arms around her and nuzzled her hair. "Good night, Bright Eyes," he said. He closed his eyes and made certain that his obfuscamancy shield was as strong as he could make it. He did not think that Voldemort would attempt to gain the prophecy this night, but it was possible that Voldemort could decide to send Nagini a day earlier than last time. "Good night, Harry," sighed Ginny. Harry drifted off to sleep, feeling quite warm and pleasant. He smiled while he slept. He had peaceful dreams for once. Ginny was laughing, and everyone in Potter's, Dumbledore's army had joined them on a picnic in the Forest of Dean. Daphne Greengrass claimed that she was the Queen of Slytherin, and Harry thought that was so true and yet so hilarious at the same time. And then he was a snake gliding across the floor toward a door. A red-haired man slept against it, head drooping and mouth slightly open. The snake, Harry, stopped and eyed him warily. Nagini was not supposed to deviate from what she was supposed to do. She was not here to kill this man. The red-haired man grunted and woke with a start. Nagini did not give him time to react or to grab the stick that made magic, so she attacked. Her jaws locked onto him once, twice, and once more. The man was screaming, and then he was still. Harry pulled himself out of the vision with immense effort. He sat up. Ginny had her hand on his shoulder, and her eyes were wide with fright. For a moment, he just stared at her. Then he leapt from the bed. He was already turning on the spot when he said, "Your dad," and disapparated. He thanked Merlin that the Ministry was not yet so paranoid that they had blocked all apparition from the outside. Harry was just 15 years old, after all, and he could not be expected to know how to apparate. The atrium was completely deserted, for which Harry was extremely grateful. The ground flew by beneath his feet, and his arms pumped as he sprinted to the elevator. While the lift moved with inexorable slowness, Harry realized that he still wore only his underwear. He grimaced, pulled them off, and transfigured them into robes. They were scratchy and tight, but they covered him much better than his underwear had. Now is not the time to be modest, Harry told himself firmly. Still, he felt more comfortable in the robes. The lift doors opened, and Harry sprinted out of them and down the corridor. He could see the snake, and he could see Arthur Weasley lying in a pool of his own blood. He was still meters away when he sent the bludgeoning hex at Nagini. She was in constant, writhing motion, and the spell missed her. So did the next and the next. Frustrated, Harry whispered Avada Kedavra. But the fact that she was also a living vessel for a Horcrux protected her, as he had known it would. Nagini would never allow herself to be sacrificed so that Voldemort might be defeated. "Stop," I commanded, Harry told her in Parseltongue. He dare not look down at Arthur any more than he had. Voldemort was watching. He could not let him know that he cared. "Stay away from the prophecy." "I do not obey you," Nagini hissed. Harry raised his wand and brought it crashing down with a force that sent the snake flying several feet. "Someone will hear that," Harry smiled. "I've just set off the wards." Harry circled her warily. She still did not attempt to escape, nor did she attempt to retrieve the prophecy. He slipped a little in Mr. Weasley's blood. He stared down at the red-haired man. He did not look well. Harry would have to leave and take him to St. Mungo's. Anger battled with his conscience. It was stupid and useless, but Harry suddenly hated everything about the man, including the way he was bleeding to death, and could not do anything to save himself. And because of that, Harry ignored the fact that he could not kill Nagini this night anyway. Harry would have to let a Horcrux go free. He watched, nostrils flaring, when Nagini slithered away, called back to her master. He sent a blasting hex and a bludgeoning hex after her, and felt a little better when he saw it hurt her. Pieces of the floor were gouged away. The otherwise silent corridor sounded as if it were being attacked by a demolition crew. Harry practically screamed the curses, wanting to make her bleed, yet not wanting to tip off Voldemort that he was attacking Horcruxes. They had not yet replaced the locket in the potion. Harry knelt, staring at the wound. He had little knowledge of healing, but he knew that it was dangerous for him to move Mr. Weasley without at least attempting to staunch the blood. Harry wished he could remember the spell Snape had used long ago when Harry had attacked Draco Malfoy with Sectum Sempra. But he could not. He must work quickly before he was joined by Oris. Skeepy, Harry said. It was a very weak spell meant to stop paper cuts and the like. But Harry thought that the wound had closed a little. He siphoned off most of the blood and stared, aghast at the deep wound and the crushed ribs. Skeepy, Skeepy, Skeepy. He was just about to take Mr. Weasley to St. Mungo's, hoping that he had been able to do enough, when several things happened at once. His only warning was a quiet shuffle, and a deep voice said, "Stupefy." Harry had no time to raise his wand to defend himself. The red light arced toward him from Kingsley Shacklebolt's wand, and someone shouted, "Protego," and the shield charm blossomed in front of Harry, who felt deep confusion. He did not know that voice. It was not any member of the Order of the Phoenix, not even those such as Daedalus Diggle or Hestia Jones, who did not know the full secret. It was, in fact, like no other voice he had heard before. Harry could not even tell if it was male or female, as if it had been magically disguised. Before he could react, something tumbled in the air and struck Harry on the shoulder and bounced away. A small hourglass. Harry took his eyes from it with effort. "Kingsley," he said, "listen, Arthur Weasley is badly hurt. A giant snake got him. We need to get him to St. Mungo's." Kingsley did not answer, but kept his wand pointed straight at Harry's head. As soon as the shield charm fell, Harry would be stunned, and it would be over. Everything would be over. Harry did not think he would survive the trip to Azkaban, not with Lucius Malfoy, as politically powerful as he was. "Kingsley," Harry said desperately, "if there's anything at all that makes you think maybe this situation is not what you think, if you have doubts about anything, help me get Arthur Weasley to St. Mungo's, and I'll tell you everything." They stared at each other for long moments. Harry became increasingly aware that the spell he had used was failing, and Mr. Weasley was bleeding as heavily as before. Kingsley appeared to be searching for something, anything. He furrowed his brow and lowered his wand. "Get the Aurors here," Harry said. "The watch needs to stay. That prophecy has got to be guarded." "But—" Harry gestured at Mr. Weasley. "No time. I'm not sure I trust you," Kingsley said. "But you do," Harry said. "Just a little, but that's enough." "Give me your wand," Kingsley said. Harry considered him. They needed to get to St. Mungo's. Kingsley was not firing hexes at him, but the Auror was still wary. Harry did not like the idea of handing over his only weapon, but Kingsley was honorable, and he had already extended his trust. He handed it over, grimacing. Kingsley looked stunned, and he frowned at Harry's wand and pocketed it. Harry said. "How are we going to get to St. Mungo's?" "Head up to the atrium and apparate there." "Hold on a moment," Kingsley said distractedly. He pulled out what looked like a silver pocket watch. He tapped out a message, and it flared brightly. "I'm alerting Scrimgeour and the others. And no, I'm a senior member of the Auror department. I can apparate all of us from here. Will you disillusion me?" Harry asked. Kingsley stepped toward him and with one hand gripped Harry's shoulder, and with the other tapped Harry's head with his wand. Harry felt the cold, trickling sensation spread from his head down his body. "Don't think of disappearing," Kingsley said, though he did not seem to think that Harry actually would. "I've got you. Reach down and grab Arthur." Harry reached for his wife's father. As he did so, he noticed the hourglass that had hit him. He grabbed that as well. A second after he had Mr. Weasley's shoulder in a tight grip, Kingsley whirled them away into crushing darkness. Before Harry even had time to blink at the quiet street outside the perpetually closed department store, which was actually the hospital for witches and wizards in Britain, Kingsley hit him with a body-bind curse and propped Harry up against the wall. "Stupid," Harry thought angrily, cursing himself. "You just had to blindly trust him, didn't you? Just because he's Kingsley doesn't mean he's an ally. But why did he take me with him? He could have disabled me before he left. I could be already sitting in front of Scrimgeour, and fudge, the Dementors could be on their way." These rather circular thoughts of self-anger and confusion kept him company for the long minutes that he was alone. Kingsley returned after an absence of maybe 20 minutes. "Talk, Potter." "Not here," Harry hissed. "It isn't safe here. If you think I'm going to let you lead me into a trap," Kingsley began. "Not a trap," Harry said. "I'll make any kind of vow you want." I wouldn't trap you. Listen, apparate us to 7, Skyview Lane, Godric's Hollow. Kingsley considered this. He pulled out that silver pocket watch again. See this? He said. This allows me to communicate instantly with Scrimgeour and the other senior members of the Aura Department. All I have to do is tap it with my wand. If you attempt to ambush or threaten me in any way, I will send this message, and I will give them your location. Harry decided not to tell Kingsley that Sirius House was protected with the Fidelius charm, and the Aurors would be completely incapable of finding Harry. Instead, he nodded. Kingsley gripped his arm again, turned on the spot, and moments later, he and Kingsley stood in front of Sirius House. Harry grimaced when he saw that it blazed with light, and he heard voices shouting. "Walk in front of me, Potter," Kingsley said. He seemed completely stoic, as if the fact that Harry had a house full of concerned allies did not surprise him one bit. Harry admired that. Merlin knew that he had to work on appearing emotionless. It was not for nothing that he had difficulties with diplomacy. "They aren't going to hurt you," Harry said. "In fact, I reckon that everyone will be so happy to see you that they'll forget to be angry with me." Kingsley didn't reply. He marched behind Harry and up the walk into the door. "I don't care what he says. Harry could be in danger." Ginny shouted. "The Aurors. We're on alert." "According to Scrimgeour," Tonks said. Kingsley stiffened. "We would know if—" "Or he's already dead," bellowed Ron. Harry pushed open the door, bracing himself for the explosion that would come. "Hi, everyone. Look who I brought with me. Arthur's all right, by the way. He's in St. Mungo's." Voldemort didn't get the prophecy. Ginny and Ron spun around in the foyer. They were completely furious. Harry repressed the urge to take a large step back, escape, and hide out until their anger ran its course. Right now, they were yelling at Tonks, but in about 3 seconds, they would have a new target. Harry. Sirius, Remus, Tonks, and Hermione stood together, all in their night things, some distance apart from Ginny and Ron. "Look," Harry said again, when the silence became too uncomfortable. "I brought Kingsley with me." "Nymphadora Tonks," Kingsley said. "What in Merlin's name are you doing here?" "Doing my best to help this lot defeat Voldemort," Tonks said. "And don't call me Nymphadora." "So it's true?" Kingsley asked. Harry studied him carefully. He looked unwell, but he did not appear shocked. "You know who is back." One by one, everyone nodded. Kingsley sat down on the sofa, still clutching 2 wands in his fist. "I've thought this might be the case for a while," he said softly, as though speaking to himself. Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban at the end of last year suddenly congregating again. Yaxley and the Carrows having dark marks. Scrimgeour and Fudge were so certain it was you, Potter, but it didn't make sense. "Good to know that my protege isn't a booby like everyone else at the Ministry," Moody growled. Kingsley gaped at him. "Don't look at me like that, Shacklebolt. A mad Death Eater was impersonating me last year. He's the one dead, not me." "How but—" Kingsley stammered. "What in Merlin's name is going on? Will someone tell Dumbledore that we need his pensieve?" Harry grinned. Some 3 hours later, Kingsley emerged from the pensieve, ashen-faced and blinking rather abruptly. Harry, who had spent the last hour being lectured by everyone else that he was not to ever do what he just did again, was extremely relieved to see him return. Ginny glowered at him. She had not accepted his explanation for leaving her behind. She seemed to think that he shouldn't have cared that she'd been naked. "Did you want your father to die?" Harry finally said loudly. "No," Ron said immediately. "Don't try to turn this around on us. You just left. You didn't say anything to anyone." "I didn't have time," Harry said. "It's true," Ginny said reluctantly. "He didn't even pull on his robes. That isn't a bad transfiguration job, Harry." "Thanks," Harry said. "Listen, nothing bad happened. Your dad's all right. Voldemort didn't get the prophecy, and he hasn't figured out that I can see into his mind. And the Aurors will likely double the security, so Voldemort will think twice about going to get it until we're ready for him to try." And Kingsley found out. "So tell me, did I fail completely?" "You know you didn't," Ron flared up immediately. "But you've got to stop running off by yourself. You aren't alone, Harry." "I know," Harry said sharply. "I know that I'm not alone. I'm sorry if I thought it best to get there as quickly as possible. And if you were that worried, you could have joined me. You don't need an engraved invitation, Ron." Thanks, I wondered about that, Ron said sarcastically. We didn't exactly know where you were. We knew it wasn't the burrow, but you weren't expecting it to happen again, Harry said in a more subdued voice. Do they always do this? Kingsley asked Tonks. Usually only when they've been drinking, Tonks replied, though they've been having a bit of a rough time the last month. We're sitting right here, Ron and Harry said in unison. Hermione snorted, and Ginny hid a smile. Harry, Remus said, I'm sure that Kingsley has quite a few questions for all of us. Perhaps we could wait until later to keep fighting? They all answered probing questions until dawn. There was a rosy glow that did not come from the lamps, which had remained lit through the night, but from the lightening sky. Harry was barely able to keep his eyes propped open, and his voice was starting to slur. He knew that Ron felt the same exhaustion, and neither would have the energy to carry on their argument. He glanced over at him. Ron and Hermione were sitting together in an armchair. Harry met Ron's eyes, and Ron gave half a shrug and a grimace that Harry took to mean, I forgive you, but I'll pound you if you do it again. So which of you were helping Harry tonight? Kingsley asked. Harry bolted upright, cursing himself for being so stupid. But with Kingsley and Arthur, he'd completely forgotten his mysterious benefactor. It wasn't any of them, Harry said. He turned to Dumbledore. Professor. Harry, we have gone through this any number of times, Dumbledore said. You are no longer one of my students. You are to call me by my first name. Sorry, Albus. Harry found it quite as difficult to be familiar with Dumbledore as others did saying Voldemort's name. Kingsley was about to stupefy me, and someone threw up a shield charm. I couldn't tell who it was. Whoever it was had a very good disguise. I couldn't even tell if it was a man or a woman. Everyone gaped at him. Harry, you're serious? Sirius asked. Yes, Harry said. And whoever was threw this at me. Harry pulled the hourglass out of the pocket of his robes. On closer inspection, he realized that his original perception of the object was correct. But Harry, Hermione said, that's a time turner. What the? When the name of Merlin's left, nut, does that mean? Ron asked loudly. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. There was no hint of the familiar twinkle, only evidence that the intelligent brain behind them was working very hard. Harry waited. He did not expect the older wizard to know what this meant, but he trusted Dumbledore's guesses more than almost anyone else's certainty. I think, Dumbledore said slowly, there is someone else who knows about the time travel.
Thanks for being with us, Harry Potter fans. We've got a new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. Here we are with Chapter 29, Execution.
Chapter 29, Execution. Chapter text. Harry Potter infiltrates the Ministry of Magic by Aggie Lafferty. Late Thursday night, Harry Potter was seen attempting to break into the Department of Mysteries and retrieve the prophecy protected there. It was only a matter of time, Albus Dumbledore said. Indeed, he had set the watch on it the moment it became clear that Potter is a dark wizard on the level with He Who Must Not Be Named. We are only lucky that Potter was interrupted by Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt. The Auror Department has only given the Daily Prophet the barest of details. At approximately 11:30 at night, the wards indicating intrusive use of magic in the corridor leading to the Department of Mysteries flared up. Shacklebolt was the first Auror on the scene. Yes, I saw Potter, all right, Shacklebolt said. I chased him down and caught him just as he apparate away. Yes, he knows how to apparate, and I almost contained him before he shook me off and left. We at the Daily Prophet would like to commend Shacklebolt's bravery in following Potter alone. There was only one injury. Arthur Weasley, for a review of the disappearance of his youngest children, see page 7, was admitted to St. Mungo's at 11:43 and treated for a rather serious snake bite. As it is not secret that the Ministry is requiring the door to the Department of Mysteries to be guarded by all members, the Daily Prophet is convinced that Weasley received his injuries during Harry Potter's attempt to discover his terrible power. Weasley is unavailable for comment. The room of requirement buzzed with questions and speculation, and Harry could hear it halfway down the steep corridor that connected Hogwarts to the Hog's Head Inn. The Christmas holidays were over, and the members of Potter's army were eager to resume their thrice-weekly training. They were so eager, in fact, that classes had not even begun yet. Harry, however, suspected that the others were not speaking about new spells. "Harry, is it true?" Hannah Abbott asked excitedly. "Did you really go to the Ministry of Magic?" "He did," Ron confirmed. "Voldemort. Oh, for the love of Merlin. Are we going to have to sit in a circle and practice saying the name again?" Was trying to get to the prophecy. "How did you know?" Seamus asked. Harry paused. He could not tell the truth. That would only lead to uncomfortable questions. Harry trusted all of them a great deal, and he knew that they would not betray him. But Harry knew that the truth could be more of a burden than anyone suspected. Likewise, he could not claim that he had a spy in Voldemort's camp. "We had someone watching," Harry finally said. "Yeah, me, because I'm a Horcrux and I can see inside Voldemort's mind." "Ron, Ginny, was it your dad?" Lavender Brown asked. "Is he really working with you? And just pretending that he's not?" Harry clenched his jaw. "No, the Weasleys are most certainly not working with us." Rage curdled in his stomach. Mrs. Weasley had not even bothered sending Christmas sweaters to Ron and Ginny. She'd apparently written them off, like they weren't even her children anymore. It filled him with a fury so intense that it frightened him a little. His exile from the burrow had broken his heart, but seeing Ron and Ginny so hurt and heartbroken themselves felt like a sectum sempra to the kidneys. "Oh, sorry," Lavender said in a small voice. "Just don't mention them again in front of him." Ron jerked his thumb at Harry. "That would probably be wise," Dumbledore agreed. "Let's get to work," Harry said shortly. "Get into pairs, everyone. We aren't going to learn anything new tonight. Instead, we're going to duel each other with what we know. Last man, or woman, standing is the winner." He turned automatically to face Ginny, but his eyes caught on Dumbledore. He crooked his finger at Harry. "It is time," Dumbledore said, "for us to duel." "I won't stand a chance," Harry said immediately. Dumbledore cocked his head. "Certainly not with that attitude, Harry. You knew this day would come sooner or later. You knew that you would have to test your skills against me before you face Voldemort." Harry supposed that he had known that he would duel with Dumbledore. He'd watched him carefully during the times the headmaster was able to assist with training the students, and he'd listened attentively to what Dumbledore had to teach. He just thought that he'd have a while longer. Perhaps in a few years it would not be quite so humiliating. As it was now, Harry gave himself about 30 seconds. "Before we begin," Dumbledore said, "I would like for you to practice occlumency. Rid yourself of your anger toward the Weasleys. Anger only has a place in a duel between fools." Harry closed his eyes and determinedly trapped the swirling, giddy rage and pain that constituted his feelings for Ginny's and Ron's mother and father. He locked them away, for now, and gathered his thoughts, already desperately wondering how he would not make a complete arse of himself in front of pretty much everyone he loved. "All right," he said finally. He pretended not to notice that no one had moved. He'd much rather duel Dumbledore without an audience. And Dumbledore not only had age and immense skill, he had the Elder Wand. He stared at the wand in question and felt slightly ill. They bowed to each other, and something funny happened. Harry felt his eyes shift behind his glasses, and it was almost as though he was facing someone he did not know. He only vaguely realized that it was Albus Dumbledore he faced. Dumbledore threw the first spell, and Harry brought up a shield charm so quickly that the older wizard had to duck his own rebounding curse. Harry leaned to the right, pointed his wand, and jerked it upward, saying Levi Corpus inside his head. Dumbledore's foot caught, but there was a bang, and despite the fact that the spell had hit, he remained on his own 2 feet. Harry sent 2 more mild hexes at Dumbledore in quick succession, both of which the other wizard dodged. "Are you a schoolboy playing little tricks?" Moody roared. "Go after him, Potter!" Indignant, Harry raised his wand and sent 3 Rictum Sempras at Dumbledore, who easily countered them shield charms. Then, in one swift motion, he pointed his wand at the floor beneath Dumbledore's feet and turned it into quicksand. The next second, he sent a hex that caused a rapidly sinking wizard to double over coughing. Harry thought quickly. Dumbledore would surely counter this. How could he, Harry, disable him long enough to win the duel? Dumbledore's next hex hit Harry on the left arm, and he found himself spinning through the air in an out-of-control spiral. Harry whispered the cushioning charm, and as soon as he landed on his bum, he cast the spell that would turn Dumbledore to smoke. It only partially worked. Harry had hit Dumbledore in the left leg, and only that leg turned insubstantial. Harry dove under an arc of orange light and threw up a shield charm to protect himself from the other. He rolled to the side, aimed a blasting hex that would destroy the ground in front of Dumbledore and obscure his vision for a moment. He took that opportunity to leap to his feet. Harry sent 2 more mild hexes at Dumbledore in quick succession, both of which the other wizard dodged. "Are you a schoolboy playing little tricks?" Moody roared. "Go after him, Potter!" Indignant, Harry raised his wand and sent 3 Rictum Sempras at Dumbledore, who easily countered them shield charms. Then, in one swift motion, he pointed his wand at the floor beneath Dumbledore's feet and turned it into quicksand. The next second, he sent a hex that caused the rapidly sinking wizard to double over coughing. Harry thought quickly. Dumbledore would surely counter this. How could he, Harry, disable him long enough to win the duel? Dumbledore's next hex hit Harry on the left arm, and he found himself spinning through the air in an out-of-control spiral. Harry whispered the cushioning charm, and as soon as he landed on his bum, he cast the spell that would turn Dumbledore to smoke. It only partially worked. Harry had hit Dumbledore in the left leg, and only that leg turned insubstantial. Harry dove under an arc of orange light and threw up a shield charm to protect himself from the other. He rolled to the side, aimed a blasting hex that would destroy the ground in front of Dumbledore and obscure his vision for a moment. He took that opportunity to leap to his feet, and he was thrown backward by a bludgeoning hex that hurt Harry's shoulder quite a lot. He grimaced, threw up a shield charm, and stood up again. What did Dumbledore do when he dueled with Voldemort at the Ministry? Harry took a split second to look around the room. He spied the cushions Potter's army generally used to soften landings, levitated one of them, and blew it apart right over Dumbledore's head. He tried to use that advantage, but Dumbledore was too fast, and Harry found himself unable to move his legs. "Protego!" Harry shouted. "Finite incantatum!" As soon as he could move again, he danced out of the way of another jinx. He felt a tiny surge of pride. He'd lasted far longer than he had expected to. Incendiarmus. A whip made of flames issued from Harry's wand and circled Dumbledore like a glowing lasso. It was that moment that changed the duel. They had mostly been using relatively harmless jinxes and mild hexes, but Harry's use of a curse that could potentially hurt Dumbledore took it to another level. Harry found himself dodging not only bodybind curses, but a sickly purple spell that burned Harry's left hand rather severely and caused it to swell to twice its normal size. Harry did not know how long it actually lasted, only that toward the end he was stumbling with exhaustion, and it was with relief that he succumbed to the malignant black ropes that stung and trapped him. "You win," Harry croaked. He was trembling, and his entire body was coated with sweat. The ropes immediately disappeared. Dumbledore tapped his wand against Harry's hand, and it stopped throbbing. "That was truly excellent, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Your skills have grown immensely over the past year. When we do this again," Harry said, "will you teach me how to beat you?" Dumbledore laughed. "I will try, though I think you only need more practice, perhaps a larger repertoire, though I believe Hermione is helping you with that." "Yeah," Harry said, "and I definitely need to work on breaking hexes." He paused, and then lowered his voice. "Usually, I fight to the death, you know. No way to counter that. Practice every day," Dumbledore advised. "And whenever you come to teach Potter's army, I will duel you. Come a time to set the pretty trap. You will be ready to face Voldemort long enough to achieve our aims." Harry nodded. He looked around, noticing for the first time that everyone in the room, excluding Moody, was gaping at him. Even Ginny, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Sirius, all of whom knew very well that he was not actually a 15-year-old, looked far too awed and impressed. Harry could not deny, however, that he felt no small measure of pride that he had held his own against Dumbledore for entire minutes. "Blimey, Harry," Dean grinned at him. "Is that what you're teaching us to do?" "If I can do it, you can," Harry said. "Very good, King Arthur," Luna said in a dreamy voice. Harry gazed at her, eyes slightly narrowed. After Dumbledore had made his announcement that he suspected that someone else knew about the time travel, Harry had thought it might be his dreamy, otherworldly friend. Not that he thought she would ever betray them in a million years. Luna never would. But Luna was known for her absolute honesty and bluntness. If, perhaps, her father had asked her point-blank whether or not Harry, Ron, and Ginny were time travelers, she would have told him. And Zeno might have told someone else before he had been murdered. It would explain the fact that he had supported Harry, despite the fact that Harry had only met him once. He opened his mouth to ask her, but she drifted away to practice against Neville before he could. He thought of following her, but he did not know precisely what he wanted to say. He would have to assure her that even if she did, he had full faith in her, but she mustn't do it again. Perhaps if she had told her father, she also might know who it had been. Harry wanted to thank whoever it was, for he was certain that they were on his side. "All right, Harry," Colin Creevey asked, beaming up at him. "That was some duel. It was really something." "Thanks, Colin," Harry said. "Have you been practicing your stunning spell? I noticed last time that you could work on your aim. There's a trick to it. You know, it's in the way you hold your wand." Harry helped Colin grasp his wand to maximize the power of stunning spells. He then demonstrated, in slow motion, how shield charms could be used both offensively and defensively to Padma, Parvati, and Daphne. Hannah and Ernie called him over to have him explain how Sectum Sempra could be used to different effects. By the time the bell clanged, signaling that the students had to be in their common rooms in half an hour, Harry had decided that he would wait to talk to Luna. The students slowly began to drift away until only Neville was left. He shuffled his feet and stared around the room so much that Harry thought he might have something important to say. So Harry waited patiently. Ron was less patient. "Spit it out, Neville." Neville grimaced and lifted his chin. "I need more essence of Murtlap," he said. Harry scowled. "And if you could ask Snape, I think I need an antidote to truth serum. She called me into her office over the holidays, and I think she tried to get me to talk. But I got real suspicious. She hates me. What was she doing offering me tea and biscuits? So I didn't drink it, but I don't think I can trick her any longer." Harry, Ron, and Ginny exchanged looks of deep loathing that they reserved solely for Voldemort, Bellatrix Lestrange, Peter Pettigrew, and Umbridge. "I'll tell Snape you need it," Harry assured him. "He's supposed to stop by tonight. You got potions tomorrow, right? He'll get it to you then." "Neville, I'm so—" "Don't be sorry," Neville said firmly. "Just don't be surprised if I eventually kill her." Harry raised his brows, though he ought to not be surprised that his friend had been shaken badly enough by the death of his grandmother that it had brought out a vicious side in him. Merlin knew that the same had happened to Harry. He felt a small pang of wistfulness for the fact that remaining innocent was no longer an option. "I won't be," Ron assured him. "Just don't be surprised if we help you do it." Harry knew well enough that the moment Voldemort found out that his mind was connected to Harry's, there would be pain and nausea. Therefore, the night that 13 Death Eaters were to escape from Azkaban prison, Harry sat in a bathroom to avoid projectile vomiting on anything or anyone that would not be easy to clean. Ginny sat with him in silence, offering the comfort of her presence. Dumbledore and the others kept vigil in the other room. Snape was the only one not there, as he would be participating in the breakout. However, that was only to be expected. "What time is it?" Harry asked Ginny. 11:10, she answered promptly. "Less than an hour." "How'd your conversation with Luna go?" Harry asked casually. "Not this again, Harry." Ginny rolled her eyes. "Luna didn't tell anyone. She swore she wouldn't." "Why can't you just trust her?" "Who else would have told?" Harry asked. "I'm not angry with Luna. Whoever she told. If she told, that is, helped me. I'm well aware that Kingsley would have stunned me, and I'd be dead by now if it weren't for that shield charm." "How many times have we gone through this?" Ginny asked with exaggerated patience. "It's March, Harry. That happened in December, and we've exhausted all venues. And we only know two things for sure, same as we did the night you came back from the ministry. The person helped you, and he or she knows about the time travel." "But who?" "I don't know," Ginny said, "but everyone swore that they wouldn't tell anyone, and I believe them." "Luna swore too." "Maybe it happened accidentally," Harry said. "Maybe she just let something slip. You know how she is." You think she'd betray us without even realizing it? Ginny asked incredulously. No, Harry replied. No, I don't know. She was so young when she found out. It was so long ago. Ginny smacked him upside the head. He winced and rubbed at it. Ouch, he glared. I don't see why you're so irritated that I think it's a possibility that Luna lets something slip. She might have said something to her father. He might have told one of his friends. I don't know, Ginny. She just seems the most likely person to have done it. I think it's far likelier that someone guessed, Ginny said. Sometimes I think Ron's right, and it might be Percy. Harry shrugged. It's possible, I suppose. He gave her a significant look, showing her how reasonable he could be about other people's opinions. But do you really think that if Percy knew, he wouldn't have approached us about it? It has come to my attention that you are, in fact, time travelers from the future, Ginny said in an amazingly accurate imitation of Percy's pompous manner. I will, of course, do everything I can to assist you in the downfall of he who must not be named. Yeah, Ginny added in her natural voice. It doesn't seem like him to stay in the shadows. It doesn't seem like anyone from my family. Actually, Harry did not say anything. Ginny knew him well enough to guess his thoughts. He did not need to spell them out for her and hurt her worse. It was Harry's opinion that the Weasleys not only did not have the personalities to keep something like this a secret, but they did not have the inclination to do so in this time. He looked at her, and he saw the fierce, blazing look upon her face, and he felt a rush of gratitude that she was so able to read him that words sometimes seemed completely unnecessary. He didn't have to hide what he thought from her. She usually knew, and she understood that sometimes talking about something just made it far, far worse. Her gaze dropped to his lips, and he leaned away, shaking his head. Not now. I don't want to feel him inside my head when I'm kissing you. Later, then, Ginny said. Without a doubt, Harry told her. It was 2 minutes past midnight when Harry's scar throbbed and twisted with a pain so fierce that he thought his head might cleave in two. It only made it worse that Harry had deliberately opened himself up to this, but he gritted his teeth against the pain and dove into Voldemort's thoughts. Voldemort had never doubted that it would not be long before the Dementors joined him. He had always laughed at the stupidity of the Ministry and their strict restrictions on the use of Dementors. Did they not realize what splendid creatures they were? They were more powerful, more deadly, than the tallest giant or the strongest troll. They did not have to put any effort whatsoever into terrifying enemies. Wizards feared the Dementor's kiss almost as much as they feared Lord Voldemort. And the Ministry was stupid enough to chain these creatures to a prison. Lord Voldemort would show them the error of their ways tonight. The Dementors had allied themselves with him. They had agreed to free his most trusted followers. Lord Voldemort would have his best lieutenants beside Severus Snape and Lucius Malfoy once more. The icy spray of the ocean hit Voldemort's face as he stood waiting for the others to join him. He laughed out loud, wildly, and for a long time. The Potter boy was even more foolish than the Ministry. He had unwittingly saved the life of Severus Snape and sealed his own eventual doom. Voldemort laughed again and stroked Nagini's head. The foolish child had no idea what he was up against, had no idea that Voldemort was the most powerful wizard in the world. He still did not have the prophecy, but neither did Potter. And after tonight, Potter would be even more reviled than he already was. His servant Aggie Lafferty would be certain to smear Potter's name even more. The breakout of Azkaban would drive another nail into Potter's coffin. Voldemort watched as small pinpricks of light danced toward him from the direction of the island fortress. Bellatrix Lestrange, Annan and Dolohov, Rodolphius and Rabaston. They all were coming to meet him, the very best of the followers he had before. Giddy glee rose up inside him. Harry pushed at the connection, fighting against the physical agony in his scar. The moment he felt Voldemort's awareness of him, the moment the glee turned to astonishment and rage, Harry pulled back and found himself once more sitting on the cool tile. He threw up his obfuscamancy shields as tightly as he could, and he leaned over the toilet and retched up everything he had eaten that day. He looked over at Ginny, whose bright eyes were wide and dark in her pale face. He knows, Harry said grimly. He'll try to use me to set the trap. We'll just have to figure out the bait. Kingsley and Tonks were extremely instrumental in tracking down Aggie Lafferty without him being any the wiser. Not only did they learn his personal habits, but the baby Death Eater was stupid enough to meet 5 of his other comrades at a set time each week. 6 birds, 1 stone, Harry thought grimly. He, Ron, and Ginny stood staring at the squalid little house in a dumpy little town. They were not, however, alone. Sirius had joined them. Dead men, after all, could not bring back word that Harry Potter was not quite as alone as Voldemort thought. Hermione was not with them, and Harry was not surprised that she had stayed behind to search through ancient tomes Dumbledore had found for her. She was not ready yet, and a part of Harry hoped that she never would be, to see the 4 of them set out to deliberately kill. It did not sit easily with Harry, either, despite the fact that he knew it would come to this. He had not lied to Crabbe and Goyle. "All right, mate," Ron said quietly. "I will be," Harry said. "He's dangerous. And Snape says that Voldemort gets more and more followers every day. If we don't start weeding them out." His voice trailed away. It was difficult for him to act as executioner, but the words of Arthur Weasley, the Arthur who had been, before the world had changed completely, gave him determination. Also, Harry cared more about the victims, past and future, of the Death Eaters more than he did raising his wand to kill. "If it is any consolation, Harry," Sirius said, "your father also knew the necessity of killing, and—" Harry glanced at him. "Dumbledore said, last time, that he would not have wanted you and Remus to become murderers just because of Peter Pettigrew." Sirius looked thoughtful. "There is a difference, I think, between killing because of vengeance and killing to prevent evil witches and wizards from grasping even more power." "I know." Harry gave him a small smile. "I'm glad you figured that out, too." Raucous laughter issued from the open windows of the squalid house, and the scent of alcohol mixed with potions wafted past Harry's nostrils. The somewhat balmy early April night, Harry realized with a small start that the next day was Easter, made the smell even more unpleasant. He scowled with disgust, and not because of the stench. "Let's do this," Harry said grimly. "Go around the back, Sirius." Sirius was already creeping around the side of the house. Ron and Ginny secured the windows, and Harry threw up an anti-apparition jinx. The only thing they had to worry about was the flu. Moody had told them that the hearth was located in the sitting room. If the Death Eaters were quick enough, 1 or more could escape before Harry could destroy the flu powder, which was why he did not blast open the door. Instead, he opened it quietly and placed a silence shield around him, Ginny and Ron. Harry grimaced as they passed silently through the hall. The Death Eater journalist lived like a pig. The house had a stench of spoiled food and unwashed body. They navigated around stacks of newspapers and piles of trash. Moments after they entered, they reached the door of the sitting room. Aggie Lafferty, short and balding, roared with laughter at something Jack Butler, a Death Eater who specialized in the more delicate poisons, had just said. Simon Mountney leaned casually against the mantel, smirking. Harry thought it was a nice irony that this particular Death Eater, who had stopped the escape of a Muggle-born witch and her family because of his placement in the Department of Magical Transportation, would likely be severely injured when Harry blasted the can of flu powder apart. 2 others, Ren Sterling and Ursa Calden, spoke in low voices in the corner, smoking pipes. The last, and Harry could only remember his last name, Tapler, was the first to realize that they were no longer alone. He looked up, gaped, and started to stutter a warning when Harry raised his wand, whispered a spell, and the can of flu powder exploded. Simon Mountney screamed and went down. His face was bloody and dotted with shards of metal. Ren Sterling was slashed from throat to sternum by Ron before the others even drew their wands. As Harry had expected, 2 of them attempted to escape, but Sirius disemboweled one, and Ginny struck the other in the back with a bludgeoning hex. Both fell to the floor and made no effort to stand, though Harry saw Ursa Calden twitch a little. Still, her back was bent at an impossible angle. Those jerky movements were her last. "Sectum Sempra," Harry said, and Jack Butler toppled over, blood spraying from his throat. It had taken less than a minute. Harry, Ginny, Ron, and Sirius pointed their wands at Aggie Lafferty. The wizard had wet himself, and the stench of urine combined with the other unpleasant smells in the house. Harry waved his wand, and Lafferty was bound with black ropes to his chair. "You know," Harry said, "this entire year, I never even thought that you were a Death Eater. I should have guessed. You were always willing to give Lucius Malfoy an interview, weren't you? I thought you were just a fool, like almost everyone at the Ministry." Lafferty stammered. "You're not a Death Eater?" Sirius asked. He slashed the left arm of the wizard's robes, revealing the dark mark. "Unfortunately for you, this says otherwise." "He forced me," Lafferty said. His eyes were wide and panicked. "Sirius Black, you're supposed to be Potter's enemy." "Funny thing about that is," Sirius said, "my godson's allies are even better hidden than Voldemort's. You make yourselves easy marks when you torture people and murder them." "I never." "The Burrow family in Bath," Harry said. "You were there 2 weeks ago when a Muggle dwelling went up in flames. A mother, father, and 3 children burned to death. 3 days ago, you participated in the torture of Hollis Kepler of the Department of International Magical Cooperation." "You have no proof," Lafferty said. "We're not the Ministry, scum." Ron curled his lip. "We don't need more evidence than our own eyes. Or Alastair Moody's eye, as the case may be." But there was a scuffle and a quiet sound, and Harry whirled around, already thinking the spell. But he was too late. There was a loud bang and a flash of green light aimed directly at Ginny. He moved, but he was not quick enough. But Sirius was. He tackled Ginny to the ground, and the killing curse struck the wall at the exact height of Ginny's head. Rage and fear thundered through Harry's veins, and he whipped back around and yelled Petri Ficus Totalis, and watched as Simon Mountney stiffened up. With slow, deliberate movements, Harry walked over to him and snapped his wand in two. Simon watched, helpless and unable to move. "I don't think we need to talk anymore," Harry said grimly. He helped Sirius and Ginny to their feet. He trembled. If Sirius had waited even one more moment. "Let's go." "But aren't we? We're going to burn the house down," Harry said. He did not feel the need to mention that Lafferty and Mountney would still be alive when they did so. He was barely aware of the fact that he left the sitting room, left the house, and walked out to the street. They lined up on the sidewalk. Harry pointed his wand and whispered, "Incendio." Ginny, Ron, and Sirius echoed him. Harry watched the blaze light up the night sky. He took deep, shuddering breaths. Ginny gripped his arm tightly. He looked down at her and saw that she was pale and trembling just as much as he was. "Sirius," Harry said fervently. "Thank you." "Anytime, Harry," Sirius said quietly. Hermione was waiting outside on the porch for them in Godric's Hollow. She let out a wordless cry of relief and threw herself in Ron's arms. Ron hugged her back tightly, and they swayed a little. Harry took the opportunity to crush Ginny to him. He did not trust himself to speak to her just yet. He was afraid that when he opened his mouth, he would try to forbid her from ever placing herself into danger again. That would not go over well. "Well," Sirius said, "I think we could all use a good drink. What say we head to Grimmauld Place? We'll make Creatures weak by allowing him to wait on us hand and foot." "That's true," Hermione said. Harry exchanged a weak grin with Ron. Hermione had learned throughout the last months that Creature was not in any way, shape, or form slave. Harry often thought that the house elf had a subtle way of manipulating all of them to get his way, which generally meant that they spent more time at Grimmauld Place. Then again, sometimes Creature was not so subtle about it. He'd moved their supply of liquor to the basement kitchen of the Black family home, and had charmed it so it changed to water when they tried to bring it over to Godric's Hollow. Harry eyed Ginny. She had color back in her cheeks, and her jaw was set so tightly that Harry knew that if he asked her if she was sure she was up to it, he would sleep alone for a week. Possibly 2. He sighed, and he saw her lips twitch. Creature, Harry thought, is not the only one who knows how to manipulate people. "Masters, mistresses," Creature greeted them. "Master Neville, Master Severus, and Mistress Luna are already here." "What?" Harry gaped. Snape, Neville, and Luna are here? Where are they? Creature brought them food in the blue room, Creature said. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny were already thundering up the stairs. Harry hoped that this was not bad news in any way. What if Umbridge had somehow found out something? What if Neville and Luna were on the run? Things would get complicated. Hi, Guinevere. Hi, Lancelot. Hi, Arthur, Luna said brightly. She and Neville sat playing Exploding Snap with Mr. Ollivander. Snape conferred quietly in the corner with Moody. Harry's racing heartbeat slowed. Nothing appeared to be too terribly wrong. Hi, everyone, Harry said. Neville, Luna, what are you doing here? Professor Snape brought us, Neville said. How did the evening go? Are the Death Eaters dead? Luna asked. Dead as dead can get, Ron confirmed. All 6 of them. What about Umbridge? Ginny asked. She directed this question to Snape. Doesn't she have ways of knowing when students are out of bed after curfew? Yes, Snape said curtly. But those ways require her to be awake. I gave her a very powerful sleeping draft. But not the draft of living death, Neville muttered. Perhaps someday, Longbottom, Snape said. That's great, Ron said enthusiastically. Harry wondered why Snape had done this. He eyed the other man. Snape's face was completely blank, but Harry suspected that Snape had known that Harry and the others would need company. Remus was in Bulgaria, taking steps to protect the secret of the Elder Wand. Tonks and Kingsley were on duty, pretending to search for Harry. And to see his friends outside of the room of requirement was a blessing unlooked for. Do not look at me like that, Potter, Snape said. Harry raised his brow, attempting to act cool, but he could not stop a small smile. I wouldn't dream of it. I feared that Longbottom would do something rash and kill Umbridge, Snape lied. Harry's smile widened. He has become increasingly angry toward her. As I do not want to fill out the required paperwork, nor do I wish to deal with that complication, I brought him here to calm him down. I'm sure, Harry said, smirking. Where's Albus? Snape took a sip of fire whiskey and grimaced. He had an unexpected meeting. Harry, Sirius said testily. A glass of fire whiskey levitated in front of Harry's eyes. Are you going to have a drink or what? Harry grinned at him and lifted his glass in a toast. To a plan well executed and the fact that you saved my heart tonight. That required explanation, and the next half hour went by quickly. Sirius told it and acted out a few scenes, with such dramatic flair that Hermione screamed and Neville squeaked when he told how the killing curse had missed Ginny by an inch. Harry felt a wave of relief again as he looked at Ginny. She winked at him and refilled her glass. Ron shared his with Hermione, and Neville appeared to be drinking them at an alarming rate. The scars on Neville's hand were red and livid. I think we ought to go after Umbridge next, Ron said, apparently thinking along the same lines as Harry. Neville laughed. Please do. They spent the next hour plotting different ways to bring down Umbridge. As they also consumed more fire whiskey than they ought to, each grew more unlikely than the last. Harry's head was spinning slightly, Ginny was a warm weight in his lap, and he roared with laughter. No, 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 Neville shouted. His face was flushed with drink, and he downed 2 inches of fire whiskey in one gulp. That would never work, Hermione. I think we should make her right with a great big blood quill that cuts right through her heart. Even blood quills are fallible, Longbottom, Snape said coldly. Have you not learned anything at all in the 5 years of your magical education? Umbridge has no heart. Even if the quill were the size of Hagrid, it would still be impossible. We could just use a big knife, Sirius pointed out, and cut out her lungs. You are as foolish as always, Black, Snape said. If she is one of the undead, as I highly suspect she is, then she does not have to breathe. We will have to decapitate her. Oh, Ron shouted. Hermione jumped. I've got it. I've got it. What is it, Lancelot? Luna asked, but Ron was laughing too hard to make any sense. Wedgibberlurvin Center Voldemort. What? Harry said blankly. English, Ron, Hermione said patiently. Let's give her a love potion and send her to Voldemort, Ron said ecstatically. Nothing could possibly go wrong with that plan. Either Voldemort would fuck her, and I doubt she'd survive that, or he'd kill her, or Bellatrix would do it for him. Ron, Ginny shouted, while Harry roared with laughter. Neville actually sank down onto the floor. He was laughing so hard. Sirius pounded the arm of his chair with his fist, and Harry thought he even might have heard a chuckle from Snape. "That is disgusting." "It fits," Ron insisted. "It's perfect." You know, Harry was suddenly struck by a thought that filled him with horror. "I reckon I'm glad Voldemort is a cold son of a bitch. What if I felt him having sex with some witch?" Ron sprayed out his fire whiskey. "No wonder why Voldemort's so cranky. He's a virgin." Harry's belly actually hurt from laughing so hard. The room rang with it. It was so loud, in fact, that it took him a while to realize that they had company. He heard a gasp. It sounded feminine, so he turned his head to greet Tonks and tell her to grab a glass. And his heart nearly failed. Mrs. Weasley stood in the doorway with her hands over her mouth and her eyes wide and darting from Ron to Ginny and then to Harry. Mr. Weasley stood behind her, speechless and confused. Bill and Charlie were staring at each other. Fleur Delacour's mouth was open in a perfect O shape. Percy's mouth was slightly parted. He did not look as surprised as the rest of his family. Even the twins were there, both looking as though they'd been hit in the head with a very large stick. Albus Dumbledore stood behind them. He met Harry's eyes steadily. "They've chosen Harry," he said simply.
Thank you for being with us, Harry Potter fans. We are continuing on with the new chapter for Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. We're at Chapter 30, Interlude, Molly Weasley.
Chapter 30, Interlude, Molly Weasley. Chapter text, Molly Weasley. "We have to go to Dumbledore with this," Bill said. Molly stared around at her family. Bill's face was set and white. His girlfriend Fleur gripped his hand tightly. Charlie was pretending to darn a balaclava, but Molly knew that her son was just as frightened as she was. Her twins were serious for once. There was no laughter at all on their faces, only the sort of fear that made them look older than their 18 years. Only Percy seemed almost relaxed. "Arthur," she said quietly. "Bill's right," he said. "Dumbledore really is the only person we can trust, you know. Even if he doesn't believe us, he'll listen. We'll send him an owl," Bill said. "Immediately. We can't just sit on this any longer." Charlie rose quickly. "We'll use Hermes," he said. "He'll get there faster than Errol." "Don't say anything important," Fred said. "That Umbridge woman is watching the owls. We know she is." "We'll just ask him about Ron and Ginny," Charlie said. "Nothing at all strange about that. Merlin knows we've been pretty loud about wanting to find them." He scrawled out a note and then read it aloud to the entire family. Within minutes, Hermes was winging his way to Hogwarts, to Albus Dumbledore. No, Molly thought, seeing that her youngest son and daughter were still gone. Not the entire family. Not for the first time. She wondered if they were dead. She glanced at the clock on the wall. Ron's and Ginny's hands sat firmly at mortal peril, where they had been since the morning after that horrible row, and she had found their beds empty and cold. The trial of the century was over, and Molly could only feel relief that her family had not been dragged into it even more than it already had been. It had been the right decision. Insisting that Ron and Ginny stay away from Harry Potter had protected Molly's family in ways that she had half expected. Still, she felt terrible for poor Sirius Black, who had already lost so much. The anguish in his voice had followed her all the way home. 4 of her sons and her daughter waited in the sitting room, obviously waiting to hear the verdict. "What happened, Mom?" Percy asked quietly. "He's been given a life sentence to Azkaban," Arthur said tiredly. He looked just as relieved as Molly felt. Things could have been so much worse. It could have been Ron and Ginny under the Imperius curse. Percy shook his head, looking rather dazed. "I just can't believe it. I always thought Harry was a decent sort." Molly glanced at her daughter. Ginny had her head in her hands, and she was squeezing hanks of her long hair in her hands. Molly did not think that a boy who would intimately touch a 12-year-old was a decent sort. It made her furious just to think about it. "Well," she said, making an effort to keep her voice steady, "I'm sure they'll find him soon, and then it'll be over." Ron muttered something under his breath. "What was that, dear?" She smiled, reaching over to pat his shoulder. Poor Ron. It must be terribly difficult for him to have his former best friend turn out to be dark. "Nothing," Ron said. Molly set about preparing dinner for her family. while Arthur went into greater detail about what had happened at the trial. She was extremely grateful that the children were not allowed inside the court. Perhaps Ron and Ginny would have been called to testify that would have hurt them so badly. Though it was possible they might have spoken for Harry, as Augusta and Zeno had. I just don't know what those two were thinking, Molly thought grimly. Mom, Fred said. Is dinner ready? Just a moment, dear, Molly said. She used her wand to send the knives, chopping the carrots, and, with a flourish, sent a creamy sauce over the noodles. Arthur levitated the plates and silverware over to the table, and they all sat down. She watched Ron and Ginny closely. They only picked at their food and kept glancing at each other out the corner of their eyes. She was about to say something when Arthur did it for her. I can imagine how you must be feeling. No, you can't, Ginny said sharply. We can, Molly assured her. They could speak later about how Ginny was not to use that tone when addressing her parents, no matter how hard she tried. I had a cousin who joined the Death Eaters. We were of an age, and I thought I knew him quite well. And he was there that night when your uncles died. Ginny, my dearest, we know what betrayal feels like. You think I don't? Ginny shouted. Her face was bright red. Maybe I think that the entire wizarding world is betraying Harry, and so are you. Ginny, Arthur said, how can you possibly say that? He used unforgivable curses. He's been evading the ministry. Ginny's nostrils flared and her lips were white. Molly stared, almost fascinated by the rage on her daughter's face. They never confirmed that he used more than one unforgivable, Ginny said. Still, Molly said, the use of just one requires a life sentence to Azkaban. You are far too young to understand this, which is why I am making allowance for your tone. Young lady, but the Imperius curse is a horrible thing. It is undetectable, and even when good people are put under it, they can be forced to do horrible things. That doesn't sound too hard to understand, Ron put in. Molly could not quite place his tone, but she did not like it. She knew that Ron and Ginny must be feeling horribly betrayed, but it was not advisable to let them continue. They would need to face this sooner or later, and something as truly heart-wrenching as this would only get worse the longer they ignored it. Don't speak to your mother that way, Arthur said. Percy, Molly said. Fred, George, I want you to go to your rooms. Now, Molly stared at her two youngest while the others filed silently out of the kitchen. She did not fully understand why both of them were glaring at opposite walls with such defiance. Didn't they realize that she was only trying to help? She was trying to protect them? The Imperius curse. We know what it does, Ginny said. But no one even bothered asking why Harry did it, did they? What if he had a good reason? There is no good reason for it, Arthur said firmly. None at all. Ron snorted. Molly felt it like a physical blow. Her son just laughed at them. Ron's long, lanky body was stretched out in his chair. He looked entirely relaxed. This seemed so wrong. She could not believe that her son was taking this so lightly, that she felt as though she were looking at a complete stranger. She traded glances with Arthur, and she saw that her husband feared the same thing. I am very disappointed in you, young man, Arthur said quietly. Ron jerked as though he had been struck. Very. I don't know where we went wrong when we raised you, but the fact that you consider the use of an unforgivable to be funny is against everything your mother and I stand for. I don't think it's funny, Ron said. I just think that it's pretty hypocritical of you to say that, Dad. The ministry used it loads of times in the last war. That was different, Arthur said. Ron and Ginny exchanged glances. Both of them appeared to be clenching their fists. Harry Potter is not a ministry employee, Molly said. He's obviously a very confused and disturbed young man. Don't say another word, Ginny said through gritted teeth. Ginevra Weasley, Arthur yelled. Even Molly jumped. She could not remember the last time Arthur had raised his voice to one of the children. Do not make me silence you. You might as well, Ginny said, unafraid. You're obviously not listening to anything I'm saying. I trust that Harry had a good reason. Harry Potter is not to be trusted. Arthur bellowed. I've known it for ages. He's only proven it time and again. Ron stood up so suddenly that his chair went flying backward. You know what I think he's proven time and again, Dad? The fact that he'd do anything to save people. What if I told you he? Ron, Ginny said so quietly that Molly could barely hear her. Don't. That's enough, Molly said. Go to your rooms. Both of you. You're both going to have a good, long think about whom and what you're defending. Do not make the mistake of choosing to side with Harry, Arthur added. And you stay in your rooms until your mother and I come to get you. Without another word, Ron and Ginny left the kitchen. Molly fairly gasped for breath. What had happened to her little girl who loved sunshine and flying on a broom? And the son who used to be so insecure about being the youngest son? Where had her babies gone? She asked herself that same question when she entered Ginny's room the next morning. Arthur was the one who found the note that read, "We've chosen Harry. You should too." She put her face in her hands. Arthur's hand came up to stroke her back. She allowed herself to cry, but only for a few moments. "I expect we'll be waiting a while," she said. "I'll make us dinner." He might not even reply tonight. She found solace in cooking. She always had. There was nothing that Molly Weasley loved more than ensuring that her family was fed and well cared for. I hope they're eating all right, wherever they are, she thought. She ignored the fact that a few tears spilled into the soup she was making. Her family was silent throughout the meal. Molly found herself watching anxiously out the window for another owl. Even though she knew that there was no way that even Hermes could reach Hogwarts, it would take a few hours at least. Night stretched on. Molly felt sick to her stomach with fear and worry. The meal she had eaten sat in her stomach like a rock. The burrow was unnaturally quiet. "I think we should try to go to bed," she finally said at midnight. "It'll have to wait until—" But she was interrupted by a bright burst of flame, and Dumbledore's phoenix appeared in the center of the room. He dropped a note in the middle of the floor. Arthur started to reach for it when there was another blast of heat, and the phoenix disappeared again. "What does it say, Arthur?" she whispered. Word flew to his office. He said simply, "Right now." They were galvanized into motion. Molly lifted her wand and summoned traveling cloaks enough for all of them. They gathered around the hearth, still fastening them underneath their chins. Molly knew that they must look a fright. All of them were rumpled and sleep-deprived. But she couldn't stretch herself to care about that for once. Dumbledore would understand. "I'll go first," Arthur said. He stepped into the flames, shouted "Hogwarts, Headmaster's office," and whirled away. Molly waited several breaths before she followed. Arthur dusted himself off, and she did the same. Bill came next and almost knocked her over. "Sorry, Mum," he murmured. Fleur followed next. Within minutes, Percy, Charlie, Fred, and George arrived. It was only then that Molly looked around and found Dumbledore seated behind his desk, staring at them. "Good evening," he said pleasantly, as if he often entertained disheveled guests at this hour of the night. They greeted him. Molly gazed around the room, trying to prolong the moment. The portraits were all awake and appeared to be avidly interested in what was happening. She wished there weren't so many of them. "None of you move," Dumbledore said. Molly jolted before she realized that it was to the portraits that Dumbledore spoke. One of them snorted and rolled his eyes. Apparently, he had little respect for the current headmaster. "You wish to speak to me about your son and daughter?" Molly licked her lips. "Well, in a manner of speaking. We didn't know how else to get you to grant us an audience," Arthur said. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. "Oh, strange things have been happening," Bill said. "And we don't have anyone else to turn to. Actually, we know. My brothers told me," Molly began, and felt a little stab of anguish at the thought of Gideon and Fabian. What if Ron and Ginny had already met but she didn't let herself finish the thought. "That you were once the head of the Order of the Phoenix." "That is correct," Dumbledore said. "I take it you are here to ask me to begin it once again in opposition to Harry Potter." Molly bit her lip. None of the other members of her family said anything. He surveyed them calmly. "It must be difficult for you, as your son and daughter are in league with him." Several of the portraits on the walls coughed. One opened his mouth to speak, but Dumbledore shot at a quelling look. Molly's heart was galloping in her chest. What if he dismissed their concerns simply because they were family? "No," she said. I don't want you to—" But she couldn't continue. Dumbledore looked genuinely shocked for a moment before he leaned back in his chair. Something shifted in the room, though Molly had no idea what. The portraits were staring at her even more than ever. She felt herself flush under the scrutiny. She straightened herself up. I suppose we'd better begin at the beginning. It all started, really, when we had a row with Ron and Ginny. They've always been friendly with Harry Potter, since the moment we met them. We had concerns, as you know, but they're both very stubborn. Then they disappeared, leaving a note that they'd gone to wherever Harry Potter went after he left. I am the chief warlock on the Wisingamot, he said gently. I heard your testimony. You said that you think he'd bewitched them. You suspected that he used the Imperius curse upon them, as he did to Cedric Diggory. And we did, Molly said. We really did. You have to admit that he's done some very suspicious things. Everyone knows that he used that curse. Yes, Dumbledore said. There is no denying that he did so. But you no longer believe that he used it upon your children? You think now that they are with him willingly. There was a sudden chill in the air, and Molly wrapped her cloak around herself more tightly. Yes, Bill said. We do. Dumbledore sighed and rose from his chair. Molly knew that they were about to be dismissed. Thank you for this information. I know it must be difficult for you. Wait, Arthur said. He sounded a bit desperate. That isn't really why we're here. I mean, it is. But we have more to tell you. The entire country went mad while I was in Romania, Charlie said. I came back the day before Augusta Longbottom and Zeno Lovegood were murdered, and the Granger couple was discovered missing. And everyone blamed Harry Potter, Arthur put in. We were pulled off all our regular jobs at the ministry, and we were all given the task of finding him and putting him on trial. Like my son said, Molly said, it was complete madness. And for a while we were swept away in it. I'll be the first to admit that. But once things settled a little, we started to actually think about it. The full weight of Dumbledore's stare was on her now. And, he said, we found a little funny that we weren't killed too, Arthur said. It isn't a secret that Harry Potter's closest friends were related to Augusta and Zeno. That's what put the suspicion on him, as I'm sure you know. Many suspected that he killed them to tighten the control he had over them. I'm aware of this, Dumbledore said. Explain to me why you find it odd that you weren't killed. Because he didn't have a reason to hurt Augusta and Zeno, Molly explained. They didn't, by all accounts, they liked him. And we didn't. And he never tried to bewitch us into liking him. He could have taken away our wills. And you feel that because you have been quite vocal about your distrust for him, that if anyone were to be targeted, it would be you? Dumbledore asked. He was so calm, so unflappable, that Molly felt a momentary urge to shake him. That if Potter was really the monster that the ministry believes him to be, you and your entire family would be dead? Yes, Arthur said. And that isn't the only odd thing, Bill said. I had to go out of the country on Gringotts business right after they were killed. When I came home and visited the burrow, I noticed that there were very powerful wards around it. I didn't think anything of it until Dad asked me if I would set some up for him. I didn't set up any of the wards, Arthur said, and I initially thought that the ministry had, but when I talked to Rufus Scrimgeour about it, he said that it wasn't anything they'd done. What kind of wards were these? Dumbledore asked. Subtle ones, Bill answered promptly. We never would have noticed if I hadn't caught sight of one. It's taken months of research for me to even be able to name them. But Dumbledore, they're blood wards, which means it had to have been keyed by a member of the Weasley family, and it wasn't any of us. So it had to be either Ron or Ginny. Do you think they may have done this in order to protect you from Harry Potter? Molly felt uncertain all of a sudden. What if he didn't believe them? He seemed determined to point his finger at Harry Potter at every turn. No, Arthur said. Dad, Charlie said. We have to tell him everything, lay it all out for him. You have my full attention, Dumbledore nodded. Whatever it is you have to say, I am listening. I'm sure you have heard of my attack. Arthur asked. The ministry had us on a rotating system, guarding the door to the Department of Mysteries. They didn't tell us why. I'm the one who suggested this, Dumbledore said. Well, Arthur said, we think that we were guarding the prophecy. It is a well-known fact that that department studies prophecies and the like. So, did you think that Harry Potter would attempt to retrieve it? I thought it a possibility, Dumbledore said. I was guarding the door one night, and the snake attacked out of nowhere, Arthur said. I had fallen asleep. I woke up to find myself being bitten again and again. I thought I was going to die, but someone saved me. My glasses had fallen, and I can't see anything without them. But someone with black hair healed me enough so that I did not die. I don't remember anything after that, but someone with black hair? Dumbledore asked. Surely you aren't suggesting that it was Harry Potter who saved you? Molly felt a rush of disorientation. She remembered sitting in here, accusing Harry Potter of opening the Chamber of Secrets and possibly murdering her daughter and son. How odd that she was now attempting to defend him from the man who had been so sure that he could not do such a thing. I think it was, Arthur said. I can't be certain, of course. We don't have any solid proof. It's all rather circumstantial. Not all of it. Fred spoke up unexpectedly. Professor, we know Neville Longbottom. We also know his history and what happened to his parents. He wouldn't side with the wizard who helped the Lestranges go free any more than I'd eat flobberworms. But I think it's insane. Neville would never help the Death Eater that tortured his parents into insanity go free, George said firmly. That's what really put us off to the way the world's gone mad. Dumbledore did not say anything for so long that Molly began to grow even more afraid. If he stopped listening now, it is a common belief that Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood severed ties with Potter after the murder of their parents. Tell him about that map. Molly ordered her twins. Right, Fred said, looking uncomfortable. Well, we had this map, you see, of Hogwarts. It showed where everyone was, and where all the secret passageways were George put in. It went missing back in our 5th year. We thought Potter taken it, actually, because it was right after he messed around with Ginny. And he knew we'd be watching him, Fred said. We didn't see it until the first day of term last year, George said. But then it was lying under Fred's pillow. How extraordinary, Dumbledore murmured. We think Neville put it there, Fred informed him. He was seen coming out of the dorm by one of our yearmates. We asked him about it, but he said he had no idea what we were talking about. We think he was lying, George said. And Neville's been up to something all year, even before he disappeared. He used to be really shy. But he started making loads of friends in the other houses, Fred said. We watch him on the map, he admitted. We thought he was acting fishy. And did you see him do anything fishy? Dumbledore asked. That's the thing, George said. He and a bunch of other students would disappear off the map for hours at a time. We couldn't rumble how they were leaving. That is very odd, Dumbledore said. Do you believe he was up to anything nefarious? No, Fred shook his head firmly. Not at all. He and Luna always stand up to Umbridge. No offense, George said. But she's horrible. And she was using a blood quill on Neville, Fred said. We heard him talking about it with Dean Thomas. He said that she was trying to get Potter's whereabouts from him. And then Dean asked if he'd told her. And Neville said that no matter how many times she made him cut his own hand, he wouldn't tell her where he was or what he was up to. Dean said that he'd better not, George finished. You've come to me with a school-wide conspiracy to protect Harry Potter. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows. No, Molly heard herself shout. That isn't why we've come. We think that. But she was still so afraid, she couldn't bring herself to say it. Allow me to attempt to piece together what you are saying, Dumbledore said. You believe that Harry Potter might be protecting you. You no longer believe that he is as criminal as you originally thought. You believe that your son and daughter are with him by choice. You do not believe that he was the one to murder Augusta Longbottom and Zeno Lovegood. You also do not believe that he was responsible for the mass breakout of Azkaban. You, Arthur, believe that he saved your life. Yes, Molly said in a small voice. That's what we're saying. One of the portraits made a rude noise. Molly thought it might have been the same one who had snorted earlier, but she could not be sure. Enough, Phineas, Dumbledore said. Do you have any theories as to who killed Augusta Longbottom and Zeno Lovegood? Molly closed her eyes. We think, she whispered, we think it was you-know-who. We think he who must not be named is back. It's the only explanation that makes sense, Arthur said quickly. We know it's a wild theory, Bill said, but no one knows what really happened that night when you-know-who killed the Potters and tried to kill Harry. I believe that you yourself have always said that he'd come back someday. I did, Dumbledore said. I have to confess to some surprise that you have come to this conclusion. It has been apparent to me for quite some time that you distrust Harry Potter. I didn't. Percy spoke for the first time since they had arrived. I admit that the fact that he used an unforgivable curse threw me for a while. But Harry threw himself in front of a curse for me. The Cruciatus Curse. In fact, as I'm sure you remember. I remember, Dumbledore said. I also remember that you too, Molly, Arthur, have been as frightened as the terrible power he has professed to have as the rest of the wizarding world. And Molly had to admit that she still was. The idea of it frightened her a great deal. But she was more frightened of losing her children to you-know-who, just as she had lost her brothers. We're more frightened of you-know-who, Arthur said, echoing her thoughts. Dumbledore stared at Molly, and then her husband, and then her sons, and then Fleur so intensely that Molly felt like her soul had been laid bare. She was sure that the others felt the same. What, Dumbledore began, do you intend to do? We want to help them, of course, Charlie said loudly. If it's you-know-who, then he's after Harry Potter. And if he's after him, then my brother and sister are in danger. We have a clock, Molly said through numb lips, that shows us where everyone in the family is at. It has work and school and home and traveling on it, but Ron's and Ginny's hands aren't pointed at any of those. They're pointed at mortal peril, and we intend to help them, Arthur said firmly when Molly's voice trailed away. Just to be clear, Dumbledore said. Molly had the feeling that he was pushing them toward something, though she did not know what. How could they state it any clearer than that? You're choosing to align yourself with Harry Potter? You trust that he is, indeed, on the right side? Yes, Molly managed with a shaky voice. A year ago, she would have said that she would never stand before Albus Dumbledore and claim that she trusted Harry Potter. Not even a few months ago. But she could not ignore the facts, and she hoped that Dumbledore did not either. All of you? Yes, said Arthur. Yes, chorused all of her sons and Fleur. Molly did not know how it had happened that Fleur Delacour had gained a place with her family, but it seemed only right to have her here. She took her eyes off Fleur and brought them back to Dumbledore. He seemed quite pleased about something, not at all appropriate in the situation. He stood up rather abruptly, wrote something hastily on a scrap of parchment, gave it to the Phoenix, and murmured something in too low a voice for Molly to hear. Her heart started pounding rather abruptly. Was he telling the Ministry? Were they about to be handed over to them? He grabbed what looked like a metal bowl with strange runes around the lip out of a cupboard. Molly could only watch, feeling more confused by the moment, as he bustled around. Professor, what? George began. Not now, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said. Now listen to me. We're going to number 12, Grimmauld Place. Repeat that after me, and then use the flu to get there. Number 12, Grimmauld Place, Molly and her family repeated. After you, he said. Molly was the last of her family to leave the same way they had come. She caught a last glimpse of Dumbledore. He was beaming at the portraits, and the portraits had started to cheer. Before she could think about this oddity, she felt herself whisked away through the flames. She found herself in a large kitchen. The other members of her family stared around at it. They looked just as bewildered as she felt. What the hell? Bill said blankly. Molly could not even bring herself to admonish him for cursing. Several things happened at once. Dumbledore stepped out of the flue, and Molly heard her daughter yell Ron at the top of her voice. She was not in the dark kitchen, and she sounded quite far away. But that was Ginny's voice, her little girl. That is disgusting. Ginny yelled again. For a moment, Molly simply could not move. The rest of her family was equally frozen. She whirled on Dumbledore. You knew? You knew. And you didn't. I can't believe you didn't tell us. Excuse me for a moment. Dumbledore ignored her. He was looking concerned and distracted while he stared at the ceiling. I believe they might need a warning. No, Molly said. I'm going up right now. Dumbledore, I simply can't believe. But she interrupted herself by fleeing the kitchen, her family on her heels. She followed the sound of voices and loud laughter. Her babies sounded so happy. A low voice, Molly was certain that it was Harry's, said something that Molly just didn't understand. She could not possibly have heard what she thought she heard. And then she heard Ron say, quite clearly, no wonder why Voldemort's so cranky. He's a virgin. Molly stopped dead in her tracks. She had never heard you-know-who spoken of so irreverently. She glanced around, heart racing, feeling quite as though the dark wizard would jump out at them and attack her son. But the only thing that happened was a burst of raucous immoderate laughter issuing from behind the open door to the room only a few feet away. "Molly," Dumbledore said. She ignored him and followed the sound of her children's voices. She hadn't seen them for so long. She ought to have known that Ron, Ginny, and Harry were not the only ones at Grimmauld Place. If Dumbledore had known, who else knew? She had her answer when she stepped into the room. Sirius Black had her arm around Ron's shoulder and was ruffling his hair with the other hand. Severus Snape sat in the corner, his lips twitching. Hermione Granger, who had not been smuggled out of the country for her own safety, apparently, sat on the floor, leaning up against her son's legs. Neville Longbottom was laughing so hard that he appeared to be unable to breathe. Luna Lovegood, however, stared straight at Molly, an inscrutable expression on her face. And Ginny sat on Harry's lap, and she was gazing down at him with such a look of tenderness and affection that Molly's heart was pierced with the truth that her daughter was in love with Harry Potter. And it was as deep and as real as what Molly felt for Arthur. She gasped. Harry turned to look at her, and the laughing look on his face was swiftly replaced by one of utter shock. He looked from her to Arthur and the rest of the family. His mouth was slightly open. Ginny, sensing the tension, turned as well. Molly could only stare at her. She looked so different. She seemed so much older, as if it had been 5 years since Molly had seen her instead of 9 months. "They've chosen Harry," Dumbledore said quietly. He had followed them from the kitchen without Molly even noticing it. Molly saw a flash of pure, fierce joy in Harry's green eyes. It made her stagger, and Arthur gripped her elbow to steady her. But she watched that emotion fade away into something colder. His mouth hardened, and the room seemed to grow colder. "What the bloody hell?" Ron shouted. He had risen halfway to his feet, knocking Hermione over in the process. "Sorry, Hermione. What the bloody hell are you lot doing here?" Molly had spent a great deal of time and energy in the last few months preparing for this meeting. She had been very afraid that she would see that stranger she had glimpsed in her son off and on throughout the last 5 years. But Ron, he was Ron. He looked confused and angry and hurt, and as much as Molly regretted the fact she had obviously hurt him quite a lot during that row, but she was glad that his eyes were angry and not cold. "What do you mean they've chosen?" Ginny said. Her voice was icy and calm. Molly turned her eyes to her daughter. Ginny steadfastly refused to return her look. Her jaw was clenched tight. "They've chosen," Dumbledore repeated. "They came to my office tonight and told me they thought that Voldemort had returned, and they wished to help." "It's a bit late, don't you think?" Harry asked. "Bully for them, though. I don't think I've ever been more surprised in my life. I thought they'd come face to face with Voldemort and still accuse their own children of being evil." He looked around, as if expecting someone to stop him. But Ron and Ginny said nothing. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom, and Sirius Black were stony-faced and silent. Snape had an inscrutable look on his face, and Luna Lovegood merely watched as if she found the proceedings mildly interesting. Molly opened and closed her mouth, but she could not think of anything to say. Words had deserted her. "Now listen," Bill said angrily. "You couldn't have expected us to know, or to trust." "That is my point," Harry shouted. His cheeks were flushed from more than the fire whiskey he had consumed, and his black hair stood on end. "Look around. You see these people? They didn't let any fucking articles turn them away before they even met me. And you," he pointed at Molly and Arthur. It felt like a malediction. "Ought to have trusted your children. They'd." Molly began helplessly. The young man who stood before her was livid, but underneath the rage was a deep well of pain that she could not even begin to understand. "They've changed. Not to mention what you did to our sister," Charlie put in. He had the strongest temper of all Molly's sons, and she had expected him to step in before this, though she fervently wished that he would remain silent. "Don't think that just because I know Voldemort's back, I've forgotten that." Harry sneered. "I'm surprised you've forgotten my terrible fucking power." "What? Not worried that I'm going to, what was it? Lead the family down a dark and dangerous path? Not so afraid that I'm going to bewitch you." "No, we're changing your tune a bit. Try to see it from our perspective," Arthur said. "I have tried," Harry roared. "I've tried for almost 3 years. But the moment you broke your daughter's heart, do you have any idea how many times she's cried herself to sleep because of you? I stopped understanding. Harry, Sirius murmured. Molly glanced at Arthur. Her husband looked just as bewildered as she felt. But she had a growing sense of dread that they had made a more dreadful mistake than they had thought. Why was he lashing out at them? And why had her son and daughter moved to stand behind him? She had the feeling that she had walked into something far more complicated than she had ever dreamed. There was a long moment when they all simply stared at one another. Molly felt like she was standing on the edge of a chasm. She and Arthur, Bill and Fleur, Charlie and Percy, and the twins stood on one side, and the others watched them with accusation in their eyes from the other. What the hell is going on? Charlie asked. I think our concerns were legitimate. You understand nothing, Ginny said. She and Ron looked to Harry. You want to understand? He said in a low voice. Albus. The pensive. The strange bowl was produced and placed upon the table next to 2 empty bottles of fire whiskey. The silence had changed. There was an air of expectation, even one of relief. Molly felt like she was floundering and lost. Harry raised his wand to his temple. He pulled out a long, silvery strand of what looked like lightning, made nearly solid. He flung it into the bowl with a sharp gesture. It made a rather loud, slapping sound. He repeated this action. You slap, we'll slap. Understand, slap, slap. Everything. Harry, Dumbledore murmured. Don't do anything you'll regret. Harry stared at Molly and the rest of the family. Quite deliberately, he added several more silvery strands to the bowl. I can't imagine why I would regret it. Is that a pensive? Bill asked. What? Just go, Harry ordered. Molly took a deep breath and stepped forward. She poked her head in, and her body followed. There was a rushing sensation in her belly, and she found herself on a scene of devastation. Before she could gasp or scream, her family joined her. Bill shouted, Merlin, when did this happen? What are we seeing? Arthur asked. Harry's memories, Bill said. That silvery stuff was his memories? Fred asked. He was very pale. Molly forced herself to look around. They were at Hogwarts, but that was impossible. It was demolished, destroyed. Bodies were strewn all over the grounds and the steps like broken rag dolls. Blood made the stones a deep, sick red instead of gray. Molly clapped her hand over her mouth. Mum, George said in a strangled voice. Mum, that's me. Molly was about to deny it, but there was no mistaking his pale face and shock of red hair. She flicked her eyes between the dead George and the living. The one that lay at her feet was older. But how? The scene whirled around her, and they were again at Hogwarts. This time they were not surrounded by the dead, but by the living and the dead. Hundreds of bodies lined a flat, marble stone. Molly felt herself inexorably pulled toward it. She wanted to see if she knew anyone else. She heard a low, keening wail. There before her was everyone who stood with her and watched this right now. Including Molly herself, she saw them. Arthur, Percy, Fred, barely recognizable. George, Bill, Charlie, even Fleur. And she noticed another wail and saw where her daughter knelt before the stone. It happened for each of them. Each scene battered Molly's heart a little more, until she could not bear to keep her eyes open, but could not seem to look away. Harry giving the twins the money to start the joke shop. Harry laughing immoderately with the twins. Harry proudly wearing his Weasley sweater, standing and carrying on a cordial conversation with Bill. It wasn't exactly the scenes that he showed them. They weren't earth-shattering, at least not on a physical way. There was no loud declaration of how much they thought of Harry as part of the family. But Molly saw it in the way they looked at him and treated him, and a horrible sense that they had missed out on something essential welled up inside her. Flickers of memory drifted past. Ginny weeping, Ron stony-faced. Another long one. The 3 of them. It was far in the future. They looked terribly old. Stood before a portrait of Dumbledore. You really think we should wait to tell them? Harry asked. Really? Yes, Dumbledore said. Allow them to make the choice to help you. You are not a god, Harry, to subvert free will. It would be remarkably dangerous. They will have to make their own choice. All of them. Even Molly and Arthur? Harry said. Even Mum and Dad. Ginny echoed. Especially your mother and father, Mrs. Potter, Dumbledore said gravely. Mrs. Potter, Molly jolted, and another piece of the puzzle clicked into place. They're married, she thought numbly through a haze of guilt, shame, and grief. He had come back in time to bring them back to life. All three of them. And she had thought the worst things about him. She'd kicked him out of the burrow. No need to worry about that, the older version of Ron said. Mom and Dad will love Harry just as much as they did this time. The memories ended, and Molly found herself rising out of the pensive and landing on the soft carpet of the sitting room. She was shaking, and she felt ill. She glanced around, not knowing if she could stand to see them. But only Dumbledore, Snape, and Sirius Black remained in the room. They've gone, Sirius said. We have another safe house. Why? Molly whispered. Why didn't? If they just told us. They tried to tell you, Sirius said harshly. They told you every way they knew how that Harry was to be trusted. Harry saved your daughter's life. He took a curse for Percy. Molly fell into a chair. There was a moment's pause, and a glass of tea was placed in her hand. If it is any consolation, Dumbledore said, I think you will regret what he showed you, and how he did it. He is very angry and very hurt. With good reason, Molly said. Everyone else murmured their agreement. After the WWA we've been, we deserve a lot worse, Arthur said. A hell of a lot worse, Bill echoed. Everyone nodded their agreement, except Percy, who looked more thoughtful than sad. Dumbledore cocked his head and looked at them. The heartbreak you feel, the shame and guilt, the fact that you feel you deserve some sort of punishment, and the fact that you will hardly be able to look at him and, to a lesser extent, Ginny and Ron. These are the precise reasons why he is going to regret it. Harry knelt beside her. His arms were wrapped around her, and Molly could see quite clearly that his face was screwed up in a grimace of pain that was as mournful as the grieving sounds Ginny made. Molly stood there for a long time, just staring, hardly able to breathe. A loud voice caught her attention. Voldemort is dead. Molly recognized Phileas Flitwick's voice. But the entire flower of a generation has been lost. The price of freedom from tyranny and darkness lies on the marble stone behind me. I would ask you not to forget, but I do not need to. This tragedy will be emblazoned on the minds and hearts of the few of us who survived. The scene shifted again, and Molly found herself standing in the office of the headmaster. The price was too high, Harry said, and the conversation that followed changed Molly's world forever. The Weasley family drew in a deep breath as one, as a piece of the puzzle clicked into place. No, Molly murmured. Her thoughts were disjointed, and she barely understood what was happening. But the fact that her son, daughter, and Harry Potter had traveled back in time penetrated. She found her hand in Arthur's grasp. He was squeezing so tightly it hurt. And then they were in the basement kitchen of this house, Grimmauld Place. She sat alone with Harry Potter, and Molly realized that she had loved him like a son. She saw the look in her own eyes, the faith, the trust, the conviction that he would defeat you-know-who. I've never doubted, Molly heard herself say. I knew it from the moment you saved Ginny from the Chamber of Secrets, and maybe even before that. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the enormity of the mistake she had made and the hurt she had inflicted. It broke her heart. It broke Arthur's when they were shown a similar scene. Harry had sought out Arthur in a shed, and Arthur had not turned him away. In fact, it looked as though both men were entirely comfortable, almost like father and son.